Shocking.
Huh?
My apprentice is actually the Empress brain hole. Empress relaxed, sign-in, system, time travel, fantasy brain hole, high-quality brain hole. Invincible sweet pet Empress Qin Tian, a rich young man from a secular family, joins the Kunlun Sword Sect under the guidance of a fairy and becomes the little junior uncle of Kunlun. Awakening the sign-in system, he starts by signing in to obtain a mysterious cultivation method. Originally planning to relax and sign in to cultivate, he ends up being taken as a disciple by the cold-hearted Empress who is fleeing from pursuers. There's no choice but to live life with the Empress from now on. Chapter 1. The Heartless Empress and Her Disciple. Outside Kunlun Mountain, a stunning girl dressed in a black long gown, tall and graceful, swiftly darted through the jungle. Not far behind her, several figures in black robes were in hot pursuit, and meowing, the sect leader has already prepared to appoint you as the saintess. Why are you fleeing? And meowing snorted coldly and ignored them. The sect leader of the demon sect appointed her as saintess merely because of her special physique, intending to plant a demonic seed within her. Once the demonic seed was planted, she would become his cauldron, reduced to his plaything. Such tricks were not lost on her, as she was the reincarnation of the Heartless Empress. Since she had been given a second chance at life, no one and nothing would stop her from becoming stronger. In this life, she aimed to cultivate the supreme, emotionless record to its peak and then seek revenge. From then on, she would sever all ties and walk her own path, solely focused on the great Tao. Speaking of revenge, her expression turned cold. That time, she had teamed up with 3 Emperor-level experts to search for treasure, only to find it was a trap. A trap set to kill her, inside Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Sword Sect, Hidden Sword Peak. Today was the day the Kunlun Sword Sect was recruiting disciples. Qin Tian, as the peak master of Hidden Sword Peak, needed to make an appearance. There was only him at Hidden Sword Peak, so he did not plan to recruit anyone, and no one was willing to join Hidden Sword Peak. To outsiders, he was merely a low-tier cultivator at the spirit-moving realm, and he only wanted to be a laid-back youth. The recruitment area was called the Immortal Fate Platform. There were 10 seats on the Immortal Fate Platform, one for each peak master of Kunlun's 9 peaks. The sect leader, Qin Tian, had 1 seat. After Qin Tian sat down at his seat, he took out a book and began to read leisurely. Upon seeing Qin Tian's lazy demeanor, Qin Tian became furious. Look at you. Every day you're either tending to herbs or playing with fish and birds, wasting your prime years. I really don't know what junior sister Jiang saw in you back then. Please, sect leader, junior sister Jiang, as the only saint realm master in our sect for thousands of years, must have her unique vision. The speaker was Su Lan, the peak master of Jade Sword Peak, who was a friend of the previous peak master of Hidden Sword Peak, Jiang Qingshui. So, out of respect for Jiang Qingshui, she would take care of Qin Tian a bit. It would have been fine if Su Lan hadn't said anything, but her words only made Qin Tian angrier. Unique vision? What's unique about him? Su Lan awkwardly smiled and said, maybe the timing just wasn't right. Qin Tian smiled kindly at Su Lan, not paying much attention to Qin Tian's words. 15 years ago, he had been a rich young man in the secular world. When Jiang Qingshui was injured while out training, he happened to encounter her while wandering. Later, he took her home to recover, and she stayed for half a month. Before leaving, Jiang Qingshui, in gratitude, brought him back to Hidden Sword Peak to cultivate, making him the second disciple of Hidden Sword Peak. Upon arriving at Hidden Sword Peak, he unexpectedly received a sign-in system. On his first sign-in, he obtained the supreme technique, Transformation of Freedom. Although the technique was powerful, his cultivation aptitude was simply too poor. It wasn't until his second sign-in that he received a reward, upgrading Transformation of Freedom to the 2nd level. With the upgrade of the technique, his realm also increased. This reward delighted him and gave him hope for becoming stronger. After that, he quietly signed in at Hidden Sword Peak and spent time with Jiang Qingshui day and night. However, the good times didn't last long. 5 years later, shortly after Jiang Qingshui broke through to the Saint Realm, she left, reportedly to train in a mysterious place. Before leaving, Qin Tian promised that he would come to find her. Jiang Qingshui smiled as she departed. After that, Hidden Sword Peak was left with only him, and he naturally became the peak master. After years of signing in, Qin Tian had upgraded Transformation of Freedom to the 9th level. achieving a semi-saint status. However, he did not plan to reveal his realm once exposed. Many would come to seek him out. That would mean managing and teaching disciples, which was too troublesome. Laying back was far more appealing. At this moment, the atmosphere below became lively. Over 100 participants in the sect's trials entered the Kunlun Sword Sect one after another. Once inside, they were left speechless. The spiritual energy in the sect swirled around, visibly vibrant, with majestic immortal palaces towering in all directions. In the air, many disciples were flying on swords, laughing and chatting, making it feel like an immortal realm. This was the sect they longed for, one of the three major sects of the righteous path in the Eastern continent. Wow, look, the one sitting in the middle is the sect leader Qin Tian, one of the 6 semi-saints of the Eastern continent. And that peak master of Jade Sword Peak, Su Lan, is one of the 3 beauties of the Eastern continent, a trial participant exclaimed. A white-clad participant said, "What you mentioned is common knowledge. But did you know that 10 years ago, Kunlun Sword Sect was the #1 power in the Eastern continent? And all of this is thanks to Jiang Qing, the peak master of Hidden Sword Peak. She is the only saint realm expert in the Eastern continent and also the most beautiful woman. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Shortly after her breakthrough, she left." The trial participant from Qin Tian chimed in, "I've heard my father mention this, but now Hidden Sword Peak is no longer the same. It's said that the peak master of Hidden Sword Peak is only at the spirit-moving realm, about the same as us. You all need to remember to avoid him." The group continued to chatter away, waiting for the trials to begin. At the sect entrance, and Miaoling watched as the trial participants entered in an orderly fashion, and she followed suit. The black-robed pursuers, seeing Miaoling enter the Kunlun Sword Sect, could only temporarily give up. "Let's go back and report to the sect leader. This matter isn't over yet." Once Miaoling entered, the entry time was almost over. The bell rang, and Qin Tian slowly stood up to announce. The trials begin. The first item was to test aptitude, which would eliminate at least half of the participants. People left Kunlun Sword Sect one after another, sighing in disappointment. Until it was Miaoling's turn to test, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Even a laid-back Qin Tian took a second glance. The temperature in the arena dropped, and a phantom of an ice phoenix flickered into view. This is actually the bloodline of the ice phoenix. Montauk Vencian exclaimed in shock. Once this ancient bloodline awakened, the probability of entering the saint realm was extremely high. Who? Qin Tian forcibly suppressed his excitement, his mind already calculating. After the aptitude tests, it was time for the martial arts trials. In the martial arts trials, Miaoling easily took first place with her techniques and skills from her previous life. Once all the trials concluded, the 9 peak masters stood up one by one to introduce themselves. However, during their introductions, they all intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Miaoling. When it was Qin Tian's turn, he stood up and simply said, "I am Qin Tian, peak master of Hidden Sword Peak. I'm a rather lazy person with no special talents." After saying that, he sat back down. Wow, this peak master Qin is too handsome. Yeah, if I could kiss him, I feel like I could break through. What a pity. If it weren't for my father stopping me, I would really want to join Hidden Sword Peak. The female trial participants below were immediately captivated by Qin Tian's looks. Upon hearing the voices below, Qin Tian secretly scoffed. Can looks be eaten? After the introductions, the peak masters began to select disciples. This girl, Lin Shui, is suitable for cultivating the Jade Sword technique. She should join my Jade Sword Peak, Su Lan said. Qin Tian nodded. She is indeed very suitable. This one named Zhao Tian has a talent for lightning attributes. I want him for my Thunder Peak. The peak masters of each faction stood up to select disciples. Only Qin Tian remained leisurely seated, reading his book. Not long after, only Miaoling was left among the trial participants. At this moment, Miaoling stood there with a cold expression, resembling an otherworldly fairy who had not partaken of mortal affairs. But upon closer inspection, one could see the arrogance in her eyes. All the peak masters, including the sect leader, looked at Miaoling. Perhaps she was the next Jiang Qingsnell. Qin Tian stood up and said, "I want to take you as my closed-door disciple. Are you willing?" And Miaoling frowned. Although Qin Tian was the sect leader, he was also a semi-saint level expert. Following him could expose some of her secrets. And Miaoling hesitated. while Qin Tian was taken aback, and the other peak masters showed their delight. I just saw that your swordsmanship is quite good. You should be a sword cultivator. In terms of swordsmanship, our heavenly sword peak is the best in the sect. My Thunder Peak's wind and thunder sword is also quite good. As long as you are willing to come, I will pass my heavenly grade wind and thunder sword to you. Come to my spiritual medicine peak. We have plenty of spiritual medicine. The peak master of the spiritual medicine peak was also unwilling to be outdone. Qin Tian secretly laughed at this scene. You are still laughing? You should reflect on why you can't attract disciples. Qin Tian said after looking at Qin Tian, then turned his gaze back to Miaoling. You can choose which peak to join the sect, will not lack resources for your cultivation. And Miaoling nodded and began to glance over the peak masters, finally locking her gaze on Qin Tian. I want to join the hidden sword peak. This decision was made after careful consideration. What she lacked now was only cultivation resources, not the guidance of a strong master. The silence was palpable. Everyone was stunned. Are you sure? Qin Tian asked. Miaoling nodded seriously. I am sure. As soon as she spoke, several peak masters' expressions darkened. You want to follow him? He is only at the spirit movement realm. What can he teach you? The first to speak was the peak master of Thunder Peak. That's right, miss. If you have a good teacher during your cultivation, you can achieve twice the results with half the effort. Don't be deceived by Qin Tian's good looks, said the peak master of Heavenly Sword Peak. Good looks? Qin Tian looked closely at Miaoling. At this moment, and Miaoling's delicate face showed no special expression, still calm and aloof. Are you sure you want to take me as your master? Qin Tian slowly said as he put down the book in his hand. And Miaoling nodded, sure. Qin Tian looked at Qin Tian and whispered, hurry up and accept her. What are you waiting for? Qin Tian smiled helplessly. Since you insist on taking me as your master, you must follow my rules. Are you willing? Upon hearing this, and Miaoling frowned. I, the dignified, heartless Empress, am taking you as my master, and yet there are so many conditions. But for the sake of having a good cultivation environment, she ultimately endured it. I am willing. Qin Tian looked at him Miaoling in surprise and continued, I'm a very busy person, so I might not have much time to teach you. Before Miaoling could respond, Qin Tian hurriedly said, Miss, if you have any problems with your cultivation, you can come and find me anytime. He just wanted to keep her around. As for who would teach her, they could discuss it later. Qin Tian continued, sometimes I will also assign some trivial tasks for you to do. Are you willing? And Miaoling looked deeply at Qin Tian. There was no expression on her face, but she was very angry inside. I endure. I should be able to break through from the spirit movement realm to the golden body realm in the next few days. Once I break through, let's see how you manage me. Thinking of this, she made her decision. Chapter 2. The Emperor's weapon acknowledges its master. A natural phenomenon, I agree. Girl, think it over. Why deceive yourself? Some peak masters were unwilling and wanted to try again. I have made up my mind. After saying that, she directly performed a master apprentice bow to Qin Tianqing. Disciple in Miaoling has met the master. As things stood, Qin Tian nodded and said, from now on, you are my disciple. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a good disciple. This girl is the reincarnation of the Empress. Please cultivate her well. Reward. All learned martial arts techniques increase by 1 level. Reward. Supreme Sword Technique, Heart Sword Formula. Reward. Top grade Emperor Weapon, Ice Glass Sword. Hearing the voice in his mind, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. His martial arts had actually increased by a level. He had learned quite a few martial arts, including footwork, fist techniques, and sword techniques. This upgrade was a significant gain for him. He began to plan to find the Monkey Demon Emperor to practice his skills, as he had been thinking about the monkey wine for a long time. As for the Supreme Sword Technique, it was even more impressive because it surpassed the Emperor level. In a good mood, Qin Tian said, let's go, disciple, follow me to Sanjin Peak. And Miaoling nodded and followed behind. Before leaving, Qin Tian reminded, don't mislead the disciples. There were many deserted palaces on Sanjin Peak, so some of them were in disrepair. The only inhabited place was the Sanjin Pavilion. Upon arriving at the Sanjin Pavilion, Qin Tian said, there are many rooms. You can choose one to settle in. After you are settled, come find me. And Miaoling nodded and left to choose a room. The inside of the room was very dirty with a lot of dust, and Miaoling wrinkled her brows in disgust. She didn't expect that even as a generation's Empress. she would have to clean up herself. After cleaning the room, she found Qin Tian and asked, "Master, where can I receive spiritual herbs and pills?" Qin Tian looked at Miaoling's dirty little face and couldn't help but reach out to wipe it. And Miaoling was momentarily stunned, then quickly stepped back, looking at Qin Tian with a frosty expression. Her heart was in turmoil. How could she, the decisive and ruthless Empress, be touched on the face by someone? Other male cultivators in the past didn't even have the courage to look at her. Thinking of this, she was filled with rage and made a decision. Once her cultivation was restored, she would immediately cut off the hand that Qin Tian had touched her with. "Your face is dirty. I was just helping you wipe it. Why are you so agitated?" Qin Tian said, somewhat confused. "Oomph." And Miaoling snorted coldly and stopped looking at him. She was afraid she would lose control and attack him right away. After thinking for a moment, Qin Tian took out the top-grade emperor weapon, Ice Glass Sword, and said, "Since you have acknowledged me as your master, this sword will serve as your master-apprentice gift." And Miaoling didn't even look and said no. She didn't think a mere spirit realm cultivator could produce anything good. What's there to be polite about? What her master gives you, just take it. After that, Qin Tian directly shoved the sword into her arms. And Miaoling picked up the sword and was about to throw it away, but found something was off. Then she used her spiritual sense to probe it, and, after checking, she was stunned. Her breathing became hurried, and her heart was shocked to the extreme. This was actually a top-grade emperor weapon. Weapons, techniques, and pills are divided into yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Emperor, and Supreme levels. Each level is further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and top grades. In her previous life, she had an emperor weapon, but it was only of inferior grade. The main purpose of those who teamed up to kill her was to seize her emperor weapon. No one could resist the allure of such a treasure, and now this treasure was actually in her hands. "Why, you really gave this to me?" "Yes. If you don't like it, then forget it." After saying that, he reached out to take it back, and Miaoling quickly covered the sword. "I like it. As long as you like it." Qin Tian smiled gently, and Miaoling furrowed her brows and asked in confusion, "Why are you so nice to me?" "What do you mean, why? Didn't I just say this is a master-apprentice gift?" Qin Tian replied. "Oh." And Miaoling responded with a complex expression. Qin Tian's actions genuinely moved her, even shaking her heart of indifference. In her previous life, she walked the world alone with a sword, cutting off all karma. Could she still do that in this life? Under the impact of the treasure, she began to feel a bit insecure. Then she remembered something. "How do you have an emperor weapon?" "I found it." Qin Tian replied casually. "Found it? Are you trying to fool a child?" And Miaoling looked at him with disbelief. "What else could it be?" Qin Tian countered, and Miaoling hesitated, then suddenly considered that it might be possible. Otherwise, how could a spirit realm cultivator obtain a top-grade emperor weapon by merit? With that thought, her heart gradually calmed down. He probably didn't realize the value of this sword, which was why he gave it to her. In light of this sword, she decided to forgive Qin Tian for touching her face earlier. After understanding the situation, she immediately began to acknowledge the sword as her own by dripping blood on it. After her blood entered the sword, it emitted a rainbow glow, and a light shot into the sky, triggering a phenomenon in the world. Qin Tian's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hand. The phenomenon rapidly disappeared. But at that moment, it was already too late. On Wentian Peak, Mo Wentian, who was meditating, instantly vanished from his room. Deep in the wilderness mountain range, several demon emperors and a mysterious, slumbering entity opened their eyes simultaneously. The leader of the demon sect in the eastern continent looked toward the direction of Kunlun Sword Sect and muttered, "Interesting. I will pay a visit to this Kunlun Sword Sect once I exit seclusion." And Miaoling was also startled and quickly retracted the ice glass sword back into her body. Just as she did, Mo Wentian arrived. "Did you see anything?" Qin Tian lazily replied, "I saw a phenomenon appear in the sky. Nothing else." Mo Wentian was somewhat skeptical and turned to Miaoling. And Miaoling nodded repeatedly, confirming Qin Tian's statement. Then Mo Wentian personally checked again before feeling at ease. This phenomenon appeared in Kunlun. "It seems Kunlun is in trouble. You all be careful." After saying that, Mo Wentian left with a gloomy expression, and Miaoling also realized she had caused trouble and looked at Qin Tian awkwardly. In her previous life, she had acknowledged an inferior grade emperor weapon, but it hadn't caused such a phenomenon that shot into the sky. At the same time, she was surprised that Qin Tian could make the phenomenon disappear. She felt that her master was becoming increasingly mysterious. Qin Tian smiled and said, "I'm going to cook." Since he was born in the secular world, he had the habit of eating. On Kunlun's 9 peaks, each peak had a monster locking tower, which housed some monster beasts for the disciples to practice their techniques against. Only the monster locking tower on Songjian Peak was different. It was used to house some edible monster beasts. Qin Tian entered the monster locking tower and took a glance. There were 2 pig demon kings and 1 3-legged crow king. Finally, he caught the 3-legged crow king, murmuring, "I need to find time to replenish my stock." With the meat secured, he went to the herb garden to pick some spiritual leaves and other ingredients. After gathering enough ingredients, he went to the kitchen to start making soup and stir-frying dishes. After a while, a soup and 2 dishes were finally ready. Chapter 3. Refining the Demon Emperor Pill. Miaoling came over to eat. "I'm fasting and want to eat," I said, and Miaoling replied and continued practicing her swordsmanship. "Eating is a rule at my hidden sword peak. You must eat," Qin Tian said seriously. And Miaoling helplessly put her sword away and walked toward Qin Tian. On the table were soup and 2 dishes. The soup was 3-legged black bone chicken soup, along with stir-fried spiritual leaves and stir-fried 1,000-year bamboo shoots. As soon as Miaoling sat down, she smelled the aroma of the dishes. Qin Tian smiled and said, "The cultivation realms are divided into transcendence, supernatural, spiritual movement, golden body, nirvana, creation, half-saint, saint, and emperor realms. Each realm is further divided into 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels. After finishing this meal, you should be able to break through to the 1st level of the golden body realm." And Miaoling looked at the soup and dishes with some disbelief. Qin Tian picked up a bowl, scooped a bowl of meat soup, and handed it to Miaoling. "It's good for your stomach to drink some soup before eating." And Miaoling was stunned. Wasn't this a mundane saying? In her previous life, she was born into the mundane world, and her mother had said something like this to her. But later, her family was destroyed, and she endured many hardships while fleeing from enemies. Eventually, she attained a heart of ruthless resolve and became the Empress. She took a sip of the soup, which was indeed very delicious, but after swallowing it, she was stunned. Then she drank the entire bowl of soup in one go and started eating the meat. After finishing, she felt a massive surge of energy flowing into her body, and she began to emit a faint golden light. Gradually, the golden light grew stronger, and the surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly absorbed into her body. After a while, she successfully broke through to the 1st level of the golden body realm. "What did you give me to eat?" And Miaoling asked in surprise. "Nothing much. Just chicken soup made from the 3-legged black bone chicken." "You used the Demon King to make soup?" And Miaoling was shocked. "Did you catch it? Or did the former peak master, Jiang Qingshin, catch it?" "Jiang Qingshin caught it." At this point, and Miaoling was a bit skeptical. Besides, how could someone who often ate Demon King meat only be at the spiritual movement realm? Even an ordinary pig could be fed to Nirvana realm. She increasingly felt that her master was extraordinary. Qin Tian smiled and said, "Who doesn't he have secrets? I know you have secrets too." Upon hearing this, and Miaoling became tense. Did he know she was the reincarnation of the Empress? Looking at Miaoling's nervous expression, Qin Tian suddenly found it quite cute. He reached out and rubbed Miaoling's head before leaving. Before he left, he said, "Clean the table." After Qin Tian walked away, and Miaoling muttered softly, "You're taking advantage of me. Sooner or later, I'll chop off your hand." After leaving, Qin Tian looked towards the barbaric mountain range. He thought for a moment, and Miaoling had already broken through to the golden body realm, and her physical strength was sufficient. So he would refine a Demon Emperor pill for her to help awaken her ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. With that in mind, he set off for the barbaric mountain range. This time, besides wanting to ask for some Demon Emperor blood, he also planned to gather some ingredients. Upon arriving at the barbaric mountain range, he skillfully headed deep into the mountains. "Damn human, why are you here again? If you catch my subordinates again, I'll fight you," roared the Qingpeng Demon Emperor angrily. The Demon Emperor was equivalent to a half-saint among humans, so he was quite arrogant. Qin Tian awkwardly smiled. "I'm here to borrow a couple of drops of Demon Emperor blood. You want to borrow?" The Qingpeng Demon Emperor directly cursed. "Since you want to lend it, I'll just have to take it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian prepared to take action. His transformation of the unfettered method was a supreme, secret technique. It could transform all things, transform living beings, transform the ages, and transform the strongest of the world. Of course, he had only cultivated to the stage of transforming living beings. Transform into a dragon. Qin Tian transformed into a golden dragon-esque phantom, exuding immense dragon might. Feeling the dragon might, Qin Pong was shocked. What kind of technique is this? I felt the might of a golden dragon before. It's exactly the same. Are you really a golden dragon? Qin Tian did not answer. Ancestral dragon claw. The golden dragon phantom suddenly struck with a claw, sending Qin Pong flying. His techniques had all been enhanced through rewards from signing in. After successfully landing a hit, Qin Tian chased after him and struck again with another claw, causing the Qin Pong Demon Emperor to plead for mercy. In the end, he willingly handed over his blood. Then, Qin Tian sought out other demon emperors for blood through fights, such as the Monkey Demon Emperor and the Flood Dragon Emperor. Instantly, the entire barbaric mountain range became lively. 2 days later, Qin Tian returned to the hidden sword peak. While Miaoling was practicing her swordsmanship, she stopped and asked, "Where have you been these past 2 days?" From her tone, it was clear she was somewhat displeased for disappearing without a word for 2 days. Although she knew Qin Tian was extraordinary from the perspective of realms, he was just at the spiritual movement realm, so she was still a bit worried. Seeing Miaoling's cute pouting expression, Qin Tian couldn't help but pat her head. "Didn't you break through to the golden body realm? So I thought of refining a pill to help you awaken your bloodline." "Really?" Miaoling was a bit skeptical. "How could it be false? I'll go refine it right now." After saying that, he flew towards the alchemy hall, with Miaoling following behind. The alchemy hall had fallen into disrepair due to being unoccupied for a long time. When he pushed the door, it fell off. Qin Tian awkwardly smiled. Once inside, it was even more cobweb-covered. Qin Tian used spiritual power to retrieve the alchemy furnace from afar. He then washed it by the river and brought it back to the hidden sword pavilion. After all the preparations were complete, Qin Tian took out a book on alchemy and began reading. "You still need to read?" Miaoling started to doubt whether Qin Tian could really refine pills. "Should I do it?" In her previous life, she had also studied alchemy and could refine ordinary pills. Qin Tian put away the book and smiled. "It's my first time refining a pill, so I need to consolidate my knowledge." Qin Tian ignited the fire, then took out several vials and opened the lids. Instantly, a powerful pressure surged out, and Miaoling looked at the blood with surprise, feeling it was extraordinary. Then, under Miaoling's astonished gaze, Qin Tian added 5,000-year snow ginseng, 5,000-year earth heart lotus, and other precious herbs. Even in her previous life, as the Empress, she had very few herbs of this age. Watching Qin Tian refine the pill, she felt her resolve once again shaken. Was the path of ruthless resolve truly the right one? Just then, the alchemy furnace began to shake, and one after another, the phantoms of various demon emperors appeared. The overwhelming pressure caused Miaoling to stagger back several steps. At this moment, her eyes widened as if she had discovered something incredible. The Qin Pong Demon Emperor, Flood Dragon Emperor, and Monkey Demon Emperor. She recognized them all at once. The demon emperors were figures equivalent to their sect master, Qin Tian, and in the Eastern continent, they were considered invincible. Her mind was filled with questions about how a spiritual movement realm could obtain so much demon emperor blood. Although she wanted to ask immediately, she knew it was a critical moment and couldn't disturb Qin Tian while he was refining the pill. Chapter 4. Awakening the ancient bloodline. Qin Tian's hands moved like phantoms, constantly forming seals and inputting streams of spiritual power. At the same time, he was controlling the runes above the alchemy furnace with his spiritual energy. After an hour, the furnace stopped shaking. With a wave of his hand, the lid flew off, instantly releasing a fragrant aroma. A 3-colored pill soared into the air. The pill developed spiritual consciousness and wobbled in the air for a moment before trying to escape. However, it was caught by Qin Tian from a distance, and Miao Ling recognized it as a heavenly grade supreme demon emperor pill. Its greatest function was to wash the marrow and clear the veins, capable of enhancing a person's aptitude and realm. Even a half-saint would find it greatly helpful for breaking through to the saint realm. Qin Tian handed the pill over, saying, "I will help you refine its power later." And Miao Ling accepted the pill with a complex expression. She really needed it. From a moment she received the pill, perhaps even she didn't realize that she had already acknowledged Qin Tian. "Where did you get the blood of the demon emperor?" And Miao Ling couldn't help but ask. The medicinal herbs could be explained as provided by the sect. However, she didn't believe the sect had the ability to obtain these types of demon emperor blood. "I have good relations with a few demon emperors. I asked them for it," Qin Tian casually replied. "You're just deceiving a child." And Miao Ling was somewhat speechless. How could she not know the nature of the demon emperors? She looked at Qin Tian helplessly, thinking to herself that she would eventually expose him. The two arrived at the main hall and sat facing each other on the cushions. And Miao Ling swallowed the demon emperor pill and began to mobilize the spiritual power within her body to refine the pill, thus awakening her bloodline. Because she possessed the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline, once the awakening began, her body started to become cold. The surrounding temperature also dropped. Frost began to form on her body, and her skin became increasingly fair. Qin Tian understood that this was the process of her bloodline becoming stronger. He raised his hand and sent his spiritual energy into Miao Ling's body to help catalyze the medicinal power. 10 minutes passed like this, and suddenly Miao Ling's expression changed to one of strangeness. The frost on her eyelashes began to fade, her snowy skin started to flush, and her gaze became hazy. How could this happen? Influenced by this state, and Miao Ling's bloodline activation was abruptly interrupted. Qin Tian hurriedly controlled his spiritual energy to stimulate her, otherwise, and Miao Ling's awakening would undoubtedly fail. And Miao Ling also felt that something was off. Her entire body felt hot, and she was somewhat unable to control herself. At this moment, she recalled the dragon blood in the demon emperor pill. Dragons are inherently lustful, and upon encountering the Ice Phoenix bloodline, it was possible to trigger this innate characteristic. Realizing this, she looked at Qin Tian with resentment, wondering if it was intentional. Before she could think clearly, her last shred of rationality was consumed. She directly embraced Qin Tian and kissed him. Qin Tian was stunned. He wanted to stop Miao Ling, but he couldn't, because he was currently stimulating her bloodline. Qin Tian's eyes widened as he looked at Miao Ling's alluring face and those fair parts of her body. This scene inevitably stirred something within him. You actually dared to offend your master. Don't touch me, master. Forget it. I'll just take a loss. In the end, Qin Tian could only let her continue because stopping would lead to a failed awakening. Half an hour later, a resonant phoenix cry echoed, and a phantom of the ancient Ice Phoenix appeared above her body. Judging by the pressure of this phantom, it was clear that this bloodline was extraordinary. Ding! Host disciple awakens the Imperial grade Ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline with exceptional talent. Host's aptitude is upgraded to grade 6, and the sign-in reward is increased by 50%. Such a good thing? Should I collect more disciples? This reward could be described as a huge gain for Qin Tian. For example, the increase in the sign-in reward by 50%. The sign-in rewards are cumulative. He previously only received rewards once every few months or even a year. The items obtained this way would be better. This increase by 50% in rewards meant that his realm's improvement speed would also be much faster. Besides the increase in realm rewards, other rewards would also increase. As for the upgrade to grade 6 aptitude, it was still quite good. It should be known that he originally only had grade 2 aptitude, and, generally, one needed at least grade 3 aptitude to join the Kunlun Sword Sect, so he considered himself to have entered through the back door. Cultivation aptitude is divided into grade 1 to grade 9. Above grade 9 is Saint grade and Imperial grade. Grade 6 is equivalent to an elite disciple of the sect. However, compared to those direct disciples of peak masters and the sect leader's disciples, there was still some gap. This is also why he previously wanted to take it easy. With grade 2 aptitude, self-cultivation had basically no effect. It was better to take it easy and wait for sign-in rewards. At this time, Miao Ling, who had successfully awakened her bloodline, entered a mysterious state. Her realm also began to break through. Golden Body Realm, 2nd layer. Golden Body Realm, 3rd layer. Nirvana Realm, 1st layer. Ding! Congratulations to the host disciple for breaking through a major realm. The host's aptitude is upgraded to grade 7, and the sign-in reward is increased by 10%. Qin Tian was overjoyed. As long as he continued to cultivate his disciple, he could also become a peerless genius. And Miao Ling also gained immensely, breaking through 3 times in a row, one of which was a major realm breakthrough. If this news were to spread, it would certainly shock the world. However, achieving this was mainly due to the immense medicinal power of the Demon Emperor pill. After all, it was made from the blood of several demon emperors, combined with precious spiritual herbs. After the breakthrough, and Miao Ling realized she was still clinging to Qin Tian. She let out a scream and quickly retreated. At that moment, she recalled the embarrassing event that had just transpired, and her face turned bright red. In her past life, as the Empress, she had always been pure and revered, never having intimate actions with a man. Now, just thinking about it made her feel shy. Cough, cough. This was your initiative. I remained composed. You need to be more careful in the future. There's a distinction between teacher and disciple, Qin Tian said earnestly, without a blush or a racing heart. Umph. And Miao Ling coldly snorted and walked away, not feeling the joy of awakening her ancient bloodline or breaking through her realm at all. As soon as she stepped out, and Miao Ling ran into Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian had also sensed the anomaly and rushed over after hearing the phoenix cry. Did you awaken the ancient ice phoenix bloodline? Mo Wentian said excitedly. Because Miao Ling had just completed her awakening, her aura was unstable, so he immediately sensed the presence of the ancient ice phoenix. And Miao Ling nodded in response. Upon receiving confirmation, the joy on Mo Wentian's face could no longer be concealed. Great! This is the potential of the saint realm. Our Kunlun is about to have a second saint. At this time, elders from other peaks also arrived. Heaven bless our Kunlun. Soon, our Kunlun will once again reach the pinnacle of the Eastern Continent's first force. Isn't it just awakening a bloodline? Do you need to be this excited? Qin Tian mumbled quietly from behind. Mo Wentian heard this and shot a fierce glare at him. You brat, what do you know? Those with the ancient ice phoenix bloodline, as long as they don't fall, breaking through to the saint realm is only a matter of time. Forget it. I don't want to waste my breath on you. A spirit movement realm waste. At this time, Lei Ba, the peak master of the Thunderstorm Peak, took the opportunity to say, Sect Master, I feel that Miao Ling should not stay at the Songjin Peak any longer. Such a genius must not be delayed by Qin Tian. As soon as these words were spoken, other peak masters nodded frequently, except for Sulan. Upon hearing this, Miao Ling's expression turned cold. My master, the emotionless Empress, is not someone just anyone can comment on. My master is very capable, and it is precisely because of him that I was able to awaken so quickly. Because of him, Lei Ba looked disdainful, asking what he could do for you as just a spirit realm cultivator. And Miao Ling's expression turned cold, warning that if you continued speaking like this, Songjin Peak would not welcome you. Chapter 5. Supreme Techniques. Heart Sword Technique. Lei Ba's expression suddenly turned ugly. But he had no way to deal with Miao Ling, because from this moment on, Miao Ling was the hope of the sect. In the end, he could only look at Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian also felt a headache. How could Qin Tian be so infatuated? His looks really that important? Just then a shout came. Sect Master, it's not good. Many demon clans are heading towards Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Mo Wentian's expression changed. It must be the previous celestial phenomenon that attracted the attention of the demon clans. So they sent demons to lurk nearby, just in time to notice Miao Ling awakening her ancient bloodline. This ancient bloodline is a rare treasure for the demon beasts, as they can enhance their own bloodlines by devouring it. Let's go take a look. After speaking, Mo Wentian flew towards the mountain gate with several peak masters. Outside the sect, the number of demon clans was increasing. Not long after Mo Wentian arrived at the sect entrance, he saw a 2-meter-tall white tiger rushing towards him. What brings the white tiger demon emperor to our Kunlun Sword Sect? Ha ha ha. If you have any sense, hand over the bloodline awakener. Otherwise, don't blame me for slaughtering your Kunlun Sword Sect. The white tiger demon emperor threatened. Ridiculous. Just you? Destroy my Kunlun Sword Sect? Mo Wentian scoffed. The white tiger demon emperor was a half-saint at the second level, at the same rank as him, so he was not afraid at all. One of me might not be enough, but how about with the Qin Demon Emperor? He'll be here in 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to consider. Upon hearing that there was another Demon Emperor, Qin Tian's expression became serious. Qin Tian, you take him Yaoling and hide for a bit. Huh? Where's he? She just saw Qin Tian behind her, but now he was gone? Qin Tian looked not far away at him Yaoling. Where's your master? I don't know. She just realized her master was missing too. He could vanish silently beside Qin Tian and herself. She fell into deep thought. 10 miles outside the sect, the Qin Demon Emperor was leading his 4 demon kings towards the Kunlun Sword Sect. Suddenly, he stopped sharply. He saw a young man sitting on a tree reading a book ahead. What are you in such a hurry for? Qin Tian asked. The Qin Demon Emperor looked at Qin Tian with apprehension. I have important matters to attend to. We'll meet next time. After saying that, he tried to go around. But as soon as he went around, Qin Tian blocked his way again. This road is closed. Go back. Do you know what I'm here for? Are you from the Kunlun Sword Sect? The Qin Demon Emperor asked. Congratulations, you got it right. Looking at Qin Tian's harmless smile, he shivered. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he led the 4 demon kings back. Wait, the Qin Demon Emperor shivered and turned back to look at Qin Tian, his face full of vigilance. Rest assured, I don't need your blood for now. I just have a connection with this Tian Yo king. So he will follow me from now on. After saying that, he waved his hand and directly captured the Tian Yo king. You. The Qingping's face turned red and pale. In the end, he could only suppress his anger. Let's go back. After saying that, he flew away with the remaining 3 demon kings. Qin Tian also took the Tian Yo king towards Songjian Peak, muttering, it's been a long time since I've had beef. Upon hearing this, the Tian Yo demon king, who was sealed in his hands, was scared to the point of tears. Isn't wolf meat and bear meat good? Why beef? After returning to Songjian Peak, he slaughtered the Tian Yo and then cut off a beef leg to start cooking. At the sect entrance, the 2 sides had been in a stalemate for half an hour. The White Tiger Demon Emperor finally confirmed that he had been stood up. With just his own demon strength, it was impossible to break through the Kunlun Sword Sect, so he had to give up. You wait, I will return. After saying that, he led his men away. As soon as Yaoling returned to Songjian Peak, she smelled the aroma of food. Master, what delicious food are you making again? She was now looking forward to Qin Tian's cooking, as the ingredients were mostly Demon King meat and Millennium spiritual herbs. Today I'm making beef stew, Qin Tian replied. Beef. And Yaoling walked over. Isn't there no cow demon in the locking demon tower? A friend just came. I asked him for it. Friend? And Yaoling immediately thought of the previous incident when the Qin Demon Emperor didn't come. Since her master wanted to pretend, she let him be. After that, the 2 began to eat. After finishing, Qin Tian prepared to go back to his room to lie down. But after taking a few steps, he was stopped by Yaoling. You have to accompany me to practice from now on. As my master, you need to lead by example. I don't want to hear Lei Ba and the others talking about you like that. It makes me lose face. Though she said this, she actually wanted to understand Qin Tian's true strength during their practice. Practice? I'm still great without practicing. How great? Qin Tian thought for a moment and said, there shouldn't be anyone in the sect who can beat me. So you admit you're a half-saint? Yaoling asked. You can say that. After saying this, he continued walking into the room. After returning to the room, he took out the supreme sword technique, heart sword technique, and began to study. A month later, he reached the 7th level and comprehended the sword intent. To reach this level, he actually cheated. His transformation technique could morph into someone with a similar realm. So he transformed himself into the peak master of Tianjian Peak, someone who already possessed sword intent, allowing him to cultivate very quickly. At the same time, he realized that his own aptitude was indeed not that great. However, Yaoling was only at the 1st level of Nirvana realm. As long as she continued to break through, her aptitude had great potential for improvement. In the courtyard, Yaoling was practicing her techniques with a cold expression. In recent days, she had communicated less and focused solely on cultivating her path of detachment, making her temperament colder. Qin Tian walked over and asked, what technique are you practicing? And Yaoling sheathed her sword and said, the Supreme Forgetting Emotions Record. This is an imperial level technique. If you need it, I can pass it on to you. Qin Tian frowned and said, recite it for me. And Miaoling nodded and began, gathering the 5 elements to know life and death, observing the heavenly mandate to forget emotions. After just a few sentences, Qin Tian called to stop. What kind of rubbish technique is this? Forget emotions? If you really sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires, becoming a person without feelings, what's the point of cultivating? What's the point of living? With 2 consecutive questions. And Miaoling was stunned. Recently, being together with Qin Tian day and night, his care and concern for her, along with the selflessness he showed when giving her the top imperial weapon and demon emperor pills, were all impacting her heart of Tao. Don't you like practicing swordsmanship? I have this heart sword technique, which should be better than your supreme forgetting emotions record. After saying that, Qin Tian handed over the heart sword technique. Chapter 6. The cultivation method above the emperor realm, and Miaoling took the heart sword technique and began to read it. From the moment she started, she was deeply captivated. Gradually, her hands began to tremble slightly. This is a cultivation method that can reach above the emperor realm. She had an expression of disbelief. Breaking through to the emperor realm was something she had yearned for in her previous life, yet she never caught a glimpse of the path before her death. What level of cultivation method is this? And Miaoling asked. It's from the supreme realm. I've practiced this technique a little, and it's quite impressive. As for your supreme forgetting emotion record, you might as well stop practicing it from now on, Qin Tian said seriously. And Miaoling nodded vigorously. With this technique, who would still practice the supreme forgetting emotion? In fact, she was well aware that she had already cultivated the supreme forgetting emotion record to its peak in her past life. That path had essentially reached its end. Using the supreme forgetting emotion record to break through to the emperor realm was merely self-deception on her part. Then she looked at Qin Tian, her gaze softening. From now on, she no longer needed to fear that Qin Tian's kindness would affect her Tao heart. Qin Tian once again patted and Miaoling on the head, and this time she didn't resist much. Let us practice the sword. Qin Tian was ready to impart his insights from the past few days to her so that she could learn the heart sword technique sooner. Qin Tian slowly elaborated. The sword momentum is easy to cultivate, but the sword intent is difficult to refine. The sword momentum is merely external, imitating the natural momentum of heaven and earth applied to the sword. However, the sword intent is a direct confrontation with one's true self, a sublimation derived from enlightenment. And Miaoling was currently at the level of sword momentum. Just then, while Qin Tian was teaching the sword path, Mo Wentian's direct disciple, Yin Qingxi, arrived. Originally, Mo Wentian intended to personally deliver cultivation resources to Miaoling, but upon learning this, Yin Qingxi took it upon herself. She hadn't seen her handsome little master uncle in a long time. After arriving at Sword Hidden Peak, she saw Qin Tian teaching the sword and chose not to disturb him, instead listening curiously. At first, she was somewhat indifferent, but as she continued to listen, she was shocked. The sword path Qin Tian spoke of had touched her deeply. She felt the bottleneck of her sword momentum loosening, and Miaoling also comprehended everything, and the seed of sword intent began to sprout. Seeing this, Qin Tian continued, sword intent is an extension of the source, a source that belongs solely to the sword. With the nobility of the sword, the aloofness of the sword, the sharpness of the sword, and the true heart of the sword. Boom! And Miaoling was suddenly awakened. She understood. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his month of study was worth it. After comprehending sword intent, her speed in cultivating the heart sword technique would increase significantly. At this moment, Qin Tian looked at Yin Qingxi beside him and asked, "Is there something you need?" Yin Qingxi then came back to her senses, joyfully saying, "Little Master Uncle's guidance is like a refreshing breeze. I'm growing to admire Little Master Uncle more and more. By the way, I was sent by Master to deliver pills to Junior Sister." After saying that, she took out 10 bottles from her spatial ring and handed them to Miaoling. Miaoling opened one to take a look. They were all high and top-grade spiritual herbs. In addition, there was a low-grade heavenly level 9 divine cleansing pill made from 9 spiritual herbs over 3,000 years old. Yin Qingxi's eyes turned a bit red seeing these pills, but she also knew she couldn't compare to Miaoling, who had awakened the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. After delivering the pills, she bid farewell to Qin Tian, as she had some insights and needed to enter seclusion. Before leaving, she winked at Qin Tian, expressing her affection, which made a meowing frown. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Tian was still sound asleep when he was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. "Master, it's time to get up." "No, I want to sleep a little longer." "No way, master. Quickly get up and teach me how to cultivate." She had tasted sweetness yesterday. Besides, she didn't want to see Qin Tian continue to waste time. The path of cultivation requires perseverance and cumulative practice. Although Master was formidable, if he kept slacking off, he would fall behind. Cultivators gain more lifespan as their cultivation level rises. She wanted to be with Master in the future, so she decided to urge Qin Tian to cultivate. "Knock, knock. If you don't come out, I'll keep knocking." At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and Qin Tian appeared at the door, wearing only shorts, and meowing shyly closed her eyes in a hurry. "Master, you're being indecent." "How am I being indecent?" "You were the one who called it indecent when you awakened last time." "If it weren't for me being a gentleman, hum." Hearing Qin Tian mention the previous incident, she became shy. "Were you doing it on purpose last time?" And meowing gritted her teeth and said, "How could I have done it on purpose? The pill contained dragon blood, and the dragon blood reacts to my bloodline." "You mean to say you didn't know?" And meowing replied, "Well, perhaps it was my oversight. Fine, I'll go with you to cultivate." After saying that, he followed and meowing to the small courtyard to cultivate. His transformation of all beings technique was currently at the level of transforming myriad spirits. However, he yearned for the transformation of all antiquity. The transformation of all antiquity is a type of imperial law that can influence time, space, and causality. Cultivating to the extreme allows one to traverse time and space and use causality to fight. It can entangle enemies in misfortune and even lead them to madness. As long as one has not transcended the Emperor realm, they are within the bounds of causality. However, he was currently unable to use it, but he believed that with the system in place, he would eventually reach the realm of transformation of all antiquity. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Sign in. Ding. You have accumulated 6 years of sign-in points. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. Sign-in reward. Transformation of all beings technique upgraded to the 11th level. Host realm upgraded to the 3rd level of half-saint. Sign-in reward. Time and space token. Recommended for your disciple to use. In times of crisis, you can summon your spiritual body to assist through the laws of time and space. Sign-in reward. Eternal indestructible body, 1st level. After receiving the rewards, Qin Tian felt a powerful energy surge into his body. In addition, his comprehension of the Tao deepened. 6 years ago, when he signed in, he broke through to the 2nd level of half-saint. This time it was the 3rd level, and the next breakthrough would be to the saint realm. The time and space token was also a good reward. Although Meowling had already reached the 3rd level of Nirvana realm, there were still many powerful beings outside the sect that could pose a threat to her. However, with this time and space token, it will be different. When encountering an unbeatable opponent, she could summon Qin Tian's spiritual body for assistance. Moreover, the eternal, indestructible body was a supreme level body refinement technique. Normally, to reach the 1st level, one would need 10 spiritual herbs that are 5,000 years old. In addition, it requires some painful trials to cultivate. For instance, using extreme methods like thunder tribulation, Yin wind, purgatory fire, and others to train the body. Then using spiritual herbs for repair and nourishment. This cultivation process not only consumes a massive amount of cultivation resources, but also requires enduring endless pain. Therefore, being able to cultivate it directly was quite fortunate. Now, even facing a Saint Realm practitioner, he had a significant fighting chance. After the breakthrough, Qin Tian was in a great mood, so he went to the Demon Locking Tower to gather some ingredients to cook. By the time he finished cooking, a full moon was already hanging high in the sky. Chapter 7. Mount Penglai. Qin Tian entered in Meowling's room without knocking. Meowling, Master made a delicious meal. Come eat soupe. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze, because Meowling was taking a bath at that moment. Her jade-like shoulders were as white as snow, and her rosy face was particularly enchanting. Most importantly, her perfectly proportioned body was mesmerizing. For a moment, he felt a bit of heat in his nostrils. "Master, you came in without knocking again," and Miaoling complained. "I'm just in a hurry to call you for dinner. Hurry and get dressed. I made a big table of delicious food. Let's drink a little today. Go out." Qin Tian stepped back a few paces and stood at the door. "The door is closed," and Miaoling said. "I won't peek. Hurry up, or the food will get cold." "I don't believe you." After saying that, and Miaoling waved her jade hand, and the door closed. Qin Tian sighed softly. Where's the trust between people? After the door closed, and Miaoling began to get dressed. Which one should I wear? As she was choosing, she noticed a red lingerie that Qin Tian had given her not long ago. So she put it on and looked in the mirror. Her arms and thighs were exposed. Oof, I knew Master was a lecher. I can't let him take advantage of me. After saying that, she found a large silk scarf and draped it over her shoulders, covering them and half of her thighs. After getting dressed, she walked to the dining room. The aroma of the food instantly whetted her appetite. Qin Tian didn't cook every day. It was entirely based on his mood or if she made a special request. Otherwise, sometimes he would only cook once a month. It had been a while since she had eaten, so she was quite hungry. After Miaoling had eaten a few bites, Qin Tian took out a jar of monkey brew and filled 2 cups. This stuff, the monkey demon king hid it so secretly. I finally found a jar. And Miaoling smiled and said, "That demon king is unlucky to run into you. This monkey brew not only requires spiritually rich fruits over 5,000 years old, but also needs to be brewed by the monkey clan for a decade. I didn't go to fetch it for myself, but to help you break through sooner." Hearing Qin Tian say this, and Miaoling felt a bit touched. So she raised her wine cup, clinked it with Qin Tian's, and downed it in one go. After drinking, a powerful, pure, spiritual energy spread within her, refining her physical body as well. Before long, her aura thickened a bit more. Qin Tian also raised his cup and took a sip, saying, "Drinking like this is soulless. You need to savor it." "Savor? Don't you want me to get drunk?" After saying that, and Miaoling inadvertently let the scarf covering her shoulders slip a little. Her fair skin and sexy collarbone were exposed. Qin Tian's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, his disciple was right. This wine should be downed cup by cup. After saying that, Qin Tian also downed his drink, and Miaoling tugged at her scarf, stood up, and said, "You enjoy it yourself. I'm going to sleep now." After saying that, she left quietly. Watching Miaoling's back, Qin Tian murmured, "The neighbor's girl is growing up. This little girl is becoming more and more enchanting." The next day, a few people arrived at the sect's entrance. An old man and 2 young men and a woman. One of the young men shouted loudly, "Elder Lingya of Penglai has come to pay respects." In the depths of the sect, Mo Wentian frowned. Coming to pay respects at this time must not be with good intentions. Could it be because of the secret realm? Soon, Lingya and the others were welcomed into the sect's main hall. "I wonder what brings Brother Ling here this time?" Mo Wentian asked. "I heard that Kunlun has a prodigy awakening an ancient bloodline, so I brought my disciple to witness it," Lingya replied. At this time, a young man next to Lingya stepped forward and humbly said, "I am Bai Xiaohua, the first disciple of Penglai. I greet sect Master Mo." Some disciples below began to discuss. So this is Bai Xiaohua, the first disciple of the head of one of the 3 major orthodox sects. Not only that, but he is also the top prodigy of the younger generation. Yes, indeed very outstanding, but his looks are still a bit lacking compared to junior uncle. Mo Wentian nodded and praised, indeed a rare prodigy. However, and Miaoling is currently in seclusion, so it would be inconvenient for her to meet anyone. Mo Wentian directly dashed their hopes. After all, this was the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. It couldn't be lost. Lingya and Bai Xiaohua's expressions changed. They had originally hoped to propose marriage to Miaoling after the meeting, but now they couldn't even see her. Sect Master Mo E. Bai Xiaohua would like to spar with the younger generation of Kunlun, if that is convenient. As soon as this was said, the hall became lively. "Wow, is this guy here to cause trouble?" "Yeah, this is a problem. It seems our sect's younger generation doesn't have anyone stronger than him." Mo Wentian's expression didn't change, but he was already cursing inwardly. This was clearly bullying. But now, he was already caught in a bind. In front of everyone, if he refused, it would be too embarrassing, so he could only agree. Young people sparring a bit, helping each other improve is fine. After saying that, He transmitted a message to his disciple Yen Qingxi. Yen Qingxi had recently gained some insights. Perhaps there was a chance to defeat Bai Xiaohua. Far away on the Cangjian Peak, Qin Tian seemed to sense something and looked towards the sect's main hall. "What's wrong, master?" And Miaoling asked when she saw Qin Tian's expression change. "A half-saint strong man brought people into the sect. I'm afraid he wants to stir up trouble." "Oh," and Miaoling responded, not very interested, and continued practicing her sword. In the hall, Bai Xiaohua stepped to the center and said, "Which senior brother is willing to come and give me some guidance? If you win, I'll give you a top-grade Earth-level pill." Top-grade Earth-level pill? Many people revealed greedy eyes. But in the end, no one stepped up. They weren't stupid and knew the gap between themselves and Bai Xiaohua. Bai Xiaohua scanned the surroundings, and the people he fixed his gaze on instinctively took a step back. "What? Does Kunlun Sword Sect not have anyone daring enough to step up?" Bai Xiaohua said confidently, especially with Ling Ya, a half-saint, backing him up. Hearing this, all the Kunlun disciples were enraged. "I'll come to have a go with you." A burly man walked in from the entrance of the hall. "Su Lei, the eldest disciple of Yulei Peak, please give me guidance." As soon as Su Lei finished speaking, discussions erupted around him. Senior brother Su Lei actually came. "I heard his thunder control technique is particularly aggressive. Maybe he has a chance." Chapter 8. Battle against the first disciple of Peng Lai. Hearing the sarcasm in Bai Xiaohua's words, almost all the disciples were enraged. Montag Vencian also seid inwardly. If they did not defeat Bai Xiaohua, losing face was the least of their worries. What they feared most was that the confidence of the younger generation of Kunlun would be shattered. "Take this," Xian Lei shouted, quickly forming hand signs. Lightning summoning technique. A bolt of thunder struck down from above Bai Xiaohua's head. Boom! Bai Xiaohua easily dodged it with a shift, and the thunder struck the ground, creating a pit. At this moment, everyone also realized Bai Xiaohua's true realm. He was actually at the 3rd level of Nirvana realm, while Xian Lei was only at the 2nd level. There was a whole realm difference between them, making it difficult for Xian Lei's technique to hit. However, Xian Lei did not intend to give up just like that. Lightning entering the body, arcs of electricity surged towards Xian Lei. At this moment, Xian Lei's aura was constantly changing, but his face looked extremely grim. Bai Xiaohua did not stop him and revealed a hint of a mocking smile. Gradually, Xian Lei's expression twisted, as if he was enduring immense pain. "Shinner, that's enough. If you absorb any more, your body will collapse," Peak Master Lei Ba anxiously reminded him. Xian Lei ignored him, gritting his teeth and persisting in his absorption. After 3 breaths, his realm was forcibly raised to the 3rd level of Nirvana realm. But this was only temporary. Once the power of lightning dissipated, his realm would drop back to the 1st level of Nirvana realm. This was the side effect of the secret technique of lightning entering the body. "Since you're ready, then I'll make my move." After speaking, a sword appeared in his hand, emanating an extreme sword intent. Heavenly class, intermediate martial skill. One sword to settle the mountains and rivers. Whoosh! A sword light shot out with immense power. Boom! Although Lei Xian exerted all his strength to resist, he was still slashed away, crashing into the wall behind him and slowly falling to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The scene erupted in chaos. They did not expect Bai Xiaohua to have mastered a heavenly class intermediate martial skill. On the ground, the lightning within Lei Xian's body quickly dissipated, and his realm became unstable. 2nd level of Nirvana realm. 1st level of Nirvana realm. Due to his severe injuries, he was even on the verge of further decline. Lei Ba quickly stepped forward, taking out a top-grade Earth-level pill and stuffing it into his mouth, finally stabilizing his condition. After stabilizing his injuries, he intended to confront Bai Xiaohua. However, Bai Xiaohua spoke first. "Senior Lei, my apologies. I really didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to block a single move." This statement immediately blocked whatever Lei Ba intended to say. What could he say? The opponent indeed only used one move. Just then, Yen Qingxi walked in slowly. Everyone's eyes brightened to the sight of her. "Senior sister Yen is becoming more beautiful. I heard that senior sister Yen has touched upon the level of sword intent. Let's see how Bai Xiaohua can still be arrogant now." Yen Qingxi's arrival seemed like a shot of adrenaline. She walked up to Mo Wentian respectfully and called out, "Master." Mo Wentian nodded slightly and said sternly, "Do not be careless." "Yes." Then Yin Qingxi carefully examined Bai Xiaohua. As someone on the verge of breaking through to sword intent, she was very sensitive to it. At this moment, she sensed danger from Bai Xiaohua. "Master, for safety's sake, let's call junior sister and over." Yin Qingxi communicated with Mo Wentian through sound transmission. "What use is calling her? She's much younger than you." Mo Wentian replied, confused. "In a few years, she will stand out among the younger generation. But right now, she might still be a bit lacking." Yin Qingxi continued, "Master, you do not know. 10 years ago, when I delivered pills to the Sanjian Peak on your behalf, I saw a junior uncle teaching junior sister in the sword path. At that time, I sensed sword intent from her, and that's how I gained my insights, allowing me to glimpse the threshold of sword intent. After another year of accumulation, I will be confident in fully comprehending sword intent." Mo Wentian's usually calm face finally showed a hint of shock. Qin Tian teaches the sword path, and Miaoling comprehends sword intent. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Yin Qingxi replied seriously through sound transmission. "No wonder I always felt this kid was strange. It turns out he has hidden talents." Thinking of this, he began to transmit a message to Qin Tian. After comprehending sword intent, even someone at the Nirvana realm can contend with those of the creation realm. Upon receiving the transmission, Qin Tian called for Miaoling to go to the sect's main hall. He still needed to maintain the sect's reputation. In the main hall, after Yin Qingxi finished speaking, she stepped forward to prepare for a duel with Bai Xiaohua. Bai Xiaohua did not rush to start. Instead, he said, "You are the senior sister of Kunlun, right? Since you've come forward, why don't we make a bet? The Xiaoyao secret realm is about to open. Our 3 sects each have 3 spots. Let's put one of those spots as a wager. If someone from Kunlun can defeat me, I will give you my spot. Conversely, if you lose, you will forfeit one of your spots to me." Yin Qingxi looked at Mo Wentian, seeking a response. Mo Wentian nodded. Bai Xiaohua's words also confirmed his previous suspicions. They indeed came for the spots in the Xiaoyao secret realm. After receiving Mo Wentian's consent, Yin Qingxi said, "I agree. If I lose, my spot will go to you." And vice versa. Just as they were about to begin, Qin Tian arrived with a Miaoling. Upon seeing her junior uncle, Yin Qingxi instantly showed a look of infatuation. Other female disciples also found it hard to look away. Bai Xiaohua, on the other hand, was deeply captivated by Miaoling's beauty. Growing up, he had seen plenty of beautiful women, but he had never encountered someone so charismatic. He was sure he had fallen in love at first sight and secretly resolved to confess to Miaoling if he won the duel. Seeing Bai Xiaohua's greedy gaze, Qin Tian felt displeased. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get to the duel." Bai Xiaohua frowned and looked at Qin Tian, sizing him up. "Young man, spirit realm? You dare to teach me a lesson?" If this were outside, he would have slapped him dead by now. Bai Xiaohua suppressed his anger. "Who are you? Such a lack of upbringing." "You are the one lacking upbringing," and Miaoling and Yin Qingxi said in unison. "This is my master. This is my junior uncle." The 2 women stepped forward to defend Qin Tian. Bai Xiaohua was momentarily stunned, then recalled the rumors he had heard before. There was a useless junior uncle in Kunlun. It seemed to be this person in front of him. The 2 women defending this junior uncle were certainly bewitched by his looks. I must save them. I must let them know that in the world of cultivators, strength is paramount. With this thought, he challenged Yin Qingxi again. Yin Qingxi wanted to show off in front of her junior uncle, prepared to go all out. Meanwhile, Qin Tian said to Miaoling, "Make sure to hit him hard later." Both of them were sword practitioners, and once their sword intents were unleashed, the arena was filled with flashing sword lights. Their sword intents were pushed to the limit, only a step away from sword intent. With both at the 3rd level of Nirvana realm, and both capable of heavenly class martial skills, they found themselves in a deadlock for a moment. Bai Xiaohua knew that if he continued to hide his strength, the duel would end in a draw. If that happened, he would lose his spot, and the beauties would not regard him with admiration. "You are indeed impressive. It's time for me to show my true strength." As soon as these words left his mouth, someone among the onlookers commented, "Anyone can talk big. Why don't you show it to me?" Just as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. An ear-piercing sword cry resounded throughout the arena. Bai Xiaohua directly unleashed his sword intent, instantly shattering Yin Qingxi's sword intent. The arena fell silent, and almost all Kunlun disciples showed expressions of disappointment. Chapter 9. Great Accomplishment Sword Intent by Xiaohua's lips curled slightly as he swung his sword, instantly stirring up the wind. A top-tier heavenly sword technique, the Gale Sword, a visible blade of wind, containing fierce sword intent, rushed towards Yan Qingxi. Yan Qingxi's expression changed, and she unleashed her strongest move, a top-tier heavenly sword technique. The sword danced in the sky. Boom! Under the collision, Yan Qingxi's myriad sword shadows crumbled instantly. At the same time, she was forced back several steps, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Is this the power of sword intent? How can I fight against this? The onlooking disciples marveled. Mo Wentian realized that it was meaningless to let Yan Qingxi continue fighting. Qingxi, admit defeat. Mo Wentian advised. No, I want to try again. Yan Qingxi's determination left Mo Wentian a bit bewildered. Finally, he followed Yan Qingxi's gaze to Qin Tian. Truly, a beautiful disaster, a fateful connection. You should concede. Do you not even listen to your master's words? Mo Wentian continued to persuade. He knew that if they continued, Yan Qingxi would surely be severely injured. Yan Qingxi remained unmoved. Bai Xiaohua sneered, swinging his sword again. Yan Qingxi was pushed back once more. You got some spirit. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he used sword intent again. Gale Sword. Another blade of wind with sword intent surged towards her. Boom! She was directly slashed away, leaving a sword mark on her arm. Qin Tian, unable to watch any longer, jumped up to catch Yan Qingxi. The two slowly descended. Wow, so cool. If I get hurt, will junior uncle also carry me? A female disciple beside them exclaimed enviously. At this moment, Yan Qingxi in Qin Tian's arms was already blushing. Qin Tian took out a high-grade, earth-level healing pill and placed it in her mouth, instantly stabilizing her injuries. The wound began to slowly heal. You little brat, how long are you going to hold her? Mo Wentian said, displeased at seeing his little cabbage in Qin Tian's embrace. Hearing Mo Wentian's words, Yan Qingxi hurriedly escaped from Qin Tian's arms. Qin Tian looked at him yowling and said faintly, go ahead, deal with him. I still need to go back to feed the fish. MHM. Meowling stepped forward amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. In their impression, although Meowling was a peerless genius, she had only been in the sect for 10 years and was younger than them by 7 or 8 years. Therefore, they didn't have high hopes for her. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, she slowly raised her delicate hand. A sword appeared out of thin air and flew directly towards Bai Xiaohua. Under Meowling's control, the ice glass sword continuously slashed towards Bai Xiaohua like a shadow. After a breath, 3 sword marks appeared on Bai Xiaohua's body, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. He struggled to lift his head and stammered, Great accomplishment sword intent. How is this possible? As these words left his mouth, everyone's gaze focused on him Meowling. Let's go, master. Qin Tian nodded and led Meowling away. Ha ha! Mo Wentian burst into laughter. It seems that among the younger generation, our sex and Meowling stands out. Lungya looked at Meowling's back, a hint of a subtle wicked smile flashing across his face. Then he helped Bai Xiaohua up and began to heal his injuries. Once Bai Xiaohua's condition improved, Lungya took out a token and threw it to Mo Wentian. This quota is yours, he said before leading his people away. After returning to Tsangjian Peak, Meowling smiled and asked, how does it feel to hold Sister Yan? Not as good as your feel, Qin Tian replied. After feeding the fish, Qin Tian prepared to cook a meal. He asked Meowling to pick some spiritual melons and earth bamboo from the medicinal garden, and to supplement the energy of the spiritual array in the field. After a while, Meowling returned with ingredients, but Mo Wentian followed behind her. As soon as Mo Wentian arrived, he couldn't help but say, every day doing these useless things. And you let her help you work. She is our hope in Kunlun. Before Qin Tian could respond, Meowling frowned. I'm willing. Besides, master's cooking is delicious. And Meowling began to defend Qin Tian, leaving Mo Wentian with no way to counter. He then took out a token and handed it to Meowling, saying, 3 days from now, the Xiaoyao secret realm will begin. There are many opportunities inside, such as spiritual herbs and treasures. It was opened at great cost by our 3 sections. There are 2 restrictions. First, only those above the Nirvana mirror can enter. If anyone above Nirvana realm tries to enter, the entrance will automatically close. Second, the passage we opened can only allow 9 people in. So I hope you can go. And Miaoling took the token and looked at Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded. You haven't been out of the sect for many years. If you want to go out and take a look, that's fine. Then I'll go. Qin Tian was overjoyed at this. With Miaoling's strength at the transformation realm, there would surely be great gains, and her presence would also ensure the safety of others. After all, when treasures were involved, it was inevitable that people from other sects would have ill intentions. Moreover, there were also demon beasts inside. After Qin Tian left, Qin Tian handed Miaoling a time-space token. Use this if you encounter danger. And Miaoling accepted the time-space token and put it away. At this point, no matter what treasure Qin Tian gave her, she felt indifferent. Qin Tian had already brought her enough surprises, and she had grown accustomed to it. After a flurry of activity, the meal was ready, and the 2 sat down to enjoy a warm meal. Compared to her previous life of simplicity and solitude, she preferred her current days. Because she had a master. This master was great in every way, except for being a bit lecherous. He often did some overstepping acts, and after doing so, he could still put on a serious face and gloss over things, leaving her both amused and exasperated. 3 days later, Miaoling bid farewell to Qin Tian. Before leaving, Qin Tian took the opportunity to hug her. Take care, disciple. Use the time-space token if there's danger. And Miaoling felt a bit reluctant. After all, she hadn't been apart from her master for 10 years. Leaving suddenly was a bit hard to adapt to, but thinking that the time outside wouldn't be long, she soon felt at ease. And Miaoling arrived at the sect's main hall. Inside stood Yin Qingxi, Xianlei, and a disciple from Yujian Peak by Anan. After gathering, Su Lan led the team to the Xiaoyao secret realm. Qin Tian felt a bit bored being alone on Tsangjian Peak, so he prepared to descend the mountain and visit home. In the more than 20 years in the sect, he would return home every 2 to 3 years. His parents were also practitioners, but their cultivation was not high. Upon leaving the sect, he headed south to the capital of Chongming Kingdom, Chongming City. His family lived in a large mansion in the north of the city. When he arrived at the Qin residence, he found that he couldn't enter. Upon closer inspection, he realized a formation had been set up by someone. After some effort, he finally broke the formation and entered. Once inside, however, he found no one there, which made him feel uneasy. After wandering around, he finally discovered a letter in his father's study. The letter roughly stated that he and his mother had gone out for a trip and not to worry. Additionally, they left behind a small figurine that looked exactly like his father. Qin Tian pocketed the figurine and walked out. Once outside, he fell in a deep thought. This formation seems like something only a Saint Realm practitioner could set up. Why would it appear in my home? It seems I can only ask my parents when I see them next. After leaving his house, he wandered around aimlessly. Unknowingly, he found himself in the city, where a martial examination was taking place. Practitioners could not only join sect for training, but also serve in the government or royal family. However, relatively speaking, the high-end combat power of sects like Kunlun Sword Sect was stronger due to their long-standing heritage. Chapter 10. Princess Chongming. The place for the martial arts competition is called Jinhua Platform, and the venue is very large. There are many spectators around, including ordinary cultivators and nobles from the royal palace in the stands. The only one that catches Qin Tian's attention is a woman in the middle of the stands, her face covered by a white veil. This woman is at the Nirvana realm, exuding an extraordinary aura, dressed in a white gown with an alluring figure, making her a rare beauty. Seizing the opportunity to join the excitement, he decides to take a look. He takes out a set of tables and chairs from a storage ring and finds an empty spot to sit down. Before long, some of the female spectators notice Qin Tian. Who is that person? He's so handsome. Yeah, I wonder if he has someone special. Even the woman in the middle of the stands, Ming Ilian, can't help but glance at Qin Tian a few more times. As the Grand Princess of Chongming, she has seen many handsome men, but this is the first time she has seen someone so striking. Qin Tian pays no attention to this and brews himself a cup of tea. Suddenly, the fragrance of the tea wafts through the air. Is that enlightenment? Indeed, it is enlightenment tea, which is as valuable as earth-grade spiritual medicine. This young man is extraordinary. A group of onlooking cultivators begins to discuss Qin Tian. Qin Tian takes a sip of his tea and continues to watch the competition. Many beautiful women approach to strike up a conversation, but they are all rejected by Qin Tian. After watching for a while and feeling bored, he stands up and prepares to leave. At that moment, a group of people in black robes rushes towards the stands. Protect the princess. A group of soldiers in golden armor quickly shield Ming Ilian. Qin Tian looks over with a hint of disgust. The people in black robes are from the demon sect. The demon sect acts decisively and ruthlessly, lacking humanity, which is why Qin Tian dislikes them. Seeing the demon sect members, the spectators scatter in fear. They don't want to provoke the demon sect. After the crowd disperses, only Qin Tian remains standing there. At this moment, the battle between the two sides has begun. The demon sect is clearly prepared, led by an elder at the second level of the creation realm. In contrast, the strongest on Ming Ilian's side is only the captain of the guards at the third level of the Nirvana realm. Watching her guards continuously fall, even the captain is injured, Ming Ilian becomes anxious. She has the bloodline of the Qin Yuan, and if captured by the demon sect, the consequences are dire. Therefore, she secretly resolves that she will not let the demon sect succeed, even if it costs her life. Just when she is in despair, she sees Qin Tian not far away. Now, besides the two factions, there is only Qin Tian left. She notices that Qin Tian's expression is calm and composed, clearly relying on something. Instinctively, she runs towards Qin Tian, hoping to grasp this lifeline. The demon sect pursuers follow closely behind. Young master, I am Princess Ming Ilian of Chongming. I hope you can help me, and I will surely reward you generously. After saying this, she looks at Qin Tian with hopeful eyes. Qin Tian smiles but does not respond. Instead, he looks at the demon sect disciples behind her. Kid, you're quite bold. As soon as the demon sect disciple finishes speaking, Qin Tian waves his hand. Slap! The speaking demon sect disciple is sent flying, his face bloodied and disfigured. Upon seeing this, Ming Ilian reveals a joyful expression. However, the demon sect elder looks grave. The person before him seems to be at the spirit movement realm, yet he can defeat a Nirvana realm disciple with a single slap. Something unusual is afoot. This young man is not simple. Little brother, I hope you will give us face and leave. The demon sect elder's voice comes from not far away. What if I don't? Qin Tian replies lightly. The demon sect elder's expression changes, finally shouting angrily, if you don't, then die. With that, he transforms into a cloud of black mist and lunges at Qin Tian. Ancestral Dragon Claw. Boom! Qin Tian does not transform into a dragon, but directly slaps out, sending the demon sect elder flying into the air. Ancestral Dragon ascends. A golden fist rises from below and directly kills the demon sect elder in midair. Instantly, everyone is astonished, staring at Qin Tian. He's so young yet so powerful. He must be an old senior with a secret to maintaining youth. After the demon sect elder's death, the remaining demons lose their leader and scatter in fear. Seeing the crisis averted, Ming Ilian gratefully says to Qin Tian, "Thank you for saving my life, young master. You can come back to the royal palace with me. My father will surely repay you well." No time. Qin Tian shakes his head and turns to leave. He has suddenly received a system task. Rescue the Qingqiu princess, who is being hunted on the Two Realms mountain. Signing a master-servant contract with her will complete the task. It's quite unusual for the system to issue a task, so he prepares to check it out. On the other side, and Miaoling and her group successfully enter the carefree secret realm. The secret realm opens once every 20 years, and it is said that many talented individuals die each time it opens, so everyone should be cautious. As the senior sister, Yin Qingxi reminds them, "What are you afraid of? Within Shimi here, we're fine." Xuan Lei laughs. Ever since Miaoling defeated by Xiaohua and redeemed their sect's honor, he has begun to admire her. Being cautious is never wrong, and Miaoling says, and then they start exploring the secret realm. Deep in the secret realm, within the Hall of Heavenly Demons, Lungya is respectfully speaking to a soul entity with a group of black-robe members of the demon sect. Master, among those who entered the secret realm this time, One has awakened the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. Really? Absolutely. I previously met this girl while pretending to be the Grand Elder of Kunlun. Moreover, she has comprehended the great accomplishment sword intent. Ha ha ha. After so many years, I finally have a suitable physical body for this palace. You must find a way to lure her here. The sole entity speaking is Mu Ihan, the master of the Hall of Heavenly Demons in Zhongzhou. The Hall of Heavenly Demons was once a first-rate sect in Zhongzhou, but suffered greatly after offending the Heartless Empress, losing many high-ranking members. That Heartless Empress is a Miaoling from her previous life. Later, the Hall of Heavenly Demons was invaded by hostile forces and was nearly exterminated. In that battle, Mu Ihan's physical body was destroyed and only her soul escaped. She then fled with a group of remnants to the eastern continent, ultimately hiding in this secret realm. Because of the restrictions of this secret realm, those above the Nirvana realm cannot enter. Even if they used special means to enter, they would be repelled. However, as a soul entity, she is not affected. Her remaining subordinates established the demon sect and began to develop. Of course, there are strong individuals like Lungya who have infiltrated other sections. Lungya responds, "My subordinates have already released the treasure map. She should come. If it really doesn't work, I will pay a price to unseal my strength and forcibly bring her here." Mu Ihan nods in satisfaction. "You've worked hard all these years, bringing so many talented cultivators for me to devour. Otherwise, my soul would have long been unstable. Once I obtain a physical body, I will unify the eastern continent, and you will certainly benefit." Lungya is overjoyed. "Thank you for your trust, Master. I will go out and check the situation." Meanwhile, Miaoling and her group arrive in a dense forest. The trees in the forest are enormous, making visibility poor. During their progress, they also collect a fair number of millennium spiritual herbs, with everyone making a good haul. However, the good times do not last long. Suddenly, fog rises in the forest, and a group of demon beasts charges out. Among them, several are at the Nirvana realm, and Miaoling pursues a Nirvana realm 3-level beast to slay it. After she slays the beast, she realizes she has lost contact with Yin Qingxi and the others. At this moment, she notices something glowing inside the demon beast's body. Chapter 11. Encountering an old friend in the secret realm with a swift stroke of her sword, she cut through the belly of the beast and discovered a treasure map inside. From the aura and the surface patterns, it seemed to be quite old, not fake at all. After some thought, she decided to check it out. Following the guidance of the treasure map, she made her way to the Heavenly Demon Palace. The name seemed familiar to her. It must have been some power she had encountered before, but she couldn't recall which one it was. As she stepped into the Demon Palace, she felt something was off. It was as if invisible eyes were watching her. However, she was confident in her own strength, so she was not afraid. Resources for cultivation were the most important. With more resources, she could return to her peak sooner. She did not want to be discovered by her enemies in the future and end up waiting for death while dragging her master down with her. Ahead was a long corridor, shrouded in black mist, giving off an eerie atmosphere. And Miaoling cautiously continued forward. Suddenly, she sensed that there was something she needed deep within the palace. In the corridor, she fought off several demonic creatures formed from the demonic aura. Eventually, she arrived at the entrance of the main hall. She could feel that what she sought was inside. Pushing open the door, she walked into the hall, which was completely empty. In the center, there was a jade box, open, containing a heavenly phoenix sacred fruit. This was the item that resonated with her ice phoenix bloodline. The heavenly phoenix sacred fruit was a low-grade imperial fruit. Generally, cultivators who consumed it would feel as if they were reborn, enhancing their aptitude and power. For her, the effect would be even greater because she shared the same origin with it due to her ice phoenix bloodline. Although the good thing was right in front of her, she did not let her guard down and advanced step by step. Just as a Miaoling was about to touch the sacred fruit, she suddenly felt a disturbance beneath her feet. She quickly moved away from her previous position. At that instant, a trapping formation appeared on the ground. A soul entity gradually manifested above the formation. It was actually a sacred soul, and Miaoling's expression turned grave. The sacred soul was the soul of a powerful being in the sacred realm. When the shape of the sacred soul, Mu Ihan, saw in Miaoling's appearance, her face twisted into a grimace. It was the owner of this face who had slaughtered many powerful beings from her heavenly demon palace, leading to its downfall. Fortunately, she was not in the sect during that time. Otherwise, she would not have escaped unscathed. Desolate emotion Empress, you should die. Mu Yihan shouted angrily. Miao Ling frowned. It seemed this person recognized her, because her appearance after reincarnation was almost identical to that of her previous life. Who are you? And Miao Ling retorted. Do you not remember the heavenly demon palace? And Miao Ling thought for a moment and replied, I seem to have some impression. In her previous life, due to her personality, she had offended many powers. However, there were not many powers that she could fully remember. At least, the heavenly demon sect was not among them. The Empress truly does not regard our heavenly demon palace, Mu Yihan sneered. It seems only those superpowers can catch your eye. And Miao Ling did not respond, and continued to wait for her to elaborate. It seems you are a reincarnated body, Mu Yihan asked tentatively. Although she repeatedly confirmed that Miao Ling was only at the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm, she still felt uneasy, as the name Desolate Emotion Empress was too famous. And Miao Ling smiled lightly. Why don't you try and see? Mu Yihan's expression kept changing, but eventually, desire overcame reason. She wanted revenge, and also wanted to seize in Miao Ling's body. As long as she obtained in Miao Ling's body and consumed the heavenly phoenix sacred fruit, she could soon return to the sacred realm and even break through to the imperial realm in the future. Thinking of this, she could no longer hold back. Hand over your body, Mu Yihan roared, and the sacred soul transformed into black mist, charging towards Miao Ling. And Miao Ling swiftly drew out her ice glass sword. The sword intent surged, and she struck down with a single blow. Swish! The black mist was cleaved apart and then reformed into the sacred soul. Is this an imperial weapon? Mu Yihan's face showed a look of wild joy. As far as she knew, many sacred realm experts did not possess imperial weapons. With an imperial weapon, one could challenge opponents of a higher level. But what does it matter if you have an imperial weapon? With your 3rd level of the Nirvana realm, you cannot exert much power, Mu Yihan retorted. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yihan's attacks became even swifter and more ferocious. In just a few moves, and Miao Ling was injured. After all, the sacred soul still possessed some combat power and means of the sacred realm, and she was only at the 3rd level of Nirvana, lacking any significant creation, so naturally, she was no match. Whoosh! After dodging one of Miao Ling's strikes, the black mist rushed in from behind. In a panic, and Miao Ling was directly knocked away, her sword dropping to the ground, and she suffered severe injuries. The black mist transformed back into the sacred soul, slowly approaching in Miao Ling. Ha ha ha. After so many years, I can finally take my revenge. This body of yours will be mine, Mu Yihan exclaimed with excitement. Just as Mu Yihan was reveling in her triumph, and Miao Ling took out the time-space order and began to activate it. Whether she could survive depended on how reliable her master was. Qin Tian, who was on his way to the Two Realms Mountain, sensed the call and stopped. Who dares to harm my disciple? As he spoke, he condensed a golden humanoid spirit. The spirit, carrying his consciousness, miraculously appeared before Miao Ling. Qin Tian glanced at the injured and Miao Ling on the ground, and then looked at Mu Yihan. You dare to harm my disciple? With that, he threw a punch, and the sacred soul was directly blasted apart into black mist. The black mist floated far away and once again manifested as the sacred soul. Who are you? Mu Yihan was somewhat confused. The golden humanoid in front of her was clearly a spirit. If a spirit was this powerful, its main body must at least be a sacred realm expert. Qin Tian did not waste words and continued to attack. This was his first time using it, and he did not know how long the spirit could last. Therefore, he wanted to resolve the battle quickly. Ancestral Dragon Claw. Ancestral Dragon ascends to heaven. With each move becoming increasingly brutal, Mu Yihan's sacred soul gradually weakened. She knew that if this continued, she would be completely obliterated. You are forcing my hand. I will fight you to the end. With that, she transformed into black mist and rapidly retreated to a nearby large coffin. The coffin lid was lifted, revealing the corpse of a sacred realm beast inside. This was her contingency plan. Unless absolutely necessary, she did not want to become a beast. She directly burrowed into the beast's body. Qin Tian did not want to waste time and smashed his fist down. However, Mu Yihan had already successfully possessed the beast. The beast was called the spirit-violent holy ape, inherited from an ancient bloodline. After possessing the body, she raised her hand, and the massive palm blocked Qin Tian's punch. Her other fist then smashed towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian was sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar behind him. The spirit dimmed slightly under this attack. At the same time, the holy ape possessed by Mu Yihan charged over. Qin Tian remained unperturbed, taking a deep breath as the surrounding spiritual energy surged into the spirit, solidifying it once more. Qin Tian constantly controlled his small spirit to evade attacks. But whenever he found an opportunity, he would not hesitate to counterattack. Although every strike hit the vital points, he still could not break through the holy ape's defenses, because he was merely a spirit, and the spirit-violent holy ape's defenses were too strong. Mu Yihan seized the opportunity to slam Qin Tian's spirit down onto the ground and stomped on one of its arms, scattering it. Qin Tian rolled over and stood up. Mu Yihan struck again, but Qin Tian dodged to the side. A large pit appeared on the ground. Chapter 12. Breaking through. Faced with this situation, Qin Tian could only keep circling and dodging the attacks. Meanwhile, Mu Yihan was relentlessly pursuing him from behind. At this moment, and Miaoling seemed to be pondering something. The spirit of her master was simply unable to break through her defenses, which did not mean it was weaker. So she quickly threw the ice glass sword over. Her master caught the sword. After Qin Tian received the sword, his momentum suddenly became powerful. After all, it was a top-quality imperial weapon. He turned around and struck fiercely with the sword. Whoosh! The body of the holy ape was directly slashed open. The imperial weapon in his hand was completely different from when it was in Miaoling's hands. After this strike, Mu Yihan became a bit flustered because she recognized the imperial weapon. Back when their Qianma palace was at its strongest, they also had imperial realm experts stationed, but they had never possessed an imperial weapon. After much consideration, she decided to escape. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. But how could Qin Tian let her have her way? He directly chased after her. Mountain opening. The ice glass sword, its sword light soaring, transformed into a giant frost sword. Under Qin Tian's control, the giant sword smashed down fiercely. Boom! The body of the holy ape Mu Yihan was directly cleaved in half. This move was a sword technique obtained during his previous signing in. After several enhancements, it had already reached the 10th level. After dealing with Mu Yihan, Qin Tian's spirit body became somewhat ethereal. He knew that time was running out, so he patted Miaoling's head and poured all the remaining spiritual power of his spirit body into the ice glass sword. At the same time, he told Miaoling that if there was any danger within 3 hours, she could activate the spiritual power within the sword. After 3 hours, the spiritual power would automatically dissipate. After saying this, the ice glass sword returned to Miaoling's hands, and Miaoling murmured, feeling lucky to have her master. Then she broke through the confinement array and took out the heavenly phoenix sacred fruit to start consuming it. After the sacred fruit entered her body, her ice phoenix bloodline reappeared. The concentration of her bloodline became even more robust, and her aura began to rise. After reaching a certain level, she began to break through to the creation realm. On the other side, Qin Tian, who was on his way, suddenly received a system message. Ding! Congratulations to the host disciple for breaking through to a higher realm. The host's aptitude has been upgraded to 8th grade, and the signing in reward has increased by 20. Miaoling has broken through to the creation realm. Truly a prodigy. With such a disciple, I am fortunate. Plus, I've also been upgraded to 8th grade aptitude, which is now comparable to the peak master's direct disciples. Thinking of this, Qin Tian felt quite happy. After Miaoling's breakthrough, she walked out, preparing to look for Yin Qingxi and the others. She had a bad premonition. Sure enough, after searching, she discovered the figures of the demon sect disciples. They were chasing after the disciples of the Penglai and Taibai sections, and Miaoling did not pay them any mind. She was only concerned about Yin Qingxi and the others. After searching for half an hour, she finally found Yin Qingxi and the others. At this time, they had just had a fierce battle with a demonic beast and looked somewhat disheveled. Are you all okay? And Miaoling walked over with concern. The others showed surprised smiles upon seeing and Miaoling. "We're fine, but we saw you chasing the demonic beast, and suddenly you were gone," Yin Qingxi said. "Yeah, we searched for quite a while and couldn't find you," Xianlei added. And Miaoling thought of Mui Han and the appearance of the demon sect disciples in the secret realm, and she began to speculate. The holy soul needs to devour other souls to maintain itself. The souls of talented disciples like them are exactly what Mui Han needs. Moreover, the demon sect and Tianma Palace are very likely connected. Understanding all this, she said, "Someone deliberately led me away before. On the way, I saw the demon sect disciples chasing after those from Penglai and Taibai sections. So we should leave as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Yin Qingxi and the others' expressions changed. Junior sister is right. They must have come prepared. We should leave quickly. Afterward, the group hurried toward the exit. However, they hadn't gone far when Lung Yu appeared in front of them. Everyone was puzzled as to why a half-saint like Lung Yu could appear in the secret realm. Yin Qingxi, as the senior sister, took the initiative to step forward and said, "Greetings, Senior Lung. May I ask what brings you here? Are you planning to leave the secret realm?" Yin Qingxi nodded. "If that's the case, then I have no choice but to take action." Once Lung Yu said this, Yin Qingxi and the others were taken aback. Why was a half-saint suddenly going to attack them? And Miaoling drew the ice glass sword and said coldly, "Don't be afraid. His current realm is only the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm." Hearing Miaoling's words, everyone finally reacted. This secret realm repels powerful beings above the Nirvana realm. Lung Yu charged forward with his sword. However, after a few exchanges, he realized that he was no match for his sealed self. He hesitated. If he unsealed, he would be gradually repelled by the space. In that case, he would be seriously injured and might even fall to the creation realm. After much contemplation, he decided to unseal. As long as he could get in Miaoling to the Palace Master, the Palace Master would surely help him regain his strength. Then, Lung Yu's aura began to surge wildly. After a breath, his realm returned to half-saint. At this moment, the spatial force of the secret realm began to repel him. He knew he had little time left. He directly swung his sword and struck, and Miaoling remained unperturbed, using the spiritual power left in the ice glass sword by Qin Tian to counter him. Whoosh! After a collision, Lung Yu was pushed back. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Miaoling's sword. Yin Qingxi and the others were even more astonished and speechless. A Nirvana realm was able to repel a half-saint? They didn't know that Miaoling had broken through to the 1st level of the creation realm. And even if they knew, it would still be astonishing for a 1st-level creation realm to repel a half-saint. Thus, their shock left them at a loss for words. "Is that all?" And Miaoling coldly mocked. Lung Yu had no way out now. Gritting his teeth, he charged again. Heart sword, no trace. The next second, the ice glass sword lunged fiercely at Lung Yu. This strike contained her perfected sword intent and the remaining spiritual power of Qin Tian. Its power was terrifying. Boom! Already suppressed by the spatial force, Lung Yu was directly injured severely, and Miaoling stepped forward with her right foot and charged again. The ice glass sword stabbed toward Lung Yu like a torrential storm. Unfortunately, the spiritual power left by Qin Tian had already been mostly consumed, so the power was not as strong as before. Even so, Lung Yu's injuries continued to worsen. Finally, he could no longer withstand it, and his realm directly fell to the creation realm. After the drop, his body began to become ethereal. He regretted it. In his current state, being repelled would leave him severely injured, if not dead. In the end, he unwillingly said, "The Palace Master will not let you go." After saying this, he was directly repelled out. "Wow, junior sister, you defeated a half-saint?" Xuan Lai exclaimed in surprise. "It wasn't really me. It was mainly due to the spiritual power left by my master in the sword." Little Master Uncle? Xianlei and Chun Anin exchanged doubtful glances. After all, in their impression, Little Master Uncle was nothing but handsome and had no other merits. They thought this way because their master often muttered about Qin Tian's lack of progress. However, Yin Qingxi said with admiration, "Thanks to Little Master Uncle, otherwise we would have died this time." "Let's go. We should leave first," and Miaoling said. After exiting, the group found Su Lan and recounted the events that occurred within the secret realm. Upon hearing that Lung Yu had attacked them, Su Lan felt a wave of fear. As for the spiritual power left by Qin Tian in a meowing sword, she did not believe it and thought it must have been a trump card left by Jiang Qing. After that, Su Lan discussed the situation with the elder of Tai sect, and then took a few people back to the sect. Chapter 13. The Fox Princess by Xiaoru of Qingqiu 2 Realms Mountain. A first-level sacred realm expert dressed in a Confucian robe was chasing a cute little white fox. The little fox, in the midst of running, felt a mix of despair and unwillingness. She was originally by Xiaoru, the Fox Princess of Qingqiu, the future Fox Emperor of the Fox Clan. Her cultivation had reached the first level of the Emperor realm, making her incredibly noble. Later, the mysterious Weiyang secret realm in Zhongzhou opened up. Influential figures from various forces gathered, with more than a dozen Emperor realm experts present, including emperors from the Great Liang Empire and the Red Sky Empire. In the secret realm, she encountered the emperors of both nations. Upon seeing her face, both emperors became infatuated and could not extricate themselves. Subsequently, they constantly sent gifts and flattered her, even going so far as to take significant actions for her sake. What started as minor skirmishes escalated into national wars. It wasn't until the Emperor realm experts from both nations fell that they finally realized their folly. But by then, it was too late. The loss of powerful figures in their nations allowed other countries to invade, resulting in their destruction. Rumors then spread that she had bewitched the emperors of both nations, branding her as a calamity that would bring endless war to Zhongzhou. Consequently, an empire took the lead, rallying other imperial forces to hunt her down to prevent further disaster. As events unfolded, even Qingqiu could no longer protect her, forcing her to flee for her life. Once a nine-tailed fox, she was now down to a single tail. Each time she faced insurmountable danger, she sacrificed a tail to greatly increase her speed and escape the pursuit. She fled from Zhongzhou to Dongzhou, only to find that those forces were still relentlessly pursuing her. Now, she was discovered by a searching sacred realm expert. The power she had exchanged through sacrifices was nearly exhausted, and with only one tail left. Another sacrifice would mean suicide. Finally, her strength ran out, and her speed plummeted. After 3 breaths, she was caught up to by the sacred realm expert. "Ha ha, your power is used up, right? If I take you back, His Majesty will definitely reward me handsomely." The sacred realm expert became excited at this thought. As he watched the enemy approach step by step, a glint of determination flashed in by Xiaoru's eyes. She would rather die than fall into that person's hands. Although the downfall of the Great Liang and Red Sky empires was related to her, if not for that person's instigation, it would not have come to this. With that thought, she pounced forward, but the sacred realm expert casually waved his hand. Bai Xiaoru was directly sent flying, crashing into a tree trunk and slowly falling down. After this blow, Bai Xiaoru, already injured, found it even harder to hold on. Her eyes fluttered, as if they were about to close. Just then, a voice came. "Are you the Qingqiu princess?" Bai Xiaoru struggled to lift her head and saw a young man standing before her. "Are you here to capture me too?" Bai Xiaoru's voice was weak yet melodious, like a heavenly sound. "I'm here to save you," Qin Tian replied. "Save me?" Bai Xiaoru was somewhat skeptical. Even the Qingqiu clan, one of the 3 major clans of the demon race, could not protect her, let alone this young man before her. Thus, she doubted this boy was not simply one of her admirers, blinded by love. But now, she was on the brink of death, so she did not wish to see anyone sacrifice themselves for her. "You should go. You can't save me. Don't waste your life." Hearing this, Qin Tian replied dismissively. "When I say I will save you, I have the strength to do so. But if I save you, you need to agree to one condition." "Condition? To let me become his woman? What's the difference from being captured?" With that thought, she directly rejected him. "I won't agree." After saying these 3 words, she finally could not hold on any longer and closed her eyes. Before Qin Tian could think further, the sacred realm expert spoke up. "Who is this foolish boy? So arrogant? Oh, you're only at the spirit realm? Are you a pig? My 15-year-old great-grandson is of a higher realm than you. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live." Boom! Qin Tian punched out, and the sacred realm expert was sent staggering back. He looked at his own fist, still satisfied with the power of this punch. After obtaining the eternal body, his martial skills had indeed increased significantly. The retreating Sacred Realm expert's expression turned serious, and he could no longer utter any mocking words. 15-year-old great-grandson? Then you must be 60, right? At your age, is this all you've got? Qin Tian also mocked back. The Sacred Realm expert's face darkened. He drew a long sword and slashed through the air. Instantly, a blade infused with complete sword intent sliced towards Qin Tian at high speed. Qin Tian activated the eternal body. Instantly, a powerful aura radiated from his entire body. Just as the blade was about to touch Qin Tian, he tilted his head to evade. Then, like a phantom, Qin Tian continuously dodged the blade strikes from the Sacred Realm expert. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the side of the Sacred Realm expert. The Sacred Realm expert remained calm. Ranged attacks were merely a test for him. Close combat was his strong suit. However, after engaging, he discovered that his sword techniques could not harm Qin Tian, who had activated the eternal body. Qin Tian also realized this. The opponent's weapon was merely an upper-tier heavenly artifact and could not break through his defenses. If it were a lower-grade Emperor weapon of a higher level, he might have been somewhat wary. The subsequent battle became straightforward. With the eternal body activated, Qin Tian was immensely powerful, and his attacks carried a sense of destruction. Finally, to save time, he transformed into a dragon. Instantly, his attack power rose to another level. Ancestral Dragon Claw. Ancestral Dragon ascending to heaven. Qin Tian unleashed this combined attack. Boom! The Sacred Realm expert crashed heavily to the ground, creating a pit. At this point, he was on the brink of death. Qin Tian stepped forward and stomped down twice, completely resolving the matter. Then, Qin Tian carried the unconscious little fox and sped toward Kunlun. He had only traveled for 3 breaths when 2 Sacred Realm experts appeared at the site of the previous battle, one of whom was a second-level Sacred Realm expert. He looked at the body on the ground and coldly said, "I don't know which fool dared to intercept us. This person can kill a first-level Sacred Realm expert in such a short time. He must not be weaker than me. Let's go find our big brother." Meanwhile, Qin Tian was continuing toward the Kunlun Sword Sect, carrying Bai Xiaoru. Along the way, Bai Xiaoru slowly regained consciousness and found herself in a man's embrace. Although he was handsome, she could not tolerate his impertinence. So, in embarrassment and anger, she bit at Qin Tian's hand. But the result was that she nearly knocked her own teeth out. Qin Tian had not yet released the state of the eternal body. Even a top-tier heavenly sword could not harm him in the slightest, let alone the now single-tailed Bai Xiaoru. At this moment, she was furious. She, the dignified Qingxiu princess and an Emperor realm expert, was actually being held in the arms of a boy. In the past, even the 2 third-level Emperor realm experts from the Great Liang Empire and the Red Sky Empire had not laid a finger on her. "Let me go, you filthy rogue. If you don't let go, I'll fight you." Qin Tian fiercely rubbed Bai Xiaoru's head and said, "If it weren't for me, you would be dead. So, be quiet." Bai Xiaoru struggled vigorously, trying to break free from Qin Tian's embrace. Chapter 14. Petting the cat. Qin Tian helplessly threatened, "If you keep messing around, I'm going to spank you." "Spank? How dare you humiliate me? I'll fight you." After saying that, she began to thrash even more violently. Smack! Qin Tian freed one hand and slapped her. Bai Xiaoru was momentarily stunned. At that moment, she was shocked to the extreme. She had actually been spanked. Seeing that, Bai Xiaoru had gone silent. He smiled, realizing that spanking was indeed effective. "Be good, and if you keep moving around, I'll continue to spank you." Bai Xiaoru's expression changed repeatedly upon hearing this. Eventually, she managed to suppress her anger and quietly lay in Qin Tian's arms, starting to think. Not long after, her eyes lit up, and she began to use charm magic on Qin Tian. A stream of pink gas floated towards Qin Tian's forehead. After inhaling the pink gas, he saw a stunningly beautiful woman appear before him. This beauty might only be rivaled by Miaoling, but in comparison, she lacked that natural seductive quality, which was nonetheless mesmerizing. It couldn't be said that Miaoling was inferior. It was just a difference in style and temperament. Qin Tian glanced down at Bai Xiaoru in his arms. She looked pretty good. Useless? Bai Xiaoru helplessly lay down again. She decided to endure the humiliation and wait for revenge later. Before, she had fainted when Qin Tian was fighting against the Sacred Realm, so she didn't know his true strength. Although she didn't understand how she was rescued, in her eyes, this young man was merely at the spirit movement realm. Once she recovered to the 3 tails or 4 tails stage, she would definitely take revenge. After a while, they finally returned to the Kunlun territory. Looking at the obedient and cute Bai Xiaoru in his arms, he couldn't help but pet her a couple of times. It felt very smooth and pleasant. Bai Xiaoru, startled like a frightened kitten, retaliated by biting Qin Tian's fingertip. "How dare you treat me like a cat?" An angry female voice reached Qin Tian's ears. Qin Tian awkwardly smiled. He felt something on his finger in the little fox's mouth. He moved his hand slightly, and Bai Xiaoru, frightened, quickly let go. At that moment, Bai Xiaoru felt very helpless, completely at his mercy. After returning to Songjian Peak, and Miaoling hadn't come back yet, he planned to sign a master-servant contract with Bai Xiaoru first to complete the task given by the system. Qin Tian looked at Bai Xiaoru and said, "Since I saved you, let's sign a master-servant contract." Bai Xiaoru's temper flared up slightly upon hearing this. She instinctively wanted to bite him. Since she was in her one-tailed fox form, that was her only form of attack. Qin Tian saw her intentions and quickly extended his finger. Just as she was about to bite down, she remembered what had happened before, and her face instantly turned red. Seeing her stop, Qin Tian continued, "Sign a master-servant contract with me. It will automatically dissolve after 100 years or when your strength surpasses mine." Bai Xiaoru turned her face away and ignored him. Just as he was about to say something else, a voice interrupted him. "Master, I'm back." And Miaoling descended from the sky like a celestial goddess, her white skirt fluttering in the wind. "Hey, why is there a little fox? How cute." And Miaoling pretended to approach to hug her, but Bai Xiaoru quickly dodged. And Miaoling looked at Qin Tian in annoyance, wondering where this little fox had come from. "I saved her while I was out. Don't underestimate her. She is the princess of Qingqiu." Hearing this, and Miaoling's beautiful eyes narrowed as she hesitated. "The princess of Qingqiu from the mountain of 10,000 demons in Zhongzhou? Should be yes. I plan to sign a master-servant contract with her, but she refuses." And Miaoling thought for a moment and said, "Maybe we should just forget it. We can't afford to offend Qingqiu right now." She didn't know Bai Xiaoru's current situation, so she advised against it. "This contract must be signed." After saying this, Qin Tian set up a confinement array to trap Bai Xiaoru inside, then turned back and said, "You've made quite a bit of progress. You've broken through to the creation stage." Hee. And Miaoling smiled. "I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to notice right away. But this time, it's also thanks to Master S time-space order. Otherwise, I would have been done for." Qin Tian's expression became serious. The outside world was still very dangerous. "From now on, Master will accompany you when you go out." Hearing Qin Tian's words, and Miaoling felt warmth in her heart. "Okay, I'll go cook and celebrate your breakthrough." After saying this, Qin Tian went to the kitchen to prepare, and Miaoling went to the yard to gather ingredients. With the cooperation of both genders, a sumptuous feast was quickly prepared. As usual, Qin Tian served a bowl of soup to Miaoling. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoru, trapped in a confinement array, mumbled, "Cultivators are so greedy for food. No wonder they are so weak." However, the aroma was still very enticing. As she smelled it, she began to feel a bit tempted. Before she became an emperor, she had also been quite greedy for food and drink. She often stole her father's peach blossom wine and paired it with some beast delicacies. Thinking of that peach blossom wine, she sighed deeply, realizing she might never taste it again. At that moment, Qin Tian brought out some monkey wine and started drinking. Bai Xiaoru immediately recognized it. She had naturally drunk this spirit wine before. Unconsciously, she swallowed. Qin Tian seemed to sense this. He took out an empty bowl, added a few pieces of Demon King meat, and poured a cup of monkey wine into the confinement array. "What do you think? Will you agree?" "I won't agree." Bai Xiaoru flatly refused. She had her pride. "In that case, you can eat." Bai Xiaoru breathed a sigh of relief, but just as she was about to eat, Qin Tian added, "Consider this your last meal. Once you're done, I'll send you on your way." After saying this, Qin Tian returned to the table. Bai Xiaoru was momentarily stunned. Last meal? Looking at the meat in the bowl, she thought, "Is he planning to eat me?" At this thought, she couldn't help but shiver and retreated a few steps, trying to stay as far away from that bowl of meat as possible. Before long, the two finished their meal. and a meowing began to clear the table. Qin Tian then approached Bai Xiaoru's side and pretended to be profound as he said, "I'll give you one last chance." "Are you sure?" Bai Xiaoru looked at Qin Tian with resentment. She never expected that she, a once great princess, would end up in such a situation. "I've offended many powerful forces. If you sign a contract with me, you'll have to bear my karma. You can't handle this karma." Bai Xiaoru revealed her situation, hoping this would make Qin Tian give up on the idea of signing a contract with her. "There's no karma I can't handle. You just need to tell me if you agree or not," Qin Tian said confidently. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoru fell into deep thought. Dignity was undoubtedly important, but if she died, nothing would matter. She still wanted to go back to take revenge on that person. She still wanted to return to Qingqiu to see her father and mother. Signing the master-servant contract would last for 100 years or until her realm surpassed his. Chapter 15. Contract with the Imperial Princess. After thinking about Qin Tian's realm, Bai Xiaoru felt that agreeing to this contract was not out of the question. As long as she worked hard to cultivate, it wouldn't be long before she surpassed his realm. Although this would become a lifelong humiliation for her, she had no choice but to endure it for the sake of her life. "I agree, but you must guarantee that the contract will be terminated either after 100 years or once I surpass your realm." Qin Tian naturally understood her thoughts, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I promise." Then, Qin Tian began to sketch out the contract formation diagram that the system had taught him. It wasn't long before the diagram was completed, adorned with numerous mysterious runes. Qin Tian cut his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto it. Instantly, the diagram shone brightly, but its size began to shrink. Once it was the size of a fist, it flew toward Bai Xiaoru's forehead. "Don't resist," Qin Tian reminded her. Bai Xiaoru gritted her teeth and allowed the diagram to enter her mind. At that moment, she felt a mysterious connection with Qin Tian, and his will could suppress her. Ding! Contract with the Qingqiu Imperial Princess completed. Reward: Supreme Level Cultivation Method. Heavenly Fox Supreme Technique. Reward: Top-tier Imperial Treasure. Heavenly Fox Pearl, which can enhance the cultivation speed of the Fox clan and double their spell damage. Reward: All learned martial arts increase by 1 level. At the moment the contract was completed, Qin Tian also received rewards. The first two were clearly prepared for by Xiaoru. The subsequent martial arts enhancement was quite good for him too. When using the ancestral dragon claw techniques, he should now be at the 11th level. Unfortunately, his own cultivation methods, the transformation into freedom technique and the eternal body refinement technique, did not improve, as these two belong to the cultivation method system, not martial arts. Looking at the rewards prepared for by Xiaoru, Qin Tian first handed her the supreme level cultivation method, the Heavenly Fox Supreme Technique. "From now on, you should cultivate this method. It will definitely be better than your Fox Clan's techniques." "Better than my Fox Clan's techniques?" Bai Xiaoru looked incredulous. "Our Fox Clan's technique, the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Scripture, is the pinnacle among Imperial-level techniques. There are hardly any that can compare to our Fox Clan's techniques, let alone surpass them." And Miaoling, who was tidying up the table, smiled. She remembered being slapped in the face in a similar way back then. "You'll see for yourself," Qin Tian urged. Bai Xiaoru began to skim through the Heavenly Fox Supreme Technique with skepticism. The more she read, the wider her eyes grew. This method was tailor-made for their Fox clan. This technique could actually cultivate to the level of a Heavenly Fox. In their Fox clan's history of hundreds of thousands of years, there had only been one Heavenly Fox, who had only broken through by chance using some heavenly materials and treasures, so no technique had been passed down. Gradually, her eyes filled with uncontainable excitement. If she could become a Heavenly Fox, then revenge would be as easy as pie. She could return to Qingqiu then. Not knowing how long she had been reading, she finally came back to her senses and wanted to ask Qin Tian where this technique had come from, only to find that there was no one in the room. The barrier was gone, and all that was left beside her was wine and a bowl of meat. Looking around and seeing no one, she picked up a piece of meat and began to eat. After finishing, she was surprised to find that it was Demon King meat, and then she drank the wine. After eating and drinking, she felt something was off. It seemed she had been tricked. How could someone who ate Demon King meat and drank monkey brew only be at the spirit movement realm? That night, she sneaked into Qin Tian's room to take a look. Qin Tian, who was reading, immediately noticed Bai Xiaoru. With a wave of his hand, the door opened, and Bai Xiaoru flew into his arms. He thought that reading while petting a fox was quite nice. At least it felt better than petting a cat. Just as he had stroked her a couple of times, Bai Xiaoru became unhappy. Even if you are my master, you can't humiliate me like this. She struggled fiercely, but it was all in vain. After a few strokes, Qin Tian noticed that the little fox had injuries, and they were not light. They were likely from being beaten previously, combined with the repeated sacrifices of her tail. If left untreated, it would leave aftereffects. I'm just a laborious person. Qin Tian sighed. After speaking, he let go of Bai Xiaoru and flew toward the wild mountains. Since his martial arts had increased by 1 level, Qin Tian was even more ferocious this time. With a single move, he could make a demon emperor unable to take care of itself. In less than half a day, he collected the blood of 3 demon emperors. After Qin Tian left, the demon emperors met and decided to find a new place to live. They would wait for the demon saint to emerge from seclusion and ask him for revenge. When Qin Tian returned to the sword-hiding peak, it was already bright. This time, he didn't plan to refine pills because Bai Xiaoru was too weak right now. She only had 1 tail, which was equivalent to a practitioner's first realm of transcending the mundane. This realm couldn't absorb such a vast amount of energy. Therefore, he decided to create a medicinal pool. Although the effect would be slightly worse, it would be gentler and could be used multiple times. He first outlined a small pool, then added spiritual water, demon emperor blood, and some precious spiritual herbs. After completing the additions, he began to cast spells to harmonize it, making it easier to absorb. Once everything was ready, he went to fetch Bai Xiaoru. Kulme, your master will help you wash in the medicinal pool. This way, your injuries will heal in no time. As soon as Bai Xiaoru saw the medicinal pool, she felt its immense medicinal power. However, seeing Qin Tian beside her made her feel embarrassed. I'll soak myself. You leave first. You're injured, and your realm is too low. Soaking by yourself might be dangerous, Qin Tian said earnestly, but Bai Xiaoru always felt he had ulterior motives. Just as she was struggling with her thoughts, and Miaoling arrived. Let me help her. It's indeed not very convenient for the master to assist her. Hearing this, Qin Tian no longer insisted and turned to leave. But he didn't go far before stopping and looking back at the medicinal pool. At that moment, Miaoling had already stripped down to her undergarments. Her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate nose, alluring red lips, and swan-like neck were all too beautiful. Looking further down, he saw her long, shapely legs. He felt his nose start to heat up. Master, that's enough. Hurry back and rest. Qin Tian awkwardly smiled and walked back to his room, murmuring to himself. In the future, we can organize medicinal bathing activities occasionally. That will help with cultivation. My realm should also be moving soon. He thought this way, but when he returned to the wild mountains later, he couldn't find any demon emperors at all. After soaking in a medicinal bath for a few days, Bai Xiaoru's injuries healed. Her cultivation level returned to 3 tails, which was equivalent to the half-saint realm. As long as she followed the plan to cultivate the Heavenly Fox Supreme technique, she would be fine. In the next 5 years, Qin Tian and Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru lived and cultivated at the sword-hiding peak without venturing out. During these 5 years, Qin Tian's realm did not change. After all, the higher the realm, the more time it takes to progress. And Miaoling consumed a lot of heavenly-level medicine, and with her imperial bloodline, she smoothly broke through to the 2nd level of the creation realm. As for Bai Xiaoru, she successfully recovered to the strength of 7 tails, which was the half-saint realm. Her rapid recovery was also due to her own foundation still being intact, unlike a Miaoling, who had to start over after reincarnation. In addition, the Demon King meat and a large amount of spiritual herbs also contributed significantly. Chapter 16, Supreme Rank. Sword of Life and Death. When Bai Xiaoru restored her strength to the semi-saint realm, Qin Tian unexpectedly received a reward. Ding! Pet Bai Xiaoru's strength has restored to semi-saint realm, rewarding you with improvement in aptitude to 9th grade and a 10 increase in sign-in rewards. Qin Tian smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that efforts did yield returns. Being of 9th grade aptitude was also acceptable for the future, at least in Kunlun. Apart from Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru, no one had higher aptitude than him. as long as the two women continued to work hard in their cultivation. Reaching emperor-grade aptitude was just a matter of time. In addition, a 10 increase in sign-in rewards was also not bad. After all, Bai Xiaoru was restoring her strength, not truly breaking through. In the room, Bai Xiaoru, after recovering to the semi-saint realm, not only didn't T feel happy, but instead felt somewhat frustrated. Isn't the master in the spirit movement realm? Isn't it said that as long as one surpasses the spirit movement realm, they can engage in the contract? Why is the contract still in place, even though I'm already a semi-saint? The more she thought, the angrier she became. Although Qin Tian had treated her well over the past 5 years, providing her with good food and drink, she was a princess. A powerful being at the emperor level being a pet to someone else. This was something she could never accept. No, I need to go find Qin Tian to get an explanation. After arriving at Qin Tian's room, she jumped directly in through the window. At that moment, Qin Tian was lounging in a recliner, leisurely reading a book. Bai Xiaoru jumped onto Qin Tian's belly and said angrily, "You big liar. You are not in the spirit movement realm at all." Qin Tian looked at Bai Xiaoru on his belly, noticing she had grown a bit bigger. Her silky, snow-white fur, along with 7 fluffy tails and her cute yet charming little face, made him unable to resist stroking her a few times. When did I ever say I was in the spirit movement realm? Bai Xiaoru was momentarily speechless. Qin Tian indeed had never said that. It was just her assumption. You're still a liar anyway. Qin Tian chuckled and continued to stroke her silky back. Then, as he continued down and touched her soft tail, Bai Xiaoru shyly said, "Take your hands away." Qin Tian smiled and withdrew his hand, saying, "Isn't it good to follow me?" He then added, "Now that you're a semi-saint, why haven't you transformed into human form? I heard that foxes are naturally beautiful, so I want to see for myself." However, he hadn't seen it for so many years. The one he saw previously during the charm technique didn't count. Bai Xiaoru blinked and thought to herself, could it be that he is starting to covet my beauty? She was aware of her own charm. No one could resist it. Even the great emperor had fought for her life and death back then. To maintain her dignity, she explained, "I think the fox form is quite maintaining human form before reaching the emperor realm consumes spiritual energy." Qin Tian rubbed Bai Xiaoru's head and said, "Is it too much to ask for you to meet a request?" Bai Xiaoru's beautiful little eyes blinked a few times as she fell into thought. After a long while, Bai Xiaoru finally said, "I'll let you see, but you must not act recklessly." Bai Xiaoru knew that if she didn't let him see, he would always be thinking about it later. After saying that, she jumped to the ground and slowly transformed into a young woman. Overall, her figure was okay, but her appearance was very average. Qin Tian frowned. "This isn't your original appearance. I want to see your true look." "This is my true look," Bai Xiaoru insisted. "If you don't change back to your true appearance, I'll sleep with you tonight," Qin Tian threatened. Bai Xiaoru's expression kept changing. She felt that Qin Tian really might do it. "And let me show you just once." When Bai Xiaoru transformed back to her real appearance, Qin Tian was completely stunned. She had extremely delicate features, a beautifully shaped nose, long and thick eyelashes, and skin as white as snow. Coupled with a pink dress, she was indeed very beautiful. If it were just that, Qin Tian could still maintain his composure. However, when he looked into Bai Xiaoru's enchanting eyes, he couldn't help but be dazed. Her gaze seemed to exude an irresistible charm at all times, easily inciting impulses. Seeing the change in Qin Tian's expression, Bai Xiaoru became a bit flustered. "Oh no! Oh no! As expected, all men are lewd. What should I do if he tries to take advantage of me?" Thinking of this, she hurriedly transformed back into her fox form, not wanting to give Qin Tian that opportunity. After Bai Xiaoru turned back into her fox form, Qin Tian also regained his senses. "Pretty good. No wonder you, my little fox." Bai Xiaoru glared at Qin Tian and said, "Who is yours? From now on, change back to human form when we eat." Qin Tian said, "I want tea." Bai Xiaoru refused outright. "If you don't change, then you can forget about eating." Thinking of the dishes Qin Tian made and the Demon King's meat, she ultimately compromised. Seeing her agree, Qin Tian was also in a good mood and took out the Heavenly Demon Pearl. After 5 years of getting along, they had developed a good rapport, so he decided to give the Heavenly Demon Pearl to Bai Xiaoru. The Bai Xiaoru on the ground was immediately attracted to the Heavenly Demon Pearl. She then jumped back onto Qin Tian's belly and stared intently at the heavenly demon pearl. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. Is this the heavenly demon pearl? Bai Xiaoru asked uncertainly. This thing is recorded in the history of the demon clan. Before a heavenly demon dies, they can condense all their spiritual power and laws into a demon pearl. That is the heavenly demon pearl. It is said that the dragon clan has one, called the heavenly dragon pearl, which is a supreme imperial treasure. Wearing this pearl will greatly increase the speed of cultivation. Moreover, when casting martial techniques, the power will double. These are the recorded functions. Other functions are unknown. This is the heavenly demon pearl. Do you want it? Bai Xiaoru was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly rubbed her little face against Qin Tian's hand, saying, I want it. In front of such a treasure, she no longer cared about her dignity. As long as she had the heavenly demon pearl, she would eventually be able to turn the tables and become the master. You can have the heavenly demon pearl, but you must listen to me from now on. Otherwise, I will take it back, Qin Tian said. Bai Xiaoru nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Then, Qin Tian stuffed the heavenly demon pearl into Bai Xiaoru's mouth. After Bai Xiaoru swallowed it, she began to recognize her master. Qin Tian quickly set up a formation to conceal the heavenly phenomenon. Seeing Qin Tian's actions, Bai Xiaoru finally realized, if this phenomenon were to spread, it would definitely attract the attention of pursuers. At that time, Kunlun would not be safe. She felt that there were definitely still people from the eastern continent searching for her. After successfully recognizing the heavenly demon pearl as her own, it began to respond to her. Therefore, her aura began to rise, directly advancing another level, reaching semi-saint's second layer. After the breakthrough, Bai Xiaoru said, although you treat me very well, I will still dissolve the contract with you in the future. Moreover, the people I have offended are very powerful. If I am discovered, you don't need to care about me. In her heart, she thought Qin Tian was also very powerful, but she didn't believe he could defeat that person. That person was one of the strongest in the Emperor realm. Qin Tian set Bai Xiaoru down and stood up. As long as you follow me, I will help you fend off your enemies. After saying that, he left the room. Once outside, he felt a sense of urgency. He knew Bai Xiaoru's enemies were at the Emperor realm, and a Miaoling must also have Emperor realm enemies. Therefore, he needed to quickly enhance his own strength. Sign in. Ding. You have accumulated 5 years of sign-in value. Would you like to receive the rewards? Claim. Ding. Sign-in reward. Sword of life and death. Supreme rank. Low grade. The sword contains the concepts of life and death, and can sever life and death. Sign-in reward. Transformation into freedom great method upgraded to 12th layer. Sign-in reward. Eternal body upgraded to 2nd layer. Chapter 17. Qin Tian enters the Saint realm after receiving the reward. Qin Tian entered a mysterious state and became immersed in it. He felt that earth-shattering changes were happening within his body. At the same time, his mind was filled with many insights about the Saint realm. He advanced the Great Freedom Technique to the 12th level and was promoted to a powerful saint. This achievement was not only due to the system's contributions, but also his own hard work over the past 5 years. Otherwise, the 5 years of sign-in points would not have been enough for him to break through. Additionally, the advancement of the eternal body was also something to celebrate. A first-level eternal body could withstand attacks from top-tier heavenly weapons, so a second-level eternal body should also be able to withstand attacks from inferior emperor-level weapons without issue. This transformation lasted for 3 full hours. Just as Qin Tian broke through to the Saint realm, a phenomenon appeared in the void of the eastern continent. Rays of golden light shone through the clouds. Tian, who was cultivating, suddenly stood up in shock and exclaimed, "The holy light shines upon the world. Someone has broken through to the Saint realm. I hope this Saint realm is not from the demon sect or the monster clan, or the eastern continent will be in danger." When Qin Tian came to his senses, he found Bai Xiaoru and Miaoling staring at him. Master seems to have become stronger again, and Miaoling murmured. The little fox Bai Xiaoru also nodded gloomily. Do we really have to wait 100 years to lift the contract? Isn't getting stronger a good thing? I'll protect you in the future. Qin Tian then prepared another meal. After the food was ready, Bai Xiaoru transformed back into her human form to eat. Qin Tian was once again stunned. And Miaoling was also captivated by Xiaoru's beauty. Her enchanting eyes could charm both men and women. However, when she saw Qin Tian's lecherous gaze, her expression became a bit unnatural. Am I actually feeling a bit jealous? She found it hard to believe that the ruthless Empress could feel jealousy. If you keep staring at me, I'll turn back, Bai Xiaoru said, unable to bear Qin Tian's gaze and feeling a bit shy. Qin Tian awkwardly smiled and withdrew his gaze to start eating. After finishing the meal, Qin Tian returned to his room and took out the Sword of Life and Death to examine it. This was a supreme tier sword. When he had previously used the Ice Glass Sword to slay the demon saint possessed by Mu Yihan, he had thought he should also obtain a good weapon. After all, those demon beasts had tough skins and thick flesh. He first set up a formation to conceal the phenomenon and then began to recognize the sword as his own. After recognizing it, he discovered two realms of intent within the sword, the realm of life and the realm of death. Using the realm of life could save people, while using the realm of death could kill. These two realms also possessed intelligence, but they were still in the early stages of awakening and were quite naive. Once their intelligence matured, the sword's power would also increase, meaning this sword had the potential to grow. In the depths of the wilderness, 3 demon emperors, Qing Peng, Bai Hu, and Mi Ho, gathered in a mysterious valley. The valley was hidden behind layers of formations, which was why Qin Tian couldn't find it earlier. At this moment, the 3 demon emperors were respectfully waiting because the golden dragon demon saint was about to emerge from his seclusion. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the valley, and then a giant golden dragon soared into the sky before transforming into a human wearing a dragon robe. Upon seeing this, the 3 demon emperors immediately knelt down and said, "We pay our respects to the golden dragon demon saint. Congratulations, demon saint, on your breakthrough." The golden dragon demon saint slowly descended and asked, "Why are you 3 not staying in your own territory and coming here?" Hearing the golden dragon demon saint's inquiry, the faces of the 3 demon emperors turned bitter. They then began to complain. When they mentioned the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline, the golden dragon demon saint's eyes lit up, and he became excited. If I can absorb the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline, I might be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Then I can return to the Dragon Clan in the Central Continent. Quickly tell me, where is she? She is at the Kunlun Sword Sect. Qing Peng replied. Those 3 sects again. It's time to settle the old scores. The backstory of this situation dates back to the Human-Demon War 300 years ago. At that time, the demons, led by the Golden Dragon Demon Saint, wreaked havoc in the Eastern Continent, causing immense suffering to all cultivators. Eventually, the 3 sects' ancestors emerged from seclusion after thousands of years and fought an unprecedented battle against the Golden Dragon Demon Saint. Logically, the Dragon Clan should be much stronger than the Human Clan. So the ancestors of the 3 sects suffered severe injuries and paid a great price to suppress the Golden Dragon Demon Saint. They subsequently went into hiding. 300 years later, the Golden Dragon Demon Saint finally broke free from his seal. Not only had he fully recovered from his injuries, but he had also broken through to the 2nd level of the Saint realm. What excited him the most was that he had news of the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline just after emerging from seclusion. You send someone to inform them that I will personally go to the Kunlun Sword Sect in 3 days. Tell them to obediently offer the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline to me. Also, keep an eye on them and make sure they don't transfer the person away. After the Golden Dragon Demon Saint finished speaking, Qing Peng asked, "Demon Saint, why do you need to inform them? Can't we just go directly? What do you know?" The Golden Dragon Demon Saint replied, somewhat displeased. "Notifying them is to instill fear in them and make them suffer first. If we just annihilate them, how can I relieve this hatred in my heart?" "Demon Saint, you are wise," Mi Ho flattered. "This move not only instills fear in them, but also gathers the 3 sects together. When the time comes, we can wipe them all out at once, saving us trouble." Indeed, Mi Ho has a brain. In the next few days, this saint also needs to strengthen my weapon. You all go prepare and gather the people. Yes, subordinate will handle it right away. After the 3 demon emperors left the valley, they began to gather forces and also sent news to the Kunlun Sword Sect. In the main hall, Imo Wentian frowned deeply. After thinking for a moment, he wrote 2 letters and handed them to 2 disciples, instructing them to deliver messages to Penglai and Taibai sect. At this time, The three sects were in a precarious situation and could only unite. After sending out the letters, he went alone to a cave at the back of the main hall. The 36th generation sect master, Mo Qin, requests the ancestor to come out. After calling 3 times, an elderly voice finally came from within. Is the sect facing an unsolvable crisis? Yes, ancestor, Mo Qin replied. The demons have news that the Golden Dragon Demon Saint will come to our Kunlun Sword Sect in 3 days to seize the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. Swish! An old man with white hair instantly appeared before Mo Qin. He was the Kunlun ancestor, Su Ming. Is what you said true? My sect has someone with the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline? Su Ming asked, his face filled with excitement. As a powerful saint who had lived for nearly 5,000 years, he knew much more. The ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline had a high probability of achieving the Emperor realm, rather than the Saint realm, as Mo Qin and the others thought. It is true, ancestor. I have already sent people to notify Peng Lai and Tai Bai sect. They should also come to support us. I just don't know about their ancestors. At this point, he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming's expression was somewhat solemn. Don't worry, they're still alive. It's just that the 3 of us were severely injured back then, so our strength is not what it used to be. However, even if we 3 old bones die, we won't let the Golden Dragon succeed. Otherwise, the Eastern continent will be completely doomed. Upon hearing that the 2 ancestors were still alive, Mo Qin felt relieved. 3 against 1, and the hope of victory was still quite large. After their conversation, Mo Qin took Su Ming to Songjin Peak to see Miaoling. At this moment, Miaoling was practicing in the courtyard. Chapter 18. The ancestor of the Holy Realm, Su Ming, arrived at the Songjin Pavilion and immediately spotted Miaoling, his admiration clearly visible in his eyes. The ancient bloodline was indeed extraordinary. At such a young age, she had already reached the 2nd level of the transformation realm. Mo Qin was also surprised upon hearing this. His proud disciple, Yin Qingxi, was 7 or 8 years older than Miaoling, but had only reached the 3rd level of Nirvana realm. The 2nd level of the transformation realm was already comparable to some peak master's cultivation levels. I wish to take you as my closed-door disciple. Would you be willing? Su Ming spoke to Miaoling. Upon hearing this, Miaoling's expression turned displeased. After all, her master was still around. Mo Qin quickly introduced. This is the ancestor of the Holy Realm who has been in seclusion for many years. The ancestor has never taken on disciples before, so you might want to consider it. Think of it as having an additional master. I won't consider it. I already have a master. Please leave, Miaoling said coldly. Su Ming's smile abruptly faded, but considering Miaoling's talent, he continued. Even if you have a master, it doesn't matter. I won't mind. If it were an ordinary genius, he might not lower himself to compete for a disciple with juniors. But this is an ancient bloodline with imperial potential. Just as Miaoling was about to refuse again, Qin Tian approached. I disagree. Who is this? Su Ming asked, somewhat displeased. As the ancestor of the Holy Realm, no one had ever spoken to him in such a tone. Mo Qin awkwardly explained, this is Miaoling's master, Qin Tian. Master? Su Ming looked Qin Tian up and down. Spirit movement realm? I really can't understand why a master at the transformation realm would be at the spirit movement realm. Isn't this ridiculous? How can a spirit movement realm even qualify to take on disciples? What kind of sect leader are you? Su Ming Fumet? Montauk Vencian explained. He's someone brought back by Sister Jiang. After Sister Jiang left, he became the peak master of Songjin Peak, so? Su Ming nodded slightly, his expression softening a bit. He knew Jiang Qingsno. After she broke through, she had even met with him during his seclusion. Then, ignoring Qin Tian, he said to Miaoling, I have no disciples. If you follow me, you will be my only disciple. I will teach you with care, and the resources for cultivation will be sufficient. Staying here at Songjin Peak will only delay your progress. And Miaoling remained unmoved. I already have a master. Please leave. Su Ming, repeatedly rejected, became somewhat angry. Just as he was about to say something, Bai Xiaoru ran over. Su Ming's pupils contracted. How dare the demon emperor intrude into my Kunlun Sword Sect? Saying this, he took out a sword and was about to attack. But Bai Xiaoru quickly hid behind Qin Tian. She was only at the 1st level of the half-holy realm and was no match for Su Ming. Get out of the way, Su Ming shouted. Qin Tian turned around and picked up by Xiaoru, saying, "This is my contract pet. Senior, please don't be so startled." Pet? The Demon Emperor as a pet? Su Ming and Mo Wentian looked in shock at the little fox in Qin Tian's arms. Bai Xiaoru rubbed her little head against Qin Tian's embrace. Qin Tian also casually patted Bai Xiaoru's smooth back. After a long while, Su Ming and Mo Wentian finally recovered from their shock. Su Ming looked Qin Tian up and down. Aside from being handsome, he has nothing else to offer. Could it be that the Demon Emperor and a Miaoling are willing to follow him just because he is handsome? He then used a secret technique of the Holy Realm to investigate carefully. However, he found that he could not see through Qin Tian at all. This was also because the system helped him hide his cultivation level, allowing him to develop quietly and not be reckless. Given the circumstances, Su Ming felt it was pointless to stay here and turned to leave. Mo Wentian explained to Qin Tian about the demon saint coming to Kunlun to seize and Miaoling, and then went to chase after Su Ming. On the back mountain, Su Ming pondered, "This kid is strange. I can't see through him." Mo Wentian was taken aback for a moment, then fell into thought. Indeed, something is off. Previously, my disciple saw and Miaoling comprehend sword intent under Qin Tian's guidance. Su Ming sighed. Let's put aside the matters of Songjian Peak for now. We should first deal with the Golden Dragon Demon Saint. At Songjian Peak, and Miaoling complained, "Master, can't you raise your own cultivation level? You always bring me trouble." Qin Tian said bitterly, "I'm just afraid that once we confront him, old Mo will send a bunch of disciples to Songjian Peak. When the time comes, will you be able to handle a crowd?" And Miaoling thought for a moment and agreed. Because Qin Tian was weak, no one was willing to come to Songjian Peak. If he became stronger, many disciples would surely flock to him, especially those infatuated female disciples. Just thinking about it made her uncomfortable. "Then let's keep a low profile for now," and Miaoling said. Then she recalled the matter of the Demon Saint and felt some worry. Can the ancestor defeat the Golden Dragon Demon Saint? Qin Tian replied, "He probably can't. The Dragon Clan has a significant advantage in physical strength. But you don't need to worry. If it really comes to a pinch, your master will be here." And Miaoling thought of the previous incident when a time-space token summoned a spirit body. The strength of the spirit body could definitely rival that of the Holy Realm. After the news of the Demon Saint attacking the mountain spread, the atmosphere within the sect became tense. After all, this was the Holy Realm, a legendary existence in their minds. The next day, both the Penglai and Taibai sects sent powerful cultivators to support them. The three sects discussed strategies to deal with the enemy for an entire night. After the discussions, they set up numerous formations. On the third day, almost everyone's spirits were tense, waiting for the arrival of the demon army. As evening approached, the sun was no longer so dazzling, but had turned into a fireball hanging in the west, painting the entire east continent red. At that moment, the demon clan finally arrived. The three sect leaders of Kunlun Sword Sect, Taibai Sect, and Penglai stood at the forefront. Behind them were numerous peak masters and elders. Nearly 50 powerful cultivators, all of them at the transformation realm. On the demon clan side, it was a dark mass. Leading them were the 3 demon emperors, followed by more than 60 demon kings. Additionally, in the sky, there was a golden sedan chair being pulled by 4 bird demon kings. Mo Wentian and the others looked up at the sedan chair in the sky, revealing a solemn expression. They sensed a terrifying aura emanating from it. However, thinking that the ancestor was watching from the shadows, they felt slightly reassured. The Qingpeng Demon Emperor spoke. "Where are the ancient bloodline holders? Hurry up and hand them over. We still have things to discuss. Otherwise, Kunlun Sword Sect will leave none alive." "How dare you, beast? Are my 3 sects afraid of your demon clan?" Mo Wentian retorted. And for a moment, both sides were on edge, ready for a fight. "Kill." A word came from the golden sedan chair. Upon hearing the order, the 3 demon emperors wasted no time and charged forward. The 3 demon emperors battled the 3 sects half-holy realm cultivators, while the transformation realm cultivators faced the demon kings below. Initially, things were manageable, but as the battle progressed, the transformation realm cultivators from the 3 sects began to struggle. Due to their smaller numbers, they continuously suffered losses among their ranks. The situation became precarious, and just then, Miaoling arrived. The main goal of the opponents was her, so she could not stand by and watch. Chapter 19. The three ancestors battle the demon saint after Miaoling arrived at the battlefield. She immediately drew the ice glass sword. Her expression gradually turned cold as she began to activate her bloodline power. Suddenly, the temperature around her quickly dropped, to the point where even her breath turned to mist. She locked onto the nearest target, the wild bull demon king, a type of bull demon. Swish! And Miaoling unleashed a furious slash filled with sword intent. The wild bull demon king sensed the overwhelming sword intent and felt a surge of retreating instinct. However, before he could escape, the sword light struck down. He could only brace himself, muscles bulging as he raised his axe and swung it forward with great force. But Miaoling was wielding a top-grade imperial weapon. The ice glass sword effortlessly cleaved through the axe and pierced the body of the wild bull demon king. One strike, and he was killed instantly. Many people and demons were shocked by this. However, this was just the beginning. She dispatched every demon king she encountered with a single sword strike. After killing them, she conveniently stored their corpses in her storage ring, freezing them for later use as ingredients. In just half a minute, she had already killed 10 demon kings, showcasing her terrifying combat power, primarily due to the fearsome nature of the top-grade imperial weapon, which could easily break through the demon king's defenses. Panic spread among the demon kings. Upon seeing and Miaoling approach, they fled in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the three sects revealed expressions of joy. The golden dragon demon saint in the golden palanquin was not angry at Miaoling's display. Instead, she was somewhat pleased. The stronger Miaoling's talent was, the more benefits she would gain after devouring her bloodline. As for the deaths of the demon kings, it was a part of the survival of the fittest. The strong among them had grown by devouring countless other demon races. Just like raising goo, a type of insect, as long as the one who died wasn't a demon emperor, she wouldn't feel pain. As the situation began to turn, the giant ape demon emperor arrived with dozens of demon kings. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Tian and the others showed concern, having to admit that the demon race indeed had many strong fighters. Once the new demon emperor joined, he began slaughtering the elders and peak masters of the three sections. He became even happier, as if he was engaged in something very entertaining. By the time Miaoling noticed this, it was already too late. Although she didn't particularly like Lei Ba, she could sense that he genuinely cared for her, which was why he had told her not to stay at Songjian Peak any longer. At that moment, the demon emperor targeted Su Lan, the peak master of Yujin Peak. After just 2 exchanges, Su Lan was bloodied and on the brink of collapse. As the demon emperor approached Su Lan, preparing to stomp on her, the ice glass sword flew over. Sensing the terrifying sword intent approaching, the giant ape demon emperor could only sidestep to dodge. At this moment, Miaoling reached Su Lan's side and stuffed a top-grade healing pill into her hands. The ice glass sword flew back into her grasp. "Your opponent is me," Miaoling said coldly, seemingly transforming back into the heartless Empress. At Songjian Peak, Qin Tian held by Xiao Ru, watching the battle. But he had no intention of intervening for the time being, just like the golden dragon demon saint had yet to make a move. King against king, general against general. Miaoling faced the demon emperor without fear and charged forward. With a low-grade imperial sword technique, Heart Scar Sword, she struck down, the sword intent penetrating the giant ape demon emperor's flesh and beginning to shock his heart. This sword technique was something she had learned from Qin Tian. Although she had used a sword in her previous life, she was not a sword cultivator. She had practiced the Heartless Tao, and this life was when she truly became a sword cultivator. After the giant ape demon emperor's heart was shocked, he was momentarily stunned, blood spilling from his mouth. However, he was not seriously injured, as his racial talent granted him a powerful physique. Seeing that the Heart Scar Sword had little effect, Miaoling decided to engage in close combat to leverage the advantages of the Ice Glass Sword, a top-grade imperial weapon. The giant ape took out a dark iron club and swung it down. Miaoling blocked with her sword, but the immense force knocked her back, leaving her hand somewhat numb. At this point, she resolved not to clash directly with the giant ape anymore. She constantly moved to evade the giant ape's attacks, while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Finally, she found an opening when the giant ape swung down with tremendous force. Miaoling anticipated the movement and dodged the blow, then countered with a slash. Swish! A wound appeared on the giant ape's body. In the subsequent exchanges, and Miaoling successfully predicted and countered multiple times. Eventually, the giant ape demon emperor began to lose combat capability due to excessive blood loss. He was ultimately slain beneath her sword. These predictive actions stemmed from her past combat experiences. By understanding her opponent's habits and methods through the initial fights, she gained the upper hand for counterattacks. The fall of the giant ape demon emperor also marked in Miaoling's rise. From this moment on, she would have a place among the strong in the eastern continent. The death of the giant ape demon emperor was the beginning of the collapse of the demon race, as no one could stop her slaughter. Just as she was about to join Qin Tian in attacking the Qin demon emperor, the golden dragon demon Saint intervened. "Little girl, you are indeed impressive, but this is where it ends." After saying this, a powerful aura pressed down on Miaoling. Boom! And Miaoling was forced to retreat repeatedly, a bitter smile forming at the corner of her mouth. A semi-saint level opponent could be defeated with her imperial weapon, but she had no way to contend against a saint level opponent. At this moment, Qin Ming emerged from the void. Isn't it shameless for a demon saint to attack a young girl at the creation realm? The golden dragon demon saint scoffed. "Have you recovered from your injuries? You dare to speak to this saint like that? This time, I've decided to leave none alive. You 3 sects should pay for what you did back then." After saying this, he produced a dragon spear and thrust it towards Su Ming. Su Ming also drew a sword and slashed back. Boom! Su Ming was sent flying. "Too weak. You haven't improved at all over the years. You might as well call out those 2 old geezers to join in." After saying this, the golden dragon demon saint looked toward the distant void. 2 figures slowly emerged. The scene became lively. "This is our Penglai ancestor. I've seen his portrait. I can't believe he's still alive. Our Taibai sect's ancestor is also here. That's great." In a 3-on-1 situation, nearly everyone in the 3 sects showed joy, except for the saint-level ancestors, who appeared solemn. They knew the terrifying nature of the dragon race. Typical methods couldn't even breach their defenses. Su Ming and the others formed a triangular formation to surround the golden dragon demon saint, using themselves as the focal point. They set up the 3 talents formation, which they had relied on to defeat the golden dragon in the past. The golden dragon demon saint was full of confidence, urging them to continue their preparations. He intended to defeat them at their strongest moment, wanting everyone to experience despair first, making it more interesting. Only in this way could he relieve the anger he had harbored for 300 years of being sealed. With the 3 talents formation established, the 3 stood at the positions of heaven, earth, and man, forming a special connection and borrowing strength from one another. Su Ming stomped down with his right foot, launching himself like a cannonball toward the golden dragon demon saint. The powers of the other 2 sects' saint-level ancestors also flowed into Su Ming. This strike combined the strength of all 3, greatly increasing its power. Chapter 20. The first person under the Holy Realm facing the full force attack from the 3. The golden dragon demon saint raised the corner of his mouth, showing no signs of panic. He lifted his dragon spear and thrust it forward with all his might. Golden dragon break. Boom! With a single strike, Su Ming was actually sent flying, while the golden dragon demon saint remained completely still. In the air, Su Ming steadied himself. "Surprised? You've broken through?" The golden dragon demon saint nodded, a sinister smile appearing on his face. "So you are in despair now? Your damage is ineffective against me." Seeing the ugly expressions on the faces of the 3 sect elders, he became even more pleased. Su Ming exchanged glances with the other 2, preparing to try again. He took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth, instantly feeling his aura strengthen a bit more. He then began to cultivate his sword intent. The ancestors of Penglai and Taibai also continuously infused him with spiritual power. When the sword intent reached perfection, he unleashed his strongest move, the Celestial Grade Supreme Sword Technique. Kunlun 9 Swords, Breaking Sword Style. A powerful killing intent was contained within as he thrust forward. The Golden Dragon Break, second stage. The Golden Dragon Demon Saint also executed a stronger move. Boom! With a single strike, Su Ming and the other 2 were all sent flying, spitting out blood. This scene left the members of the 3 sects stunned, revealing expressions of despair. Their 3 sect elders joined forces and were severely injured by a single move. How could they continue fighting? Su Ming gritted his teeth and shouted, and meowing, "You run quickly, I'll hold him off." After saying this, he charged towards the Golden Dragon Demon Saint again. The Golden Dragon Demon Saint casually struck him back, causing him to fall to the ground. This time, his injuries worsened, and Su Ming was already struggling to get up. He lifted his head with difficulty to look at Meowling, signaling her to run quickly. And Meowling ignored him and stepped forward, looking at the Golden Dragon Demon Saint without fear. The Golden Dragon Demon Saint seemed somewhat appreciative, just as he was about to capture Meowling. And Meowling activated the time and space token. A golden spiritual entity emerged from the token and appeared in the arena. Seeing the debris everywhere, Qin Tian sighed. "Sword come." As soon as the words fell, the life and death sword flew over from Sanjin Peak. In the astonished gazes of everyone, it plunged into Su Ming's chest. Everyone was instantly stunned. What the hell? Hitting our own? And Meowling also looked at Qin Tian's spiritual entity with confusion. Just then, a miracle occurred. The life intent of the life and death sword took effect, and Su Ming's injuries rapidly healed. 3 breaths later, the life and death sword returned to Qin Tian's spiritual entity. Su Ming stood up unharmed, looking at the spiritual entity with astonishment. This method was too magical. This time of healing consumed more than half of the life intent, requiring time to replenish. Therefore, Qin Tian did not plan to save others. He then switched to the death intent and looked at the Golden Dragon Demon Saint. The Golden Dragon Demon Saint said nothing, charging at Qin Tian with his dragon spear. Qin Tian's expression hardened, and the life and death sword in his hand began to change. The sword body emitted a golden light, containing boundless killing intent. Break the firmament. The life and death sword clashed with the dragon spear, and after several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. The Golden Dragon Demon Saint became serious, but no matter how he attacked fiercely, Qin Tian's life and death sword effortlessly blocked his strikes. As the saying goes, with a sword in hand, the world is mine. This was the momentum Qin Tian was exuding now. The Golden Dragon Demon Saint, whose attacks were ineffective after several attempts, could no longer contain the anger in his heart. He forcefully threw his dragon spear, which shot out. Qin Tian sidestepped to avoid it, just as he prepared to counterattack. The dragon spear flew back from behind, launching a surprise attack. In a hasty dodge, Qin Tian's spiritual entity was still grazed. Instantly, the spiritual entity dimmed a bit. This frightened the members of the 3 sections. Now, Qin Tian was their hope for survival. If Qin Tian's spiritual entity was gone, they would face the massacre by the demon race. Faced with such a treacherous move, Qin Tian also became furious. He rushed forward, swinging his sword fiercely. He aimed to cut the Golden Dragon Demon Saint in half. Sizzle. The sword and spear clashed fiercely again. At this moment, Qin Tian's sword speed increased, each strike successfully deflecting the Golden Dragon Demon Saint spear. The Golden Dragon Demon Saint retreated, his form unsteady. A huge opening appeared in front of him. Qin Tian smiled and forcefully thrust upward, causing a blood mist to burst from the Golden Dragon Demon Saint's chest. The advantage of the supreme weapon finally came into play. At this point, the Golden Dragon Demon Saint was not just injured. His body was also being corroded by the death intent. If left unchecked, his body would gradually decay. Qin Tian pursued and continued to attack, not giving the Golden Dragon Demon Saint a chance to heal. The Golden Dragon Demon Saint had no choice but to allocate some of his spiritual power to forcefully suppress his injuries. The 2 sides continued their intense close combat. Qin Tian began to fight recklessly because as a spiritual entity, even if he was hit, it would only weaken the entity. However, if the Golden Dragon Demon Saint was struck, it would be much more serious than just being injured. The Golden Dragon Demon Saint became alert after suffering losses. In the subsequent battles, he primarily focused on defense. However, the wounds on his body still needed to be suppressed, and he became increasingly frustrated as the fight continued. It was evident to anyone with eyes that the Demon Saint was at a disadvantage. Therefore, the morale of the 3 sects soared. The battle between the 2 sides continued, and at this point, there were no demons left to withstand Meowling's sword. On the other side, the Golden Dragon Demon Saint could see no hope. He knew that the spiritual entity before him had the strength to kill him. So he attempted to negotiate. Can we call it quits? If you kill me, the dragon clan won't let you go. The golden dragon demon saint's words had no effect on Qin Tian. It wasn't until the third time he was struck by the sword that the golden dragon demon saint completely broke down and turned to flee. But how could Qin Tian let the meat that was right in front of him escape? Break the firmament. Qin Tian once again unleashed his imperial-grade sword technique. The life and death sword, carrying the momentum of breaking the firmament, pierced through the golden dragon demon saint's chest, penetrating his heart. The golden dragon demon saint, who had caused havoc in the eastern continent, was thus slain by Qin Tian's sword. The golden dragon demon saint transformed back into his original form, a golden dragon. After reclaiming the death intent from the golden dragon demon saint, Qin Tian took the corpse and left. Seeing that the demon saint was dead, the other demons began to flee. The three sects decided to pursue fiercely, chasing all the way to the wild mountains. And Miaoling returned to Tsangjian Peak. After reclaiming his spiritual entity, Qin Tian began to process the corpse of the golden dragon demon saint. Ding! You have obtained a special item, Sacred Dragon Source. Reward: recipe for the Sacred Recovery Pill. Qin Tian originally wanted to cut some dragon meat to cook. After all, he had never eaten dragon meat. Unexpectedly, he received an unexpected joy and picked up the recipe to look at it. Sacred Recovery Pill Effect. Consuming it under the third level of the Sacred Realm can elevate one small realm, effective only on the first use. Required items: Sacred Dragon Source, 10,000-year Holy Spirit Fruit, Chongming Flower. The 10,000-year Holy Spirit Fruit. In 1 month, deep within the divine hidden forest, the 10,000-year Holy Spirit Fruit will reach its 10,000-year maturity. Chongming Flower, the national flower of Chongming Kingdom. Seeing the effect of the Sacred Recovery Pill, Qin Tian decided he must refine it, because if he wanted to break through to the second level of the Sacred Realm, it would take at least 10 years of sign-in plus his own hard work to achieve. However, the 10,000-year Holy Spirit Fruit would not reach its maturity for another month, so he was not in a hurry. As for the Chongming Flower, he would think of a way to run to Chongming Kingdom when the time came. That night, Qin Tian prepared a feast of dragon meat. Just as he was about to dig in, Mo Wentian and Su Ming arrived, so he could only let them join the meal. Bai Xiaoru, seeing outsiders, did not revert to her human form. Although the dragon meat was delicious and nourishing, she was not very happy, because Qin Tian had killed a Sacred Realm second-level demon saint. This meant Qin Tian's realm was quite high, which meant she would have to be his pet for 100 years. Thinking of this, she felt quite wronged. During dinner, Su Ming asked, "Whose spirit body is it? Is it Jiang Qingshui's?" After thinking it over, he concluded it could only be Jiang Qingshui's, as she had that kind of strength. Seeing that he had said so, Qin Tian also felt no need to make excuses. Yes, she left behind a token that could summon the spirit body. After getting a clear answer, both of them felt relieved. The next day, Mo Wentian summoned An Miaoling and appointed her as an elder of the sect. Within the sect, her strength was now only below Su Ming's, so it wasn't suitable for her to remain a disciple. From then on, An Miaoling's reputation spread throughout the Eastern Continent. The number one person under the Holy Realm of the Eastern Continent. The most beautiful woman in the Eastern Continent. Chapter 21. Soaking in the blood of the Golden Dragon after the Great Battle, the Tsangjian Pavilion enjoyed a period of peace. They had acquired the physical bodies of the Golden Dragon Demon Saint and the Giant Ape Demon Emperor, along with nearly 30 other Demon King's bodies, most of which were killed by Miaoling. Therefore, they wouldn't be lacking in meat for quite some time. Qin Tian also took the opportunity to refine some pills using the essence blood and spiritual herbs. These pills would help everyone increase their cultivation speed. Moreover, during the previous battle, Qin Tian noticed that Miaoling didn't have very good swordsmanship. Thus, he decided to pass on his best sword technique, the Silent Extinction Sword Art, to her. The technique consists of 6 forms, with the latter 3 being supreme-level sword techniques, while the first 3 can only be considered emperor level. During the teaching process, Qin Tian was very meticulous, practically guiding her step by step. In the evening, he used the essence blood of the Golden Dragon Demon Saint, along with some precious spiritual herbs, to create a medicinal pool. This was something he had been contemplating for a long time. And after several unsuccessful attempts to find a demon emperor, he finally had access to higher-level demon saint blood, so he wouldn't waste this opportunity to temper his body. Once the medicinal pool was ready, he called a Miaoling and by Xiaoru over. As soon as a Miaoling saw the medicinal pool, her face turned red. After living together for so long, she certainly knew her master's intentions. Disciple, quickly take off your clothes and soak in it. This is essence blood from a demon saint. Soaking in it will greatly enhance your abilities, Qin Tian continued. In the end, and Miaoling could only remove her outer clothing, revealing a pink undershirt beneath. At this moment, her delicate face was already flushed, and her slender hands hugged her chest as her long, enticing legs stepped forward slowly, eventually sitting in the pool. Who would have thought that the ruthless and decisive Empress of the previous life would display such a girlish demeanor? After a Miaoling entered the pool, Qin Tian put on some shorts, picked up a little fox, and jumped in as well. At this moment, both the Miaoling and the little fox dared not look at Qin Tian, especially since the little fox was still being held in his arms. She wanted to resist, but she knew it would be futile. Many Emperor-level powerhouses had pursued her before, yet none had even touched her finger. Now, it seemed that Qin Tian had taken all the advantages. Fortunately, she also knew that Qin Tian wouldn't do anything excessive. After the initial awkwardness passed, the three of them began to absorb the blood of the golden dragon to temper their bodies. The effect of the dragon's blood was indeed significant. Even Qin Tian's indestructible body felt a noticeable improvement, and Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru experienced even greater enhancements. Bai Xiaoru was already showing signs of advancing to the second level of the half-saint realm, and Miaoling had just recently broken through, so she was still stabilizing her realm. Once her realm was stabilized, her breakthrough progress would increase significantly. However, Miaoling didn't dare to activate her Ice Phoenix bloodline. The last time she activated it and encountered a reaction with the dragon blood, she still felt shy thinking about it now. Qin Tian noticed this and reminded her, if you activate your bloodline to absorb it, the effect will be much better. Don't worry, I won't mind. After hearing this, Miaoling's face flushed and she pouted. You don't mind, but I do. Subsequently, Qin Tian secretly added some golden dragon blood. Instantly, the medicinal potency in the pool surged. As the potency increased and Miaoling absorbed more, her phoenix bloodline began to react spontaneously. The little fox noticed Qin Tian's actions but didn't say anything, content to watch the spectacle, knowing that as long as she didn't transform into her human form, Qin Tian couldn't do anything to her. Gradually, Miaoling felt something was off. What did you do? She said with a hint of resentment. Qin Tian shook his head innocently. Affected by this, the spiritual energy within Miaoling became somewhat chaotic. Qin Tian went over to help her sort it out, and, in the process, Miaoling took advantage of him a little. However, this time, Miaoling still retained a bit of rationality. The little fox, on the other hand, covered her eyes at the sight. She thought to herself, will Qin Tian also use such tricks on me in the future? And couldn't help but feel shy. At this moment, Qin Tian placed his hands on Miaoling's back, helping her sort out the spiritual energy within her, while Miaoling hung on to him and exhaled softly. This made Qin Tian feel a bit restless. Looking at Miaoling's partially exposed curves, he couldn't help but say, it seems to have gotten a bit bigger. Upon hearing this, Miaoling couldn't hold back any longer and bit Qin Tian's neck. However, Qin Tian was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Even after biting for a long time, it didn't hurt him, but it left a mark of her lips on his neck. After a while, the medicinal potency of the pool was almost fully absorbed, and Miaoling completely regained her senses. She looked at the red marks on Qin Tian's neck and felt so embarrassed she could hardly bear it. Always taking advantage of me. How am I supposed to get married in the future? And Miaoling complained. Qin Tian patted her back and said, if you can't get married, that's fine. I can take care of you for a lifetime. And Miaoling quickly distanced herself from Qin Tian and said, you think too highly of yourself. After saying that, she got up, put on her outer clothes, and left. Seeing Miaoling leave, the little fox hurriedly followed. After returning to her room, Miaoling buried herself in her blanket. Her heart was still racing. Could it be that I've really fallen for my master? He said he would take care of me for a lifetime. Does that mean he likes me too? And Miaoling then fell into a whirlwind of thoughts. In the morning, while Qin Tian was accompanying and meowing in sword practice, a disciple ran over. "Master Uncle, today is the day the sect recruits disciples. The sect master requests your presence." "Isn't it too early?" Qin Tian asked in confusion. The disciple smiled and said, "Isn't it because of the recent battle that our sect's reputation has soared? The princess of Chongming is preparing to come and seek a master practice for a while, so the sect master moved the recruitment day forward." "All right, I'll go with you to take a look." Before leaving, and Miaoling shot him a warning glance, clearly indicating that he shouldn't bring anyone back. At this time, outside Kunlun Mountain, a luxurious and grand pink carriage sped towards the entrance of the Kunlun Sword Sect. Surrounding the carriage were 6 mounted guards, 2 of whom were experts at the transformation realm. Many other trial participants on the road were shocked by the background of Chongming Nation. Sitting in his seat, Qin Tian took out a folk novel to pass the time. This time, Empress didn't say anything about him. The previous person who had looked down on him, Lei Ba, was dead, so he was quite relaxed. Although he kept a low profile, he was still the focus of many people's attention. The current Sanjin Peak was not what it used to be. With him meowing around, many male disciples were eager to try their luck. When the carriage stopped at the sect entrance, a woman with a veil covering her face slowly stepped down. She was Ming Ilian, whom Qin Tian had saved in Chongming City. Although the crowd couldn't see her appearance clearly, her glass-like eyes and perfect facial shape indicated that she was undoubtedly a beauty. Once she entered, some of the trial participants began to discuss among themselves. Most of them were also from Chongming Nation, including some noble offspring, so they were somewhat aware of royal matters. They heard that the princess's visit was not without deeper intentions. "I know this. She wants to build a relationship with Kunlun to solidify her position. The emperor has already considered passing the throne." High above, Qin Tian seemed to sense something and looked at Ming Ilian. At that moment, Ming Ilian smiled back at him. After Qin Tian hurriedly left last time, she had someone paint his portrait to figure out his identity. Then she inquired with Chongming's intelligence department and finally learned about Qin Tian's background. Chapter 22. Chongming flowered. The purpose of her visit this time was to establish a connection with Sanjin Peak. This way, she could gain the confidence to compete for the throne against her brother. Initially, she had no intention of fighting for it, but her brother kept causing her trouble. For example, he incited the new emperor of the Zhou kingdom to seek her hand in marriage, or he encouraged the son of the great general of the Chongming kingdom to pursue her. To take control of her own destiny, she decided to fight for it. Her brother had already joined the Taibai sect and established a relationship with them. Meanwhile, she planned to join the Kunlun Sword Sect, which was currently gaining great fame, perhaps giving her an edge over her brother. Ding! A bell rang, pulling everyone's thoughts back. Empress stepped forward to announce the start of the assessment. Due to the rising fame of the Kunlun Sword Sect, the number of participants in the trials had nearly doubled, totaling over 200. As usual, there were talent tests and combat tests. In the end, more than 60 people remained, with Ming Ilian directly taking first place. The reason so many were able to stay was that the requirements for this assessment had been relaxed a bit. Many disciples had died in the previous battle, and new blood was needed. After the tests, the peak masters introduced themselves. This time, Qin Tian was too lazy to speak and just sat in his seat reading. Even so, nearly half of the participants wanted to join Sanjin Peak, mostly because of meowing. At that moment, a meowing also arrived. Knowing it would not be good for Qin Tian to reject them outright, she took out the Bingli sword and released her sword intent. Then she spoke, stating that anyone who could endure under her sword intent for 3 breaths would pass. Everyone took the test with great confidence, but in the end, no one succeeded, not even Ming Ilian. Ming Ilian bit her red lips and said with a hint of grievance, "This test makes it impossible for anyone to pass." Others also noticed that Sanjin Peak clearly did not want to accept anyone, so they gave up. Only Ming Ilian persisted. Seeing this, Empress advised, "This girl has extraordinary talent and is the princess of the Chongming kingdom. You should accept her. Moreover, our Kunlun is still within the borders of the Chongming kingdom, and many disciples of our sect come from there." Qin Tian lightly tapped his fingers on his knee, seemingly lost in thought, and meowing next to him inexplicably pouted. Could it be that the master has taken a liking to this young girl? Thinking of this made her somewhat unhappy. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze was fixed on Qin Tian. Many began to discuss. She is a princess, beautiful, and of noble birth. Why wouldn't they accept such a disciple? The heir of the Chongming kingdom participating in the trials said, previously, the new emperor of the Zhou kingdom proposed marriage but was rejected. However, upon seeing Ming Ilian's beauty, he directly changed the betrothal gift to 18 cities. 18 cities are equivalent to 1/3 of the Zhou kingdom's territory. At that time, the emperor and many ministers were tempted. But Princess Ming Ilian was unwilling, even threatening to die, which forced the emperor and ministers to temporarily abandon their intentions. So that's how it is. No wonder the princess came to seek a master, a white-clad trial participant exclaimed. If she doesn't have a strong backing, she will inevitably face the fate of marriage sooner or later. Hearing the discussions below, Qin Tian roughly understood the situation and made a decision. I can accept you as a registered disciple, and you can come to Songjin Peak for half a month each year. However, you must agree to one condition. What condition? Ming Ilian asked, her face lighting up with joy. I want Chongming flower. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Ming Ilian's expression turned bitter. The Chongming flower is the national flower of the Chongming kingdom, and each flower requires a significant amount of resources, time, and manpower to cultivate. Generally, only a new emperor can obtain one to aid in breaking through realms, so I cannot agree to this condition. Qin Tian thought for a moment and said, I will help you become the successor, and in return, you give me the Chongming flower. Is that feasible? Successor? Ming Ilian was taken aback. Although she was indeed competing for the throne against her brother, she knew her chances were slim because her brother had support that she could not compete with. Ming Ilian fell into deep thought and eventually looked at Mo Wentian, wanting to know the sect master's stance. If the sect master agreed, this deal wouldn't be impossible. Mo Wentian gave Qin Tian and Miaoling a deep look and then agreed. Given that Miaoling's influence in the sect was now not much less than his, combined with the mysterious Qin Tian and the backing of Jiang Qingshui, these forces alone were enough to support Ming Ilian in her quest for the throne without relying on the sect. So he decided to do a favor. Seeing that Mo Wentian also supported her, Ming Ilian was overjoyed. I will do my utmost to help you obtain the Chongming flower. All right, then I will accept you as a registered disciple. Come with me. After saying that, Qin Tian took the two women back to Songjin Peak. After arriving at Songjin Peak, Ming Ilian cleaned a room for herself to stay in and then went to find Qin Tian. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Bai Xiaoru. Seeing such a beautiful little fox, she wanted to go and pet her. However, before she could get close, Bai Xiaoru glared at her, causing her to retreat repeatedly. Ming Ilian looked at Bai Xiaoru in shock. This little fox's aura was not weaker than that of her half-saint grandfather. Realizing this, she immediately became cautious, not daring to show any disrespect. At that moment, Qin Tian walked over, picked up Bai Xiaoru, and said, This is my newly accepted registered disciple, Ming Ilian. She will be staying here for half a month. After saying this, he habitually patted Bai Xiaoru's back. Meanwhile, Ming Ilian began to question her life. Was there no dignity for a half-saint? Moreover, she thought Qin Tian was at most at the creation realm. Could it be a romance between a human and a fox? Ming Ilian started to imagine. Bai Xiaoru glared at Qin Tian fiercely. This guy actually used her to show off. How despicable. Then Qin Tian asked, What cultivation method are you practicing? The top-tier heavenly level bright saint canon, Ming Ilian replied. Top-tier heavenly level? Qin Tian shook his head and said, That's too trashy. You will practice this from now on. After saying that, Qin Tian tossed her a copy of the mid-tier imperial-level Great Bright Infinite Decision. This was the cultivation method he had obtained at the beginning of his signing, and since it was not of high grade, he had just stored it away in his storage ring. Ming Ilian initially wanted to argue that the Bright Saint canon of their royal family was very powerful. However, when she saw the Great Bright Infinite Decision, she was stunned. She had seen this name recorded in the Chongming Kingdom's library. It was the cultivation method of the royal family of the Bright Empire in Zhongzhou, and their emperor had cultivated to the imperial level using this method. Are you from the royal family of the Bright Empire? Qin Tian shook his head. I picked this method up. Since you are practicing a brightness-based cultivation method, just take it and cultivate. After saying that, Qin Tian turned to leave. Ming Ilian stuck out her tongue. How could such a cultivation method be picked up? At this moment, her heart was filled with excitement. This was an imperial-level cultivation method. Why is Dongsho lagging behind Zhongzhou? The primary reason is the cultivation methods, followed by cultivation resources. With this cultivation method, there's a possibility of breaking through to the imperial realm. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for the Chongming kingdom to advance into Zhongzhou and become an empire. After the excitement, she calmed down. She needed to develop quietly and not leak the existence of the imperial-level cultivation method, because the Chongming kingdom currently did not have the strength to protect this method. At the same time, she was very grateful to Qin Tian for giving her such a treasure. Chapter 23. Qin Tian's teachings during dinner. An extra person joined the table. Ming Ilian shyly removed her veil to eat. When Qin Tian saw Ming Ilian's face clearly, he was momentarily taken aback. Although she was slightly less stunning than a Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru, she was still an exceptionally beautiful woman. No wonder the Emperor of Zhou was willing to offer 1/3 of his country cities as a betrothal gift to marry Ming Ilian. Seeing Qin Tian staring at Ming Ilian, Miaoling felt a bit displeased. She bit her silver teeth and pinched Qin Tian's waist hard under the table. Through voice transmission, she said, "Can you be a little more composed? Is it just because you see a beauty? Am I not beautiful?" Qin Tian quickly grabbed the hand that was pinched, stroked it a couple of times, and replied through voice transmission, "You are the most beautiful. She'll leave in half a month. Just be generous." Miaoling's face turned slightly red as she realized her emotions were a bit off. She quickly withdrew her hand and started eating meat. Today they were having golden dragon meat. After Ming Ilian finished a bowl of meat soup, she was stunned. She felt a massive energy sweeping through her body, nourishing her flesh. She even sensed that the bottleneck of her transformation realm was beginning to loosen, and she could soon break through. After eating another bowl, Ming Ilian sat down cross-legged and began attempting to break through. And Miaoling watched Ming Ilian start her breakthrough with envy. She also wanted to improve quickly to deal with her enemies. All of her enemies were powerful beings at the Emperor level. Over the next few days, Miaoling worked even harder on her cultivation, spending almost all her time training except for sleeping and eating. However, her sword intent had yet to reach perfection, which made her a bit anxious. She wanted to achieve perfection quickly and then begin to comprehend the sword domain. If she understood the sword domain, she would only need to reach the Saint Realm to contend with Emperor-level beings using the Ice Glass Sword. But sword intent relies entirely on comprehension. Being too eager would only backfire. Qin Tian understood this over the past few days, so he called a halt to Miaoling's training. Once Ming Ilian broke through, he gathered the two girls and the fox together to impart some teachings. This was something he had comprehended from his transformation into the state of freedom. He explained that there are 3 levels of understanding. The first level is seeing the mountain as a mountain and the water as water. You should already know this. Simply put, it means seeing their essence. A mountain is a mountain, and water is water. Maintain your original heart. The second level is seeing the mountain as not a mountain and the water as not water. In this level, you need to not only see the essence, but also recognize the hidden aspects behind it, which may be filled with temptation or difficulties. What you need to do is to clarify your heart and see your true nature without getting lost in it. The third level is returning to simplicity, thoroughly sorting through what you have learned and comprehended, continuously reflecting on it to gain a clearer understanding. Only then can you achieve completeness and fully grasp the essence. The two girls and the fox felt something after listening. These principles were things they had not encountered much before. Miaoling's previous path was the path of ruthlessness. Bai Xiaoru was a member of the demon tribe who cultivated her physical body, and Ming Ilian was self-explanatory. These teachings seemed to open a new door for them. However, how much they could comprehend ultimately depended on themselves, as while the principles are easy to understand, few can truly put them into practice. Afterward, Miaoling began to adjust her state. She stopped practicing blindly and instead calmed her mind to gradually reorganize her path. She addressed her shortcomings, allowing herself to slowly reach perfection. Sometimes, she would also help Qin Tian with tasks, such as maintaining the spiritual formations in the medicinal garden or assisting with cooking and cleaning. With her mindset relaxed, her cultivation progress accelerated. It wouldn't be long before she broke through to the third level of the transformation realm. Before she knew it, the promised 15 days had passed, and Ming Ilian was preparing to return to her country. Before leaving, Qin Tian also mentioned that he would soon go to the Chongming kingdom to obtain the Chongming flower. Ming Ilian was extremely grateful to Qin Tian and sincerely regarded him as her master. Under his guidance, she saw the path to becoming a saint, and in the future, even becoming an emperor didn't seem entirely hopeless. After Ming Ilian left, Bai Xiaoru could transform back into her human form during meals again. Because she had too many powerful enemies, she resolutely refused to reveal her human form in the presence of outsiders. If news leaked, they would all face disaster. She didn't believe that Qin Tian or Kunlun had the qualifications to face emperor-level beings. Another 10 days passed after Ming Ilian left, and only 5 days remained until the millennium period of the Holy Spirit fruit. So he prepared to set off for the Chongming kingdom and then head to the divine hidden forest. This time, Qin Tian brought a Yaling along, while Bai Xiaoru refused to leave Kunlun due to her fear of being discovered. Upon arriving in Chongming City, Qin Tian first went home to take a look, but there was still no one there. So he took a Yaling towards the royal city in the center of the city. Once they arrived, he spotted a relatively upscale spiritual clothing shop and thought it was time to buy some clothes from Yaling and a few for Bai Xiaoru as well. As soon as they entered, a female sales assistant approached them. "Are you looking for men's or women's clothing?" "Women's. Do you accept medicinal pills here?" Qin Tian didn't have many Chongming kingdom coins on him, so he planned to barter with medicinal pills. "We do accept them, but the prices won't be too high." "You see. All right, take me to have a look." Qin Tian had plenty of medicinal pills, so he didn't mind. The two followed the sales assistant to the second floor, which was entirely devoted to women's clothing. The space was large, over 1,000 square feet. There were also a few male cultivators accompanying female cultivators to shop for clothes. After browsing around with a Miaoling, Qin Tian seemed to find nothing particularly satisfactory. At least nothing looked as good as the white dress Miaoling was currently wearing. The sales assistant seemed to notice their dissatisfaction and said, "Let me take you to the third floor, but it will be more expensive there." "Let's go to the third floor," Qin Tian replied. Upon reaching the third floor, there were even fewer people, only 3 to 5. However, the decor was noticeably more upscale. They had not only outerwear, but also lingerie. Qin Tian first took Miaoling to the lingerie section and let her choose. Seeing the colorful lingerie, Miaoling's face turned red. She never expected that, as an empress, she would come to buy lingerie with a man. How embarrassing. The sales assistant pointed to a piece of lingerie and began to introduce it. "This ice cicada lingerie is made from 1,000-year-old ice cicada silk, very breathable, and has a built-in dust-repelling feature." Without thinking, Miaoling nodded repeatedly, wanting to get through this awkward situation quickly. Seeing her shy and hesitant to choose, Qin Tian selected 6 pieces he liked, 3 for Miaoling and 3 for the little fox. Thinking about how they would look wearing them in the future made him a bit excited. After choosing the lingerie, they began selecting outerwear. After browsing around, they picked a few items, but Qin Tian still felt unsatisfied. Mainly, he hadn't found anything that truly amazed him, so he asked, "Do you have anything better?" "I want to see." The sales assistant's eyes lit up upon hearing this and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go find our shopkeeper." Chapter 24. Obtaining the Chongming flower. Not long after, a very beautiful woman in a purple dress walked over gracefully. When she saw Qin Tian, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise because Qin Tian's looks were indeed outstanding. Upon seeing him Miaoling, her eyes lit up as well. At least, she had never seen anyone more beautiful than the woman in front of her. "Hello, I'm the store manager Sidu Jing. Our shop is part of the Jiuzhou chain, so you can rest assured while shopping." Qin Tian nodded, not expecting that this was a cross-state business. "Just bring me your best women's clothing to see." "All right, please follow me to the 5th floor." After saying this, Sidu Jing led them to a large room on the 5th floor. There were guards at the door. After greeting the guards, Sidu Jing had the door opened. The 3 of them walked in, and Qin Tian noticed that there were not only clothes, but also weapons, magical artifacts, and elixirs inside. However, they were all protected by mechanisms and formations. Sidu Jing opened one of the formations, revealing 3 exquisite and beautiful dresses. "These 3 are our store's treasures: the pleated moon skirt, the starry moon glass skirt, and the phoenix lawn feather robe. Qin Tian immediately set his sights on the phoenix lawn feather robe. Situ Jing introduced it. This is a mid-grade heavenly law robe made from the feathers of the phoenix lawn bird and 5,000-year-old ice silkworm silk. She then went on to describe a host of functions. Before she could finish, Qin Tian directly said, "I'll take this one." He felt it matched Miaoling very well. And Miaoling also couldn't take her eyes off the dress after seeing it. Situ Jing smiled, realizing she had encountered a wealthy customer. This level of law robe in our store is usually exchanged for items. If you want to use a weapon or magical artifact, it depends on the specific quality. If it's elixirs, you would need 3 mid-grade heavenly elixirs to exchange for it. At this point, she looked at Qin Tian, as she doubted whether this young man could produce heavenly elixirs. "No problem, I'll also take that starry moon glass skirt." In the end, Qin Tian paid 6 mid-grade heavenly elixirs and some earthly elixirs before leaving. After exiting, Qin Tian handed the undergarments and the phoenix lawn feather robe to Miaoling, saying, "We're at home for me to see." "No way." Miaoling blushed and replied. On the way, Qin Tian communicated with Ming Ilian through sound transmission. Thus, as soon as they arrived at the gate of the imperial city, Ming Ilian came to greet them. Today, she was wearing a splendid princess gown, exuding great elegance. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Ming Ilian smiled sweetly. "Welcome, master, to the imperial city as a guest. I've spoken to my father about the Chongming flower, but he wants to meet you first." "Then let's go," Qin Tian replied. Not long after entering the palace, they encountered a man in a python robe blocking their way. "Are you here to see my father?" the man said arrogantly. Qin Tian felt a bit displeased, wondering who this was, as he had quite an annoying look. Ming Ilian's expression grew serious. "This is my younger brother, the second prince of the Chongming kingdom. He is the favored son of the beloved Shao Empress, and his uncle is the great general of the Chongming kingdom. Therefore, he has been spoiled and developed this arrogant demeanor. He often bullies the common people and frequently targets me." Ming Ilian spoke with a tone that suggested she was reporting him to a parent. "So it's this person competing with you for the throne. You wait here for a moment." After saying this, Qin Tian strode forward and coldly stared at the second prince. The second prince remained unfazed and haughtily said, "Who are you to be so rude? I think you're the rude one." After saying that, Qin Tian slapped him. Smack! The second prince was sent staggering backward from the slap. When he regained his composure, he exploded with rage. "Who are you to hit me?" Qin Tian stepped forward again, delivering another slap. "What if I do?" Seeing this scene, Ming Ilian was astonished, not expecting Qin Tian to be so direct. This time, the second prince was a bit dazed. Holding his swollen face, he complained, "Who are you to hit me?" He sensed a very powerful aura from Qin Tian, which made him feel somewhat afraid. Qin Tian moved his arms a bit and continued to slap him, stopping only after delivering 7 or 8 slaps. By this time, the second prince was completely bewildered, mumbling, Who are you?" Qin Tian smiled and said, "I'm your grandfather." "Grandfather?" The second prince fell into thought, recalling that he had seen his third and second grandfathers. So could this be the grandfather who had been in seclusion? "Are you my granduncle?" Qin Tian slapped him again. "Get lost. I don't have a foolish grandson like you." At this moment, the second prince was terrified and quickly said, Grandson takes his leave." With that, he ran away. Qin Tian turned back and said, "Isn't your brother a bit foolish?" Ming Ilian nodded slightly. "Sometimes he can be a bit foolish. He has been spoiled since childhood and has never suffered losses, so his way of thinking is a bit different." Qin Tian shook his head in confusion. How can someone like this be qualified to inherit the throne? Ming Ilian also expressed her helplessness. The group continued forward to the main hall of the palace. A man dressed in a dragon robe stood up and looked at Qin Tian and the others. Ming Ilian quickly introduced Qin Tian and Miaoling. Upon hearing this, the emperor smiled and said, "Welcome to both of you." He then politely invited them to sit down. Qin Tian was uncertain about the situation, but Miaoling was currently the strongest under the Saint Realm. Moreover, the Kunlun Sword Sect had 2 Saint Realm members, one of whom could slay a golden dragon demon saint. After they sat down, the emperor put on a troubled expression and said, "I already know your purpose for coming. However, the Chongming flower is our national flower, and according to our rules, Only the new emperor can enjoy it. From his tone, Qin Tian could tell that he was looking for a way out. Qin Tian took out the great brightness and boundless decision and tossed it to the emperor, saying, "Let us exchange this." This cultivation method could only be cultivated up to the third level of the Saint realm, as he had removed the subsequent cultivation method for the Emperor realm. This was also to preserve Ming Ilian's advantage. Although it only reached the third level of the Saint realm, the Emperor's astonishment upon seeing it was no less than that of Ming Ilian at the beginning. He was currently at the second level of the semi-saint realm and had lost hope for a breakthrough, but with this cultivation method, he saw hope again. "If you don't want exchange, then return it to me," Qin Tian urged. The emperor quickly covered the great brightness and boundless decision with a smile. "I will exchange, I will exchange." Fearing that Qin Tian would change his mind, the emperor quickly led Qin Tian to retrieve the Chongming flower. The Chongming flower was located in a forbidden area of the palace. It was a pure white flower containing extremely powerful life force. Qin Tian took out a jade box, placed the flower inside, and then said, "I've seen your son, and I think he has some issues with his brain, so I don't recommend you pass the throne to him. I hope you will pass the throne to my disciple, Ming Ilian, which is also the intention of our Kunlun." And Miaoling beside him also nodded in agreement. Chapter 25, The Hidden Forest. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor replied, "I will announce that Ilian is the heir to the throne soon." As an emperor, he prioritized benefits, as long as he secured Kunlun as an ally. Other countries or forces would think twice before making a move against the Chongming kingdom. Once matters were settled, Qin Tian prepared to set off for the hidden forest. Upon hearing this news, Ming Ilian sent the best carriage from the palace to Qin Tian, so they wouldn't have to travel on foot. The carriage was pulled by a demon king, and it was very comfortable and grand, so Qin Tian accepted it. Naturally, being somewhat lazy by nature, he was very happy to travel in comfort. However, as soon as they left the palace, they were stopped by a group of people. Leading them was the second prince and a man in armor. Qin Tian and Miaoling got out and coldly looked at the second prince. The second prince pointed at Qin Tian and said, "Uncle, he was the one who hit me, and he said he is my granduncle." The armored man did not rush to act, but instead asked, "Who are you? Why did you attack our prince? If you don't give me an explanation, I fear I cannot let you two leave." Before Qin Tian could respond, and Miaoling drew her sword. In an instant, the aura of the sword filled the air. The armored man, feeling the sword's intent, was also stunned. Qin Tian calmly said, "Just give him a lesson." After speaking, he turned and returned to the carriage. And Miaoling swung her Bingli sword, and with a powerful strike, a flash of sword light passed. Whoosh! One of the armored man's arms flew off. He clutched his arm, showing a pained expression, and finally realized who he was dealing with. Such a young and beautiful yet powerful person. In his intelligence reports, there was only one, and Miaoling, who had recently made a name for herself in the East Continent, known as the #1 under the Saint Realm. Only someone like her could make him. A third-tier transformation realm expert, unable to fight back. The second prince beside him was so scared that he knelt down, begging for mercy. And Miaoling disdainfully glanced at the second prince and returned to the carriage. The carriage then continued on its way to the hidden forest. Inside the carriage, Qin Tian said, "Master needs to rest for a while." After saying this, he lay down, resting his head on Miaoling's soft thigh. Perhaps the sensation was too good, so he kept shifting, rubbing against her thigh. Sensing the fragrance of the girl, he became a bit intoxicated. However, Miaoling felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, as a young maiden and a female emperor, being rubbed like this by Qin Tian naturally made her shy. "Master, please stop moving, or just take your head away." She finally couldn't take it anymore. "Or should I let you lie down and move freely?" "Oomph, you wish." By nightfall, it was dark, and Miaoling felt a salty hand on her waist. Startled, she quickly grabbed the hand, and a chill rushed in. Qin Tian realized Miaoling was angry and quickly sat up. After a while, when Miaoling calmed down, Qin Tian said, "In the future, we could take the carriage out for a stroll when we have nothing to do. It's quite nice. Don't just think about cultivating every day. It's too boring." And Miaoling hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopping short. She also wanted to live this kind of life, but she couldn't. She was afraid that her enemies would come to kill her and her master. Sometimes she even had nightmares, dreaming that those enemies found her. dreaming that her master died, protecting her right before her eyes. Seeing Miaoling's expression was off, Qin Tian asked, "What's wrong?" And Miaoling shook her head, indicating that it was nothing. Actually, Qin Tian sometimes noticed that Miaoling's emotions were a bit off. For instance, she would sometimes be impatient during cultivation, eager for quick results. And, at other times, she would be inexplicably anxious. But these occurrences were relatively rare. Qin Tian held Miaoling's delicate hand and said, "If something's bothering you, just tell Master. You must trust Master. We will face it together." After thinking for a while, Miaoling decided to open her heart. She felt that Master had the right to know. Even if Master decided to leave her after learning the truth, she would accept it. After all, this was her own karma. Then she began to speak. "I am a reincarnator. In my previous life, I was the heartless female emperor." After saying this, Miaoling carefully watched Qin Tian's expression for any change. Sensing Miaoling's gaze, Qin Tian quickly showed a look of surprise. Then Miaoling continued, "In my previous life, I teamed up with 3 third-tier experts of the Emperor realm, Emperor Kunlun, Ancestor Wuxiu, and Ancestor Xiuyu, to explore a life-restricted zone. When we delved deeper, they ambushed me from behind and knocked me into a formation they had set up in advance. Then the 3 of them used the formation to refine me alive, and their main goal was my imperial weapon." As she spoke, Miaoling's eyes were filled with hatred. After she calmed down a bit, she continued, "In this life, my appearance is the same as in my previous life. So even if I don't take the initiative to seek revenge, once they discover me, they will come after me." At this point, Qin Tian understood. From Miaoling's earlier gaze, he felt a deep hatred. This grudge must be avenged. Master will help you. After saying this, Qin Tian embraced Miaoling, providing her with enough sense of security. Miaoling was also moved at this moment, tears glistening in her eyes. Having lived with Qin Tian for so many years, she felt fortunate. She leaned her head against Qin Tian's chest, enjoying the sense of security he brought her. After a long time, Miaoling shyly moved away from Qin Tian's embrace. At this moment, Qin Tian asked in confusion, "Is a low-grade imperial weapon really that important? Isn't there any in the 3rd tier of the Emperor realm?" Miaoling replied, "Imperial weapons are only possessed by the best among the Emperor realm. Many major forces have several Emperor realm experts, but there is only one imperial weapon. The reason imperial weapons are so scarce is that the 9 provinces lack the materials to refine them. Moreover, the most important reason is that the 9 provinces lack people who can refine imperial weapons." Hearing this, Qin Tian understood. It seemed he was quite fortunate to have a system. At the same time, he thought, if the system taught him how to refine imperial weapons someday, wouldn't that be a windfall? The next day, the carriage arrived at the outskirts of the hidden forest. This was a forbidden area, and they couldn't continue to ride the carriage in because it was filled with dangers. Qin Tian let the Demon King horse find a place to hide while he took Miaoling deeper into the forest. Once inside, Qin Tian flew up high to observe the terrain. However, all he could see was an endless expanse of mountains and forests. The hidden forest was too vast. Thus, finding the Holy Spirit fruit would be somewhat challenging. Considering the limited time, Qin Tian gave Miaoling a few instructions, and then the two separated to search. Qin Tian, having reached the Saint Realm, maintained a floating state to search. Meanwhile, Miaoling could only traverse through the forest in search of it. The hidden forest was a forbidden area in the East Continent, filled with dangers. Countless cultivators had come to explore in the past, but more than 90% had gone in without returning. Miaoling hurried deeper into the forest, encountering several attacks along the way. There were demon beasts and also spirit creatures among the flowers and trees. Fortunately, she had her powerful Bingley sword. Otherwise, even with her 2nd-tier transformation realm strength, it would have been very difficult to survive in the forest. After searching for nearly half a day, she also contacted Qin Tian a few times in between, but they found no trace of the Holy Spirit fruit. Chapter 26. Discovering the sacred spirit fruit in the depths of the forest near the Horned Dragon Mountain, several cultivators were making their way forward, seemingly in search of something. The leader among them was Mo Xiao, the eldest disciple of the Yuan sect. In the Shenin Forest, there are 3 major hidden powers: the Yuan sect, the Illusory Moon Valley, and the Dragon Cave. They are powerful enough to establish their roots in the Shenin Forest. where the spiritual energy is dense and cultivation resources are abundant, allowing them to thrive, which is why they generally do not interact with the outside world. Perhaps only the sect leaders or ancestors of various sects are aware of the existence of these hidden forces. Emoshio's purpose this time was also to find the sacred spirit fruit, which, after reaching 10,000 years of age, becomes a low-grade imperial fruit. This kind of spiritual fruit is incredibly precious to the saint level and is also useful for the emperor level. After Emoshio and his companions arrived deep in the Horned Dragon Mountain, they discovered a 7,800-year-old Qilin grass. Just as they were about to harvest it, a group from the illusory Moon Valley arrived. This was crucial for both parties. Qilin grass is the main ingredient for Qilin pills, which are top-tier heavenly pills that can refine one's essence and enhance one's realm. They could keep such a precious spiritual herb for themselves. Even if they obtained the 10,000-year sacred spirit fruit, it would need to be handed over to the elders of their sect. For a moment, neither side was willing to give way, and thus a fight broke out. Nearby, and Miaoling heard the commotion and hurried over. She hid behind a tree to observe the situation. Eventually, she learned that the two parties were fighting over the 7,800-year-old Qilin grass. Seeing the Qilin grass made her very eager, as she was just one step away from breaking through to the third level of the transformation realm. This Qilin grass could help her achieve that breakthrough. Of course, she did not rush in, but instead planned to wait for an opportunity to reap the benefits. Since both leaders were at the half-saint level, if she changed the dynamics of the battle, they might turn their attention to her first, especially since she was an outsider. After a quarter of an hour, the half-saint leading the illusory Moon Valley was severely injured. Unable to match his opponents, he had to retreat in humiliation. Just as Emoshio was about to pick the Qilin grass, and Miaoling had already appeared beside it, she formed a seal with her hands, creating a confinement array that trapped the Qilin grass to prevent it from escaping. Then, she sealed the Qilin grass into her storage ring. This series of actions was extremely quick. Seeing this, Emoshio was furious and shouted, "Who are you to dare intercept my Yuan sex prize?" And Miaoling was unfazed and replied, "Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are naturally first come, first served. What I've taken is mine." After saying that, she turned to leave. Emoshio, relying on his superior cultivation, quickly chased after her and blocked her path. "You have successfully angered me," he declared, unleashing his half-saint level aura. And Miaoling frowned slightly. "And if I have, I will give you a choice. Hand over the Qilin grass and spend a night with me, and I will spare your life." With a sneer, and Miaoling abruptly drew her ice glass sword. First move of the silent destruction sword technique, breaking the firmament. Feeling the power of this move, Emoshio's expression changed drastically, and he unleashed his strongest move in response, returning to Origin Blade. Boom! The powers of the two moves canceled each other out, and Miaoling nimbly maneuvered closer to Emoshio, preparing for close combat, where she could fully utilize the advantages of her imperial weapon. Emoshio, of course, noticed her intention but was unafraid, as he was skilled in close quarters as well. However, as their battle began, he soon realized something was off with Miaoling's sword. After a single clash, his mid-grade heavenly blade suffered damage. He then revealed a greedy expression, thinking that Miaoling's weapon might have surpassed the heavenly grade. It should be a half-imperial weapon, a grade between imperial weapons and top-tier heavenly weapons. Its material could rival that of low-grade imperial weapons, but due to the crafting technique, it hadn't reached the true imperial weapon level. Emoshio quickly distanced himself from Miaoling, chanting softly, "Secret art," gathering chi of returning to Origin. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards him. Seeing Emoshio's aura strengthen, and Miaoling was unconcerned. With her top-tier imperial weapon, she wouldn't fear him even if he advanced to the second level of the half-saint realm. Second move, charging yin and yang. And Miaoling unleashed an even stronger strike. Black and white energies swirled around her ice glass sword, and then slashed fiercely towards Emoshio. Now bolstered, Emoshio retaliated with a backhanded returning to Origin Blade. However, it was futile. The ice glass sword, surrounded by the black and white energies, effortlessly severed Emoshio's blade. At this moment, Emoshio's body lost balance, and Miaoling seized the opportunity, using her sword to flick upwards, and Emo Xio's arm was cleanly severed. Holding his bleeding stump, Emo Xio began to plead for mercy. Heroine, I was wrong. Please spare me. Faced with death, dignity no longer mattered. At this moment, and Miaoling seemed to transform back into the heartless Empress. Her cold gaze exuded a sense of disdain for everything. Under her stare, Emo Xio was so frightened that he kept retreating. His throat tightened, and he dared not speak. Seeing him like this, and Miaoling chose not to strike again and turned to leave. Having spent a long time with Qin Tian, her personality had changed somewhat. Had it been her former self, she would have definitely killed him. And Miaoling found a secluded spot and directly consumed the Qilin grass, beginning to refine its medicinal power. Driven by the medicine's effects, the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather around her. Finally, she succeeded in breaking through to the third level of the transformation realm. The next step was to challenge the half-saint realm. Although her cultivation speed was already much faster than in her previous life, she still wished to progress even faster because she had someone she wanted to protect in this life. Meanwhile, Emo Xio swallowed a healing pill, and his two fellow disciples stood by to guard him. Once his injury stabilized, he contacted the elder of the Yuan sect, knowing that the elder should be nearby. Before long, a beautiful woman appeared beside him. Upon seeing Emo Xio's severed arm, she frowned and asked, "Who hurt you? Was it the dragon cave?" Emo Xio shook his head, excitement evident on his face as he replied, "It was a girl. Her goal must also be the sacred spirit fruit. I beg you, elder, to find her and avenge me." The beautiful woman nodded slightly and took Emo Xio away. On the other side, after her breakthrough, and Miaoling continued her search. 3 days passed, and she caught a strong fragrance of medicine. Following the scent, she eventually came upon an ancient tree, its fruits radiating a profound aura. With her Empress's perception, she immediately recognized it as the sacred spirit fruit about to reach its 10,000-year mark. However, this ancient tree was extraordinary, a presence of the saint level. So she quickly notified Qin Tian and waited there. After a while, the beautiful woman arrived with the injured Emo Xio. The woman examined the ancient tree, noting that it wasn't quite time for the fruit to ripen, so she didn't rush to act. Instead, she began to survey the surroundings and soon discovered a Miaoling. In an instant, she appeared beside a Miaoling. At this moment, Emo Xio also spotted a Miaoling and exclaimed, "Elder, it's her. She severed my arm. You must hold her accountable." The beautiful woman's expression turned cold as she asked, "Why did you attack my sect's disciple?" And Miaoling shot Emo Xio a cold glance, regretting not having killed him. "You talk too much," and Miaoling explained, considering that the woman was a powerful figure of the saint level. "Is that why you severed his arm?" The beautiful woman was somewhat displeased, and Miaoling did not respond, and the woman's expression darkened. "It seems I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." With that, she waved her hand, sending a formless wave of spiritual energy rippling through the air toward Miaoling. And Miaoling drew her ice glass sword and slashed vigorously to block the attack. The beautiful woman's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she finally looked at a Miaoling's sword. "Let me see your sword." Chapter 27. Capturing the Maid. Slaying the black dragon, and Miaoling did not respond but stubbornly stared at the beautiful woman. It seemed that I needed to get serious. As the words fell, the beautiful woman conjured a gigantic hand. Dragon capturing hand. The giant hand rushed toward the Miaoling, and Miaoling immediately activated the time and space token. And Qin Tian's spirit emerged from the token. Boom! The beautiful woman's hand dissipated instantly. The beautiful woman showed a wary expression. Being able to conjure such a powerful spirit was something even her father could not do. "Who are you?" the beautiful woman asked. "Since you bully the weak with your strength, I will show you what it means to bully the weak." After saying that, Qin Tian charged forward. Ancestral Dragon's Claw. Ancestral Dragon Ascends. A series of powerful martial skills struck towards the beautiful woman. Although she was a second-level Saint Realm expert, she could not withstand Qin Tian's high-level Imperial martial skills. As soon as they engaged, she was spitting blood. Just as Qin Tian was about to continue attacking her, the beautiful woman began to back down, saying, "Senior, I was wrong. Please show mercy." Qin Tian stopped and coldly said, "If you become my maid, I will spare your life. Maid? The beautiful woman was taken aback. I am a dignified second-level Saint Realm expert, a grand elder of the Yuan sect. You want me to be your maid? Senior, your request is a bit excessive, isn't it? Excessive? Why didn't you say it was excessive when you attacked my disciple? Qin Tian replied coldly. If you don't agree, I will kill you and destroy your sect. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression turned bitter, and Miao Ling sent a voice transmission. Master, you don't actually have feelings for her, do you? Is your master that kind of person? This woman has decent talent. Cultivating her could help you take revenge in the future. Really? And Miao Ling was still somewhat skeptical. Of course it's true. In the future, if we have suitable candidates, we can recruit them to the Hidden Sword Peak and then arrange for her to join the Spirit Sword Pavilion. The Spirit Sword Pavilion? That's where we stay. Qin Tian explained. Dare I ask who you are, senior? The beautiful woman inquired. My name is Qin Tian. Have you made up your mind? I don't have much patience left. Qin Tian's spirit could not last too long, so he did not want to waste words. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and said, I can agree to you, but it will take half a month. I will come to find you in half a month. Okay, come to the Hidden Sword Peak of the Kunlun Sword Sect in half a month. The beautiful woman nodded in agreement. She knew of the Kunlun Sword Sect. However, according to her information, the strongest in the Kunlun Sword Sect was only the first level of the Saint Realm. Where did this powerful expert come from? Perhaps all of this could only be answered when she met the real person. What is your name? Qin Tian asked. Shangwanya. Qin Tian nodded, and his spirit dove into the ice glass sword and disappeared. Now only Shangwanya and Miao Ling remained, while Mo Xiu had long since fled in fear. The two women did not communicate and quietly waited. Suddenly, 3 dragon roars echoed, and a strong wind swept through the area. 1 black dragon and 2 golden dragons flew swiftly, twisting the air before transforming into 3 burly men wearing dragon robes. Shengguanyui, the 3 sacred dragons of the Dragon Cave, want that holy spirit fruit. You may leave. Shangguanyu was taken aback, saying in a deep voice, I didn't expect the 3 sacred dragons of the Dragon Cave to come. And Miao Ling tightened her grip on the ice glass sword, revealing a worried expression, as the time and space token could only be used once in a short period. Shangguanya asked quietly, when will the senior arrive? Should be soon. I notified him earlier. Should we retreat first? The black dragon is at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, and the golden dragons are at the 2nd level. I'm no match for them, Shangguanya suggested. And Miao Ling nodded and prepared to leave. Wait, little girl, you can't leave. And Miao Ling looked over. And at that moment, the black dragon's eyes were filled with greed. She realized something was wrong. Her ancient bloodline must have been discovered. Ha ha ha. The ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline combined with the Holy Spirit fruit. Heaven is helping me. It seems I have a chance to enter the Emperor realm this time. The black dragon said excitedly. Hearing the black dragon's words, Shangguanya finally realized in Miao Ling's uniqueness. However, at this moment, she needed to protect Miao Ling. Otherwise, when Qin Tian arrived, she would also have a hard time. 3 sacred dragons. This girl is a disciple of a senior. I can't afford to offend that senior. I hope the 3 of you can be cautious and spare her. Spare her? Do you think that's possible? Once I absorb her bloodline and attain the Emperor rank, who in the East Continent can rival me? The black dragon said with a mad expression. Then the black dragon flew towards Miao Ling, with the 2 golden dragons closely following. Just as the black dragon was about to touch Miao Ling, a sword rushed in and inserted itself in front of Miao Ling immediately. A powerful aura of death emanated from the sword. The 3 sacred dragons were shocked and stopped in their tracks. This is an emperor weapon? The black dragon looked incredulous, as the aura of the sword before him exceeded his understanding. Even among the dragon race, the dragon emperor's sword was not as strong as the sword before him. Shangguanya was also astonished. She was now somewhat eager to meet her future master, just as she was looking forward to it. Qin Tian walked out of the forest with a smile on his face. Seeing Qin Tian arrive, and Miao Ling's lips curved into a beautiful arc, Shangguanya and the 3 sacred dragons also looked towards Qin Tian. Spirit realm? Then they looked behind Qin Tian. They did not believe that Qin Tian was the owner of the sword. The owner of this sword was likely to be a powerful Emperor realm expert. Thinking of this, Shangguanya felt a bit happy. Being a maid to a powerful Emperor realm expert was something she could reluctantly accept. However, they were all disappointed. Until Qin Tian walked up to Miao Ling and drew the sword, no one appeared. The black dragon was overjoyed. Could it be that I have struck luck? Eating the holy spirit fruit, absorbing the bloodline to reach the emperor rank, and then possessing a powerful emperor weapon, I will reach the pinnacle of my life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Tian disdainfully said, "Is this dragon an idiot?" Hearing Qin Tian's words, Shangwanya couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Kid, you're seeking death." The black dragon punched over. Qin Tian directly activated the second level of the indestructible body, and his physical body instantly became incredibly strong. He raised his hand and directly grasped the black dragon's fist, then delivered an elbow strike, sending the black dragon flying away. The two golden dragons beside them were stunned. A spirit realm youth sent their big brother flying with a single move. The flying black dragon transformed back into his dragon form, his face filled with anger. Just now, he had only punched casually without using his full strength. "Can you take a hit? I hope you can still give me some surprises later." Transforming into a dragon, Qin Tian directly used his transformation technique, and his entire body was enveloped by the shadow of the black dragon. Moreover, the black dragon he transformed into had an even stronger momentum than the original black dragon. The black dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. This is fake. You are using an illusion." He angrily charged towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian remained unfazed and began to use the dragon race's ultimate move, Ancestral Dragon's Claw. Ancestral Dragon Ascends. A combination of moves sent the black dragon spitting dragon blood. In fact, if he held the Sword of Life and Death and used sword techniques, he could kill the black dragon in 2 moves. However, he did not do so, as he preferred the feeling of fists connecting. After several exchanges, the black dragon was already beaten into submission. With a shift of his eyes, he prepared to fly away. Qin Tian's mind moved, and the Sword of Life and Death shot out, directly piercing through the black dragon's head. This shocked the 2 golden dragons who were about to flee. Chapter 28. The little brothers of the sacred realm Shangwan, you felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, Qin Tian did not have the intention to kill her. Otherwise, she would end up like the black dragon. Qin Tian looked at the 2 golden dragons and asked, "Are you willing to follow me to guard the Cangjin Peak?" The 2 golden dragons glanced at the black dragon's corpse on the ground and dared not refuse. "We are willing," they said in unison. Qin Tian then collected the black dragon's body, thinking that he could organize another round of medicinal baths when he returned. After dealing with these strong opponents, Qin Tian walked over to the ancient tree where the sacred spirit fruit grew and waited quietly. Qin Tian could sense that this ancient tree was conscious as well. He tapped the trunk with the Sword of Life and Death twice and said, "From now on, you will follow me." The ancient tree pretended to be dead and did not respond. Qin Tian pretended to strike it with his sword, and the ancient tree hurriedly sent a message pleading for mercy. In the end, the ancient tree agreed to follow Qin Tian, revealing that its true name was the Sacred Spirit Tree. Qin Tian waited until deep into the night, and finally, the Sacred Spirit Fruit reached its 10,000-year maturity, becoming a low-grade, imperial-level spirit fruit. After collecting the Sacred Spirit Fruit, Qin Tian took the 2 dragons and 1 tree and left. Upon exiting the divine hidden forest, Qin Tian summoned the Horse Demon King and took him meowing inside. The 2 dragons and 1 tree transformed into human forms and followed behind. Inside the carriage, Qin Tian smiled and said, "In the future, we will cultivate a group of little brothers at the imperial level. At that time, with just 1 command from you, we can directly flatten the forces of your enemies." A group of little brothers at the imperial level? And Miaoling didn't know what to say. Only someone like her, who had ascended to the imperial level, understood how difficult it was to achieve that. However, she did not voice this out of fear of discouraging Qin Tian. She was very touched that he had such ambition. Thinking of this, she instinctively leaned against Qin Tian's shoulder. Qin Tian placed his hand on Miaoling's shoulder and patted it. As the night deepened and the sky grew darker, Qin Tian's hand began to move restlessly. In the end, she could only shyly pinch Qin Tian's waist as a warning. Since the 2 dragons and 1 tree were following behind. She felt embarrassed to say anything like, "Don't move around, master, you're overstepping." The next day, Qin Tian returned to the Songjin Peak with the 2 dragons and 1 tree. As soon as they entered the sect, Su Ming appeared. He sensed the presence of 3 beings in the sacred realm, 2 of whom were stronger than him. Upon seeing the 2 dragons and 1 tree, he was startled, fearing that the demon saint had come to attack Kunlun again. He shouted, "Qin Tian, I'll hold them off. Quickly call junior sister Jiang to help." Qin Tian shook his head and said, "Uncle Master, don't be alarmed. These are my new little brothers at Songjin Peak." Little brothers in the sacred realm? Su Ming felt that this information was too unreal. He looked at the 2 dragons and 1 tree, who all smiled kindly. Only then did Su Ming reluctantly believe it, and reminded Qin Tian to treat them well before leaving. After leaving Songjin Peak, Su Ming went to find Mo Wentian to tell him about this matter, also to enjoy the surprise on his face. To his astonishment, Mo Wentian joyfully said, "With so many beings in the sacred realm, our Kunlun Sword Sect will undoubtedly become the #1 force in the Eastern continent." Qin Tian took the 2 dragons and 1 tree to the Spirit Sword Pavilion, letting them settle down. For convenience, he also named the 2 dragons Long E and Long Air, which was easier to remember. Then he took out 2 mid-grade Imperial-level cultivation methods for them to practice. Since he had accepted them, he should give them some rewards. After settling them in, Qin Tian took him yowling back to the Sonju Pavilion. At this time, Mo Wentian arrived and asked, "I heard you recruited 3 Sacred Realm powerhouses?" Qin Tian nodded. "Should I pay them a visit?" Mo Wentian asked cautiously. "What do you need to visit them for?" "They're just my little brothers." "Little brothers?" Mo Wentian was a bit confused. "In the future, if there's a fight, you can find them. As for other matters, just leave it be." Mo Wentian instinctively nodded, then chatted a few words with him yowling before preparing to leave. At this moment, Qin Tian took out the complete version of the Great Brightness Infinite Decision and handed it to Mo Wentian. "Take this cultivation method to practice. As for the others, you can decide." Mo Wentian took the cultivation method and looked at it. Then his expression froze, and he stood still, staring at the Great Brightness Infinite Decision. Qin Tian said, "If you want to look, take it back. No one will snatch it from you." Only then did Mo Wentian come to his senses and excitedly said, "Thank you, junior brother. I will definitely promote the Kunlun Sword Sect and make it your strongest support." After Mo Wentian left, Qin Tian prepared to refine pills. He first carefully reviewed the pill formula several times, then simulated the process in his mind. He could not afford to make mistakes, as the main materials for refining these pills were not easily obtainable. After confirming his proficiency, he began the pill refining process, starting with igniting the fire. Then came the addition and adjustment of the herbs, which was the most critical step. If the herbs were not adjusted properly, the pill would be difficult to form. Any interruption would render it impossible to obtain. Qin Tian focused his spirit and synchronized his breath, proceeding step by step to purify and retain the essence. After completing the first step, he began to control the fire and the formation on the pill furnace, allowing the essences to merge. Once the merging was successful, he sealed the furnace. The final step was to control the heat and slowly condense the pill, which was the most time-consuming process. The pills being refined were low-grade imperial pills, so the condensation took a long time. Miaoling stayed by Qin Tian's side to guard against any disturbances, and later, the little fox by Xiaoru also arrived. Qin Tian refined for 3 days. Finally, the pill furnace stopped shaking, and Qin Tian was exhausted after concentrating for 3 days. He waved his hand, and the lid of the furnace flew off, releasing 3 low-grade imperial-level healing pills. After the pills flew out, they were ready to escape, but Qin Tian had already set up formations around the pill furnace. So the healing pills were like fish in a barrel. Qin Tian then sealed the pills one by one and stored them away. He first gave one to Miaoling, allowing her to use it for her breakthrough, as this breakthrough was a significant realm, and he would also receive rewards. After Miaoling left, Bai Xiaoru looked at Qin Tian with anticipation. Qin Tian took out a pill and asked, "Do you want it?" Bai Xiaoru nodded repeatedly, "Yes. Call me master." Qin Tian said mischievously. Bai Xiaoru fell into a dilemma, But in the end, she lowered her head and called out, "Master, transform back into human form," Qin Tian instructed. "What do you want?" The little fox by Xiaoru asked warily. "Hurry up and change," Qin Tian urged. Bai Xiaoru thought for a moment, but decided to transform. After all, the master had called her, and it would be too much of a loss not to get the pill. In an instant, a stunning beauty appeared before Qin Tian's eyes. Qin Tian revealed a hint of mischief and exposed her tail. Bai Xiaoru glared at Qin Tian, not expecting him to have this kink. Soon, 7 fluffy tails grew from behind her. At this moment, she blushed and said, "Quickly give me the pill." Qin Tian directly stuffed the healing pill into her mouth. When Bai Xiaoru felt the explosive power of the medicine within her body, she quickly sat down to break through to the 3rd layer of the half-saint realm. Chapter 29. And Miaoling breaks through to half-saint. Qin Tian smiled as he approached Bai Xiaoru from behind and rested his head on her tail. He even picked up a tail and studied it carefully, then rubbed it against his face and sniffed it. Suddenly, a fragrant scent flooded his mind, almost making him lose himself. Bai Xiaoru, who was in the midst of her breakthrough, felt her face turn red out of embarrassment, as the tail was one of the most sensitive parts of their fox clan. However, she couldn't stop. She had to endure it and would retract her tail after completing her breakthrough. Curious about whether Bai Xiaoru's 7 tails grew from the same place, Qin Tian secretly glanced over, but all he could see was fur, making it hard to tell. He thought about poking around a bit to see. As soon as his hand touched it, Bai Xiaoru jumped up and angrily exclaimed, "Pervert!" At that moment, Bai Xiaoru had successfully completed her breakthrough, and since she was returning to her original realm, it happened quickly. Qin Tian awkwardly smiled and said, "I was just curious if your 7 tails grow from one place." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoru's face turned even redder. "Our fox clan's tails cannot be touched randomly. Don't you know?" "I didn't know," Qin Tian replied innocently. He then walked over, patted Bai Xiaoru's shoulder, and said, "What's wrong with your master touching them a bit?" Bai Xiaoru shrugged her shoulders and shyly said, "Only my partner can touch a fox clan's tail. If you keep this up, how am I supposed to get married in the future?" "Do you have someone you like?" Qin Tian asked. "Not now, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future," Bai Xiaoru replied stubbornly. "Isn't it enough if you don't have anyone? In the future, I'll support you as your master." After saying this, Qin Tian took out 3 pieces of lingerie and a Star Moon glazed skirt, handing them to Bai Xiaoru. "This is a gift for you. You'll look beautiful in it." Bai Xiaoru received the clothes, her expression complicated, and left. Once everyone had left, Qin Tian took a restorative holy pill and began his breakthrough. As the medicinal power spread within him, the spiritual energy from Zhangjian Peak quickly surged into his body. Before long, he successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the holy realm. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon appeared again in the sky over Dongzhou. Su Ming, on the back mountain, looked toward Zhangjian Peak as he had sensed the violent surge of spiritual energy from there. This time, Qin Tian had forcibly broken through using medicinal pills, so his method of transforming and liberating was still at the 12th level. He knew he would have to comprehend the 13th level on his own. Now, only Miaoling had not yet broken through. Since she was breaking through to a major realm and had only recently completed her breakthrough, it was normal for her to take a bit longer. She needed to consolidate her realm first. This wait lasted until the next morning. Ding! The host disciple in Miaoling has broken through to the half-saint realm, rewarding the host with an upgrade in cultivation aptitude to holy grade, and the signing reward has increased by 50%. The moment Qin Tian received the reward, he felt his mind clear up and his understanding of the Tao deepen a bit. These feelings were all due to the enhancement of his cultivation aptitude. When Miaoling reaches the saint realm in the future, it would mean his cultivation aptitude would enter the emperor grade. Additionally, the signing reward had increased by 50%, which was a huge bonus. Otherwise, he would have to sign in honestly for more than 10 years to have a chance of breaking through. After claiming the reward, Qin Tian communicated with Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru, asking them to change into new clothes for a big dinner celebration that night. Then Qin Tian got busy. An hour and a half later, he had prepared a large feast. Dragon bone soup, stir-fried dragon tongue, heavenly beef. He then sent a message for the 2 women to come eat, and soon he saw two stunningly beautiful women approaching slowly. And Miao Ling wore a phoenix and dragon feather dress, embroidered with a soaring multicolored phoenix, with a skirt resembling a mist of blooming flowers, combined with her enchanting face. She looked incredibly noble, like a proud phoenix. Bai Xiaoru also donned a star moon glazed skirt, with light purple stars embroidered on the bodice, and a floral skirt flowing below. At that moment, she resembled a celestial fairy descending to captivate hearts. The two women, seeing Qin Tian's astonished expression, couldn't help but cover their mouths and smile. Once they sat down, Qin Tian finally came to his senses. Reflecting on his earlier life, it had been quite ordinary. But now with these two beauties, he felt immensely fortunate. After dinner, Qin Tian suggested taking a medicinal bath, especially since he had just obtained the corpse of a third-level Holy Realm Black Dragon. The essence of blood from a third-level Holy would surely be much better than that of a second level. The two women initially refused, but after Qin Tian's repeated assurances and requests, they eventually agreed. After all, the benefits of the medicinal bath were significant. During the medicinal bath, the two women guarded themselves closely, and Qin Tian indeed did not take advantage of the situation. After Miao Ling reached the half-saint realm, she could suppress the essence of the black dragon's blood, so there was no repeat of previous incidents. Qin Tian could only satisfy his visual cravings. Watching them put on the lingerie he had chosen, their rosy cheeks, fair skin, and increasingly voluptuous figures, along with their extraordinarily beautiful jade-like feet beneath the water. All of this stirred Qin Tian's heart restlessly. At that moment, he began to harbor thoughts of slaughtering the Emperor Dragon, believing in Miao Ling would definitely be unable to withstand the dragon's blood at the Emperor level. After the medicinal bath, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Time passed quickly, and soon it was half a month later. Shang Wenye arrived at Songjin Peak as agreed. After Qin Tian settled her in the Lingjian Pavilion, he also gave her an Emperor-level cultivation method. When she received the Emperor-level method, she instantly felt that being a maid was worth it. However, Qin Tian didn't actually make her do maid work. Afterward, they enjoyed a period of peaceful and warm cultivation days. 3 months later, and Miao Ling's sword intent still hadn't reached perfection, which made her somewhat anxious. She understood what Qin Tian had taught her, but she still didn't know how to achieve it. Finally, she had to seek Qin Tian's guidance again to see if she could gain any insights. Qin Tian instructed her to continue practicing while he watched from the side. After a while, Qin Tian finally noticed some clues and called a halt to Miao Ling's practice, saying, "When you practice the sword, you treat it merely as cultivation. So you always feel like something is missing, right?" And Miao Ling nodded. Qin Tian continued, "Sword intent contains the nobility of the sword, the cold pride of the sword, the sharpness of the sword's true essence, and killing intent, among others. If you encounter a life and death battle, you will fully immerse yourself in these realms. And perhaps that's when you'll achieve sudden insight. But right now, you are not immersing yourself. You are merely using it, so it is incomplete. The best way now is to immerse yourself in it. In future practices, you should consistently use one realm and the same moves, continuously trying to immerse yourself until those moves become muscle memory and memory in your consciousness. This is a rather clumsy method, but I believe it should be effective." And Miao Ling nodded seriously. She felt this method was feasible. If it still didn't work, she would have to seek a life and death battle. When faced with death, one is most likely to gain insights, but this method is extremely dangerous. For a period afterward, and Miao Ling blindfolded herself, imagining her enemies were right in front of her, and repeatedly used one move, tried to immerse herself in it. While Miao Ling was practicing, Qin Tian received a message from Ming Yilian. "Master, come save me quickly. The people from the demon sect are chasing me." After inquiring about her location, he rushed over immediately. Not far from the Kunlun Mountains, he saw Ming Yilian struggling to run toward Kunlun, looking extremely fatigued and clearly seriously injured. Not far behind her, several armored guards were desperately holding off 3 elders from the demon sect. After reaching her side, Qin Tian quickly handed her a healing pill and then drew the life and death sword, swinging it to unleash a flash of sword light. The 3 elders of the demon sect, who were at the 3rd level of the transformation realm, were directly sliced in half. The armored guards, who were ready to face death, were suddenly shocked. After dealing with the pursuers, Qin Tian asked, "What happened?" Ming Ilian said with a hint of tears in her voice, "There has been a rebellion in the Chongming kingdom. Our national master turned out to be an elder of the demon sect. He ambushed and killed my father, the emperor, and then set up a great formation in Chongming city, preparing to sacrifice all the cultivators in the city. My grandfather emerged from seclusion and fought desperately to open a corner of the formation, allowing me and the guards to escape. Sacrifice the entire city?" Qin Tian said in surprise. Chapter 30. The Demon Sect's Massacre of the City. There was once a sacrificial event in a city. At that time, the leader of the demon sect used the energy gained from the sacrifice to break through to the holy realm. Qin Tian displayed a look of disgust, not expecting such an evil technique to exist. "Let's go take a look." After saying that, he quickly pulled Ming Ilian and rushed towards Chongming city. On the way, Ming Ilian asked, "Master, do we need to call for help?" He might have already broken through to the second level of the holy realm. "No need," Qin Tian confidently replied. Ming Ilian then felt relieved. When they arrived outside Chongming city, Qin Tian looked at the city that housed millions of residents, now shrouded in black mist. This was definitely premeditated. It was a massive project. The atmosphere inside was filled with deathly energy, and wails echoed everywhere. Qin Tian was furious. This was a place he had lived in during his childhood, and he had some feelings for it. Now, this city had turned into a hell on earth overnight, and the death toll was estimated to be in the millions. In a fit of rage, he took out the life and death sword and thrust it fiercely. PSA. The great formation shattered instantly. Qin Tian could finally see the situation inside. A man in a black robe was absorbing the death energy at the center of the city. Below him were hundreds of black-robed figures and countless desiccated corpses. After the formation was broken, the living finally saw a glimmer of hope. They looked towards Qin Tian and Ming Ilian and couldn't help but cheer excitedly. "It's the princess. The princess has come to save us." Meanwhile, in the air, the leader of the demon sect, Yihan, wore a dark expression. He had been plotting for decades and was just one step away from breaking through to the second level of the holy realm, but now it was interrupted. "Who are you?" "Someone here to kill you," Qin Tian coldly replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the life and death sword shot towards Yihan's forehead. Yihan felt the threat of death and tried to dodge, but he was already locked on. "No!" Before he could finish his sentence, the life and death sword pierced through his forehead. The sword then flew out, continuing to slay the black-robed figures below. Within 3 breaths, all the black-robed figures were killed. At this moment, the survivors finally breathed a sigh of relief. The nightmare was over. But when they saw the countless bodies scattered throughout the city, their expressions turned heavy. Ming Ilian stepped forward and said, "This misfortune was unavoidable, but since we survived, we must continue to live on. I will inherit the throne, and I promise that under my leadership, such things will never happen again, because Chongming Kingdom will be protected by my master." After saying this, she eagerly looked at Qin Tian, hoping he would nod in agreement. Qin Tian understood that this was to stabilize the people's hearts, and he was willing to protect Chongming City. After all, it was his home. So he looked down and said loudly, "From now on, I will protect Chongming Kingdom." Instantly, the crowd below erupted in cheers, kneeling in unison. "Hail the Emperor, teacher! Hail Princess Lian!" With Qin Tian, a powerful being who could kill the leader of the demon sect in an instant, protecting them, what was there to fear? Afterward, Qin Tian checked the nearby cities and killed all the demon sect members he encountered. Once done, he returned to Sanjin Peak, while Ming Ilian led the people to rebuild their home. And Miao Ling was still continuously trying to immerse herself in her training to achieve perfection. Bai Xiaoru was on the peak, practicing the Heavenly Fox Supreme technique. Her combat power was now on par with the Holy Realm. She practiced the Demon Path, which was also the path she had previously walked, so she wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks. Qin Tian walked over and sat beside her. When Bai Xiaoru saw Qin Tian had arrived, she stopped her training. "Can you tell me your story in detail?" Qin Tian asked curiously. Bai Xiaoru's expression suddenly turned unpleasant. She feared that Qin Tian would be scared upon learning the truth and would leave her. After all, the forces trying to kill her were too powerful, and there was more than one force. Otherwise, the Qingqiu, one of the 3 major demon clans, would not have been unable to protect her. So now she felt a mix of anxiety and desire. She didn't want to be Qin Tian's pet, but she also didn't want to leave him. When she was with Qin Tian, she felt quite happy and secure overall. Qin Tian noticed her worries and gently rubbed by Xiaoru's head, saying, "No matter how powerful your enemies are, I will protect you. In fact, Miaoling's situation should be similar to yours. She also has many powerful enemies in Zhongzhou. So having more or fewer people doesn't matter." Bai Xiaoru nodded slightly and then transformed into human form, sitting beside Qin Tian, saying, "I am the princess of Qingqiu." After Bai Xiaoru finished telling her story, Qin Tian looked at her with newfound respect. It was hard to imagine that a person's beauty could lead to the downfall of 2 powerful empires. Those were empires with a population of billions. However, Bai Xiaoru's beauty and her eyes were indeed captivating. Qin Tian patted Bai Xiaoru's head and said, "From now on, stay by my side and don't go out to harm others anymore." Bai Xiaoru shook her head and playfully retorted, "You're the one who harms others." In Zhongzhou, the Kunlun Empire. This is a power that is relatively close to Dongzhou, with a legacy that has lasted over 100,000 years. The empire is filled with powerful individuals and even has an emperor-level figure stationed there. At this moment, on the stargazing platform of the Kunlun Empire, an old man suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, penetrating through countless regions. Finally, it landed on the 2 realms mountain between Dongzhou and Zhongzhou. A purple aura shot straight into the sky. He then closed his eyes and began to calculate. After a long while, he opened his eyes again and transmitted a message. The purple aura comes from the east. A secret realm of a peak emperor-level expert has appeared at the 2 realms mountain. The secret realm can only accommodate practitioners below the holy realm. Any half-saints from our Kunlun Empire can go to obtain treasures. In the Sword God Valley, the Sword Emperor Jingyun, who was refining swords, suddenly stopped and looked towards the direction of the 2 realms mountain. About 10 breaths later, a powerful voice echoed throughout the Sword God Valley. The Emperor-level secret realm has appeared. All half-saint disciples of our Sword God Valley can go to the 2 realms mountain. The Haotian Empire's Ice Xian Empress also began to transmit messages. In an instant, almost all the Zhongzhou forces near the 2 realms mountain had disciples stepping out ahead there. This time, it was not just for treasure, but also for the training of the younger generation. At Songjin Peak, Qin Tian, who was resting, received a system task. The 2 realms mountain has appeared with an emperor-level secret realm. Individuals of half-saint level and below can enter. The host can allow his disciple and Miaoling to go for training, and rewards will be obtained based on her training rating. After receiving the task, Qin Tian hurriedly got up and went to Miaoling's side. At this moment, Miaoling's sword intent had reached perfection after a long period of immersive training. With just a bit of polishing, she could achieve true perfection. When Miaoling saw Qin Tian coming, she put away her sword and happily said, "My sword intent is basically perfected. Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Qin Tian helped Miaoling tidy her messy hair and said, "There's no need to be polite with your master. The Emperor-level secret realm has appeared, but only those of half-saint level and below can enter. So I hope you can go for a visit. Consider it a way to hone your sword path so that you can progress faster. An Emperor-level secret realm with restrictions on cultivation levels?" And Miaoling's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had heard of such secret realms before, which were left behind by peak Emperor-level experts before their deaths. They were meant to find their inheritors, thus restricting the cultivation level of entrance, typically within a separate space. In addition to the inheritance of techniques and martial arts, such secret realms might contain emperor-grade spiritual herbs, and even emperor weapons could possibly be found, though the probability was low. This was something she had longed to visit in her previous life, but she never had chance. She didn't expect to have this opportunity in this life. "I will go, Master." Qin Tian took out some elixirs and handed them to Miaoling, then embraced her and said, "Use the time-space token if there are any issues." After that, Miaoling bid farewell to Qin Tian and set off. At the entrance of the 2 realms mountain, many talented forces had gathered to discuss matters. Just then, 3 dragon serpents flew in, pulling a luxurious sedan chair. Alongside the sedan was a young man wielding a sword. His sword was extraordinary, a semi-emperor grade blade. They were Prince Lanfeng of the Kunlun Empire and Jian Beiqian of the Sword Valley. Their arrival instantly sparked heated discussions among the crowd. It was said that both of them were prodigies at the triple level of the semi-saint realm and had records of battling against saints without defeat. Indeed, they were personally taught by peak emperors. We cannot compare to them. After arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, the two began to assess each other. Since they were the strongest among those present, there was a bit of rivalry, and eventually they even contemplated sparring. Just as they were intent on sparring, a woman in a white dress approached gracefully. Chapter 31. Gathering of Talents. She is the biological daughter of the Ice Xian Empress of the Haoyan Empire, Princess Mu Qingqing. Upon seeing Mu Qingqing arrive, the two immediately abandoned their idea of sparring, as they did not want Mu Qingqing to benefit from their conflict. Lanfeng, slightly wary, glanced at Mu Qingqing and said, "I didn't expect you to come as well. The strongest forces near the Two Realms Mountain are the three of us," Mu Qingqing replied. "You all came, so how could I not? This concerns the Imperial weapons." At the mention of Imperial weapons, a hint of greed flashed in the eyes of all three. Because the Imperial weapons are the foundation of the sect. The three stood in a stalemate, each wary of the others, and no one took the initiative to cause trouble. They quietly waited for the entrance to the secret realm to open. Before long, another extraordinary girl dressed in phoenix feathers approached. She was a Miaoling. However, at this moment, she was wearing a special pink veil. But based on the outline of her face and her pair of fresh and refined eyes, it was still evident that she was a great beauty. The reason she wore the veil was to avoid being recognized by the forces from Zhongzhou. When Lanfeng saw such an extraordinary beauty appear, he ran over to strike up a conversation. However, Miaoling stood with her sword in hand, expressionless, gazing at the entrance of the secret realm and did not pay him any attention. And Miaoling's attitude further ignited Lanfeng's possessiveness. As a prince, apart from Mu Qingqing, no woman had ever dared to ignore him. Lanfeng patiently stated his identity and then promised that he would protect Miaoling once inside the secret realm. But Miaoling still ignored him and walked around Lanfeng toward the entrance. Being ignored in front of so many talents instantly ignited a surge of anger within him. "Stop right there." After saying this, he reached out with one hand, and Miaoling sensed it and sidestepped. Swish! The ice glass sword was drawn, and she turned around to slash. Lanfeng had never expected Miaoling would dare to draw her sword against him. So in a hurry, he could only use his protective spiritual energy to defend himself. The ice glass sword directly sliced through his protective spiritual energy, leaving a scar on his arm. This scene shocked everyone. Incredible. She actually injured the prince of the Kunlun Empire with a single sword. Who was this talent? Could she be from a central region of Zhongzhou? Mu Qingqing and Jian Beiqian looked at Miaoling in surprise, especially Jian Beiqian, as he sensed a sword intent from Miaoling that was not weaker than his own. "Which force are you from?" Lanfeng instantly distanced himself from Miaoling and asked in a deep voice. "No sect, no faction," Miaoling replied. Lanfeng began to size up Miaoling. Her realm could be confirmed as half-saint level 1, just with a stronger sword intent. Therefore, her sword must be extraordinary, at least a half-emperor-grade weapon, or possibly a low-grade emperor weapon. Thinking of this, Lanfeng revealed a greedy look. "Little sister, leave your sword behind, or you won't be able to leave today. Get lost." And Miaoling parted her lips slightly and uttered a single word. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." Lanfeng directly drew his long knife. Seeing him prepare to take action, Miaoling also showed a serious expression, as the opponent was 2 levels higher than her and was also a talent. Lanfeng used a sudden step to rush forward and slash down with his knife. And Miaoling met him head-on with the ice glass sword. Swish! The two retreated a few steps, relying on the ice glass sword and her perfect sword intent, and Miaoling did not fall behind. Seeing this, Lanfeng activated the royal bloodline of the Kunlun Empire. His momentum increased a few notches, and Miaoling also activated her Ice Phoenix bloodline, causing the temperature in the area to drop. Lanfeng's expression changed. He felt that Miaoling's bloodline seemed to be stronger than his own. What kind of bloodline is that? Beside them, Jian Beiqian and Mu Qingqing also showed surprised expressions. Miaoling furrowed her brow and did not answer Lan Feng. At this moment, she was worried that the forces behind Lan Feng would take action against her, because both her sword and her bloodline were very attractive to those major forces. Then Lan Feng continued to attack, constantly using his royal family's secret techniques. However, Miaoling blocked them all. Lan Feng knew it was difficult to defeat her, so he shouted, "Uncle Long." 3 breaths later, a middle-aged man appeared. He was the Uncle Long mentioned by Lan Feng and also his protector at the 3rd stage of the Holy Realm. At this moment, Lan Feng seemed to be communicating with Uncle Long through sound transmission. Before long, Uncle Long looked at Miaoling, a golden light flashing in his eyes, as he recognized her Ice Phoenix bloodline. "Little girl, how about we discuss you marrying our Prince Lan Feng as a royal consort?" This statement stunned everyone again, as Lan Feng was the heir to the throne of the Kunlun Empire. Lan Feng was about to say something, but upon hearing Uncle Long's sound transmission, he immediately shut his mouth. When he looked at Miaoling again, his eyes were filled with possessiveness, and Miaoling said with a look of disgust, "I refuse." After saying this, she grasped the time and space token, ready to activate it at any moment. "Do you know what being a royal consort represents?" Uncle Long continued. "Not interested." Upon hearing Miaoling's response, Uncle Long's face darkened. "You might be confused right now. Let me take you back to the Empire for treatment." After saying this, he prepared to move forward to capture Miaoling. At that moment, a flying sword shot toward him from a distance. Swish! Uncle Long was directly knocked back. Seeing the sword in the air, Miaoling's cold expression eased somewhat, and she looked around for Qin Tian's figure. Qin Tian did not appear, but communicated with Miaoling through sound transmission. "I won't come out. I'll intimidate them from the shadows." He feared that his appearance would provoke a larger conflict, leading to the arrival of powerful beings from the Empire, which would create an unmanageable situation. Uncle Long also looked around and finally turned to Miaoling. "Is that your protector?" Miaoling nodded, acknowledging it. After hesitating for a moment, Uncle Long decided not to take further action. From the previous exchange, he could feel that the opponent was stronger than him. He then sent a distress signal to the Empire before directly disappearing to hide. Before long, the entrance to the secret realm opened, and everyone entered one by one. Once inside, they found themselves in a desert, and many began to form teams voluntarily. The more people they had, the better their chances of obtaining treasures, and the safer they would be. Lan Feng found Jian Beiqian to team up with. After a brief conversation, they looked at Mu Qingqing and Miaoling with ill intentions. Mu Qingqing thought for a moment, and then walked over to Miaoling with a smile. "Hello, I am Mu Qingqing. I hope we can team up and split the loot evenly." After a moment of thought, Miaoling agreed, as she had also noticed Lan Feng's malicious gaze. Thus, the two girls teamed up and ventured deeper into the secret realm. In the Kunlun Empire, at the Lanyang Royal Mansion, the powerful being Lanyang Wang rose and headed towards the location of the Two Realms Mountain, as he had received a sound transmission from the great Emperor Lan Tian. Chapter 32. The Resurrection of the Ancient Sun Emperor. As they delved deeper, the number of suns in the sky above the secret realm increased. 2, 3. Now, there were already 6 suns hanging in the sky, and their temperatures were far higher than outside. In the face of this situation, many practitioners at the creation realm were suffering greatly. Miaoling was not too affected, as she was of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, and with just a slight activation of her bloodline power, she could lower the temperature around her. As a result, Mu Qingqing also benefited from it. Because Miaoling was an ancient bloodline wielder, Mu Qingqing genuinely wanted to befriend her. The two talked more, and she even shared her cultivation insights with Miaoling. Although these insights were not of much use to Miaoling, the reincarnated Empress, she still gained some goodwill from her. As everyone continued forward, the number of suns in the sky increased to 9, and at that point, those below the semi-sacred realm could no longer hold on and began to flee back. Even 2 practitioners at the semi-sacred realm decided to retreat. After 1 hour, all 9 suns disappeared. The entire secret realm trembled, and then everyone was transported to the entrance of a massive city. Above the ancient city, 3 large characters were inscribed, Ancient Sun City. Upon seeing this name, Miaoling seemed to recall something. Beside her, Mu Qingqing said, "According to the records of our Haotian Empire, 30,000 years ago, there was a peak powerhouse at the third level of the Emperor realm named the Ancient Sun Emperor. This secret realm is likely left behind by the Ancient Sun Emperor. Hearing that the Ancient Sun Emperor possessed the imperial weapon, the Ancient Sun Blade, Mu Qingqing's face was filled with excitement. Because even in their Haoyan Empire, they only had one imperial weapon. The gap between an emperor with an imperial weapon and one without was significant. Not only the two of them were aware of this information. Other talented individuals from major forces also began to think, especially Lan Feng and Jian Beichun, who appeared determined to seize it. Boom! The stone gate of the city rose, and nearly all the practitioners rushed inside, and Miaoling and Mu Qingqing followed closely behind. However, they had not entered for long when they heard screams. Inside, numerous ghostly soldiers appeared. Almost every one of them possessed the strength of the semi-sacred realm. Moreover, they could execute combined attack techniques. The first few practitioners at the front were immediately swept away by a charge. Subsequently, the ghostly soldiers continued to charge, and when the others attempted to retreat, the city gate had already closed. The entire city was also enveloped by a formation, making it impossible to fly out. The observant and Miaoling noticed that the deceased bodies were gradually drying up. However, she did not speak up to warn others, as it would be of no use. At this moment, most practitioners had already lost their courage due to the ghostly soldiers. Only by helping them rebuild their confidence would it be effective. Then she exchanged a word with Mu Qingqing, drew her ice glass sword, and charged towards the ghostly soldiers. Sizzle. The ghostly soldiers had no significant resistance under her ice glass sword, and she could take down one in just 3 moves. And Miaoling's actions awakened everyone. The ghostly soldiers were not invincible. At this point, many noticed the issue of the corpses drying up. Thus, they spontaneously organized to launch a counterattack. This battle was extremely tragic. When all the ghostly soldiers were killed, nearly 80 of their group was reduced to just 10. At this moment, the remnants of the ghostly soldiers transformed into streams of ghostly energy and floated towards the city. Seeing this strange scene, and Miaoling decisively pursued the direction of the ghostly energy. If there was truly something there, now would be the best time to stop it. With the ancient city sealed and unable to escape, allowing the ghostly energy to accumulate would be no different from waiting for death. After a brief hesitation, the others also pursued. As heirs of major forces, they were not foolish. Upon entering the city, they discovered a palace where the ghostly energy was gathering. Arriving at the palace, they saw a blood-red bronze figure holding a broadsword, the sword's tip planted into the ground. There was also a storage ring on its finger, and the ghostly energy was concentrating around it. Jian Beichun raised an eyebrow and struck with his sword. Just as Jian Beichun was about to attack the bronze figure, it moved. Swoosh! The bronze figure swiftly lifted the sword and counterattacked. The clash of swords sent Jian Beichun flying. At this moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Some voiced their speculations. Could this bronze figure be the Ancient Sun Emperor? Is it absorbing the ghostly energy and the blood essence of the previously deceased elites to resurrect itself? And could the sword in its hand be the ancient sun blade? Hearing this analysis, many agreed. They were both shocked and delighted. Shocked by the resurrection of the ancient Sun Emperor and delighted that there was indeed an imperial weapon. Mu Qingqing stepped forward and proposed, "Let's not think about the imperial weapon for now. Our top priority is to deal with this bronze figure that seems to be the ancient Sun Emperor." As soon as she finished speaking, many agreed. That makes sense. Let's work together to deal with the bronze figure. Subsequently, everyone spread out and surrounded the bronze figure, drawing their weapons and launching an attack. Faced with so many attacks, especially from a Miaoling wielding a top-tier imperial weapon, the bronze figure could only temporarily halt its absorption. At this time, the bronze figure's strength had reached the second level of the sacred realm. Jian Beichun and the others had records of not being defeated by opponents at the first level of the sacred realm, but they were still at a disadvantage against the second level. However, they had no choice but to push forward, as allowing the bronze figure to continue absorbing would leave them with even less chance to fight back. After holding on for a quarter of an hour, they were pleasantly surprised to find the bronze figure's aura weakening. This indicated that if they persisted a bit longer, victory was within reach. While attacking, and Miaoling secretly transmitted to Mu Qingqing, Wait for me to find an opportunity to deliver the final blow. The storage ring is mine, and the imperial weapon is yours. Deal. Mu Qingqing replied via transmission. For powerful forces like them, cultivation resources were not lacking. What they lacked was an imperial weapon. After another quarter of an hour, the bronze figure's realm dropped to the first level of the sacred realm, showing signs of declining further. Prepare. And Miaoling reminded through her transmission and directly unleashed her imperial sword technique. Charging in Yang. Instantly, black and white energies surrounded the ice-glass sword, and it stabbed fiercely towards the bronze figure's head. Whoosh! The ice-glass sword pierced through the bronze figure's head, causing it to split apart completely. Prepared in advance. And Miaoling and Mu Qingqing grabbed the ring and the sword and ran. The others hurriedly chased after them. However, the two women's strength was not weak, and amidst the chase and skirmish, they managed to escape the secret realm. Once outside, the two did not linger and continued to flee into the distance. At this moment, Mu Qingqing's protector received news and quickly sent out a distress signal, rushing over to assist in their escape. However, they had not run far before they were blocked by the arriving King Lanyang. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed. They did not expect the Divine Lan Empire to send an emperor-level powerhouse. Seeing this, they temporarily abandoned the idea of seizing the imperial weapon and storage ring, waiting to see how the Haoyan Empire would respond to King Lanyang. Chapter 33. War Emperor Realm. Mu Qingqing's protector was a black-dressed woman at the third level of the Saint Realm. At this moment, she was looking at the Wang of Lanyang with a face full of caution and said, "Is it appropriate for you, a war emperor, to intervene in a contest among juniors? Whether it's appropriate or not depends on whether it's worth it," the Wang of Lanyang replied. "Imperial weapons are not something these juniors are worthy of possessing. Are you determined to oppose my Haoyan Empire?" The black-dressed woman said coldly. Since the support from the Haoyan Empire was about to arrive, she felt a bit more confident. The Wang of Lanyang sneered. "Does my Shanlan Empire fear your Haoyan? I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. Leave the imperial weapon and this girl with the Ice Phoenix bloodline." The atmosphere became tense, and 5 seconds quickly passed. The girls did not respond. The Wang of Lanyang directly released his domain. Once one reaches the War Emperor realm, they would comprehend a domain. Within the range of the domain, one's strength would be suppressed. Moreover, you could not recover your spiritual energy once consumed unless you had a domain to counter it. Thus, the difference between the Saint Realm and the War Emperor realm was enormous. After being enveloped by the Wang of Lanyang's domain, and Miaoling felt the gravity of the entire space change, and she was oppressed, so she could only use her spiritual power to counter this oppression. However, the consumed spiritual power could not be restored, as she could absorb no external spiritual energy under the influence of the domain. Additionally, her strength was directly suppressed by half. After releasing his domain, the Wang of Lanyang slowly walked towards Mu Qingqing, preparing to seize the imperial weapon, the ancient Yang blade. The black-dressed woman held her sword in front of him. The Wang of Lanyang snorted coldly and then struck out with his palm, sending the black-dressed woman flying. Just as he was about to take the sword, a beautiful woman appeared like a shadow beside Mu Qingqing. The beautiful woman was dressed in a red palace gown, exuding a noble aura, and her cold eyes released a chilling intent. "How shameless to attack a junior," she said, and as her words fell, the Wang of Lanyang's domain was also offset by the beautiful woman's domain, as both were at the first level of the War Emperor realm. Mu Qingqing exclaimed joyfully, "Aunt." The beautiful woman nodded and said, "You have made a great contribution this time." Upon seeing the beautiful woman arrive, the Wang of Lanyang knew it was impossible to seize anything now, so he planned to settle for second best and first capture Miaoling. Seeing the Wang of Lanyang's gaze fall on Miaoling, Mu Qingqing understood his intentions. She pointed at Miaoling and said, "Aunt, this is my friend, a bearer of the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman was taken aback and began to assess Miaoling, then said kindly to her, "Just follow me, no one can harm you." And Miaoling smiled back and said, "Thank you, senior." The Wang of Lanyang was somewhat angered, but he also knew it would be difficult to defeat the beautiful woman. Just then, a voice came from behind. "We can't let the Haoyan Empire take all the benefits. Wang, why don't we join forces?" The imperial weapon is mine, and the girl is yours. Everyone turned to look, and a white-robed swordsman was flying over on his flying sword. He was Jian Wuchen, the junior master of the Sword God Valley. Jian Wuchen glanced at him meowing and continued. This girl not only possesses the ancient bloodline, but the sword in her hand is also extraordinary. Moreover, she has obtained all the treasures except the imperial weapon from the ancient Yang Emperor, so you won't be a loss. After a moment of consideration, the Wang of Lanyang agreed. At least this way, he could gain some benefits. Now, it was 2 against 1, and the situation had reversed. The two attacked the beautiful woman together, and she counterattacked vigorously. However, after exchanging a dozen moves, the beautiful woman fell into a disadvantage, as it was 2 against 1. Mu Qingqing looked grimly at the battle. It was too late to call for support now. Her aunt could come only because the Haoyan Empire had received information that the Wang of Lanyang had mobilized. And Miaoling also looked worried, holding the time and space token tightly. However, she didn't summon it because she felt her master might not be able to defeat a war emperor. After all, the gap between the war emperor and the Saint Realm was enormous. Boom! After a fierce exchange, the beautiful woman was repelled, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. The two pressed their advantage, wielding half-emperor level weapons to strike. The beautiful woman showed a bitter expression and began to feel like retreating. At that moment, a sword flew over and intercepted the two's attack. Everyone on the scene was shocked and began to search for the sword's owner, and Miaoling smiled, relieved to see her master withstand the blow. At the same time, she was astonished by her master's strength. She had thought she had seen through her master's abilities, but now it seemed she hadn't. Amidst everyone's surprise, a handsome man stepped through the air. It was Qin Tian. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Mu Qingqing's eyes brightened, as she had never seen such a handsome person. Qin Tian grasped the life and death sword again and said, "If you want to bully my disciple, you must ask if I agree." The 3 war emperors began to assess Qin Tian's strength. Spirit movement realm? Impossible. They immediately dismissed it, as a spirit movement realm cultivator could not fly, let alone withstand the previous attack. This meant that the person before them was someone they could not see through. Realizing this, Jian Wuchen and the Wang of Lanyang showed a hint of caution. The beautiful woman, however, revealed a smile, as she had gained a powerful ally. Seeing the beautiful woman's condition was not good, Qin Tian switched to the realm of life. With a wave of the life and death sword, a wave of sword energy surged toward the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was taken aback at first, thinking Qin Tian was ambushing her, and prepared to block with her sword. But when she sensed the sword wave was filled with vitality, she abandoned her resistance, and an extremely pure life force surged into her body. Her injuries began to heal rapidly. Jian Wuchen and the Wang of Lanyang were stunned. Could he be a life-type warrior? Qin Tian spoke. "How about we end this matter here?" "Not possible," Jian Wuchen and the Wang of Lanyang said in unison. They had not been at a disadvantage in the previous clash, and the person before them had no domain. Thus, they did not believe Qin Tian was particularly strong. "Since that's the case, let's fight." After saying that, Qin Tian looked at the beautiful woman. "You choose one." The beautiful woman nodded, pointing her sword at the Wang of Lanyang. Qin Tian nodded and then patted Miaoling's shoulder, saying, "Have confidence in your master." Then he charged toward Jian Wuchen with his sword. As soon as they made contact, Jian Wuchen's sword domain enveloped him. Qin Tian's speed immediately slowed down. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he was a bit surprised, but that was all. The eternal, indestructible body activated. Instantly, the pressure of the domain became completely ineffective against him, as his physical body could fully adapt to the changes in gravity. Moreover, his physical body did not need to recover spiritual energy. Seeing the change in Qin Tian, Jian Wuchen frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Qin Tian to be such a formidable body cultivator. However, he didn't pay much attention because he was the most aggressive swordsman. With the activation of the eternal, indestructible body, Qin Tian charged at Jian Wuchen like a beast in an instant. The sword in his hand slashed at Jian Wuchen like a storm. Although Jian Wuchen defended with all his might, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly, his arm trembling slightly. Moreover, his sword sustained some damage. All of this was due to the immense force behind Qin Tian's strike and the high grade of the life and death sword. Gaining the upper hand, Qin Tian raised the life and death sword and shouted, "Break the heavens!" With one slash, Jian Wuqian's sword was directly cut, creating a gap. Following that, Qin Tian delivered a knee strike to Jian Wuqian's chest, sending him flying. Jian Wuqian felt immense pain, his internal organs injured. At this moment, Qin Tian appeared to him like a beast. Qin Tian pressed his advantage, swinging the life and death sword again at Jian Wuqian's neck. Jian Wuqian hurriedly placed his sword in front of him to block the strike. However, he was forced to retreat repeatedly by the force of the blow. At this moment, another chink appeared on his sword. Looking at the two chinks, he felt a deep pain in his heart. The sword was his most treasured possession. Although his sword was not an imperial-grade weapon, it was a semi-imperial-grade weapon, made from the same materials as imperial-grade weapons. Now that it had two chinks, there was only one possibility. Qin Tian's sword was an imperial weapon. Moreover, it was highly likely to be an imperial weapon of at least low grade. Chapter 34. The method of forging imperial weapons. Qin Tian chased after him again, and Jian Wuqian quickly retreated, not wanting to confront him head-on. The battle then took on a somewhat dramatic turn. Qin Tian pursued, while Jian Wuqian fled. Although Qin Tian had the advantage of weapons and physical strength to suppress Jian Wuqian, he couldn't catch up when Jian Wuqian decided to run. Their realms were too far apart. Eventually, Jian Wuqian felt too embarrassed and turned to run, with Jian Beichen closely following. This time, he ended up losing both the lady and the troops. He didn't obtain the imperial weapon, and his own weapon was basically ruined. The formations on it were destroyed, and there were two gaps. Such damage could only be remade from scratch. However, the cost of remaking it once was also significant. After seeing Jian Wuqian escape, Qin Tian swung his weapon towards Wang Lanyang. Wang Lanyang hurriedly blocked, but his weapon was directly chipped. At that moment, he realized how terrifying Qin Tian was and quickly distanced himself. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Lanyang asked in confusion. He was now not only wary of Qin Tian's strength, but also concerned about his identity. Qin Tian was young, yet he wielded an imperial weapon. The force behind such a person could very well be much stronger than their Shenlan Empire. Qin Tian raised the corners of his mouth and replied lightly, "Guess. You." Wang Lanyang was momentarily speechless. He glanced at the beautiful woman and then at Qin Tian, ultimately leaving helplessly. Ding! Congratulations to the host disciple for perfectly completing the secret realm task. Reward: Supreme Imperial Weapon Forging Method. Sign-in reward increased by 20. In an instant, Qin Tian's mind was filled with a wealth of knowledge about weapon forging. However, he would need some time to digest this information. Just as he was reviewing the forging knowledge, a voice interrupted him. "Velo, I am muyun, mukinkinkis ent." Qin Tian turned to see the beautiful woman from before, now smiling at him. He felt some goodwill towards her due to her previous willingness to protect Miaoling. So he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Miaoling's master, Qin Tian." At this moment, Mu Qingqing also ran over cutely and called out, "Uncle Qin." "Am I that old?" But Qin Tian thought it was understandable since she was friends with Miaoling. After chatting for a bit, Qin Tian declined Mu Yun's invitation and took Miaoling back to Tsangjian Peak in a horse-drawn carriage. Recently, Qin Tian occasionally fed some pills to the Horse Demon King, so its speed had increased significantly. While running, the Horse Demon King suddenly made a sharp turn, and Miaoling fell into Qin Tian's arms, her fragrance wafting towards him. Qin Tian instinctively placed his hand on her slender waist, and Miaoling felt the heat of his large hand on her waist, instantly blushing and quickly escaping from Qin Tian's embrace. She thought to herself, "Again, my rogue master is taking advantage of me." After a while, the Horse Demon King made another sharp turn, catching Miaoling off guard as she fell into Qin Tian's arms once more. Qin Tian held her waist, sniffed her hair, and said, "It doesn't smell as good as before. When we get back, I'll help you wash your hair." And Miaoling shrugged, unable to stand the ambiguous atmosphere, and immediately sat up straight. However, it wasn't long before the Horse Demon King turned again, and this time the clever and Miaoling sensed something was off. She suspiciously looked at Qin Tian. But Qin Tian was already prepared, wearing a faint smile with no other expression. Yet Miaoling still noticed. This expression was one she recognized. It was the same one her master had whenever he did something bad. Unable to do anything about Qin Tian, she could only threaten the horse demon king. With a whoosh, the ice-leery sword flew out of the carriage and struck the horse's back. Simultaneously, and Miaoling threatened, "If you don't run properly, it won't be just a tap next time." Qin Tian patted Miaoling's shoulder and said, "Why bother arguing with a horse?" And Miaoling's beautiful eyes narrowed. "Then shall I argue with you? Why do you have so many tricks? Do you often do this sort of thing? I spend every day with you. How could I not know if I did?" Qin Tian replied, after thinking about it, and Miaoling recalled how Qin Tian often read popular novels. "Do you often read books like The Overbearing Sect Master Falls in Love with Me or The Cold Senior Brothers, Little Darling?" Qin Tian's expression changed slightly as he quickly replied, "How could someone as handsome and sunny as me read such novels?" He, and Miaoling bit her lip and said, "Do you think I would believe that? I'm an empress, very fierce. Don't treat me like those little women." Qin Tian quickly nodded and then lay down, resting his head on Miaoling's lap. He could only satisfy his desire for her head like this, at least this way, and Miaoling wouldn't resist too much. After a while, the two returned to Sanjin Peak, and Miaoling handed Qin Tian the storage ring obtained from the secret realm. Qin Tian looked inside and saw 2 low-grade imperial spear herbs, along with many more heavenly-grade ones. In addition, there were some heavenly-grade pills and forging materials. After counting the materials, Qin Tian found quite a lot, including several low-grade imperial materials and 1 medium-grade one. He first refined some pills, producing 10 low-grade imperial pills and even more heavenly-grade ones. Qin Tian gave half to Miaoling for her cultivation, keeping 2 for himself and planning to give 3 to Bai Xiaoru. At this moment, Bai Xiaoru, as usual, was practicing on the mountain peak, visibly eager to restore her strength. Qin Tian approached her, took out 3 low-grade imperial pills, and asked, "Want some?" Bai Xiaoru sniffed a couple of times. Then her spirit jolted as she looked at the pills in Qin Tian's hand. They were imperial-grade pills, and there were 3 of them. Even when she was an imperial princess, she hadn't had this many imperial-grade pills. "I want them," she said, reaching for the pills in Qin Tian's hand. Qin Tian withdrew the pills and said, "Transform back into your human form and show me your tail. Let me sleep for a bit, and I'll give them to you." "Sleep for a bit? No way, you rogue. I'll tell Miaoling your true identity." "Why am I a rogue? I just wanted to use your tail as a pillow. It was quite comfortable last time," Qin Tian explained. Bai Xiaoru's face flushed slightly, realizing she had misunderstood. She looked at the pills in Qin Tian's hand and eventually agreed. She then transformed back into her human form, still the stunning beauty in a starry moonlit dress. 7 tails gradually emerged, looking lifelike. Qin Tian handed the pills to Bai Xiaoru and immediately lay down, resting his head on her fluffy tail. Bai Xiaoru felt uneasy with Qin Tian resting on her tail because she feared he might become curious about where her tail came from. However, after glancing at him a few times, she noticed that Qin Tian had fallen asleep, snoring softly. "My tail has a hypnotic effect." Seeing Qin Tian asleep, she relaxed and began to swallow the pills to refine them. Although not all imperial-grade pills could help one advance, 3 of them would definitely allow her to recover to the Saint Realm in a short time. Chapter 35 Sign-in Rewards. When Qin Tian woke up, the round moon and countless stars were already hanging in the sky. It was a beautiful sight. Bai Xiaoru stopped her cultivation upon seeing Qin Tian awake. "Hurry up and get up. I've been using your tail as a pillow." Qin Tian quickly sat up. "Did I sleep for a long time?" Bai Xiaoru pointed to the sky. "It's already the latter half of the night. What do you think?" Qin Tian smiled awkwardly and tried to change the subject. "The moon looks great tonight." "Yeah, but it's not as beautiful as the moonlight in Qingqiu," Bai Xiaoru said softly, feeling a bit nostalgic. Qin Tian patted Bai Xiaoru's back and said, "Time flies for cultivators. It won't be long before you can return to Qingqiu. And you don't need to worry about the contract. I can release it if you need it." Bai Xiaoru felt a little touched upon hearing this. "Why are you so good to me?" she asked curiously, feeling that Qin Tian was like a light illuminating her life. "Because I am your master," Qin Tian replied. The next day, Qin Tian began learning weapon refining. He first took some low-grade materials to practice and validate the knowledge he had gained about weapon refining. Weapon refining and pill refining have many similarities, so Qin Tian learned quickly. 3 months later, he was ready to attempt refining an imperial weapon. There are 3 important steps in weapon refining. The first step is forging, which involves removing impurities and refining the materials. Qin Tian took out 3 types of low-grade imperial weapon materials that could promote each other and began forging. He used the Wan Dai Tian hammer, which stacks the blows. Each additional stack increases the consumption on himself. Fortunately, Qin Tian had the eternal, undying body to endure until the end. Otherwise, it would be impossible for other saints to complete it. If he failed, it would mean the materials were wasted. After the materials were forged, Qin Tian began the second step. The second step is merging, where the refined materials are merged together to form the desired weapon prototype. Qin Tian continuously output spiritual power to increase the fire's intensity. After melting all the refining materials, he began to merge them. Then came the third step. The third step is the formation, where formation is imbued into the weapon, also known as enchanting, to make it more powerful and functional. The reason imperial weapons are rare in Zhongzhou is mainly due to the backwardness of weapon refining formations. Only with a powerful formation can the weapon's characteristics be fully realized. Qin Tian already understood a lot about formations, and having been exposed to weapon refining formations for a few months, he was quite familiar with them. In the end, Qin Tian spent 3 days to finally complete the refining of the imperial weapon. At this moment, a heavenly phenomenon appeared above the Sanjin Pavilion. However, this phenomenon was only small-scale, so only the 4 saints of Lingjian Pavilion noticed it. Although the 4 saints were surprised upon seeing that the phenomenon came from Sanjin Pavilion, they suppressed their curiosity and did not come to check it out. After successfully refining the first imperial weapon, Qin Tian was very happy. He envisioned a scene where he would refine a whole bunch of imperial weapons and lead a group of imperial realm brothers to sweep through Zhongzhou, helping in Miaoling and the little fox take revenge. He then prepared to continue refining. In Zhongzhou, when refining a half-imperial weapon, they usually prepare 2 sets of refining materials. Having 2 chances increases the success rate. For imperial weapons, even more materials are needed, and the success rate is very low. Moreover, there were not many people qualified to refine imperial weapons in Zhongzhou. For the second imperial weapon, Qin Tian refined a long knife, and for the third, he refined a sword, as swords were used by the most people. Qin Tian refined 4 low-grade imperial weapons in one go. The phenomenon above Sangjian Pavilion frequently occurred, and Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru couldn't help but come to watch, and eventually, even the 4 saints of Lingjian Pavilion, including Shangwanya, couldn't resist coming over. When they saw that Qin Tian had already refined imperial weapons, they were completely shocked, especially Bai Xiaoru and Miaoling, who had once been in the imperial realm and lived in Zhongzhou. They knew the value of imperial weapons in Zhongzhou. They were the foundation of major forces. The few people in Zhongzhou who could refine imperial weapons were those whom all major forces wanted to curry favor with. And among those few, it was extremely difficult to refine imperial weapons. Qin Tian refreshed their understanding once again. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Qin Tian revealed a harmless smile and said, "From now on, anyone who follows me and reaches the imperial realm will be rewarded with an imperial weapon." Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Shangwanya and the other 4 saints were so shocked that they couldn't speak. With an imperial weapon, not to mention anything else, challenging opponents beyond their rank would definitely be simple. Coupled with the imperial-level techniques Qin Tian provided them, they began to envision their future. Qin Tian put away the 4 imperial weapons, then took out the only mid-grade imperial refining material and some other quality refining materials. "Master, are you going to refine a mid-grade imperial weapon?" And Miaoling couldn't help but ask. Qin Tian nodded and said, "Let's give it a try." Then Qin Tian began the refining step by step, but the difficulty of refining was indeed much higher than that of low-grade imperial weapons. Just in the first step of forging, the number of times he stacked blows had already exceeded the previous count by more than double. As a result, even with his eternal, undying body, he was exhausted and sweat was pouring down his forehead. And Miaoling took out her handkerchief and thoughtfully helped Qin Tian wipe his sweat. After a day and a half of effort, he finally completed the first step. He then started merging. This was a delicate task, and Qin Tian spent 5 days on it. However, when he shaped the weapon prototype, everyone was stunned. Because the weapon Qin Tian refined turned out to be a kitchen knife. Shang Guanya and the others thought to themselves, the boss is indeed the boss. This is too reckless. And Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru also looked at Qin Tian with confusion. But when they thought that this knife would be used to cook meals for them, they could barely accept it. In the end, Qin Tian spent another 6 days setting up the formation. After about 12.5 days, the mid-grade imperial kitchen knife was finally successfully refined. After finishing the refining, Shang Guanya threw a flirtatious glance at Qin Tian and then returned to Lingjin Pavilion with Long, Yi, and the others to cultivate. At this moment, they also had the motivation to cultivate. That night, when Qin Tian used the imperial kitchen knife to cut meat, he realized it was indeed extraordinary. It was as easy as cutting tofu. After preparing the meal, the three of them enjoyed eating and drinking under the moonlight, feeling quite joyful. After finishing, Qin Tian began taking pills to cultivate. In the mountain, without the sun and moon, several years passed in a flash. Sign in. Ding. You have accumulated 5 years of sign-in points. Do you want to claim the reward? Claim. Ding. Sign-in reward. Spirit Gathering Pearl, mid-grade Imperial. Can enhance the wearer's cultivation speed and replenish spiritual power for the wearer. Sign-in reward. Transformation into Freedom Technique upgraded to the 13th level. Sign-in reward. Eternal Undying Body upgraded to the 3rd level. This time, his realm did not increase because he had previously broken through to the 2nd level of the Saint Realm by taking medicine. So his transformation into Freedom Technique remained at the original level. Now, obtaining the rewards just happened to raise the level of his transformation into Freedom Technique. As for the Spirit Gathering Pearl, it was a very good auxiliary cultivation treasure, and he wore it directly. The greatest gain was the upgrade of the Eternal Undying Body to the 3rd level. This way, he also had the confidence to challenge those in the Imperial Realm. Just as he was feeling happy, he heard the system's voice again. Ding. Detected that all of the host's realms have been forcibly increased by this system, and the host does not have a path of their own. Therefore, it is suggested that the host seal their spiritual power, transform into a mortal to comprehend the world, and understand their own path. If you agree, the host's spiritual power and storage ring will be sealed after 3 days. If actively used, it will be regarded as a failure. Chapter 36. Transformation and New Tasks. Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Tian felt confused. He understood some aspects of various paths, such as the sword path, which he could teach Miaoling a bit. However, these were not his own paths. He only understood them because of the system, and he hadn't researched them deeply, let alone comprehended them. So if the sword path was not his path, what was his path? Why cultivate? Qin Tian suddenly felt it was essential to find this answer. Agreed. Ding. The host agrees to transformation, and in 3 days, the host's spiritual power and storage ring will be sealed. After Miaoling broke through to the 2nd level of the semi-holy realm, she began secluding herself to attempt to break through her sword intent and comprehend the sword domain. Therefore, Qin Tian did not intend to disturb her. He felt that finding his own great path shouldn't take too long. Perhaps he could return before she finished her seclusion. He then went to find Bai Shiru, who had now broken through to the 1st level of the Holy Realm. Qin Tian received a reward, and his cultivation aptitude was raised to Imperial grade, the same as Miaoling's. Additionally, the reward from signing in had also increased by 20%. At this moment, in the room, Bai Xiaoru had transformed into human form, lying lazily on the bed in sexy lingerie. When Qin Tian pushed the door open, Bai Xiaoru was startled and sat up, shyly looking at him. It was the first time Qin Tian saw such a sexy side of Bai Xiaoru. Her eyes were alluring, and her face was enchanting, coupled with a few enticing fair spots. He couldn't bear to look away. Bai Xiaoru quickly grabbed the blanket to cover herself and asked unhappily, "What are you doing here so late?" Once her sexy figure was concealed, Qin Tian regained his senses. "I'm planning to go out for a while, to Zhongzhou. Are you coming?" "To Zhongzhou?" Bai Xiaoru thought for a moment and decided against it. "No, it's too dangerous for me to go now. Then I'll go by myself. Don't think too much about me." After saying that, Qin Tian left alone, deciding to go to a strange place in Zhongzhou. This time, his destination was the Haoyan Empire. He planned to find a small town in the Haotian Empire to stay in. He only brought an imperial-grade kitchen knife, as it could be used for cooking and self-defense. Even if he encountered a strong enemy, without using spiritual power, his physical strength combined with the kitchen knife would be enough to handle ordinary foes. Qin Tian first arrived at the Two Realms Mountain, then slowly ventured deeper towards Zhongzhou. Upon reaching Zhongzhou, he felt that the spiritual energy in the environment was indeed much denser than in the eastern continent. After entering Zhongzhou, he didn't know the way, so he could only continue forward and ask for directions when he encountered someone. As he walked, he received a message from the system. Reminder: the host's spiritual power and storage ring have been sealed, and the transformation and comprehension of the path officially begins. I hope the host finds his path soon. System Task 1. With a fortune of millions, obtain 100,000 top-quality spirit stones without using force. System Task 2. Gain fame and recognition from 100,000 people without using force. Qin Tian suddenly found the transformation quite interesting. These two tasks seemed to increase the difficulty for him. However, he felt these tasks were not hard. With the two tasks plus the path comprehension, it was equivalent to 3 tasks, which was a significant gain. Qin Tian was currently in a mountainous forest where there were quite a few demon beasts. However, with the kitchen knife and his powerful physique, he had no fear. He was just moving slowly because he currently had no spiritual power. As he walked, he heard a person screaming not far ahead, so he hurried over. After all, it was hard to come across a person, and he didn't want to find a corpse. When he arrived, he saw a giant python in the Nirvana realm biting a man's leg, preparing to swallow him whole. Qin Tian couldn't let such a tragedy happen, so he quickly threw the kitchen knife like a dart. His strength was immense, and in an instant, the knife flew to the python's head. Thud! The knife plunged directly into the python's eye. The python screamed in pain, releasing its grip, and the man fell to the ground. Qin Tian rushed over and punched the python's vital spot. The python was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree behind it. Qin Tian quickly followed, pulling out his kitchen knife and slashing a few times. Finally, the giant python was completely lifeless. At this moment, Qin Tian looked at the middle-aged man beside him, who now had a pale face, clearly poisoned. However, since Qin Tian's storage ring couldn't be used, he couldn't help him detoxify. After thinking for a moment, he glanced at the python's corpse and recalled that the python's gallbladder might be able to cure poison. So he hurriedly ran over, dug out the python's gallbladder, and stuffed it into the middle-aged man's mouth. After a long while, the man's poison was cured, but his injuries were still severe, leaving him in a coma. Qin Tian cut his finger with the kitchen knife and dripped a drop of blood into the man's mouth. Soon, the middle-aged man woke up. Qin Tian suddenly felt like he was akin to a walking Tang Sung, able to save a dying person with just a drop of blood. Once the middle-aged man regained consciousness, he immediately knelt before Qin Tian, overwhelmed with gratitude. The feeling of having survived a calamity was indescribable, especially since he had a frail wife and a 5-year-old child at home. If he died, the family would have no support, which would be no different than the sky collapsing. Afterward, Qin Tian began inquiring about the location of the Haotian Empire. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man was also from the Haotian Empire. He had come out to hunt demon beasts to supplement his family's income. The two got to know each other, and Qin Tian learned that his name was Niu Shan. Niu Shan, at Qin Tian's suggestion, collected the giant python. But Qin Tian did not need it, because the system's task required him not to rely on force. Qin Tian followed Niu Shan for over half a day until they reached a town called Qingyun City on the outskirts of the Haotian Empire. Upon entering the town, they found it quite lively, with many martial artists coming and going. Niu Shan explained, because our town is close to the Qingyun mountain range, there are more hunters here. Qin Tian followed Niu Shan to his home, which was quite spacious, covering about 500 square meters, with a small courtyard in front. Inside, he saw Niu Shan's wife and 6-year-old son. The son was very cute, but the wife looked unwell. After Niu Shan introduced them, he learned that she had been suffering from an old injury. Thus, Niu Shan often needed to go hunting to gather spirit stones, to buy healing pills, to prevent his wife's condition from worsening. Although Qin Tian's blood could save her, he chose not to intervene because he felt no obligation to do so and didn't want to reveal his special abilities. Later, Niushan was quite pleased to learn that Qin Tian planned to stay in Qinyan City. He gifted him a 2-story small building, with a shop on the first floor and living quarters on the second. Qin Tian accepted it without hesitation. After arriving at his new place, Qin Tian cleaned up a bit and began to think about how to earn spirit stones. After much contemplation, he decided to draw comics. As he often read comics and novels before, he planned to illustrate stories he thought were good. After some thought, he decided to draw the legend of the White Snake, believing that this tale of love between a human and a demon would be quite refreshing in the eyes of cultivators. He first drew Bai Sujin and was very satisfied with the result. The Bai Sujin in his drawing was inspired by the 2 stunning beauties, by Xiaoru and Miaoling. As for Su Xian, he based it on his own appearance, making him even more satisfied. Qin Tian spent 3 days on this drawing, working up to the scene of the water flooding Jinshan. Chapter 37. The Realm of Artistic Conception. After finishing the comic book, he prepared to go out and find a merchant to distribute it for profit in spirit stones. He found a merchant called Muqing. After entering, he approached the shopkeeper, took out the legend of the White Snake, and expressed his thoughts. The shopkeeper glanced at the cover of the legend of the White Snake. The first feeling he had was one of confusion. A steward next to him thought it was fine, but seeing the shopkeeper's lack of interest, he didn't say much. "Do you have any previous works?" the shopkeeper inquired. Qin Tian shook his head and was promptly shown out. Did people here not like to read this? Since it was unwanted, he decided to paint something useful for cultivators, such as landscape paintings and famous sword illustrations, incorporating his understanding of artistic conception into the artwork. This way, martial artists who viewed them would gain insights, which wouldn't be considered a misuse of force. However, without spiritual power, Qin Tian found it difficult to inject his understanding into the paintings, so he could only complete 1 painting a day at most. Half a month passed, and he completed 10 paintings. He then hung them in the shop and made a sign to hang above the door, naming it the Realm of Artistic Conception. Next was the waiting game. After a while, Qin Tian finally welcomed his first customer. It was a man dressed in black monk robes. At the first level of the Nirvana realm, he had been stuck at this level for a long time due to his insufficient understanding of artistic conception. While out for a stroll today, he happened to see this newly opened art shop and wanted to see if he could gain anything from it. Seeing a customer enter, Qin Tian smiled and gestured for him to choose freely. After scanning the room, the man focused on a landscape painting and, upon closer inspection, felt a stirring within him. He sensed he was grasping something profound. Gradually, he began to gain some insights as he perceived the essence of artistic conception within the painting. Seeing him lost in thought, Qin Tian did not disturb him. After an hour of contemplation, the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather around the man, and he directly broke through. After the breakthrough, he excitedly asked Qin Tian, "Senior, how much is this painting?" He resolved to buy it, even if it meant exhausting his savings. Qin Tian was unsure about the market, so he hesitated. His goal was to earn 100,000 premium spirit stones. If he priced the paintings at 1,000 premium spirit stones each, he would need to paint 100, which seemed excessive. If he priced them at 5,000, he could complete his task in 20 paintings, which he could barely accept. Seeing Qin Tian silent, the man tentatively asked, "How about 10,000 premium spirit stones?" Qin Tian's heart leapt with joy, but his expression remained unchanged. The man noticed Qin Tian's indifference and gritted his teeth, saying, "How about 20,000 premium spirit stones? That's all I have." "Sold." Qin Tian replied immediately. The man happily took the painting and left, thinking that with the painting, he could continue to break through with a higher realm. He wouldn't have to worry about earning back the spirit stones. Not long after the man left, a beautiful woman in her 20s, elegant and with striking features, walked in. She wore a light yellow floral dress, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon seeing Qin Tian, her eyes lit up, increasing her fondness for him. The woman softly asked, "I see that your art shop is named the Realm of Artistic Conception. Does your painting contain artistic conception?" "You'll know if you take a look," Qin Tian replied lazily. The woman began to carefully examine Qin Tian's paintings and eventually focused on the famous sword illustration. At that moment, it seemed to her that the sword in the painting moved, containing a sword intent. As a sword cultivator, She was very sensitive to sword intent. After observing for a while, she withdrew her gaze and asked, "How much is this famous sword illustration?" 20,000 premium spirit stones per painting, Qin Tian stated. "I'll buy it," the woman said, and immediately paid Qin Tian with spirit stones. She then looked at the other paintings, selected 2 more, and purchased them as well. Finally, her gaze landed on the legend of the white snake on the table. "May I take a look?" "Of course," Qin Tian replied. The woman picked up the legend of the white snake and was quickly captivated by the characters and story within. Both by Su Jin and Su Xian were painted with stunning beauty, and the story was very interesting. She read through the first volume entirely. Seeing someone appreciate his legend of the white snake, Qin Tian felt quite pleased. After finishing, the woman asked in surprise, "Did you paint this?" "Yes, I did," Qin Tian replied. The woman joyfully said, "You should consider letting our merchant group print and sell this." "Your merchant group?" "Yes." The woman nodded and continued. "My name is Lin Wan, and our Lin family merchant group is one of the 2 major merchant groups in Qingshan City." "What is the other merchant group?" Qin Tian inquired. Lin Wan frowned slightly, but answered, "It's the Qingmu merchant group." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian realized it was the same merchant that had previously refused to accept his legend of the white snake. "I agree. You can print and distribute this legend of the white snake," Qin Tian said. Lin Wan was overjoyed, and then they agreed on a profit-sharing arrangement of 2/8, with Qin Tian receiving 80. This distribution was set because the legend of the white snake itself was not highly valuable. Most cultivators spent their time in tedious training, so they also needed some entertainment to relieve themselves. Reading comic books was one such leisure activity for cultivators. Its purpose was to attract traffic. If more people enjoyed it, they would remember the merchant group, and naturally, the customer flow would increase. After finalizing the agreement, Lin Wan happily left with 3 paintings and a legend of the white snake. That evening, Qin Tian closed up early to rest. The next morning, when he opened the door, he found a crowd waiting outside. "Boss, we're here to buy paintings," a few people in the crowd shouted. Seeing this, Qin Tian realized it must be the person who broke through yesterday who helped spread the word. He let them in. Once inside, they were immediately captivated by the paintings. Many sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. This time, Qin Tian directly interrupted them. He preferred peace and quiet. If it were just 1 or 2 people, he could accept it, but a room full of people was too noisy. If you want to look, buy them and take them home. If you don't want to buy, leave now. As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, many people exclaimed in unison, "I'll buy." 20,000 premium spirit stones. Qin Tian announced the price. However, the demand was too high, so they began to bid higher. 30,000 premium spirit stones. 40,000. 50,000. The price only stabilized at 50,000, at which point even those from wealthy families hesitated. In the end, 5 paintings were sold, and Qin Tian reaped 250,000 premium spirit stones. Ding! Task wealthy family completed. Sign-in reward increased by 20. Reward. Emperor Tier Supreme, technique sitting for getting longevity scripture. The sign-in reward increased by another 20, making Qin Tian feel delighted. Now, he could receive rewards that previously took 10 years to earn in just 8 years. As for the Emperor Tier Supreme technique, it was quite good for cultivating subordinates. After selling out all the paintings, Qin Tian closed the shop and ceased business. The next morning, as Qin Tian just got up, he heard a commotion outside. When he opened the door, he saw a crowd of at least a few hundred people. "Qin boss, we're here to buy paintings." They stated their intentions. Qin Tian spread his hands and said, "All the paintings were sold out yesterday, and I want to be restocking." After saying this, he turned and closed the door. After a while, he heard knocking on the door. He shouted, "We're not selling paintings here." "Sir, it's me, Lin Wan." Chapter 38. The elder of the imperial realm, upon hearing it was Lin Wan, he went to open the door, as he had a cooperative relationship with her. Lin Wan was related to his second mission, which was to establish his reputation. "Is there something you need?" Qin Tian asked as he opened the door. Lin Wan smiled broadly and said, "Sir, we printed 1,000 copies of your book yesterday, priced at 1 top-grade spirit stone each, and they sold out almost immediately. Many people are still waiting to buy, and once the fame of the legend of the white snake spreads, it will definitely become even more popular. Qin Tian felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that he would soon complete his second task. Now, your story has reached the point of the water flooding Jinshan and has stopped. I hope you can find the time to update the later content. Also, I really like this story. After saying this, Lin Wan shyly revealed the demeanor of a young girl. Qin Tian nodded in agreement. At the Qingmu commercial firm, a woman in red hurriedly sought out her father, the president of the Qingmu commercial firm, Qing Homing. This woman in red was Qing Yu, the eldest daughter of the Qingmu commercial firm. Father, yesterday the Lin family business released the legend of the white snake, which caused a huge sensation in Qingshan City. After speaking, Qing Yu handed over a copy of the legend of the white snake to him. Qing Homing opened it and flipped through the pages. Then his expression became serious. What is the current situation? He asked. Qing Yu replied, the white snake legend has already spread in a small area, and it will soon spread widely. At that time, people will be attracted to it, and they will be promoting and selling their pills and weapons. We might be at a disadvantage. We recently acquired a large batch of goods, and if they don't sell well, our firm may lack spirit stones for circulation. Upon hearing Qing Yu's analysis, Qing Homing realized the seriousness of the situation and said, gather the managers of each branch for a meeting. Not long after, the managers and stewards of the Qingmu commercial firm's branches gathered in the conference hall of the headquarters. Qing Yu repeated what she had said earlier. After she finished, the people below began to discuss. Some suggested that they should also hold an event, but this was immediately denied. That's a method of injuring oneself while hurting the enemy. And even if we did that, we wouldn't be able to compete with them. They have the means to attract customers, and we do not. At this moment, the branch manager who had previously rejected Qin Tian felt extremely regretful, but he maintained his composure on the surface. Just as he was relieved that no one knew, the steward beside him stood up. Boss, I have a situation to report. The branch manager's heart sank. He realized this steward was prepared to step on him to rise up, but he had no way to counter it. Qing Homing glanced at the steward. What is it? Previously, a young man came to our store with the legend of the white snake and asked us to publish it. However, the manager didn't even look at it and refused. Instantly, everyone turned to look at that manager. The manager was drenched in cold sweat, knowing he was doomed. Qing Homing glared at the manager, his teeth grinding in anger, and he immediately wanted to slap him to death. However, Qing Yu spoke up. Father, since the author of the legend of the white snake came to our Qingmu commercial firm before, it shows he has some goodwill towards us. I can take this manager to sincerely apologize. If we offer him some more spirit stones, perhaps we can still recruit him. Qing Homing stroked his beard and said, there will be hard work for you to make a trip. If his apology is not sincere enough, break his legs. After that, Qing Yu took the manager to Qin Tian's painting studio. Lin Wan's personal maid was a spy planted by the Qingmu commercial firm in the Lin family. Thus, Qing Yu deduced from the information she received that the author of the legend of the white snake was at the Intent Realm painting studio. Upon arriving at the painting studio, Qing Yu began to knock on the door. As soon as Qin Tian opened the door, the manager recognized him and immediately knelt down. If Qin Tian forgave him, he still had a chance at survival. At this moment, Qing Yu also spoke up. Sir, previously my subordinate did not recognize the mountain, so I brought him here to apologize. I accept the apology, Qin Tian said, preparing to close the door. Qing Yu immediately squeezed through the door gap, whispering to Qin Tian, since we are being so sincere, perhaps you might consider cooperating with us again. After saying this, she winked at Qin Tian, exuding a hint of flirtation. She was quite confident in her beauty. Qin Tian frowned, took a step back, pushed Qing Yu out with one palm, and then closed the door. Qing Yu was furious, biting her teeth. In Qingshan City, she was considered a top beauty. As long as she spoke, there would be countless suitors. Yet, Qin Tian remained unmoved by her seduction, making her doubt whether he was even a man. After a while, Qin Tian decided to go out for a stroll, try some street food, and buy some novels to pass the time. As he walked down the street, he was drawn to an old man. Qin Tian sensed a strong aura of death emanating from him, although he appeared spirited on the surface. In reality, he was just holding on, using his powerful cultivation to suppress the death aura. Qin Tian assessed the old man to be at the imperial realm, and not just at the first level of the imperial realm, as his aura was even stronger than Jian Wuchen's. However, even so, his lifespan was continuously depleting. The old man must have come here to spend his twilight years, waiting for death. Beside him was a young man in a white robe, wearing a worried expression, presumably the old man's junior. Seeing the old man, Qin Tian fell into deep thought. He then went to the largest restaurant in Qingshan City for a meal. The food was decent, but the ingredients were lacking, as there was no Demon King meat. Thinking of this, he planned to go to the Qingyun mountain range later to hunt a Demon King. After finishing his meal, Qin Tian went to the Lin family business. He saw that the legend of the White Snake had a dedicated purchasing channel, and there were cultivators lining up. He was quite pleased to see his work being recognized. Afterward, he bought some other small illustrated books and novels before returning. Once back at the painting studio, he set down his things and grabbed a kitchen knife, heading towards the Qingyun mountain range. Qin Tian wielded the kitchen knife and made his way deep into the mountains, but not long after, the weather changed. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, with occasional flashes of lightning. It was clear that a heavy rainstorm was about to hit. Therefore, he sought a place to take shelter from the rain. He currently could not use spiritual power, so if it rained, he would have to get soaked. Although he wouldn't get sick, being drenched in rain was still uncomfortable. At this moment, he remembered passing a small manor on the road. He hurriedly ran toward the manor. 10 minutes later, just as the heavy rain was about to pour down, he made it into the manor. The manor covered an area of over 1,000 square meters, with some flowers and plants growing in the yard. Qin Tian walked through the yard and knocked on the door of the house in front. "Is anyone there? It's pouring rain. I need to borrow your place to take shelter." Inside the house, a beautiful girl in a blue dress was engrossed in reading the legend of the White Snake. Upon hearing the voice, she got up to open the door. When she opened the door, she saw Qin Tian's clothes slightly wet, but he looked composed and handsome, giving off a very comfortable feeling. However, as he exuded no spiritual power, she judged him to be an ordinary person seeking shelter from the rain. "Please come in, young man." "Thank you, miss." After saying this, Qin Tian walked in and found a chair to sit down. The girl brewed a cup of hot tea for Qin Tian and then sat down beside him, continuing to read the legend of the White Snake. Qin Tian noticed how engrossed she was in her reading and did not disturb her. Before long, the girl reached the end of the story, where there was a poem. Unable to resist, she read it aloud. Guided by Guanyin, the White Snake repays her gratitude. Crossing the broken bridge, gazing at the green lake. When shall we meet? Sighing that the kindness is not yet repaid. Searching for her husband across 1,000 miles. Safeguarding the pharmacy, helping the world through hardships. After finishing the poem, a hint of sadness flashed in the girl's eyes. She felt indignant for the White Snake. Qin Tian spoke up. "Do you really like watching the legend of the White Snake?" "Yes, but the author updates too slowly. I've asked twice and there is still no update." Qin Tian awkwardly smiled and said, "It should be coming soon." The girl was delighted and asked, "How do you know, sir? Do you know the author?" "I know him somewhat." Then Qin Tian recited a few lines of poetry as a spoiler. The White Snake, in anger for the suffering of the people, mistakenly draws the river tide to invade Gold Mountain. The scholar regrets his light words, and the music of the flute is hard to linger upon. After hearing this, the girl hesitated, not knowing what to say. Then the two started chatting, and Qin Tian learned that her name was Qin Shue. Not long after, a girl in a white dress pushed the door and entered. The girl in the white dress was also very beautiful and somewhat resembled Qin Shue. Her name was Qianwei. Chapter 39 Layout. Qianwei frowned when she saw Qin Tian. Although Qin Tian was very good-looking, he was just a mortal. In her heart, she looked down on mortals. When Qin Shue saw Qianwei come in, she quickly said, "Sister, this young man is here to escape the rain. He said he knows the author of the legend of the White Snake." Qianwei glanced at Qin Tian, but seemed somewhat unconvinced. "Just stay here and don't run around. Once the rain stops, hurry up and leave," Qianwei said coldly, then turned and walked away disdainfully. Qin Shue awkwardly said, "My sister probably doesn't tea like strangers." Qin Tian nodded and didn't tea mind. He was just a passerby after all. After their earlier conversation, Qin Shue felt that Qin Tian was a person of great depth. It was a pity that such a person was merely a mortal. So she took out a low-grade cultivation technique and handed it to Qin Tian. Young man, this is a cultivation technique. You can take it for your practice. Once you step into the immortal path, you won't have to worry about aging and death. Qin Tian's action made Qin Tian feel quite favorable towards her, so he decided to create a good connection. Qin Tian did not accept the technique Qin Tian offered, but instead took out half a book of the Sitting Forgetting Longevity Sutra and said, "There's no need for your technique. I have a better one here." After saying that, Qin Tian handed the technique over. "This is for you, just as a thank you for your hospitality. I only hope you won't teach it to others." Qin Tian instinctively took the Sitting Forgetting Longevity Sutra and began to read it. Upon seeing it, she was shocked because her technique could only reach the third level of semi-saint. However, Qin Tian's book could be cultivated up to the third level of the saint realm and was very profound. After reading for a while, she had some insights and believed that as long as she practiced, she could break through to the second level of the creation realm in a short time. Qin Tian looked at this technique with some difficulty, as it was too precious. There's a saying that one should not receive rewards without merit. She really disliked being in debt to others, but this technique was too important to her. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Tian gritted her teeth and returned the technique to Qin Tian. "Young man, this technique is too precious. Qin Tian did not expect Qin Tian to have such noble qualities, and he couldn't help but look at her with higher regard. Qin Tian's aptitude was quite good. She had saint-level aptitude, but her aptitude also contained a trace of ancient aura, meaning she had the chance to advance to emperor-level aptitude. However, the cost would be very high, but Qin Tian was willing to establish this good connection. "How about this? You keep the technique for now, and next time we meet, you promise me one condition." In the end, Qin Tian could not resist the temptation of the technique and agreed. She promised that no one would see the technique, not even her sister. At this moment, the rain stopped, and Qin Tian prepared to go out hunting. The moment Qin Tian stepped out of the house, Qin Tian asked, "Where can I find you in the future?" "Qingyun City." "Yijing Huazhai," Qin Tian replied, and slowly disappeared from Qin Tian's sight. Not long after Qin Tian left, Qian Wei returned. She looked at Qin Tian displeased and said, "Don't let such mortals into the manor in the future. He is not one of us." Qin Tian bit her lip, wanting to explain, but ultimately she didn't say anything, because she knew her sister's character was somewhat snobbish. At the same time, she had a feeling that Qin Tian was not a mortal, but an extraordinary master. Qian Wei glanced at the legend of the white snake on the table and said, "Spend more time cultivating. Don't always look at these things. It's tainted with mortal aura. You need to understand our current situation." On the other side, Qin Tian continued to search for the Demon King. It was still quite difficult to encounter a Demon King on the outskirts of the Qingyun mountain range. While searching, he heard the sounds of fighting, so he curiously walked over to take a look. It turned out to be the second-level Demon King, the Bright Tiger, and his opponent was the white-robed young man beside the elderly emperor he had encountered on the street earlier. The young man was very young, only around 20, but his realm had reached the first level of the creation realm, which was quite rare talent. This should be the result of the elderly emperor's efforts to cultivate him before his death. The young man was challenging the Bright Tiger, probably to help the elderly emperor replenish his lifespan. But Qin Tian knew this was futile. The Bright-type Demon King was of no use against an emperor-level expert. Unless it was at the level of a demon emperor, it might be somewhat effective. The young man was at a disadvantage due to his lower realm, but did not want to retreat. As a result, he became increasingly passive and even got injured. Boom! The young man was caught off guard and directly knocked away by the Bright Tiger. Just as the Bright Tiger prepared to strike again, Qin Tian dashed forward, raising his kitchen knife and striking down hard. A gash was cut into the Bright Tiger's body, and blood flowed out. The Bright Tiger had seen Qin Tian rushing over. But since there was no fluctuation of spiritual power from Qin Tian, he didn't pay attention. Qin Tian pressed the attack, swinging the knife back. This time, the Bright Tiger used all its strength and swiped a paw. Roar! The Bright Tiger's paw was directly cut by the kitchen knife, and it howled in pain. It had thought that with its full power, it could knock Qin Tian away, but the result was unexpected. After taking 2 strikes, the Bright Tiger was no longer a match for Qin Tian. Once the Bright Tiger fell, Qin Tian walked over to the young man and said, "The Bright Tiger is of no use for the old man's injuries." The young man was startled by Qin Tian's words and thought, "Could it be that the enemy of my grandfather has come?" However, seeing that Qin Tian did not show any malice, he tentatively asked, "How do you know about my grandfather's situation?" Qin Tian replied, "I could tell. I saw you and your grandfather on the streets of Qinyan City before." The young man breathed a sigh of relief and began to seriously observe Qin Tian. What puzzled him was that he could not sense any fluctuation of spiritual power from Qin Tian. Yet, he had just easily killed the bright tiger. So he judged that Qin Tian must be concealing his aura. Such a person's strength was probably on par with his grandfather. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, "You could see my master's situation at a glance. Do you have a way to solve it?" Qin Tian pointed at the bright tiger and said, "Take this with you and follow me." The young man thought Qin Tian might have a way to help his grandfather and immediately ran over to collect the bright tiger, then followed Qin Tian to Yijing Huazhai. Qin Tian instructed him to place the bright tiger in the kitchen. Then he rewrote a cultivation method for the Sitting Forgetting Longevity Sutra for levels below the third level of the Saint Realm. The one given to Qinshue was originally prepared for the elderly emperor, and now he could only write a new one. He began to miss having spiritual power. If he had it, he could directly input it into a blank jade slip using spiritual engraving. After finishing, Qin Tian handed the technique to the young man, telling him to take it back to the elderly emperor. It might be of some use. The young man repeatedly thanked him and hurriedly left Yijing Huazhai. Qin Tian believed the elderly emperor would come soon because the first part could only slightly slow down the passage of life, and only the latter part could truly solve the problem. Chapter 40. Imperial Guard. After the young man left, Qin Tian went out to buy some spirit wine and ingredients. He planned to cook a meal using the meat of the bright tiger, as the meat of demon kings is quite exquisite. Qin Tian cut off a large piece of meat and began to chop it into smaller pieces. Just as he was cutting the meat, the young man returned with the old man. The two of them couldn't find Qin Tian in the shop, so they followed the sounds to the kitchen. At that moment, Qin Tian was quickly chopping the meat, and each cut seemed to contain a hint of sword intent. The old man arrived at the door. Watching Qin Tian chop the meat, his eyes gradually narrowing. He was surprised to find that he could sense no fluctuations of spiritual power from Qin Tian. However, the way Qin Tian was cutting the meat clearly contained sword intent. Eventually, when he focused his attention on the kitchen knife, he was stunned. This kitchen knife was actually an imperial weapon, and it didn't seem to be an ordinary one. To refine an imperial weapon into a kitchen knife. How audacious could one be? At that moment, he firmly believed that Qin Tian was definitely not an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person easily kill a demon king? Since he couldn't see through Qin Tian at all, there was only one possibility. This person was much stronger than he was at his peak. He was likely a powerful figure at the half-step sovereign realm. At his peak, he was at the second level of the imperial realm, but now he had fallen to the first level of the imperial realm. Yet even in his current state, it was impossible for him to completely miss detecting the spiritual power of a third-level imperial realm expert. So it was very likely that Qin Tian was at the half-step sovereign level. At this moment, Qin Tian also noticed the old man and said, "Please wait a moment." The old man smiled and nodded. Not to mention how powerful Qin Tian was, he had come seeking help, so he needed to lower his stance. Qin Tian was busy for an hour, and once the dishes were ready, he served them on the table and took out the wine, inviting the old man to eat together. The old man did not refuse and sat across from him. He picked up a piece of tiger meat and put it in his mouth, instantly feeling a jolt of energy, and tentatively said, "Meat cut with an imperial weapon is indeed delicious. Isn't it because of my cooking skills?" Qin Tian asked, puzzled. The old man felt a bit embarrassed. But having lived for so long, he had developed a thick skin. "Your cooking skills are undoubtedly remarkable, but I feel that your kitchen knife is quite extraordinary." "It's just a kitchen knife," Qin Tian replied casually. The old man was slightly taken aback, unsure how to respond, and finally said, "My name is Zhong Wu. May I ask your name, sir?" "Qin Tian," he replied. The two then began to chat casually, while the young man stood by watching. Qin Tian did not bring up the topic of cultivation methods until Zhong Wu spoke up. "The cultivation method you bestowed upon my grandson has been very useful, so I would like to obtain the subsequent training methods. I have the cultivation method, but why should I give it to you? Just tell me what you want, sir." Zhong Wu replied eagerly. "What can you give me?" This question left Zhong Wu stumped. After all, He was now a lost dog and had nothing of value to trade for Qin Tian's cultivation method. Even in the past, he probably wouldn't have been able to offer anything comparable to that method. Realizing this, Zhong Wu got straight to the point. Since my grandson brought me to meet you, there must be a deeper meaning. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. Seeing that Zhong Wu had opened up, Qin Tian spoke directly. You will serve as my guard, and I will give you the cultivation method. Now that he had come to Zhongzhou, it wouldn't be long before he clashed with the enemies of Miaoling and Baishiru. Therefore, he needed some subordinates, especially someone like Zhong Wu, who was at the imperial realm. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wu was about to lose his temper. After all, he was also an imperial realm expert, and asking him to be a guard felt a bit too much. The young man beside him was even more furious, his face turning red. Do you know who my grandfather is? You're asking him to be your guard. Qin Tian remained calm and continued. I don't care who he is. All I know is that without my cultivation method, he can live at most another month. You can choose between life and death, or you could try to rob me. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and said lightly. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately deflated, his expression dimming. It turned out that his grandfather only had 1 month left to live, which explained why he had been urging him to cultivate recently. The old man, hearing the mention of robbery, felt a slight temptation. Perhaps Qin Tian really was a paper tiger? However, when he glanced at his grandson, he abandoned that thought. If he died, so be it. But if it implicated his grandson, then his lineage would be cut off. Previously, he and his friend, Luo Sha, the leader of the Rakshasa sect, had gone treasure hunting, during which they discovered 3 half-step imperial weapons. Luo Sha had plotted against him to obtain a half-step imperial weapon and had planted a deadly curse on him. This curse could initially be removed on its own, but Luo Sha had held him back, not giving him a chance. By the time he escaped, the deadly curse had already merged with him. The curse would continuously corrode his life, and he could only use his cultivation to suppress it and slow down the corrosion. Later, Luo Sha had massacred his clan to eliminate any potential threats. He had fought desperately to take his grandson away, while the rest of his clan had perished. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Wu chose to accept Qin Tian's conditions. He wanted to live, to protect his grandson, and to seek revenge. Zhong Wu sighed and said, I can serve as your guard, but I have one condition. Once my strength is restored, I must be allowed to seek revenge. Are your enemies strong? Qin Tian inquired. He thought that if Zhong Wu's enemies were too powerful, it would not be worth the deal, as it might lead to losses. The strongest among them is at the 2nd level of the imperial realm, Zhong Wu replied. If it's just the 2nd level of the imperial realm, then I agree. What do you mean just the 2nd level? Zhong Wu felt a bit speechless. Was the 2nd level of the imperial realm weak? In fact, Qin Tian did have that level of strength. He was currently at the 3rd level of the everlasting body, and as long as his spiritual power was unsealed, wielding the sword of life and death against a 2nd level imperial realm expert would be a piece of cake. After Zhong Wu swore an oath, Qin Tian handed him the subsequent cultivation methods. Zhong Wu began to browse through the cultivation techniques of the imperial realm, growing more and more excited. As long as he cultivated the sitting and forgetting longevity sutra to harness the power of life, he could break the deadly curse. Moreover, the sitting and forgetting longevity sutra was also a technique that could extend his lifespan, perfectly compensating for the life he had lost. From then on, the Yijing painting studio had Zhong Wu and his grandson, Zhong Yan. The old man was busy all day with breaking the curse and cultivating, while Zhong Yan helped him clean the shop or run errands. Qin Tian also found time to update a portion of the legend of the White Snake. When Lin Wan visited again, she handed Qin Tian a specially made supreme storage ring from their business, saying, Young Master Qin, this contains 800,000 top-grade spirit stones, which is your share. I hope you can update it quickly. Qin Tian didn't expect that the first 3 volumes of the legend of the White Snake could sell for so much. Ding! Fame and fortune task completed. Sign-in reward increased by 20. Reward, Imperial level top-grade sword technique, Breaking Heaven Blade. Just like that, Qin Tian completed his 2nd task. How delightful! After delivering the spirit stones, she began chatting with Qin Tian to get closer. Just as their conversation was getting lively, she suddenly felt a powerful wave of spiritual energy coming from upstairs. stronger than her great-grandfather at the third level of the sacred realm. This person was likely an Imperial Realm expert. Their Lin family business didn't have a single Imperial Realm expert, yet Qin Tian had one here. Is there someone else upstairs? Lin Wan asked tentatively. Yes. My guard is cultivating upstairs. A guard? Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Lin Wan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Is there a problem? Qin Tian asked. And no problem. After receiving this information, Lin Wan had already internally concluded that Qin Tian was a super strong expert. No matter what, her perception couldn't be wrong. Qin Tian said that the Imperial Realm expert upstairs was his guard. It is very likely that the strong ones in the Imperial Realm can hear their conversation downstairs. His lack of rebuttal and anger indicates that what Qin Tian said is true. Chapter 41. Dragon Vein. Thinking of this, Lin Wan became even more eager to please Qin Tian. Young Master Qin, let me give you a back rub. After speaking, she ran behind Qin Tian to massage his back and waist. She often did this to her great-grandfather at home, so her skills were quite good. Qin Tian felt very comfortable, so he did not refuse. By nightfall, Qin Tian signaled to Lin Wan that she could go home. In fact, Lin Wan wanted to stay the night, but since Qin Tian had indicated it was time to leave, she had no choice but to depart. Upon returning home, she immediately found her great-grandfather and recounted the events of the day. Her great-grandfather was also very shocked. He did not expect that there was a master at the imperial level and a high-ranking figure hidden in Qinyan City. His expression gradually became serious. This should be a high-ranking person who had attained enlightenment in the secular world. You should not disturb others too often, lest you provoke them. Also, let us not take a share of his book's profits. We'll give him all the profits, he said. Lin Wan nodded, putting away her own thoughts. On the other side, the Qingmu Chamber of Commerce was having an increasingly difficult time. Their business had decreased by half compared to before, primarily due to the influx of customers brought in by Qin Tian's White Snake legend and the 3 scenic paintings Lin Wan had purchased from him. Anyone who spent a certain amount in the store could gain a free day of comprehension. Subsequently, it was reported that some people had broken through after their comprehension, which further improved the business of the chamber. In addition, they took the opportunity to launch a series of promotional activities to stimulate consumption. Qing Hongming was becoming increasingly anxious, unable to think of a solution. Perhaps in the future, Qinyan City would not have 2 major chambers of commerce, but would be dominated solely by the Lin family business. After pondering, he decided to personally speak with Qin Tian. Selling books was merely a way to make money. Using spirit stones would suffice. The next day, Qin Hongming arrived alone at the scenic painting studio and knocked on the door. When Qin Tian opened the door and Qin Hongming stated his intentions, he began to persuade him. Mr. Qin, a copy of White Snake Legend is just 1 top-grade spirit stone. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, I will offer you 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and you will receive 80% of the subsequent profits. I also know that the scenic paintings are sold by you. If you have more, I am willing to buy them for 100,000 top-grade spirit stones each. Qin Tian directly refused after hearing this. If it had been at the beginning, he might have been tempted, but now, for him, hundreds of thousands of spirit stones were just a number and held little significance. He was publishing White Snake Legends simply because his work had gained recognition, which made him happy. Qin Hongming thought that perhaps his offer was too low and began to increase the bid. 150,000? Qin Tian shook his head. 200,000? Qin Hongming gritted his teeth and added another 50,000. Still, Qin Tian remained unmoved. Seeing Qin Tian's reaction, Qin Hongming's face turned pale with anger. According to his information, Qin Tian was an outsider, and his house had been gifted to him. How could he not be short of money? Thus, he believed Qin Tian was trying to drive the price up. I'll raise my offer one last time. 250,000 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Tian didn't want to get entangled with him any longer and directly stated, I gave you the opportunity back then, but you missed it, so it's useless to say more now. Initially, my subordinate was blind, but I've already made him bow and apologize to you. I have already shown enough sincerity. You would want to go against spirit stones, would you? Qin Hongming said, do you know how much 250,000 top-grade spirit stones are worth? A transformation realm warrior would need 10 years to earn that much. At this point, he seemed to gain confidence and continued. One must understand how to weigh benefits and drawbacks. Don't be ungrateful. Hearing Qin Hongming's words, Qin Tian laughed, then disdainfully said, "Is 250,000 a lot?" After that, he took out the supreme storage ring that Lin Wan had given him and said, "This is the 80,000 top-grade spirit stones that the Lin family just gave me. Your vision is too narrow." Seeing the supreme ring, Qin Hongming was stunned. He recognized the supreme storage ring, which was exclusively issued to the highest-tier members of the Lin family chamber, usually costing 1 million spirit stones. Additionally, having this ring allowed one to purchase items from the Lin family at a 20% discount. While he was dazed, Qin Tian swiftly closed the door with a snap. Qin Tian poured himself a cup of tea, beginning to miss Miaoling. In the past, when Miaoling saw him sitting, she would brew him a cup of tea. He really wanted to return to see Miaoling, but his main task for this outing had not yet been completed. He needed to continue searching for his own path. Now that he had some free time, he began to contemplate his path. He practiced the transformation of freedom technique, which was most remarkable for its ability to transform into myriad spirits. He could embody a sword master, a knife master, or a fist master. Because of this, he was unsure of what his true path was. Qin Tian began to reflect on his past. Initially, he had been lying low on the sword-hidden peak, living a mundane life. However, after Miaoling arrived, he changed and developed different feelings for his disciple. Later, he wanted to help her take revenge, began to cultivate, and started to gather followers. The enemies he faced were becoming increasingly powerful, from half-saints to now imperial-level opponents, which made him feel a sense of urgency. He was no longer the boy who only wanted to remain passive. He wanted to protect the people he cared about, such as Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru. Thinking of this, he seemed to have gained insight. What he had previously lacked was not simply the path itself, but a strong heart to grow. When he did not understand, he felt lost. But once he realized it, that became his motivation. The most important aspects of cultivation are wealth, fame, companions, techniques, and location. For example, regarding the previous two tasks, the first was related to wealth. With wealth, one could improve oneself more quickly and recruit others. The second task was about fame. With a reputation, one could exert influence and attract more allies. Initially, no one came to Sword Hidden Peak, but after Miaoling became famous, even the princess of the Chongming Kingdom rushed to seek her as a mentor. Companions refer to finding trustworthy people who can progress together. He had Miaoling. Techniques refer to cultivation methods and magical weapons, which he had also obtained from the system. Therefore, what he currently lacked was a good location for cultivation. Cultivating in a good environment could yield twice the results with half the effort. At that moment, a system task arrived. Ding! Task: obtain the Azure Dragon Vein. Within 1 year, the Qingyuan Mountain Range will reveal the Azure Dragon Vein, which can significantly increase the spiritual density in a radius of 30 kilometers by double. And within 3 kilometers, the spiritual density will increase tenfold. Seeing the effects of the Azure Dragon Vein, he realized that he indeed needed to acquire it. Tenfold spiritual energy within 3 kilometers. One could imagine how fast the cultivation speed would be inside. He envisioned improving alongside Miaoling, the little fox, and his subordinates, and it made him feel delighted. Thus, all he needed to do next was to stay in Qingyuan City. Once there was any movement, he would certainly be able to sense it. Now that the system had not unlocked his spiritual power, it indicated that he needed to obtain the Dragon Vein to do so. Chapter 42. And Miao Ling exits seclusion in the Eastern Continent. At the entrance of the Kunlun Sword Sect, 3 Sacred Realm experts appeared, 2 at the 2nd level and 1 at the 3rd level. They were the ones who stayed in the Eastern Continent to search for Bai Xiaoru. One of the 2nd level Sacred Realm experts said to the 3rd level expert, "This is the largest force in the Eastern Continent. Let's have them help us find Bai Xiaoru." The 3rd level expert nodded slightly. The 3 of them then simultaneously released their aura, startling the high-ranking members of the Kunlun Sword Sect. Su Ming, Mo Wentian, and others quickly arrived at the sect's entrance. Su Ming's expression changed upon seeing the 3 Sacred Realm experts, as they were all stronger than him. He secretly signaled Yanqing Si to go to the Cangjian Peak to report. When they saw the visitors, one of the 2nd level Sacred Realm experts stepped forward and said, "We are from the Central Continent, hunting a fox." and we hope your sect can assist us in the search. Hearing this, Su Ming frowned. From the central continent? Looking for a little fox? He immediately thought of Qin Tian's fox. Deciding to buy some time, he said, "Several seniors, I will send disciples out to search." Send disciples? Who do you think you're fooling? I want all of you to go, searching with all your might. Do you understand what it means to search with all your might? The second-level Sacred Realm expert said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and the others' faces darkened. After all, they were the top force in the Eastern continent and had their own pride. The second-level Sacred Realm expert noticed their expressions and suggested, "Big brother, why don't we beat these high-ranking members first? Once they are scared, they will listen." The third-level Sacred Realm expert nodded. "Let's do that. People from this barbaric land need some education." Hearing this, Su Ming immediately ordered everyone to head towards Songjian Peak, where a group of Sacred Realm experts resided. The three Sacred Realm experts quickly pursued after them. At Songjian Pavilion, and Miao Ling, who was in seclusion, was called out by Yin Qingxi. At this moment, Su Ming sent her a voice transmission, informing her that a few people were looking for the little fox and asked her to bring the Lingjian Pavilion members to assist. And Miao Ling informed Bai Xiaoru and then rushed to the Lingjian Pavilion. Bai Xiaoru's eyes narrowed, muttering, "What is meant to come has finally arrived." A hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. As soon as Miao Ling arrived at the Lingjian Pavilion, Shangguanya and the other four Sacred Realm experts noticed her. Knowing that Miao Ling was Qin Tian's beloved, they treated her very courteously. And Miao Ling got straight to the point, saying, "People have come looking for trouble. Come with me to fight." Saying that, she led the way flying towards the sect's direction. When she arrived, Su Ming, Mo Wentian, and the others were already being beaten up, their faces swollen. When they saw Miao Ling and the others, they looked aggrieved. The three Sacred Realm experts were also somewhat surprised to see Shangguanya and the other four Sacred Realm experts, not expecting that a sect in the Eastern continent would have so many Sacred Realm members. However, since the highest among them was only at the second level of the Sacred Realm, they still felt they had the advantage. Shangguanya's expression became serious as she saw the three Sacred Realm experts. She then said to Long Yi and Long Air, "You two work together to hold off the third-level Sacred Realm expert. I'll deal with one, and the Holy Spirit Tree will hold one." Hearing Shangguanya's suggestion, they agreed and each found their opponent. And Miao Ling, dressed in feathered clothing, stood with her sword in hand, searching for an opportunity. She wasn't a match in a head-on fight, but if she could find a chance to sneak attack with the ice glass sword, it could still be effective. She chose to target the second-level Sacred Realm expert that Shangguanya was fighting. After learning the Great Radiance Infinite technique, Shangguanya's strength had significantly increased. She had now touched the threshold of the third level of the Sacred Realm. However, facing the experts from the Central Continent, she did not become arrogant. With her hands quickly forming seals, she shouted, "Holy Light Seal." A milky white seal suddenly enlarged and smashed towards the second-level Sacred Realm expert. Boom! The second-level Sacred Realm expert met it with a punch. After one strike, neither side gained an advantage. The experts from the Central Continent indeed had some skills, and the battle continued. And Miao Ling communicated with Shangguanya, asking her to create an opportunity for her. Shangguanya understood and gritted her teeth, unleashing her ultimate techniques frantically. The sudden burst of power forced the second-level Sacred Realm expert to retreat repeatedly. This kind of explosive power consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and if it didn't yield results, it would be counterproductive. Just when the second-level Sacred Realm expert was unsteady, and Miao Ling thrust her sword from behind. Rasiyinyang, the ice glass sword, carrying the dual energies of black and white, flew swiftly towards him. The second-level Sacred Realm expert sensed in Miao Ling's attack, but didn't take it seriously. How could he care about an ant at the second level of the half-sacred realm? He casually waved his hand towards a Miao Ling swish. The ice glass sword pierced directly through the palm of the second-level Sacred Realm expert. He was blasted back, staring in shock at the sword in Miao Ling's hand. Although he had only used 40 of his strength, it was more than enough to deal with a half-sacred second-level opponent. Now that his palm was pierced, there was only one possibility. This sword was an imperial weapon. While the second-level Sacred Realm expert was stunned, Shangguanya struck down with another Holy Light Seal. He hurriedly defended, but was pushed back again, and, at this moment, Miaoling's sword attacked again. This time, he did not underestimate her, and used all his strength to block it. By now, the two women had gained the upper hand, alternating their attacks, and not giving the second-level Sacred Realm expert a chance to breathe. After 10 breaths, he finally could not hold on any longer and ultimately died under their storm-like assault. The two women then turned their attention to another second-level Sacred Realm expert. He had been pressuring Su Ming and Gu Shu, but, sensing their gaze, he wanted to escape. He had witnessed his companion's death, but no one gave him a chance. Gu Shu controlled countless vines to entangle him, and in the end, he died under the encirclement. Now, only one third-level Sacred Realm expert remained. Relying on his higher cultivation and the inferior Imperial-grade technique he practiced, he was not afraid. However, with 6 people attacking him, his pressure increased significantly. Gradually, he began to fall behind and sustain injuries. He knew that if this continued, he might very well fall here, so he prepared to flee and call for reinforcements. He was somewhat excited at the thought of making sure Kunlun would become a barren land. After paying some price, he managed to break free from the encirclement and distanced himself from everyone. Then he coldly said, "You all wait. When I come back next time, you'll all die." Upon hearing this, Shangguanya and the others' expressions turned ugly. They had no doubt about what the third-level Sacred Realm expert said. Any powerful force that randomly came from the central continent could wipe them out. Seeing Shangguanya and the others' expressions, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Just then, he felt someone behind him. Before he could react, a claw-shaped shadow had already struck towards his heart. Boom! The third-level Sacred Realm expert flew towards Shangguanya and the others. The one who struck was by Xiaoru. At the moment when the third-level Sacred Realm expert was most pleased with himself, she used the Heavenly Demon Claw, which had been amplified by the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Its power was incredibly strong. After the third-level Sacred Realm expert fell to the ground, he looked at Bai Xiaoru in shock. Yu. Before he could finish his sentence, Shangguanya and the others' attacks overwhelmed him. After defeating the enemy, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ming quickly cleared the traces of the battle and instructed everyone to keep his secret. Chapter 43. Qian Shui's Visit. After the battlefield was cleaned up, the two women returned to the Cangjin Pavilion. Were they looking for you? And Miaoling asked. Bai Xiaoru nodded. They had finally dealt with those who had chased them from Zhongzhou. And Miaoling replied without asking further, as everyone has their own secrets. Then Bai Xiaoru informed Miaoling about Qin Tian's trip to Zhongzhou. Hearing that Qin Tian had gone to Zhongzhou made her a bit worried, and she considered going to Zhongzhou to find him. So, she sent a voice transmission to Qin Tian, but it failed due to the long distance. After thinking for a while, she decided to set off for Zhongzhou in a couple of days and try to contact Qin Tian once she arrived there. In Qingyun City, at the Qingmu Commerce, Qingyu was nestled in the arms of an old man, her jade-like hand gently brushing his cheek as she breathed softly, "Master Gu, we are counting on you this time for our business." The old man tightened his embrace around the beauty, smiling, "As long as you satisfy me, everything can be discussed. The pills I refine will definitely sell well in a place like Qingshan City." Qingyu said sweetly, "I will definitely make you satisfied." Good. Upon hearing this, the old man was overjoyed and directly pressed Qingyu down. On the surface, Qingyu appeared shy, but inside, she felt endless resentment. This old man was named Gu He. He was the alchemist she had invited from Yundi City through connections to save the situation. If it weren't for Qin Tian, how could she ever lower herself to an old man's level? She even had to cater to some of his peculiar preferences. She had originally been the most esteemed person in Qingyun City. Why should she have to endure this? Just as she felt indignation for herself, the old man slumped down. Qingyu took a glance, filled with disdain. She wanted to say, "Is this it? Just this?" But she could neither say it, nor could she express her feelings. Instead, she had to praise the old man for his prowess. This was the cruel law of the cultivator's world. The next day, Qingmu Commerce released 3 new low-grade pills at affordable prices. The 3-pattern Gathering Spirit pill, the 3-pattern Gale pill, and the 3-pattern Golden Recovery pill. The Gathering Spirit pill increased cultivation speed. The Gale pill enhanced speed, typically used for escaping, and the Golden Recovery pill was for healing. The 3 pattern represented the grade and efficacy of the pills. The more patterns, the better the effect, and the higher the requirements for the alchemist's skill. After the release of these 3 types of pills, many martial artists queued up to purchase them at Qingmu Commerce. The price of the 3 pattern pills was only 20% higher than the previous 2 pattern pills, but their efficacy was 50% better. Additionally, due to recent changes in the Qin Tian mountain range, the spiritual energy had become more abundant. The beasts inside had also become more active, with even beasts from other places coming over. As a result, the increase in the number of beasts raised the danger level. Since Qin Tian City was closest to the Qin Tian mountain range, most of its inhabitants relied on hunting there for a living. Thus, they were in urgent need of these pills. The pills were also the main and most profitable aspect of the commerce. In the following days, most cultivators began queuing at Qingmu Commerce to purchase pills. They sold a limited amount each hour, as there was only one master with limited production capacity. Those who couldn't wait often bought other pills from Qingmu Commerce nearby. Consequently, the number of people purchasing spiritual herbs from Lin's Commerce significantly decreased. Lin's Commerce also tried to contact alchemists from larger cities, but no one was willing to come. Lin Wan, feeling dispirited, came to Qin Tian's shop to retrieve the White Snake transmission. Qin Tian had also heard about this matter. He knew that as long as the alchemists from Qingmu Commerce stayed, Lin's Commerce would have no chance to rise. Therefore, Qin Tian considered enticing Lin's Commerce to develop in the future so that it could provide him with information and resources. Most importantly, he wanted Lin's Commerce to help him acquire imperial-grade spiritual herbs. At that point, he could refine a large quantity of pills to improve himself. After Lin Wan left, Qin Tian called over Zhong Yin, the grandson of Zhong Wu. He knew that Zhong Yin had studied alchemy and had the aptitude for it, so he wanted to cultivate him. Previously, he had learned alchemy in his family, but later his grandfather took him to escape. And knowing his grandfather's injuries made him study even harder. He wanted to help his grandfather. And that time he went to hunt the light tiger was also to obtain its blood for alchemy. Qin Tian explained his thoughts to Zhong Yin. Zhong Yin knew that Qin Tian was an extraordinary person. It was an honor for him to learn from him, so he immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Qin Tian accepted him as a disciple, teaching him only alchemy. Then, Qin Tian began to pass on his true understanding of alchemy to Zhong Yin bit by bit, personally guiding him in refining pills. Zhong Yin had a good foundation and could refine low-grade pills, so it wouldn't be long before he could refine 3-pattern pills and above. At night, after practicing for a while, Qin Tian lay on his bed reading. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Zhong Yin, who was practicing alchemy downstairs, opened the door to find 2 beautiful women standing there. They were the sisters Qian Shui and Qian Wei. Qian Shui hurriedly asked, "Is Mr. Qin here?" "Yes. I'll go notify him," Zhong Yin replied as he prepared to call Qin Tian. At that moment, Qin Tian had already heard the voices and walked down from upstairs with a smile, knowing that Qian Shui would return sooner or later. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Qian Shui exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Qin." Qin Tian smiled and asked, "Why did you come to find me so late? Is there something you need?" Hearing Qin Tian's question, Qian Shui's expression darkened. Qian Wei urged, "If you're saying goodbye, hurry up, don't hold me back." Qian Shui trembled and said, "I came this time to bid farewell to you. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to repay your kindness." After saying this, Qian Shui bowed to Qin Tian and turned to leave. "Wait," Qin Tian called out to Qian Shui, asking, "Did you encounter something? Perhaps I can help you." Before Qian Shui could respond, Qian Wei grew impatient, saying, "What are you pretending for? You, a mere mortal, can help me?" Zhong Yin, upon hearing this, angrily retorted, "How can you speak to my master like that?" "Master?" The 2 women exchanged glances at Zhong Yin, finding it hard to believe since Zhong Yan's strength was about the same as theirs. "Do you believe me?" Qin Tian asked Qian Shui. Thinking of the matter regarding the cultivation method, she glanced at Zhong Yin and nodded, "I believe. You can be my maid, stay by my side, and no one will dare to lay a hand on you." Qin Tian stated directly. Qian Wei interjected, "You're just a toad wishing to eat swan meat." After saying this, she tugged at Qian Shui, saying, "Let's go." However, this time, she couldn't pull her away. Qian Wei's expression darkened. "Are you sure you don't want to come with me?" Qian Shui hesitated. In truth, she didn't like her sister much because she was very snobbish and had bullied her all her life. If it weren't for their family's misfortune, leaving only her sister as her closest relative, she would have long since wanted nothing to do with Qian Wei. Seeing Qian Shui silent, Qian Wei coldly snorted. "From now on, just pretend you don't have a sister like me." After saying this, she turned to leave. Just then, a voice came through. Chapter 44. And Miaoling comes looking for you. None of you can escape. A figure dressed in a black robe stepped out from the shadows, saying, "You are the ones chosen by the young master." Upon seeing the black-robed figure, the two women trembled and showed expressions of fear. Months ago, they had been targeted by a young master when they went out. The young master ordered their family to offer them to him. However, their father did not comply and secretly let them escape. Later, they heard that their entire family had been killed, and that the young master was still sending people to look for them. So the two of them hid in the remote Qinyan mountains. Recently, while wandering in the city, they spotted the black-robed figure, who looked exactly like the henchman of the young master from before, prompting them to prepare for a hasty escape. However, before leaving, Qin Shue wanted to bid farewell to Qin Tian, as she felt grateful for his kindness. As the black-robed figure approached, Qian Wei glared at Qin Shue with resentment. If it weren't for her insistence on coming, they wouldn't have been caught. Qin Tian ignored the black-robed figure and asked Qin Shue, "Have you thought it through?" At that moment, Qin Shue hesitated no longer and shyly replied, "I agree to be the young master's maid." The black-robed figure, feeling ignored, became somewhat angry. After all, he was a half-sane expert. He then began to size up Qin Tian. No spiritual energy? A mortal? He snorted coldly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. With that, he prepared to rush forward and slap Qin Tian to death. But as he took a step, an old man grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. The old man turned to Qin Tian and respectfully asked, "Young master, how should we deal with him?" "Young master?" Seeing this scene, the two sisters, Qin Shue and Qian Wei, were stunned. A barehanded capture of a half-sane expert, and he actually called him young master. Kill him. Crack. The black-robed figure died unwillingly like that. Qin Shue looked at Qin Tian with joy, as the crisis was effortlessly resolved. Qian Wei hurried to Qin Tian's side and flattering said, "Young master, I am also willing to be your maid." Qin Tian shot a cold glance at Qian Wei and said, "Get lost." Qian Wei was so frightened that she kept retreating, and, in the end, she could only look at Qin Shue for help. However, Qin Shue ignored her opportunistic sister this time. Since the crisis had been resolved, her sister wouldn't be in any danger, and as for the rest, she couldn't be bothered. After that, Qin Tian took the few of them inside and closed the door. Qian Wei looked at the door of the Yijing Huajai and coldly snorted, "With my beauty, it's just a matter of time before I stand out. One day, I will reclaim my place." With that, she left. After entering, Qin Shue quietly asked, "Young master, where will I sleep tonight? Follow me." After saying that, Qin Tian led the way upstairs. Qin Shue hurriedly followed behind, blushing, thinking he can't be planning to sleep with me tonight, right? Coming from a prestigious family, she had heard many stories about maids sleeping with their masters. Even her father had done so. On the second floor, there were 6 large rooms. Qin Tian casually stopped at an empty room. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Shue, lost in thought, bumped into his arms. Startled, she quickly stepped back, her face flushed. "Young master, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention while thinking." Qin Tian pointed to the room in front of them. "You will live here from now on." After saying that, he returned to his own room. He had already gathered quite a few people, and after some time, these people would be enough to rival the major forces of Zhongzhou. The next day, Qin Tian was on the first floor painting the last volume of The Legend of the White Snake when Qin Shue approached. Seeing Qin Tian painting, she exclaimed, "So this is painted by the young master." Qin Tian nodded slightly, then took out the latter half of the Sitting Forgetting Longevity Sutra and handed it to Qin Shue, instructing, "Practice well." Qin Shue took the cultivation method and ran to a corner to study it. After a while, Qin Tian finally finished updating the legend of the White Snake. At this time, Qin Shue jogged over and softly asked, "Young master, can I take a look first?" Qin Tian nodded and left. Qin Shue picked up the last volume and read it with great interest, feeling a bit proud to be the first to see it. 3 days later, and Miaoling in the Cangjian pavilion finally grasped the threshold of the sword domain. She slowly stood up and looked towards the direction of Zhongzhou. Then she quickly headed toward Zhongzhou, feeling a mix of nostalgia, urgency, and fear. Because she had been in seclusion for over a year, she was afraid that her dull master had found a wife for himself. After crossing the Two Realms Mountain and entering the territory of Zhongzhou, she continued for a while and began to try to send a message to Qin Tian. Finally, when she reached the Qingyuan mountain area, she successfully made contact. In the Yijing Huazhai, Qin Tian was angrily correcting Zhong Yin's mistakes when he suddenly smiled, and his frown relaxed. Zhong Yin was stunned, wondering why the master suddenly smiled. Was it because he was too foolish and made the master laugh? The master wouldn't abandon him, would he? Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "Master, please don't give up on me. I will practice and study diligently in the future." Qin Tian nodded slightly and said, "Practice well before leaving." He was preparing to go pick up Miaoling, as he missed her after such a long time. After seeing Qin Tian leave, Zhong Yin muttered, "The master must be disappointed in me. I will work twice as hard in the future." Thus, Qin Tian inadvertently scolded Zhong Yin. Soon, Qin Tian arrived at the Qingyuan Mountains and began searching for Miaoling. Finally, he saw that graceful figure again, dressed in a red phoenix lawn feather gown, with a graceful figure, snow-white skin, and slender fingers. Even the thin veil on her face could not hide her stunning beauty. Qin Tian went up and hugged her, and Miaoling twisted her body, thinking to herself, "Still the same, taking advantage of me as soon as we meet." After a brief moment of warmth, Qin Tian led Miaoling towards the Yijing Huazhai, casually mentioning that he wouldn't be returning to Dongzhou for the time being because a dragon vein would appear in the Qingyuan Mountains within a year. And Miaoling was startled to hear this. A dragon vein is the foundation of a major power. If Kunlun had a dragon vein, everyone's cultivation speed would experience a qualitative improvement. Upon arriving at the Yijing Huazhai, Qin Tian began to introduce Miaoling to everything. After the introduction, Qin Tian arranged for Miaoling to stay in the room next to his. Downstairs, Zhong Yin and Qinxue discussed, "The new senior sister is amazing, at least a half-saint." Qinxue nodded, enviously, as they were about the same age, but their cultivation levels differed so much. In the room, Miaoling smiled and said, "This little girl is quite nice." Qin Tian could tell what she meant. She was just a newly acquired maid, but he wanted to cultivate her because of her good potential. "Otherwise, I could let you be my disciple." After a moment of thought, Miaoling replied, "Don't mess around outside. Even if you want to find me a wife, you have to let me approve first." Qin Tian nodded slightly, thinking, "Finding someone for you to approve of, can I even find that? Why don't you introduce someone to me directly?" As soon as Qin Tian said this, Miaoling was momentarily speechless. Then she chased Qin Tian out of the room, saying she needed to rest after a long journey. Chapter 45. The request of Zhong Wu. The few of them continued their training in an orderly manner, while Zhong Yin worked hard to study and practice. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Under Qin Tian's guidance, Zhong Yin finally managed to refine a 4-pattern earth-grade pill. Qin Tian was quite satisfied with this achievement, though he did not show it, fearing that Zhong Yin might become arrogant. He hoped that Zhong Yan's fighting spirit would remain strong. 2 days later, Lin Wan came to deliver the profits from the legend of the White Snake. As usual, she wore a dejected expression. The business of the Lin family trading company was declining, and their market share was shrinking. The family was preparing to close several stores to cut expenses. After placing the profits down, Lin Wan rushed to Qin Tian's side to massage his back and shoulders. She suddenly thought that someone as capable as Qin Tian might be able to connect her with an alchemist, which could solve the Lin family's urgent problems. After a while of massaging, Lin Wan spoke up. "Young Master Qin, do you know any alchemy masters that you can introduce to us? If it works out, we will certainly repay you handsomely." Qin Tian did not answer immediately. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Just as Lin Wan was about to ask again, Qin Tian spoke. "I can help you, but I need your Lin family to pledge allegiance to me. As long as you follow me, it wouldn't be impossible for me to provide you with imperial-grade pills and weapons in the future." Lin Wan trembled upon hearing this, as Qin Tian's promise was larger than she could imagine. There were very few people in Central Continent qualified to refine imperial weapons, yet Qin Tian had said such words. So, she felt somewhat incredulous, but considering that Qin Tian was a powerful figure, she chose not to expose him. "I know you can't make decisions. Have her family head come and talk to me." Qin Tian said calmly. Lin Wan took her leave and hurried home. Although the prospect of imperial weapons seemed small, the fact that Qin Tian was a powerful figure was undeniable, and it wasn't surprising for someone like him to know some formidable alchemists. After returning home, Lin Wan told her father, Lin Zhou, about the situation. Lin Zhou's first reaction was disbelief, but he was nearing desperation, so he decided to investigate further. He hurriedly followed Lin Wan to the intent painting studio. Upon entering, he saw Zhong Wu standing respectfully to the side while Qin Tian was drinking tea. With Qian Shui giving him a back massage, Zhong Wu glanced at Lin Zhou, and instantly, Lin Zhou felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Thankfully, this feeling only lasted a moment. He understood this was a show of power. The Lin family truly could not afford to offend this expert. "Mr. Qin, hello. I am the leader of the Lin family trading company. I heard you are interested in recruiting us?" Lin Zhou said. Qin Tian nodded. "Your daughter should have told you what I said. You don't need to doubt my words. I will provide you with imperial weapons and pills in the future, but not now. You currently do not have the qualifications to possess these. You need to continue developing and expanding the Lin family, and I will help you achieve that." After speaking, Qin Tian threw a kitchen knife in front of Lin Zhou. "You can take a look at this." "A kitchen knife?" Lin Zhou picked it up in confusion. After inspecting it with his consciousness, he was stunned. This kitchen knife was actually an imperial weapon? He exclaimed in his heart, "What kind of person can do something like this? Who would refine an imperial weapon without aiming for something more sophisticated?" Suppressing his shock, Lin Zhou tremblingly placed the kitchen knife back on the table. At this moment, he was excited. He felt that the Lin family trading company was about to rise under his leadership. If they had imperial weapons in the future, it would be a shocking presence in the empire. Thinking of this, he immediately knelt down and said, "I, the Lin family, pledge loyalty to young Master Qin." He then began to swear an oath to the heavens, and Lin Wan followed suit and knelt to swear as well. After Lin Zhou and his daughter stood up, Qin Tian called Zhong Yin over and said, "He is the alchemist. I've given you the person. If you still cannot completely defeat the Qin Shan Trading Company, it means you are not qualified to be my subordinates." Lin Zhou looked at Zhong Yin with some trepidation, thinking, can such a young alchemist really surpass anyone from the Qin Shan Trading Company? May I ask what level of earth-grade pills you can refine? Because currently, the main demand in Qin Shan City was for earth-grade pills, which were more common. There weren't many buyers for heaven-grade pills, as the cultivators in Qin Shan City were not of very high levels. Zhong Yin replied, "I can refine 4-pattern earth-grade pills, and for heaven-grade, I can only refine 2-pattern pills." 4-pattern earth-grade? 2-pattern heaven-grade? Lin Zhou found it hard to believe, but with Qin Tian present, he chose to believe it. With Master Zhong's assistance, I will definitely be able to defeat the Qin Shan Trading Company. Afterwards, Qin Tian let Zhong Yin follow them. After Lin Zhou and the others left, Zhong Wu approached Qin Tian and bowed. "Thank you, young master, for teaching my grandson alchemy." It was hard to believe that Zhong Yin could improve so much in a month, even if he were at the imperial realm. The credit must go to Qin Tian's excellent teaching. In fact, it was indeed due to Qin Tian's good teaching, as the alchemy principles he taught were more advanced than the alchemy knowledge in Jiuzhou. Qin Tian looked at Zhong Wu and said, "The curse on you has been lifted, and your realm has been restored, right?" Zhong Wu nodded. "Young master, your insight is remarkable. I have indeed restored to the 2nd level of the imperial realm." After speaking, he fixed his gaze on the kitchen knife on the table and asked, "Could you lend me this imperial weapon? With this imperial weapon, I would be almost guaranteed to take revenge." Qin Tian did not refuse and directly said, "Take it and use it." The old man happily picked up the kitchen knife and thanked Qin Tian before flying off to confront his enemy at the Luocha sect. The Luocha sect was located in Luocha City, which was not too far from Qingyun City, separated by 3 cities. At this moment, within the Luocha sect, a woman was nestled in a man's arms. This woman was Qian Wei, saying, "From now on, I will be yours." The man nodded. "I will tell my father later that I want to become your Dao partner." Hearing this, Qian Wei was overjoyed, as the man was the son of the grand elder of the Luocha sect. If she became his Dao partner, her status would change dramatically. At that time, with a little whisper in his ear, wouldn't it be easy for him to teach Qin Tian a lesson? The more she thought about it, the happier she became, as she was not only very opportunistic, but also small-minded, seeking revenge for any grievances. Just as she was feeling pleased, a voice echoed throughout the sect. "Old thief Luo Ho, I have come for revenge. If you have guts, come out." Qian Wei asked, "Who is Luo Ho?" The man replied, "He's our sect master. It seems that someone who doesn't know their place has come to seek death." "Oh," Qian Wei responded, but for some reason, she had a bad premonition. Chapter 46 Revenge of Zone Wu. Luo Ho appeared in the sky above the Rakshasa sect with a group of elders, confronting Zone Wu. "I was wondering who was so bold. Turns out it's you," Luo Ho said with a smile. "I've been searching for you for a long time and didn't expect you to come to me now." Zone Wu replied coldly, "I hope you can still laugh later." With that, he pulled out a kitchen knife. Seeing Zone Wu take out a kitchen knife, Luo Ho burst into laughter. "Are you out of your mind? If you don't have a weapon, I can lend you one." Zone Wu felt a bit awkward holding the kitchen knife, but it was indeed a genuine imperial weapon. He stopped talking nonsense and charged directly at Luo Ho. Luo Ho met him head-on with his Luo Ho. Swoosh! With the collision, Luo Ho was directly knocked back. After stabilizing his stance, he was shocked to find a notch in his Luo Ho. He looked at the kitchen knife in Zone Wu's hand in disbelief. An imperial weapon? After saying this, his shock gradually turned into joy. "It seems you're really a treasure bringer. Hand over the imperial weapon, and I'll spare your life." The elders nearby immediately formed a circle to surround Zone Wu upon hearing Luo Ho's words. "If you have the ability, come and take it," Zone Wu said disdainfully. Luo Ho's expression turned cold. "Last time you managed to escape by luck, but this time, on my turf, you won't be so lucky." With that, he activated the protective formation of the sect, instantly enveloping the entire sect in a faint golden shield. Zone Wu was unfazed and charged forward with the kitchen knife. He planned to eliminate the others first, with the first target being the Great Elder at the first level of the Imperial Realm. Seeing Zone Wu rushing toward him, the Great Elder quickly retreated. He was no match for Zone Wu. Luo Ho ignored this and began chanting a spell, preparing to cast his deadly curse again. The distance was not far, and with the Great Elder's lower cultivation level, Zone Wu quickly caught up. He swung the kitchen knife down fiercely, and the Great Elder raised his sword to block. Swoosh! His long sword was instantly severed, and in that moment, he hurriedly retreated. Zone Wu chased after him, sidestepping the Great Elder's counterattack and arriving at his side. Another knife strike came down, while the deadly curse that Luo Ho had been gathering floated toward Zone Wu. If he continued to attack the Great Elder, he would be hit by the curse. However, Zone Wu did not dodge. Instead, he swung the knife down with great force. This time, the Great Elder had no weapon to defend himself and could only brace himself with his flesh and blood. But after enduring the first strike, there was still a second one. He would never understand why Zone Wu would kill him even after being hit by the deadly curse. Was there such a deep grudge? As the deadly curse entered Zone Wu's body, Luo Ho laughed wildly. "As long as I get the Imperial weapon, what's the death of a Great Elder?" The Great Elder's body fell heavily to the ground, a bloody mess. The disciples watching below gasped, "The Great Elder is dead." In a nearby room, Qian Wei and a man, who were flirting, froze upon hearing the shout and quickly rushed out. When they saw the corpse on the ground, they looked incredulous. "Grandpa, an Imperial realm expert, died just like that?" Qian Wei frowned tightly. After finally sacrificing her purity to find a powerful backing, it was all gone. She then looked up at the battlefield in the sky. When she saw the old man with the kitchen knife, she was stunned. Isn't this one of Qin Tian's subordinates? How could he be so strong? Did he come to kill because I joined the Rakshasa sect? Is he trying to leave me with nowhere to go? As Qian Wei was lost in her thoughts, the battle in the sky intensified. Luo Ho was completely suppressed by Zone Wu, who wielded the Imperial weapon. "You've been hit by my deadly curse. How can you still exert your full strength?" he asked unwillingly. Zone Wu smirked. "Because my master taught me a technique that just happens to counter your deadly curse." Zo Di. With that, Zone Wu swung his knife down again, directly splitting Luo Ho's already damaged weapon in two. Luo Ho fell into an even worse position, while Zone Wu grew more and more courageous, continuously attacking without giving Luo Ho a chance to breathe. At this moment, Luo Ho decided to break the protective formation and escape, but Zone Wu gave him no opportunity. Phantom 18 slashes. Zhong Wu created multiple phantom clones, rushing toward Luo Ho like a torrential storm. Luo Ho's physical body was directly mutilated, and at that moment, he decisively abandoned his body. His imperial soul floated out, quickly heading toward outside the sect. Just as he crossed the sect's boundary, he activated the protective formation again, and Zhong Wu was blocked inside. In the end, Zhong Wu could only watch Luo Ho's imperial soul escape, as breaking the formation to pursue would be too late. He might as well remain within the formation to vent his anger. After all, it was these people who had invaded and slaughtered his family. Screams filled the air as Zhong Wu struck down one after another. However, he only killed those of the half-saint realm and above, sparing those below that level since they had not participated in the massacre of his family. After all, he was not someone who enjoyed slaughter. Eventually, all the Rakshasa sect members of the half-saint realm and above were slain, and Zhong Wu stopped, preparing to break the formation and leave. At that moment, Qianwei stepped out, resentfully asking why. Why did you come to kill as soon as I joined the Rakshasa sect? Zhong Wu frowned, recognizing Qianwei. He couldn't be bothered with such a woman. Considering Qian Shui, he had no intention of killing her. Finally, he casually struck Qianwei with a palm, sending her flying, and then broke the formation to leave. As Qianwei spat blood, the man who had previously wanted to marry her came to her side and coldly said, "Did he come to slaughter my sect because of you?" Qianwei was terrified by the murderous look in his eyes and retreated repeatedly. The man yelled and charged forward. Zhong Wu returned to the Yijing Huajai and handed the kitchen knife back to Qin Tian. Qin Tian took the knife and asked, "Is your revenge complete?" Zhong Wu nodded, sort of his imperial soul escaped. Qin Tian nodded slightly and then asked, "What weapon did you use?" Zhong Wu replied instinctively, "I used a knife." As long as you are loyal enough, I will give you an imperial-grade weapon in a year." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wu quickly knelt and said, "I will definitely swear loyalty to my master." He was extremely excited inside. Many at the third level of the imperial realm did not possess imperial weapons, yet he, at the second level, would soon have one. Meanwhile, Zhong Yin went to the Lin clan's merchant association and began alchemy. The Lin clan also spared no effort in promoting, organizing a series of events. The situation quickly began to reverse again. But the Qingyu Merchant Association still had some business because both the 3-pattern and 4-pattern items were limited editions. Therefore, it was difficult to completely crush the Qingyu Merchant Association in a short time. After receiving the news, Qin Tian instructed them to train more alchemists. Zhong Yin was now fully qualified to teach disciples, and once his disciples grew, he would find it much easier himself. A force cannot develop solely relying on its upper echelons. Chapter 47: The Shock of the City Lord. After Miaoling arrived, Qin Tian's mood seemed to improve a lot. He occasionally cooked a meal, as if he had returned to the days in the Songjin Pavilion. After dinner, Qin Tian went to Miaoling's room and sat down. And Miaoling smiled and said, "Aren't you going to find your little maid to give you a shoulder massage? Isn't it you here? Come and help your master with a massage." "I can't. It's very simple. I'll teach you." After saying that, Qin Tian walked behind Miaoling. A pair of warm hands rested on Miaoling's shoulders, and Miaoling shivered slightly, feeling a bit shy. "Forget it, master. There should be a distinction between men and women." Qin Tian applied a little force to press Miaoling down, who was about to get up. Isn't it a normal thing to massage someone's shoulders? Many filial descendants help their elders with shoulder and back massages. Your thoughts are getting more and more inappropriate. And Miaoling was speechless, thinking it was quite righteous to take advantage of her. In the end, she had to let Qin Tian massage her. After massaging her shoulders for a while, Qin Tian then started to massage her back, and while enjoying the gentle touch, and Miaoling's small face flushed with a rosy hue. However, Qin Tian's skills did make her feel quite comfortable. After a while, Qin Tian thought about switching and having Miaoling massage him. Later, and Miaoling awkwardly used her unskilled techniques to massage Qin Tian's shoulders, and he occasionally grabbed her small hand to correct her technique. Eventually, and Miaoling couldn't stand Qin Tian's inappropriate hands and instantly froze his hands. Then she kicked Qin Tian out of the room. Qin Tian released the freeze on his hands and thought to himself that he had been a bit too hasty today. He would need to take it slow and gradually cultivate this hobby. In Qin City, at the city lord's mansion, Lin Zhou was drinking with the city lord. Recently, the Lin family's business had gradually risen, so the city lord wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Zhou. After drinking to their fill, Lin Zhou revealed some information about Qin Tian. The city lord was astonished to learn that there was such a high-level figure in the city. He thought about finding a time to pay a visit, as he might soon have a need for him. The number of monsters in the Qingyun mountain range was increasing, adding to his pressure. If one day, the various monster clans from Qingyun Mountain came to attack the city, it wouldn't be surprising, as some of the monster clans were known to be unpredictable. The next day, the city lord visited the Yijing painting studio with gifts. Since the Yijing painting studio wasn't conducting business anymore, it was generally closed. Knock, knock, knock. The city lord's steward started knocking on the door. Qin opened the door and saw two people carrying gift boxes and asked, "What brings you here?" The city lord smiled and said, "Hello, miss. I am the city lord of Qinyan City. I heard that there is a senior living here, so I came to pay a visit." "Senior? Are you referring to Elder Zong or our young Master Qin?" "I came to visit young Master Qin," the city lord replied. "The young master is cooking right now, so please follow me." After saying that, she led the city lord to the kitchen. "Young master, the city lord has come to visit you." At this moment, Qin Tian was chopping meat, and Miaoling was helping beside him. The city lord was instantly mesmerized by Miaoling, who was simply stunning. Even though he was the city lord, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. She might only be comparable to Princess Mu of the Haotian Empire. Seeing the city lord's dazed expression, Qin Tian frowned and shook the knife in his hand. Suddenly, a sharp blade aura rippled out, causing the city lord to stagger back. Finally coming to his senses, the city lord quickly smiled and said, "Young master, you are more handsome than Panin, and the young lady is a fairy descending to earth." I was momentarily stunned, so I apologized for my rudeness. He then picked up the gift box in his hand and said, "This is a little spiritual fruit. Please give it a try." Qin Tian nodded slightly, and Qin took the gift box. Since he was the city lord and was so polite, Qin Tian didn't mind. At this moment, the city lord's gaze fell on the knife in Qin Tian's hand, because just now, Qin Tian had not used any spiritual power, yet the aura from the knife had actually pushed him back. Although he was unprepared, he was still a master at the third level of the Holy Realm. Thus, this knife was very likely an imperial weapon. He had seen half-imperial weapons before, but none were as powerful as this. Seeing the city lord's gaze, Qin Tian smiled and said, "Are you interested in my knife? This knife is extraordinary. May I ask which master forged it?" The city lord thought that this type of knife should be custom-made. Normally, weapons of this caliber should at least look presentable. "I forged it myself," Qin Tian casually replied. The city lord was shocked. "So you are an imperial-grade weapon master?" "Sort of," Qin Tian did not deny it. Hearing this, the city lord was astonished, as even the Empress of the Haotian Empire would treat an imperial-grade weapon master with respect. "I just came to pay you a visit. Since you are cooking, I won't disturb you," he said, bowing to Qin Tian before leaving. Back at the city lord's mansion, he was in a great mood. With such a high-level figure in charge of Qingyun City, he felt much more at ease. Just then, his daughter ran over and asked sweetly, "Father, why are you so happy today?" The city lord affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and said, "A high-level figure has arrived in Qingyun City, and with this person here, Qingyun City will be much safer. Is he more powerful than you, father?" His daughter continued to ask. The city lord nodded, and his daughter showed an expression of admiration. Looking at his beautiful daughter, the city lord even thought about having her seduce Qin Tian, but then he recalled the disaster-like girl in the kitchen and dismissed the thought. Perhaps only such a beautiful goddess would be worthy of Qin Tian, this imperial-grade weapon master. And his own daughter was not worthy. Speaking of imperial-grade weapon masters, he remembered something. Not long ago, General Xiao Zhan of the Empire had sent someone to Qingyun City to purchase materials for imperial-grade weapons. General Xiao had a slight familial connection with his wife. His wife also came from a prominent family in the Haotian Empire, but she was not highly regarded, which was why she ended up marrying here. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this was an opportunity to forge a connection with General Xiao. So he hurriedly went to find his wife and asked her to report back. If others had this need, it could also be considered a good connection. At the Yijing painting studio, Qin Tian and Miaoling and Qin Xue were sitting together for a meal. Looking at Miaoling, Qin Tian found her increasingly pleasing to the eye. Ever since her strength improved, both her temperament and beauty had enhanced. And Miaoling noticed Qin Tian staring at her and couldn't help but pout. Have you looked enough after staring every day? I could never look enough in a lifetime, Qin Tian replied. Qin Xue giggled, covering her mouth, while Miaoling blushed, thinking, damn master, you're flirting with me again, completely lacking any semblance of a teacher. She felt her pride as an empress meant nothing in front of Qin Tian. If it weren't for all these years spent together, she would suspect that Qin Tian was a flirtatious rogue, as he often said a few ambiguous sweet nothings to her. Chapter 48. Forging the Imperial Weapon, shocking everyone. In Haotian City, at the general's mansion, a man stood respectfully in front of Xiaozhan. He was from the family of the city lord's wife of Qinyan City. Are you sure there is an imperial-grade weapon master in Qinyan City? Xiaozhan asked. The man hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and said, I'm sure. In fact, Xiaozhan had been troubled by this matter recently. As he was about to go into battle, his previous weapons had been damaged, so he currently had no suitable weapon for himself. He was collecting materials while also contacting the imperial weapon masters. They had initially agreed, but the master suddenly went into seclusion for enlightenment, and he didn't know how long it would take to wait for him. Therefore, he was quite concerned about this news. Take me to find that master now. If the news is true, there will be a generous reward, Xiaozhan said. The two quickly headed towards Qinyan City. Upon arriving in Qinyan City, the city lord personally greeted them and led them to the Intent Realm painting studio. Looking at such a small house, Xiaozhan frowned, revealing a hint of skepticism. The city lord hurriedly knocked on the door. Mr. Qin, I am here to visit again. The one who opened the door was Zhong Wu, who immediately focused his gaze on Xiaozhan. Xiaozhan also looked at Zhong Wu with a serious expression, as he sensed a trace of danger from him. This was a feeling he had developed through years of battle, and it was not wrong. However, it was merely some wariness, as both of them were at the second level of the Imperial realm. Considering that he was asking for a favor, he politely said, I am Xiaozhan, the general of the Haotian Empire. I heard that you are an Imperial-grade weapon master, so I came to visit. Imperial-grade weapon master? You must be here to visit our young master, Zhong Wu replied. Younger master? Xiaozhan was puzzled. The city lord explained. The Imperial-grade weapon master is young Master Qin Tian, not the elder before us. He also noticed that Zhong Wu was not ordinary. Upon hearing that the Imperial-grade weapon master was Zhong Wu's master, Xiaozhan felt a bit hopeful. Qin Tian came over after hearing the commotion. Who is it? Zhong Wu turned back and said, It's someone here to visit the young master. At this moment, Xiaozhan looked at Qin Tian, studying him repeatedly, but still sensed no trace of spiritual power on him, which baffled him. Even the Ice Xian Empress could not figure him out. However, he did not dwell on it and stated his request. I have prepared 2 sets of materials for forging low-grade imperial weapons, and I only seek to forge 1 half-imperial-grade long knife. If successful, I will offer a low-grade imperial spirit herb as a reward. This was the reward he had discussed with the previous imperial-grade weapon master. Hearing such a good deal, Qin Tian was very tempted to agree, but he currently had no spiritual power to control the formation, so he couldn't forge it. I can't do it now. Perhaps a year later, after hearing this response, Xiaozhan's heart sank. Could it be that his reward was too little? After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, If you help me forge it now, the reward will be 2 low-grade imperial spirit herbs. With the battle approaching, he had no choice but to raise the price. Qin Tian was even more tempted. What he lacked the most now was imperial spirit herbs. With spirit herbs, he could refine pills, which would allow him and Miaoling to improve their strength faster. But he was also helpless due to his inability to use spiritual power. Just as he was about to refuse again, the system spoke up. In order to facilitate the host development, the seal is lifted. Before the task is completed, the host can use spiritual power for alchemy and weapon forging, but cannot use it for fighting. Forcibly using it will result in task failure. Upon hearing the system's words, he couldn't help but exclaim. The system was quite humane. If I forge an imperial weapon, what reward will you give me? Qin Tian asked. Imperial weapon? Xiaozhan was shocked, as there were only 2 imperial weapons in the entire Haotian Empire. one of which was brought back not long ago by his niece, Princess Mu Qingqing. Can you really forge an imperial weapon? I can, Qin Tian replied, calculating how much reward he could offer. After a while, Xiao Zhan said, if you can forge an imperial weapon, I will give you 5 low-grade imperial spear herbs. That is all I can offer. Besides that, if you have any other requests, I will do my best to fulfill them. By observing the changes in Xiao Zhan's expression, Qin Tian could see that this was all he could offer. For him, this was already a significant gain, so he directly agreed. Xiao Zhan handed over the 2 sets of forging materials and the weapon blueprint to Qin Tian, who began the forging process. In the first step, Qin Tian used the 10,000-layer heavenly hammer to refine the imperial grade ore. He hammered it repeatedly until the entire building began to shake. Zhongwu, Xiao Zhan, Qin Shui, and others were left dumbfounded, especially Zhongwu and Xiao Zhan, who felt that at this level of force, it could likely crush them. Zhongwu began to be grateful for his initial choice. If he had chosen a rob, he and his grandfather would have become mere bones long ago. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was filled with excitement. He had seen the forging of half-imperial grade weapons before, and compared to this scene, it was far inferior. The level of refinement made him feel that there was hope for an imperial weapon. Once the ore was refined, Qin Tian began to fuse different ores together to forge the weapon's embryo. This fusion took a long time, but they all focused intently on watching. Finally, Qin Tian began to inscribe the formation, which was the most critical step. Zhongwu and Xiao Zhan were amazed by the formation Qin Tian inscribed. It was incredibly mysterious. When Qin Tian completed the final inscription, a miraculous phenomenon appeared, indicating that the imperial weapon had been forged. Zhongwu and Qin Shui looked at each other with envy, while Xiao Zhan was beyond excited. With this imperial weapon, the Xiao family would have a solid foundation, and things would be different from now on. He quickly took out his only 2 low-grade imperial herbs and said, I only have these 2 for now. I need to go back to prepare 3 more. How about? Qin Tian directly threw the imperial weapon to him. You can go back and bring me the rest. Xiao Zhan excitedly held the imperial weapon in his hands, examining it repeatedly, and assured that he would come back as soon as possible. Before leaving, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid that I won't come back after I leave? Qin Tian smiled and said, you can try. Xiao Zhan awkwardly laughed. I wouldn't dare. He truly did not dare. A weapon master capable of forging imperial weapons was someone that even the Haoyan Empire could not provoke, let alone himself. Afterwards, he rushed back to Haoyan City, planning to borrow 3 spirit herbs from the Empress, as he indeed could not produce them himself. After Xiao Zhan left, Qin Tian looked at Zhongwu and said, what kind of knife do you want? I can forge one for you. I happen to have a set of materials left. The earlier scene was also a wake-up call for Zhongwu, so Qin Tian planned to give him some more incentives to completely win him over. Chapter 49. By Xiaoru's sister hearing Qin Tian's words, Zhongwu immediately knelt down, thanking the young master for his grace, and vowed to serve him loyally unto death. He then took out his weapon blueprints and respectfully handed them to Qin Tian. Qin Tian began refining again. On the other side, Xiao Zhan rushed to the palace to see the Ice Xian Empress as soon as he returned to Haoyan City. He reported the situation and expressed his demands. The Ice Xian Empress was quite shocked upon hearing this. An imperial-grade weapon refiner is a rarity throughout Zhongzhou. She then took out 3 spiritual herbs and handed them to Xiao Zhan, as he was considered a relative and one of her trusted individuals. After Xiao Zhan took his leave, the Ice Xian Empress muttered Qin Tian's name and suddenly remembered something. The person who helped Qingqing and the others escape earlier seemed to be Qin Tian. Thinking of this, she quickly called over Mu Qingqing's protector to investigate whether it was indeed him. Xiao Zhan first returned home to find his daughter, Xiaomeng. He planned to take her with him to deliver the spiritual herbs, hoping that she could attract Qin Tian while staying in Qingyan City. His daughter was, after all, one of the top beauties in the Haoyan Empire. And no matter how powerful Qin Tian was, he was still a man. It is said that heroes are always paired with beauties. If his daughter could develop a good relationship with him, the Xiao family would truly soar. When Xiao Zhan and Xiaomeng returned to the Yijing painting studio, Qin Tian's weapon refining was nearing completion. The 2 did not disturb him, but quietly watched. The more Xiaomeng looked at Qin Tian, the more handsome she found him, eventually turning into admiration. An imperial-grade weapon refiner, a strong imperial realm expert, these identities, combined with his handsome looks, perfectly matched her image of the ideal partner. Xiao Zhan also noticed his daughter's expression and smiled. It was even better if his daughter liked him. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze. Finally, another phenomenon occurred, and the imperial weapon was successfully refined. Xiao Zhan was shocked again, as Qin Tian had refined weapons twice in a row, both with success. To his knowledge, other imperial-grade weapon refiners could only refine once every few months with a high failure rate. If they succeeded once out of 5 or 6 attempts, it would be considered good. Otherwise, imperial weapons would not be so rare in Zhongzhou. After finishing the refinement, Qin Tian handed the imperial weapon directly to Zhongwu. He then told Qin Shui, "Don't be envious, just work hard on your cultivation. As long as you follow me and reach the imperial realm, you'll have an imperial weapon." Qin Shui smiled sweetly. "I will definitely work hard." After seeing Qin Tian finish his instructions, Xiao Zhan hurriedly stepped forward and handed 3 low-grade imperial spiritual herbs to Qin Tian. Then pulled Xiao Meng over and said, "Do you need someone to serve tea and water? What do you think of my daughter? She's fair-skinned and beautiful, like the moon and flowers, obedient and lovely. She is one of the top 3 beauties in our Haoyan Empire." "Dad," Xiao Meng shyly exclaimed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Qin Shui pouted, feeling that her position as a maid was threatened. She bit her lip and said, "I am the young master's maid. Serving tea and water is my job." The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Suddenly, Qin Tian felt the temperature in the small building drop. He knew this was a warning signal from Miaoling, so he had to refuse firmly. "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need any maids here." Both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Meng felt a bit disappointed and then bade farewell to Qin Tian. After leaving the Yijing painting studio, Xiao Zhan told his daughter, "You should find a place to stay in Qinyan City first. Take your time. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze. With your beauty, he will eventually like you." Xiao Meng replied shyly. Inside the Yijing painting studio, and Miaoling came down dissatisfied and said, "If I hadn't reminded you, would you have just accepted her?" Qin Tian replied seriously, "Am I that kind of person? I just need you. You can help me serve tea and also help with massages." And Miaoling frowned and complained, "You're exactly that kind of person. If I hadn't come, you might have already taken a wife." After saying that, she left, leaving Qin Tian alone to click his tongue in secret. On the other side, the Ice Xian Empress received confirmation that this Qin Tian was indeed the one who had helped Mu Qingqing. After confirming, she made a decision to let Mu Qingqing out of seclusion to find Qin Tian. If a romance could develop, she would become the mother-in-law of an imperial-grade weapon refiner. Songjian Peak, by Xiaoru, who was meditating on a mountain, suddenly opened her eyes. She had received a transmission from her sister by Xiao Xiao. This meant her sister had arrived in Dongzhou. Thinking of her sister, she showed an excited expression. She was very close to her sister. One could say she had raised her when they were young. Recalling how her sister had cried heart-wrenchingly before she left, she now felt a pang of guilt. Having been away for so long, her sister must have been very worried. Thinking of this, she felt an urgent desire to see her sister. After they confirmed their location, she quickly went over and finally spotted her sister near the boundary of the Two Realms Mountain. In that instant, both women couldn't help but cry. If it weren't for the soul stone bound to her sister not shattering, Bai Xiao Xiao would have rushed out to find Bai Xiaoru long ago. With a choked voice, Bai Xiao Xiao said, "A few days ago, a group of powerful people came to Qingqiu to demand an explanation. Because the soul stones of those looking for you in Zhongzhou shattered, they suspected that we sent people to kill you. It almost turned into a fight. Fortunately, the Dragon Clan mediated. Then they said they would send people to Zhongzhou again to find you, so I secretly came to inform you." Bai Xiaoru's expression changed upon hearing this. "You came here secretly? Did you run into anyone?" Seeing Bai Xiaoru's ugly expression, Bai Xiao Xiao nodded blankly. Bai Xiaoru explained, "They actually suspected someone from Qingqiu acted. How could they not monitor Qingqiu's people? You, a half-saint, sneaking out. How could they not discover it? They must have followed you here." Upon hearing her sister's words, Bai Xiao Xiao's face turned pale, and she began to cry anxiously. Bai Xiaoru hugged Bai Xiao Xiao and started to run, But just as they began, a gray-robed man at the second level of the Imperial realm blocked their path. The man smiled and said, "Thanks to this little girl leading the way, otherwise it would have been hard to find you. You should obediently come back with me. The master misses you very much. I would rather die than go back with you." After saying this, Bai Xiaoru gritted her teeth and once again sacrificed her tail. Instantly, one of her tails exploded, transforming into a white light that enveloped her and Bai Xiaoxiao, quickly heading towards Zhongzhou. Only by going to Zhongzhou to find Qin Tian would they have a glimmer of hope. On the way, she slowed down significantly while carrying Bai Xiaoxiao, making it difficult to completely shake off the man. Bai Xiaoxiao felt a wave of regret, blaming herself for being too foolish. With a choked voice, she anxiously said, "Sister, just give up on me. You can't escape with me. Don't talk. Once we reach Zhongzhou, there may be hope," Bai Xiaoru replied. Chapter 50. Rescue by Xiaoru. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded slightly, looking at her sister's pale face with a tinge of heartache. They were already close to the boundary of the Two Realms Mountain, so after sacrificing her tail, they quickly crossed the Two Realms Mountain to enter the central continent. After passing the Two Realms Mountain, Bai Xiaoru frantically sent out a message, hoping her master would be reliable. Finally, when she arrived at the territory of the Qin mountain range, her message was finally sent out. In the intent painting studio, Qin Tian suddenly opened his eyes while resting. His gaze held a hint of urgency and anger. Bai Xiaoru was calling for help, and she had already sacrificed her tail. This was enough to indicate that her current situation was extremely dangerous. Qin Tian rushed downstairs and shouted, "Zhong Wu, take me to the Qin mountain range quickly." Since his spiritual power was sealed, it was best to have Zhong Wu take him. Even if he wasn't sealed, he couldn't move faster than Zhong Wu. Zhong Wu hurried over, looking puzzled at Qin Tian, not understanding why he needed to take him himself. "I sealed my own spiritual power and am practicing in the mortal realm," Qin Tian explained quickly. Zhong Wu understood. No wonder he couldn't sense even a trace of Qin Tian's spiritual power. He then wrapped Qin Tian in his spiritual power and flew quickly towards the Qin mountain range. Unintentionally, Qin Tian's image in Zhong Wu's mind rose again, as those seeking breakthroughs in the mortal realm were often the big shots wanting to break through to the Emperor realm. They were the pinnacle of the central continent. Inside the painting studio, and Miaoling watched Qin Tian anxiously break through the air, her embroidered brows furrowing slightly. Qin Tian was mostly calm, so the emergence of anxious emotions indicated that the situation was not simple. During the flight, Qin Tian began to confirm Bai Xiaoru's location and reported it to Zhong Wu, urging him to hurry. Sensing Qin Tian's urgency, Zhong Wu also put in all his effort. In the Qin mountain range, Bai Xiaoru's speed slowed down because the power gained from sacrificing her tail was almost exhausted. However, she had made a decision in her heart. When the time came, she would continue to sacrifice. Surviving was the only hope. The white light gradually dimmed, and the sisters wrapped in it revealed their forms. The man pursuing them showed a hint of a smile, his speed increasing as he closely followed. Bai Xiaoru sensed this and immediately began to sacrifice her second tail. But it was too late. The man struck out with a palm, directly interrupting Bai Xiaoru's sacrifice. She was also sent flying. Cough! Bai Xiaoru couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, her face growing even paler. "Sister, Wu." Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cry, looking like a child who hadn't grown up. After successfully hitting Bai Xiaoru, the man didn't give her another chance to perform the sacrifice. He quickly moved to the two women's side, grabbing one with each hand, instantly revealing their true forms. After successfully capturing the two women, the man was overjoyed. This was a tremendous achievement. As long as he brought them back successfully, it was possible that young Master Di Tian would reward him with an imperial weapon. Thinking of this, the man hurriedly cast a spell to seal the sisters' spiritual power and then took them away. Bai Xiaoru was still in contact with Qin Tian. This was her last hope. If Qin Tian couldn't find her, she would rather die than let the Di family's Di Tian succeed. Since childhood, she had the bloodline of the sky fox in her body, so even without diligent cultivation, her realm improved quickly. Because of this, she had been recognized as the next clan leader of Qingqiu since she was young. Di Tian discovered Bai Xiaoru's sky fox bloodline, which was why he instigated this incident. step by step forcing her into a desperate situation. He wanted to obtain her bloodline. If he absorbed the Sky Fox bloodline, his own bloodline would also be enhanced. Zhong Wu, disregarding his own consumption, pursued with all his might and finally intercepted the man after a quarter of an hour. When Qin Tian saw Bai Xiaoru being choked by the man, a surge of anger welled up inside him. Bai Xiaoru was one of the people he cared about most. The man furrowed his brows upon seeing Qin Tian and Zhong Wu becoming alert. He sensed that Zhong Wu's strength was not weaker than his own. "Are you from Qingqiu?" the man asked. Qin Tian forced himself to remain calm and did not respond, fearing that the other party would sense his concern for Bai Xiaoru and then use her to threaten him. That would put him in a very passive position. Bai Xiaoru was also very smart. She did not acknowledge Qin Tian. "We are robbers. Hand over all your belongings, and we can spare your life," Qin Tian said sternly. "Rob? Rob?" The man was a bit dazed. After living for thousands of years, it was his first encounter with a robbery. However, upon hearing it was a robbery, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least they weren't from Qingqiu. The man, wary of Zhong Wu's strength and fearing complications, gritted his teeth and took out a low-grade imperial medicine, tossing it to Qin Tian. "Consider this a toll. I have urgent matters and will leave now." Qin Tian received the medicine, surprised that the other party was so accommodating. If he were truly a robber, he might have let him go, but he wasn't. Qin Tian revealed a greedy expression and said, "This isn't enough. I want all your things." The man's face darkened instantly. He didn't expect the other party to be so greedy, wanting his savings accumulated over thousands of years. Of course, he couldn't give that. The man directly ignored Qin Tian, who had no spiritual power, and looked at Zhong Wu. "Brother, our strengths are similar. If it comes to a fight, it's hard to tell who would win. Since I've shown my sincerity, can you let me go?" "No, I listened to my young master," Zhong Wu replied. "Young master? Him?" The man looked skeptical. In the end, he could only regard Qin Tian as some useless young master from a great power. He knew that such people would bully the weak and fear the strong. Reasoning was useless, so he could only prepare for a fight. While the man was contemplating, Qin Tian transmitted to Zhong Wu, "Make your move. Don't hurt the fox in his hand." Zhong Wu understood and directly drew out his Chongqing knife, which was the name he had given to his imperial weapon. Seeing Zhong Wu draw his knife, the man realized that a battle was inevitable. He placed the seal Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiao on the ground and casually set up a formation. He couldn't dare to fight while holding Bai Xiaoru. If something went wrong, it would be a huge loss. Di Tian would not spare him once he found out. Zhong Wu knew that Qin Tian's purpose was to save the fox, so he also controlled his attacks, trying not to affect the fox. Once the two were far away, Zhong Wu began to exert his strength. He was originally a master with a knife, and, after learning the sitting forgetting Chongshang Classic, his internal spiritual power and recovery ability were much better than others at the same level. With his imperial weapon, he quickly gained the upper hand. He fought fiercely against the man, using his knife techniques without regard for consumption. The man gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on, believing that Zhong Wu's spiritual power would soon be exhausted. As long as he survived this period, he would be victorious. However, when a man found that his spiritual power had been depleted by more than half, he realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. Zhong Wu was still vigorous, showing no signs of exhaustion. Moreover, he realized that Zhong Wu's knife was an imperial weapon, as his half-imperial weapon had already become half-useless. Chapter 51, Healing the Formation above, had already been mostly destroyed. A little more destruction would mean severing fate. Zhong Wu knew it was time, and he directly unleashed the ultimate move he used to kill Luo Ho. Phantom 18 slashes. Instantly, Zhong Wu split into several shadows, simultaneously slashing at the man. The sudden outburst was too much for the man to withstand, and he was immediately dismembered. On the other side, Qin Tian had already embraced the two little foxes in his arms. He glanced at Zhong Wu and said, "His belongings are yours. You can go back first." Zhong Wu did not hesitate, taking the man's storage ring and returning to the realm painting studio. Qin Tian gently stroked Bai Xiaoru's bloodstained fur and asked with concern, "Are you okay? You didn't come with me earlier." Bai Xiaoru rubbed her little head against Qin Tian and weakly said, "Thank you for saving me and my sister." Qin Tian had saved her once again, This debt of gratitude was never going to be repaid. Their Fox clan was the least willing to owe others favors. Bai Xiaoxiao watched her sister's actions and expressions with surprise. In her impression, her sister was a very proud person, as the imperial princess of Qingqiu. She had always looked down on others and had never shown any intimate gestures towards any man. Yet the Qin Tian in front of her, aside from being handsome, didn't he seem outstanding in other aspects? She blinked her little eyes and asked, "Are you my brother-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoru's little face turned crimson, and she playfully scolded, "You little brat, don't talk nonsense. If he is not your brother-in-law, then what is your relationship?" Bai Xiaoxiao continued to ask. "We are." Bai Xiaoru suddenly stopped. She couldn't just say they were master and servant, could she? If that got out, how would she face her sister in the future? Qin Tian didn't explain, just watching the fun from the side. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Bai Xiaoxiao concluded in her heart that they were in a romantic relationship. Her gaze towards Qin Tian softened. Bai Xiaoru was now very weak, and her injuries were severe. Bai Xiaoxiao was also injured. Qin Tian had originally intended to use medicinal pills, but then remembered that he couldn't use the storage ring right now. After thinking for a moment, he placed the two foxes on the ground and said, "Transform back into human form." Bai Xiaoru was somewhat puzzled, but complied. A flash of white light passed, and Bai Xiaoru transformed into her human form. The enchanting beauty appeared before Qin Tian once again, sitting weakly on the ground. She wore a starry moonlit skirt, revealing her graceful white neck and alluring collarbone. The hem of her skirt spread like a sky full of stars on the ground, and her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. However, her beautiful face was somewhat pale, giving a feeling of fragility. Bai Xiaoxiao also transformed back into her human form. Dressed in a light blue gauze dress, draped with white sheer fabric over her shoulders, her dark hair cascading loosely, looking somewhat delicate. Her appearance resembled Bai Xiaoru's, just a bit more youthful. Qin Tian took out a kitchen knife from his waist and made a cut on his finger. After slicing, he brought his finger to Bai Xiaoru's lips. His blood was the best healing elixir. Bai Xiaoru understood what Qin Tian meant, but then recalled the first time they met, when she bit his finger and he had made a gesture with his finger in her mouth. Her face turned red again. "I want medicinal pills, not this." "I don't have any medicinal pills right now. Hurry up, or if you heal later, it will be in vain," Qin Tian urged. She definitely did not believe Qin Tian's words, but since he didn't admit it, she had no choice. Finally, gritting her teeth, she took Qin Tian's bloodied finger into her mouth. She indeed needed to stabilize her injuries. Qin Tian felt his finger wrapped in warmth, sending a pleasant shiver through his body. He instinctively moved his finger, searching for that piece. Finally, he found it. Bai Xiaoru's body trembled, her ears turned red. And then she took a deep breath and quickly released Qin Tian's finger. Looking at Bai Xiaoru, who was both shy and angry, he found her too cute. After absorbing Qin Tian's blood, her injuries rapidly began to heal. Qin Tian then looked at Bai Xiaoxiao, extending his finger and asking, "Do you want some?" Bai Xiaoxiao saw the blood on Qin Tian's finger and felt tempted, as she sensed the powerful life energy within it. Just as she was about to lean in for taste, Bai Xiaoru grabbed Qin Tian's hand and pulled it away. "You pervert. Don't try to take advantage of my sister. This is for healing. How is that taking advantage? Can't you think a little more simply?" Qin Tian said seriously. "Simply? Don't you know what you just did?" Bai Xiaoru retorted shyly. "Well, healing inevitably involves some contact. Cultivators should not be so petty." Upon hearing Qin Tian's explanation, Bai Xiaoru remained unconvinced. However, seeing her sister's condition was indeed not good, she squeezed out a few drops of blood from Qin Tian's finger onto Bai Xiaoxiao's palm. Allowing her to lick it herself, Bai Xiaoxiao happily began to lick. Before long, both of their injuries had healed, but Bai Xiaoru's sacrificial tail still needed to be cultivated back. Afterward, Qin Tian brought the two women back to the realm painting studio, where Miaoling was already waiting at the door. She had learned about the general situation from Zhongwu. After the two sisters met, Bai Xiaoru introduced her sister to everyone. Although Miaoling did not like to speak much, she smiled to show her goodwill. With more people around, Qin Tian decided it was time to find a larger place to live, as the current small shop was indeed too shabby. Thus, he asked Lin Wan for help in finding a manor. Lin Wan worked quickly, resolving the matter in less than 2 hours. The manor was very close to their Lin family business and was also part of the Lin family's property. It had been unoccupied for a while, but was regularly cleaned. The manor covered over 10,000 square meters, divided into an inner courtyard and an outer courtyard, and was very well decorated. It had mountains and water, with a pleasant environment, which Qin Tian liked very much. He hung the plaque of the realm painting studio and directly moved his family into the inner courtyard, while Zhong Wu stayed in the outer courtyard. Bai Xiao was a very lively little girl, which made the entire inner courtyard lively as well. She often called Qin Tian brother-in-law, making Bai Xiao blush. With 6 low-grade imperial-level spiritual herbs in hand, Qin Tian prepared to start refining medicine. He aimed to restore Bai Xiao's cultivation, and everyone's realms should also be improved. With the imperial-level spiritual herbs, he sought Lin family's help to acquire some heavenly-level spiritual herbs as auxiliary materials. He promised that after refining the pills, he would give them 3 for auction, to enhance the reputation of the business association, which should also expand beyond Qinyan City. Only by leaving Qinyan City could the Lin family business grow strong. In the future, it would also be able to provide Qin Tian with imperial-level spiritual herbs and materials for weapon forging. When it came time for the auction, he would have Zhong Wu oversee it, thus resolving the safety issue. Once the medicinal materials were ready, Qin Tian called over Zhong Yin and several alchemists he brought along. This was a very good teaching opportunity, allowing them to observe the refining process of imperial-level pills multiple times, which would be very helpful in the future. Once everyone arrived, Qin Tian took out the alchemy furnace and began refining pills. He carefully proceeded step by step with purification, quenching, fusion, and fire control, and occasionally asked questions for on-site teaching. Qin Tian spent over half a month refining 6 batches of medicine, with 3 pills produced in each batch. Chapter 52. Distribution of pills in this teaching process. Zhong Yin gained a lot. After all, he had watched it 6 times in a row, and someone explained it to him in detail. As for the other alchemists, they could only be considered to have gained some knowledge, due to their lack of foundational knowledge. Even if Qin Tian's explanations were clear, they still couldn't understand. However, they at least had some impressions, which would be useful in the future. Zhong Yan's talent for alchemy was indeed extraordinary, so Qin Tian believed that it wouldn't be long before he could attempt to refine imperial-grade pills. His greatest shortcoming at the moment was his cultivation level, so Qin Tian gave him an imperial pill. He then provided 2 pills for Zhong Wu, as he was now a main force on Qin Tian's side. Additionally, he gave 3 pills from the Lin family business. He had 12 pills left, which he distributed, 3 each to Miao Ling and Bai Xiao Ru, and 1 each to Qin Shui and Bai Xiao Xiao, so they all had a share. He kept 4 for himself. The people from Songjian Peak, such as Shangguanya, were not planning to give out pills for the time being. They would wait until the Lin family business developed and could provide imperial-grade spiritual herbs before training them. With the pills in hand, everyone began to improve themselves, while the Lin family business started planning to promote the auction of these imperial-grade pills. The date was set for 3 months later, aiming for a spectacular debut. Qin Tian took one of the pills and began his cultivation. With his imperial-grade cultivation aptitude, his cultivation speed was relatively fast. In 1 month, Qin Tian consumed 2 pills and directly broke through to the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. His combat power greatly increased, but this was contingent on breaking the seal. Subsequently, in Miao Ling, Bai Xiao Ru, and others also broke through one after another. And Miao Ling reached the 3rd level of the half-Saint Realm. And Bai Xiao Ru not only regained her previous lost cultivation, but also broke through to the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. Then there were Qin Shui and Zhong Yin, who broke through to the half-Saint Realm. Among them, Bai Xiao Ru advanced a bit faster because she was recovering her strength. Although the others improved their cultivation levels, they still needed to explore their understanding of the Tao on their own. Therefore, they didn't use the medicinal power for continuous breakthroughs to avoid hastening their progress and ruining their futures. However, the medicinal power was not wasted. It was preserved within their bodies and gradually digested during their usual cultivation. As for Zhong Wu, he was already at the 2nd level of the imperial grade, so the pill's effect on him was not particularly significant, but it did help to greatly reduce the threshold for his breakthrough to the 3rd level of the imperial realm. In the Qin Empire, in a certain valley in the south, there was a sect called the Fallen Demon Valley. At this time, Luo Ho's imperial soul was conversing with the demon lord of the Fallen Demon Valley. The demon lord was Luo Ho's elder brother, so after his physical body was destroyed, he came to seek his brother. After recounting his experiences, he pleaded, "Brother, I will rely on you from now on. You must find me a good physical body. Rest assured, we are blood brothers. I will do my best," the demon lord replied. Upon hearing that Zhong Wu possessed an imperial weapon, he was also quite tempted, but he knew that if Luo Ho couldn't defeat someone, neither could he. However, he practiced Gu technique, and if he had the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, he could use his life Gu to control the enemy. He was quite confident in his life Gu. With this in mind, he hurriedly sent someone to scout the situation and also gather Luo Ho's disciples. The Luo Sword Sect still had quite a few good seedlings. A few days later, the son of the Grand Elder of the Luo Sword Sect, along with Qian Wei and others, was brought to the Fallen Demon Valley. At this time, Qian Wei's face was still swollen, and her body was covered in injuries, no longer resembling the beautiful woman she once was. This was because the Grand Elder's son had chosen not to kill her, intending to keep her around for further torture to vent his malice. After being brought back, the demon lord began to inquire if they knew anything about the invaders' information, offering rewards for any useful clues. Upon hearing this, Qian Wei was overjoyed and immediately spoke up with what she knew. However, she also made a request. She didn't want a reward. She wanted to personally kill the Grand Elder's son. The motivation for her survival these days was to find an opportunity to kill the one who tormented her. Although the demon lord was not pleased to hear this, he still agreed, as killing an inconsequential person was of no concern to him. After Qian Wei killed the Grand Elder's son, she felt a sense of relief. She then detailed the situation on Qin Tian's side to the demon lord, while secretly hoping that the demon lord would resolve the issue with Qin Tian, which would be perfect. Upon hearing that Zhong Wu's master was an ordinary person without spiritual power, the demon lord was somewhat skeptical, so he planned to investigate personally. Fortune favors the bold. It's worth it. Disguising himself, he arrived at the place Qian Wei mentioned but found it deserted, with no sign of life. He then guessed that they had moved. So he searched through the city and eventually found the manor where Qin Tian resided, the new artistic painting studio. To be cautious, he waited until deep into the night before sneaking into the courtyard. He stealthily approached Qin Tian's door and gently poked through the window to look inside. At that moment, Qin Tian was sound asleep, and the demon lord carefully observed him, confirming that he indeed had no spiritual power. However, he still harbored reservations about Qin Tian's strength, considering his brother had indeed fallen at this person's hands. Then he noticed a kitchen knife placed by the bedside. Is this the kitchen knife Qian Wei mentioned? He cautiously released his spiritual power to probe it, and his heart began to race. It was indeed an imperial weapon, and a medium-grade one at that. Even his master didn't possess such a weapon. However, he didn't let excitement cloud his judgment. After all, his brother had fallen to this person. He looked around, ensuring there was no movement, then quietly released his life Gu, the seven-winged demon cicada. This was his life Gu that he had cultivated for thousands of years. So he was confident. As long as the cicada entered Qin Tian's body, he could control him. At that point, both the person and the imperial weapon would be his. The seven-winged demon cicada had 7 pairs of wings, was jet black all over, and had a very sharp mouth. It quietly flew over, and as soon as it touched Qin Tian's blood, it could burrow into his body. It carefully landed on Qin Tian's shoulder and began to peck at his arm. The demon lord outside was also nervously watching the cicada. Bang! After the cicada pecked once, it surprisingly didn't pierce through. The demon lord was stunned. The cicada's mouth could pierce even heavenly-grade weapons. Could it be that this person had skin tougher than half-imperial weapons? The sound of Qin Tian sleeping stirred him. Sensing something unusual, he slapped down. Smack! With that slap, the dazed demon cicada was killed instantly. Qin Tian glanced at it, dissatisfied. How can there be such a big mosquito? He then flicked his finger, sending the cicada's corpse flying, rolled over, and continued to sleep. Outside, the demon lord's face turned pale, and a mouthful of fresh blood surged to his tongue. But he didn't dare to spit it out. Instead, he endured it, carefully concealing his aura as he rushed out of the artistic painting studio. Just after exiting the manor, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His life goo was dead, and his realm fell directly to the first level of the Imperial realm. Qin Tian had actually slapped his life goo to death. It was terrifying. What was most difficult for him to accept was that there hadn't been a hint of spiritual power fluctuation when it was killed. Chapter 53. The ancestor of the blood domain. Upon careful thought, he felt a deep sense of dread. He began to doubt whether Qin Tian could match his master, or even surpass him. Thinking of this, he felt that Qian Wei had tricked him, claiming that he was an ordinary person. He vowed to make her pay when he returned. It was just a pity for the life-sustaining goo he had nurtured for thousands of years. He felt like crying without tears. After returning to the fallen Demon Valley, he directly sought out Qian Wei. Slap, slap, slap. He furiously slapped her a few times and then told the people nearby to treat her well before leaving. He planned to heal his injuries before going to find his master, the ancestor of the blood domain, who was also one of Miaoling's enemies. In the morning, Qin Tian had just gotten out of bed when he heard that Xiaomeng had come to visit. Considering she was a beauty, he let her in. Once inside, Xiaomeng immediately began to pour tea and even gave Qin Tian a back massage. This made him a bit embarrassed, but Xiaomeng's technique was still commendable. After a while, Qian Shui also got up, and when she saw Xiaomeng giving Qin Tian a back massage, her expression darkened. A sense of crisis washed over her. She thought, I can't let this woman take my place. She first thought of serving tea, but then realized there was already a cup of hot tea on the table, along with 5 or 6 plates of snacks. So for a moment, she didn't know what to do. After thinking it over, she gritted her teeth and decided to report this to Miaoling. Only she could manage this flirtatious man. She came to Miaoling's door and knocked, calling out, Miss, and a beautiful lady has come downstairs to massage the young master's shoulders. And Miaoling, who was in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. She then got up and went to the hall. At that moment, Qin Tian, who was squinting and enjoying himself, suddenly felt a chill approaching. He opened his eyes wide and saw Miaoling and Qian Shui at the door. Qin Tian maintained his composure and smiled. Miss Xiao, bring some snacks over. You all come and have a taste. And Miaoling walked over and said sternly, Miss Xiao came with things to see the master. She is a guest. You let a guest massage your shoulders? Is that proper? As she spoke, the surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees. Sensing the change in temperature, Qin Tian knew this little vinegar jar was angry. So he turned and said, My disciple is right. It was my rudeness. Miss Xiao, please have a seat. Young Master Qin is too polite. The imperial weapon you refined has helped my father immensely, and he returned victorious from the border because of it. I have no way to repay you, so I can only serve you. Qin Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. However, as the temperature continued to drop, he stood up to avoid Xiaomeng. Only then did the surrounding temperature return to normal. With Miaoling and Qian Shui in the room, she had no opportunity. So she bid farewell and left. Before leaving, she softly said, I'll come again next time. Upon hearing this, Qian Shui secretly decided that she would wake up early in the future and be a diligent maid, not allowing this woman any opportunity. Qin Tian approached Miaoling and took her small hand, saying, Let me check on your physical condition. Check my body? And Miaoling felt a bit bewildered. You clearly just want to take advantage of me. After saying this, Miaoling blushed and withdrew her hand. Since the outsiders had left, she went back to cultivate. Bored, Qin Tian decided to check on Bai Xiaoru. As she rarely showed her fox form nowadays, she had become accustomed to her human form. When Qin Tian arrived at her door, he heard 2 women chatting. So he pushed the door open, and a lively scene unfolded before his eyes. Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiao were playfully wrestling on the bed in their nightgowns. Qin Tian felt that he would never forget this scene, one alluring and the other innocent. The 2 different temperaments were presented to him in an extremely tempting posture. The 2 women screamed simultaneously and quickly grabbed the quilt to cover themselves, their faces flushing red. Bai Xiao shyly peeked out, saying, Why did you come in without knocking, brother-in-law? Qin Tian awkwardly smiled and replied, I'm used to it. Bai Xiao immediately turned her gaze to her sister. You're both like this, and you still say he is not your brother-in-law? Bai Xiaoru blushed to the extreme, her tail fanning out like a peacock's display. Wow, sister, you're getting emotional. This situation occurred because the fox tribe gets emotional in such circumstances. Qin Tian was completely stunned. Bai Xiaoru was about to explain when Bai Xiao, understanding, transformed into a fox and ran outside, saying, I want to disturb you too, enjoying your night together. You really have feelings for me? Qin Tian asked mischievously. No, it was an accident. Qin Tian walked over slowly. Bai Xiaoru leaned against the wall behind her, weakly saying, don't come over. Qin Tian was unfazed and directly lay down on the bed, taking up most of the space, then picked up one of her tails to play with. Bai Xiaoru tugged at her tail, trying to pull it back. But Qin Tian wouldn't let go. Just as Bai Xiaoru was lost in thought, Qin Tian said, Don't worry, your master won't act recklessly. After that, he brought Bai Xiaoru's tail to his nose and sniffed. Isn't that acting recklessly? Bai Xiaoru retorted angrily. As your master, I'm just smelling your tail. Bai Xiaoru knew she couldn't win the argument, so she stopped talking and continued to struggle to pull back her tail. However, just as she pulled one back, Qin Tian caught another. Finally, in a fit of anger, Bai Xiaoru exclaimed, I'll fight you. After saying that, she bit Qin Tian's arm. But her bite was so weak that she was almost in tears and still couldn't bite through. In the end, she rolled her eyes and used her tail to tickle Qin Tian. This time, Qin Tian could hardly take it anymore, and ultimately allowed Bai Xiaoru to successfully reclaim her tail. Afterward, Bai Xiaoru curled up in a corner of the bed, hugging her knees and watching Qin Tian warily. Suddenly, Qin Tian had an idea and asked, Do foxes shed fur? Why are you asking this? I want to collect your fur to make a pillow, Qin Tian replied. Bai Xiaoru said fiercely, Do you know how much fur is needed for a pillow? Remembering how her tail would look bald, she couldn't help but shiver. Then she quickly added, Don't even think about it. All right. They then chatted idly. Finally, Qin Tian said, Let us wait a year. I'll take you back to Qingxiu then. Upon hearing the words back to Qingxiu, she suddenly froze. Over the years, she had thought countless times about this, but she had always felt that returning to Qingxiu was a distant dream. Now, suddenly, Qin Tian had given her a date, and so soon. This made her feel a bit surprised, but also worried. She understood Emperor Tian's strength and, most importantly, the powerful forces behind him. Thinking of this, she casually replied, Let's talk about it then. Qin Tian noticed her concern, but didn't elaborate too much. After staying for a while, he went back to cultivate. As soon as Qin Tian left, Bai Xiao ran back. Did you finish so quickly? Bai Xiao said in surprise. I heard the sisters in the clan say they fought for a whole day and night. Bai Xiaoru instantly grabbed Bai Xiao by the neck, saying, You're talking nonsense. Let me show you how I'll deal with you. Bai Xiao hurriedly begged for mercy, and once Bai Xiaoru released her grip, she said seriously, Sister, I want to sleep with you tonight, so brother-in-law doesn't think I'm meddling and chase me away. Bai Xiaoru felt speechless because her sister was too precocious. It seemed that while she wasn't around, she had been led astray by those in the clan. Chapter 54. Cage Bird Canary. In Haoyan City, Xiao Zhan was currently enjoying unprecedented glory. In the battle against the Kunlun Empire, he had directly beheaded the enemy general. With the enemy in disarray, he charged into their ranks as if in a no-man's land. In the end, he conquered 7 cities and returned victorious, all thanks to his possession of an imperial weapon. Without the imperial weapon, he could only match the enemy's strength at best. Upon returning to Haoyan City, various major families came to visit the Xiao family. Among them was the Gonyang family, one of the 4 prominent families of the Haoyan Empire, just like the Xiao family. The purpose of the Gonyang family head's visit was primarily to investigate the truth behind Xiao Zhan's sudden surge in strength, as he had previously been at a disadvantage in battles against renowned enemy generals. However, this time, he had unexpectedly gained immense power and killed the imperial general. He needed to clarify the situation because they supported the crown prince. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle, while the Xiao family supported Mu Qingqing, making the 2 parties sworn enemies. After meeting, Gonyang Sheng, the head of the Gonyang family, sought to spar with Xiao Zhan. Battle was the best way to probe the truth. Xiao Zhan understood his intentions, but was not prepared to hold back. He directly used the imperial weapon, launching broad and powerful attacks. Gonyang Sheng was forced to retreat step by step. And it was at this moment that he finally realized why Xiao Zhan had suddenly become so formidable. Xiao Zhan actually possessed an imperial weapon. Upon receiving this news, he quickly conceded, but Xiao Zhan pretended not to notice and ended up damaging Gong Yongsheng's semi-imperial weapon. Gong Yongsheng was infuriated, but he couldn't say much since he had initiated the spar. Losing was not something he could openly complain about. After returning home, he utilized all his connections to investigate the source of Xiao Zhan's imperial weapon. First, he could rule out Master Bailey, Su from within the country, as he had been in seclusion recently and did not have the capability to forge a true imperial weapon. Ultimately, he learned from the spies placed in Xiao Zhan's residence that his imperial weapon had come from a trip to Qin City. Thus, he hurriedly led people to the Lord's mansion in Qin City. Gong Yongsheng knew that the Lord had a good relationship with the Xiao family, so he didn't waste time on pleasantries. He found a pretext, subdued the Lord in 2 moves, and then placed his knife against his neck. The Lord, initially thinking that Gong Yongsheng was merely trying to intimidate him, since casually killing a lord was no small matter, was ultimately unable to withstand it when his wife revealed everything under pressure. Knowing the whole story, Gong Yongsheng rushed to the Yijing Huajai. Knocking on the door politely, he said, "I am here to visit Master Qin. Please inform him." Upon hearing that someone was visiting, Qin Shui went to report. When Gong Yongsheng saw Qin Tian, he was somewhat surprised, as he could not discern Qin Tian's strength. "Are you the one who forged the imperial weapon for General Xiao?" Gong Yongsheng cautiously inquired. "Yes," Qin Tian replied. "Could you forge an imperial weapon for me as well?" Gong Yongsheng asked. "That depends on what reward you offer," Qin Tian smiled. Upon hearing this, Gong Yongsheng scrutinized Qin Tian again, confirming that Qin Tian was very young, possibly even younger than his son, lacking spiritual power and residing in a small city. He speculated that Qin Tian must be a genius in weapon forging. As for his background, he initially judged it to be unimpressive since he had no powerful bodyguards by his side. How about a low-grade imperial spirit herb? Gong Yongsheng tentatively suggested. Qin Tian's expression changed slightly. Gong Yongsheng's offer was too low, as it had previously been 5 herbs. Therefore, he quoted his price, 3 sets of forging materials plus 7 low-grade imperial spirit herbs. This price was meant to give Gong Yongsheng some room for negotiation. However, upon hearing this price, Gong Yongsheng felt that Qin Tian was making things difficult for him because he simply could not afford it. After thinking it over, Gong Yongsheng gritted his teeth and said, 2 sets of forging materials plus 3 low-grade imperial spirit herbs. 2 sets plus 6 low-grade imperial spirit herbs, Qin Tian replied. Do you know what 6 low-grade imperial spirit herbs represent? Gong Yongsheng was somewhat angered. His anger stemmed from feeling that he was superior to Qin Tian. If a respected imperial weapon master had come, he would certainly have been deferential. But in front of him was merely an unknown, powerless young man. Seeing the expression on Gong Yongsheng's face, Qin Tian also felt displeased and casually said, "If you want to forge, do it or don't." These words ignited Gong Yongsheng's arrogance. And he snapped, "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." After saying this, he had an idea, to capture Qin Tian as his canary, a caged bird. From then on, he would be the sole weapon forger for him. Once this thought emerged, it became uncontrollable. Having a dedicated imperial weapon master would make it easy to overthrow the Mu family and claim the throne. With this in mind, he boldly stated, "I give you 2 choices. 1. Return to the Gonyang family with me, and you will be our family's exclusive weapon forger, with plenty of fine wine and women. 2. I will capture you, and then your treatment won't be so good." After saying this, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. "I see you are seeking death," Qin Tian said coldly. Seeing that the situation was not right, Qin Shui had already gone to call for Zhong Wu. With the conversation reaching this point, Gong Yongsheng had no way out. He exchanged glances with several subordinates. 3 powerful beings at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm charged towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian revealed a hint of disdain as he slowly took out a kitchen knife from his pocket. Swish! With one slash, Qin Tian directly severed one of their heavenly grade weapons. Witnessing this scene, the 3 men showed expressions of caution. There was something unusual. After looking over Qin Tian, they locked their gazes on his knife. Gong Yongsheng also noticed this. Is it an imperial weapon? With this thought, the smile on his face could no longer be concealed. The earlier probing had already shown that Qin Tian was not that impressive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a broken weapon, but a severed head. The three men did not engage in close combat with Qin Tian anymore, but opted for ranged attacks. For this type of fighting style, if Qin Tian did not forcibly unseal his spiritual power, he would have no way to deal with it. At this moment, Miaoling and Zhongwu arrived. Qin Tian retreated to Miaoling's side and said, "Miaoling, these three guys are yours." And Miaoling felt a bit touched upon hearing this. Her master specifically left 3 strong opponents for her to train against. Just in time, she was in urgent need of a fierce battle to stimulate herself. The 3 opponents at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm were just right, capable of posing a threat to her while also being within her acceptable range. Although her current realm was only at the 3rd level of the Half-Saint Realm, her swordsmanship had already reached the threshold of the sword domain. This was entirely comparable to the combat power of the Saint Realm, and if her sword domain could reach greater mastery, she wouldn't fear even battling Imperial-level opponents. The 3 3rd-level Saint Realm experts, upon seeing their opponent had changed to a beautiful woman at the 3rd level of the Half-Saint Realm, were taken aback. Even the older Gongyang Sheng became interested. Chapter 55. The Sharpening Stone of Miaoling, because they had never seen such a beautiful woman, even in the entire Haoyan Empire. Perhaps only Mu Qingqing could compare with her. Take it easy, don't break her. I'm planning to marry her, as the 13th concubine, Gong Yangsheng said with a wicked smile. Don't worry, family head, a 3rd-level Holy Realm cultivator replied. As soon as these words were spoken, a cold light flashed in Miaoling's eyes, and the temperature around her rapidly dropped. After all, she was also a generation's empress. 13th concubine? This was simply an insult to her. Qin Tian coldly said to Zhongwu, "Today they managed to escape one. I only ask you." Zhongwu knew this touched Qin Tian's reverse scale. He assured, "Young master, they can't escape." Qin Tian nodded slightly. "Don't let him die too easily. Rewards will be given for good work." Hearing about the rewards, Zhongwu was delighted. And then he tightly locked onto Gong Yangsheng with his aura. Gong Yangsheng sensed it and looked at Zhongwu. At this moment, Miaoling drew her sword. She attacked one of the 3rd-level Holy Realm experts with a lethal strike. She wanted to eliminate one first. This way, her pressure would lessen. A strike filled with the essence of yin and yang was unleashed. The 3rd-level Holy Realm cultivator who was attacked by Miaoling felt his hair stand on end. He sensed the terror of this sword. He tried to dodge, but he couldn't completely avoid it, paying the price of an arm. After this strike, they no longer dared to underestimate this semi-holy beauty before them. And Miaoling felt a bit regretful, because such a sudden outburst could only work once. She directly activated her Ice Phoenix bloodline, and the temperature around her dropped to over -100 degrees Celsius. The nearby pond instantly turned into a block of ice, and the fish inside became ice sculptures. Gong Yangsheng and the others recognized this as the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline of imperial quality. If he could unite with such a woman, their offspring would definitely be extraordinarily gifted. Gong Yangsheng had already made up his mind. If it didn't work out later, he would take action himself. Although she had some strength, in the eyes of this 2nd-level imperial realm, she was merely an ant. Now, let us see what surprises she could still bring him. After fully activating the Ice Phoenix bloodline, Miaoling's aura became a bit colder. But it was precisely this icy beauty that made conquering her feel more rewarding. Next, Miaoling's target was clear. She aimed to attack the one with the severed arm. The others could dodge if they could. She dodged the horizontal sword attacks from 2 Holy Realm experts with a swift step and bent down, moving closer to the one with the severed arm. Once close, she showed no hesitation and struck again with a charge of yin and yang. The ice glass sword, filled with black and white energy, thrust forward towards the severed arm Holy Realm expert. This severed arm Holy Realm was the same one whose weapon had been cut off by Qin Tian earlier. He could not possibly withstand this strike with flesh and blood, so he could only try to evade. Whoosh! Another arm flew off, but fortunately, he managed to preserve his life. The severed arm Holy Realm expert was now incapacitated. He wanted to retreat from the battlefield, but Miaoling wouldn't give him the chance. She lunged forward with another fierce stab at the severed arm Holy Realm expert. At this moment, the severed arm Holy Realm was fully focused on dodging, while the two Holy Realm experts behind him launched a full-force attack towards Miaoling. Just at this critical moment, and Miaoling finally comprehended the sword domain. A somewhat unstable sword domain instantly enveloped the three Holy Realm experts. The emergence of the sword domain caused the speed of the three Holy Realm cultivators to drop significantly, and they were somewhat dazed by this sudden change. In their understanding, it was impossible for a semi-holy to comprehend a domain, and in that instant, the severed arm Holy Realm was directly pierced through the heart by a sword. She immediately turned back to block an attack from the other two Holy Realm experts. With the support of the sword domain, and Miaoling completely overpowered the two Holy Realm cultivators. Holding the ice glass sword, she continuously executed sword techniques. Before long, both third-level Holy Realm experts were injured. Just as the second Holy Realm was about to have an arm severed by Miaoling, Gong Yangsheng could no longer hold back. These were all elites of the Gong Yang family. Losing one was painful. As he moved to intervene, Zhongwu also acted. Your opponent is me. My young master has spoken. None of you can leave today, Zhongwu said lightly. After being blocked by Zhongwu, Gong Yangsheng's expression turned ugly because he realized that Zhongwu's realm was the same as his. Now, his plan to capture Qin Tian, the imperial-grade weapon refiner, was about to fall through. Moreover, he had offended an imperial-grade weapon refiner, which made him feel a headache. Just as he and Zhongwu were at a standoff, another Holy Realm expert fell, leaving only one remaining. This last one was still within Miaoling's sword domain, so death was imminent. Gong Yangsheng noticed this and turned to flee, but after just a few steps, he was blocked by Xiao Zhan. Upon learning that Gong Yangsheng was heading towards Qinyan City, Xiao Zhan guessed his intentions and hurriedly gave chase. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Gong Yangsheng frowned and asked. Xiao Zhan revealed a hint of killing intent and retorted. You think you can just run after offending Master Qin? Gong Yangsheng replied, Are you trying to kill me? We are both part of the four great families of the Haoyan Empire. If you kill me without reason, the Empress will not let you off. How can it be called without reason? You offended Master Qin, who is someone the Empress must treat with respect. Even if I kill you today, the Empress won't say anything. Realizing Xiao Zhan had murderous intent, Gong Yangsheng understood that with danger in front and behind, fighting would surely lead to death. So he could only flee. With this in mind, he shot to the right. Zhongwu, who had long locked onto him, would not let him escape so easily. He quickly pursued. Meanwhile, and Miaoling did not rush to kill her opponent, but was attempting to use the third style of the silent destruction sword technique. Shattered Stars. After dozens of attempts, she finally succeeded. A green sword light, breaking through the surface, charged towards the third-level Holy Realm expert with the power to destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth. Boom! Under this sword strike, the enemy was directly torn apart, turning into a mist of blood. However, before the blood mist could further spread, it transformed into red ice beads that fell to the ground. After eliminating the enemy, and Miaoling sheathed her sword and happily approached Qin Tian. Thank you, Master, for leaving me this opponent. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I could release the sword domain. On the surface, Qin Tian appeared to accept this as a matter of course, but inwardly he thought, if I could use spiritual power, I would have killed them in an instant. After a while, Xiao Zhan and Zhongwu returned. Zhongwu respectfully said, Young Master, I've dealt with that person. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction and then took out the Imperial-grade Supreme Knife technique, the Breaking Heaven knife, and tossed it to him. Zhongwu took the knife technique and, upon seeing it, could no longer hide the joy on his face. He looked like a child receiving pocket money. As long as he mastered this knife technique, his combat power would reach a whole new level. Seeing Zhongwu's delighted expression, Xiao Zhan realized that the technique Qin Tian had given was extraordinary, but he could only feel envious. At the same time, he thought to himself, I need to encourage my daughter Mengmeng to work harder. Chapter 56, Mu Qingqing's Visit. At night, Qin Tian took in Miaoling and by Xiaoru to the rooftop to observe the moon. Tonight's moon was extraordinary, a rare blood moon that could be seen only once in 10,000 years. There is a saying in the Jojo continent, when the blood moon is high, chaos will soon follow. Ordinary cultivators or common powers take this saying as a joke, as they cannot last for thousands or even hundreds of years before being wiped out. This reflects the cruelty of the world of cultivators. However, in Miaoling and by Xiaoru knew it was true, the blood moon could influence causality and trigger an early outbreak. Records in Qingqiu indicated that many forces in Jiuzhou would be affected after the blood moon. Countless sects and nations would fall, becoming mere dust of history. Even a force as powerful as Qingqiu could not guarantee its survival. In ancient times, the demon clan had more than a dozen powerful forces on the surface and many hidden ones. Now, only 3 remained visible. Qingqiu managed to endure because a celestial fox emerged in their desperate times, turning the tide and saving them. After receiving this information, Qin Tian's expression grew serious. They might not have much time left to grow, as the causality involving the 3 of them was too significant. In the Haotian Empire, at the Haotian Palace, Xiao Zhan was reporting to the Empress about Gong Yangshang's situation. The Empress said in a deep voice, "Since she offended Master Qin, if she dies, she dies. We should maintain a good relationship with such a person. I will send Qing'er to visit him." Xiao Zhan smiled and said, "With Princess Mu Qingqing's beauty, Master Qin will surely be unable to resist." After saying this, he felt a bit troubled. If Princess Qing went, his daughter would have even less chance. After Xiao Zhan left, the Empress called for Mu Qingqing, who had just emerged from her closed-door training. Upon entering and seeing no one around, Mu Qingqing ran to the Empress and affectionately called her mother. The Empress patted her shoulder, enjoying this familial bond. After a while, the Empress asked, "What do you think of Mr. Qin? Are you referring to the Qin who helped me in the secret realm?" The Empress nodded. "He's quite handsome and very capable," Mu Qingqing said, feeling a bit shy afterward. Seeing her daughter's expression, the Empress realized she had feelings for Qin Tian. If her daughter could become a Dao partner with Qin Tian, it would be a tremendous blessing for the Haotian Empire. Perhaps the Haotian Empire could advance further, rivaling the ancient aristocratic families. The Empress continued, "You might not know, but he has another identity. He is a top-tier artifact refiner." "Top-tier artifact refiner?" Mu Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. As a princess of the empire, how could she not understand the significance of a top-tier artifact refiner? No wonder Miaoling chose cultivation resources over imperial weapons during their previous expedition. Seeing her daughter's astonished expression, the Empress continued, "He currently resides in Qinyan City. If you're interested, you can go find him." Upon hearing her mother, Mu Qingqing immediately understood the implications. "I'll go," she agreed without hesitation. Since she would have to marry sooner or later, if she could marry someone as handsome and capable as Qin Tian, why not? Thinking of this, a blush appeared on her stunning face. The Empress then called an elderly woman from the imperial realm to accompany Mu Qingqing for her safety and provided her with some refining materials to ask Qin Tian for help. Mu Qingqing was a smart person. She didn't approach Qin Tian directly, as that would be too abrupt. Moreover, she believed Qin Tian wasn't the type to be swayed by beauty, as evidenced by how he protected such a beautiful disciple. After arriving in Qinyan City, she first sent a message to Miaoling. They had previously imprinted their communication stones. Upon receiving the message, Miaoling welcomed Mu Qingqing in, as she still had a good impression of her. When Mu Qingqing saw Qin Tian, she respectfully called out Master Qin, behaving as obediently as she had the first time they met, leaving a good impression on him. Subsequently, she stayed under the pretense of learning. By the time Miaoling realized what was happening, it was too late, as she had already agreed. She could only sigh inwardly, lamenting that her master was truly a source of worry. Soon, she began to reminisce about the days at Qizong's Sword Peak. Although there was an additional by Xiaoru there, she could reluctantly accept it, unlike now, when someone beautiful showed up every few days. After Mu Qingqing settled in, she occasionally chatted with Qin Tian. When no one was around, she even secretly massaged his shoulders. It was quite an experience to have a future empress give her a shoulder massage. Close to midnight, Qin Tian entered Miaoling's room without knocking, and Miaoling was resting under the covers and opened her eyes upon hearing the noise. She didn't need to look to know who it was. Only her somewhat indecent master would do such a thing. "What are you doing here so late?" "I'm here to see you. You haven't seemed very happy lately." And Miaoling glanced at Qin Tian, surprised that he had noticed her feelings even though she hadn't expressed them much. Qin Tian lay down beside her. Fortunately, he didn't crawl under the covers, but Miaoling shifted slightly, grabbing her blanket to prevent him from getting too close. Miaoling's hair fell beside Qin Tian's head. He picked up a strand and smelled it, feeling intoxicated. "Did you bathe with rose petals? Did you spy on me bathing?" Miaoling asked angrily. At the same time, she thought, "I clearly set up formations and was very careful. Is your master that kind of person? I could smell it." And Miaoling then realized she did indeed have that scent. Dog knows, she couldn't help but mutter. Qin Tian casually slapped Miaoling's blanket, saying, "How could you speak to your master like that?" Just after he said this, he felt something was off. It seemed he had slapped in an inappropriate place. He quickly retracted his hand, but then regretted not squeezing a bit. At that moment, Qin Tian felt the temperature in the room drop. He sat up and said, "Actually, I came to tell you that I'm not someone who does things casually. Get out." And Miaoling's expression changed several times before she finally spat out 2 words. Then, she pushed Qin Tian out with her spiritual power and closed the door. And Miaoling pulled the blanket over her face, feeling shy under the covers. The next day, a furious old man barged into the intent painting studio. However, he was stopped by Zhong Wu, and the two ended up fighting. The old man was only at the first level of the Imperial realm, so he was quickly knocked down by Zhong Wu. When Qin Tian and the others heard the commotion, they went out to see what was happening. An old man was lying on the ground, cursing, "I am a half-emperor level artifact refiner. How dare you treat me like this?" At that moment, Mu Qingqing recognized the old man. He was the strongest artifact refiner in the Haotian Empire, by Li Su. Mu Qingqing quickly pleaded with Qin Tian on his behalf. Seeing Mu Qingqing's face, Qin Tian signaled for Zhong Wu to let him go. Chapter 57. The Challenge of the Blacksmith by Li Su stood up with difficulty, glaring at Qin Tian. As soon as he exited seclusion, his disciples informed him that the weapon crafting for Shaozhan had been taken over by a blacksmith from Qinyan City. As the top blacksmith of the Haotian Empire, it was the first time he had his business snatched away. So his already volatile temper led him to confront Qin Tian directly. "Do you know you've broken the rules of blacksmiths? I had already discussed with General Xiao that his weapons would be forged by me, but you took advantage of my seclusion to steal my business." Bai Li Su shouted angrily. "Steal business? What level are you at that I would steal from you?" Qin Tian replied with disdain, knowing that there were no imperial-level blacksmiths in the Haotian Empire. At this moment, Mu Qingqing stepped forward and said, "Master Bai Li, you've misunderstood. This Mr. Qin is an imperial-level blacksmith, and it was General Xiao who sought him out to forge imperial weapons." Imperial-level blacksmith? Forging imperial weapons? Bai Li Su scrutinized Qin Tian closely, thinking, a little kid like him is an imperial-level blacksmith? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Zhong Wu interjected, "Skill isn't something you can just talk about. Since that's the case, how about we make a bet?" Bai Li Chipropo said, "What kind of bet?" Qin Tian became slightly interested. "We'll compete in blacksmithing. Whoever wins will be the #1 blacksmith of the empire." Not interested, Qin Tian replied. Bai Li Su frowned, then said, "Then let us use spirit herbs as the stakes." After speaking, he took out 5,000-year-old lower-grade imperial spirit herbs. "I bet 5,000-year spirit herbs. Can you match that?" Bai Li Su looked at Qin Tian with pride, thinking that a person of Qin Tian's age probably couldn't produce that many spirit herbs. Moreover, he was very confident in his own blacksmithing skills. No matter how talented Qin Tian was, it was impossible for him to surpass him in blacksmithing, given his youth and the long time required for a blacksmith to grow. Qin Tian was aware of Bai Li Su's confidence. Without the system, he indeed couldn't have reached this level at his age. However, he was still tempted by the wager of 5,000-year spirit herbs. "I accept your bet. As for the stakes." Just as Qin Tian was thinking about what to use as a stake, Zhong Wu directly took out his imperial weapon and said, "Let us use this to bet." Bai Li Su glanced at the knife in Zhong Wu's hand and casually remarked, "This broken knife can compare to my 5,000-year." Before he could finish his sentence, a glint of gold flashed in his eyes as he realized that the knife in Zhong Wu's hand was extraordinary. "Can I take a look?" Zhong Wu threw the knife over and said, "Look closely." After carefully examining it, Bai Li Su exclaimed, "What a good knife." He reluctantly returned it to Zhong Wu, saying, "Yours is enough. Mine is not, but this is all I have for now. It's up to you whether to bet or not." I'll bet, Qin Tian replied. After agreeing, he suddenly remembered he had no materials, so he instructed Zhong Wu, go find the Lin family business and get me a set of materials for forging imperial weapons. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Bai Li Su became even more confident, thinking that a blacksmith who couldn't even provide a set of materials had no chance of competing with him. Before Zhong Wu could set off, Mu Qingqing said, Senior Zhong, there's no need to go. I have what you need. She then took out a set of imperial-level forging materials and handed them to Qin Tian. I just wanted to ask Mr. Qin to help forge an imperial weapon. If successful, I'll offer 6,000-year spirit herbs as a reward. With another set of 1,000-year spirit herbs presented to him, Qin Tian was naturally pleased. I'll help you forge it. Seeing Mu Qingqing's attitude, Bai Li Su felt a sense of foreboding, but at this point he had no way out. Since we have the materials, let us begin. Qin Tian nodded slightly and ignited the fire to start the first step. During the forging process, Bai Li Su occasionally stole glances at Qin Tian, but he noticed that Qin Tian's hammering technique was quite extraordinary, seemingly better than his own. As he continued, he lost interest in watching Qin Tian and focused on his own refining, aiming for perfection. After he finished hammering, he noticed that Qin Tian was still hammering, and he seemed to be in good spirits. This gave him a sense of crisis, but he thought the second step was the key and felt a bit relieved. The second step of fusion was all about details and experience, which was precisely where young people were most prone to making mistakes. After taking a stamina recovery pill, he began the second step. After a while, Qin Tian also started his second step. With his previous experience, Qin Tian was now much faster, and he and Bai Li Su nearly completed it simultaneously. Bai Li Su felt a bit anxious, as he could see that Qin Tian's imperial weapon embryo was much better than his own. However, he began to comfort himself, thinking that formations were profound and that this step was the most important, so he still had a chance. Qin Tian quickly inscribed the formation and finally completed it ahead of time. An anomaly suddenly appeared in the sky above the workshop. Bai Li Su sensed it and was immediately shocked, stopping his actions. It wasn't until the formation he had completed exploded that he realized he had failed. However, this no longer mattered. After forging for a lifetime, he had never seen anyone forge an imperial weapon, especially a young man like Qin Tian. This was undoubtedly a huge shock for him. Qin Tian handed the freshly forged imperial weapon to Mu Qingqing. At that moment, Mu Qingqing received the imperial weapon with a face full of admiration. It was also her first time witnessing the birth of an imperial weapon, and the anomaly was simply too beautiful. She then handed over 6,000-year spirit herbs to Qin Tian. After receiving the spirit herbs from Mu Qingqing, Qin Tian looked at Bai Li Su. Bai Li Su took out 5,000-year spirit herbs and handed them to Qin Tian. Then he directly knelt on the ground, pleading, Master, please accept me as your disciple. At that moment, dignity and pride meant nothing. Becoming an imperial blacksmith was his greatest pursuit in life. This left Qin Tian completely stunned. The contrast was too great. He looked at Bai Li Su and said, You're too old to be my disciple. Bai Li Su immediately became anxious and said, In terms of age among imperial-level practitioners, I'm not considered old at all. Qin Tian thought for a moment and said, From now on, you could be my guard like Zhong Wu and just call me young master. Bai Li Su was indeed a talent, and his current development was very important, so Qin Tian accepted him. Yes, young master, Bai Li Su said excitedly. Afterward, Qin Tian arranged for him to stay in the outer courtyard. The auction held by the Lin family business was still more than a month away, so Qin Tian planned to teach Bai Li Su blacksmithing to forge some higher-quality semi-imperial weapons for auction. As for auctioning imperial weapons, he thought for a moment and decided to give up. If news of the imperial weapon spread, it would inevitably attract some unwanted attention from certain forces. Moreover, the strength of his people was too weak. It would only be a loss. To take out imperial weapons, he would have to wait until he was unsealed. Bai Li Su had decent blacksmithing talent, so teaching him was relatively easy. The quality of the semi-imperial weapons forged was better than before, but to forge imperial weapons, they still needed to accumulate some experience. 10 days later, the 3 semi-imperial weapons forged by Bai Li Su were handed over to Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was overjoyed and began to promote them further. For safety's sake, Qin Tian sent Zhong Wu over. For this auction, Lin Zhou had worked hard. not only ensuring that the Haotian Empire's promotion was in place, but also doing some promotion with nearby forces. This time was aimed at making a name for themselves and preparing for future branch openings. Chapter 58 Auction. As the day of the auction approached, more and more people gathered in Qin City. Nearly 20 Emperor Realm experts arrived, mostly at the first level. Lin Zhou chose a large venue that could accommodate over 10,000 people. It was transformed from a large beast fighting arena, with several private rooms above for the Emperor Realm experts. This time, the auction items included 3 low-grade Emperor-level pills and 3 semi-Emperor weapons provided by Qin Tian, along with many other items from different people. They all hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to sell at a good price. Finally, the day of the auction arrived. To deter those with ill intentions, Qin Tian had Zhong Wu and Bai Li Su oversee the event. Additionally, upon receiving the news, Xiaozhan also voluntarily brought people to help maintain order. People below began to discuss the impressive lineup. What kind of background does the Lin family business have to attract Master Bai Li and General Xiao to oversee it? Indeed, this lineup is comparable to an imperial auction. Haha, some old-timers had ideas before, but now they're probably scared. Amidst the discussions of the powerful below, Lin Wan, dressed in a beautiful red dress, walked to the center of the auction stage to host the event. Qin Tian also attended, preparing to purchase some 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and emperor-level refining materials. He had no interest in the heavenly grade items presented earlier. The climax came later when emperor-level refining materials and spiritual herbs began to appear. In total, 3 sets of emperor-grade refining materials and 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs were auctioned off, all won by Qin Tian. He would pay for them with the pills and weapons he auctioned off earlier. This move made many people unhappy, and they began to speculate about Qin Tian's identity. So extravagant, they worried that Qin Tian would also bid on the pills and weapons. Fortunately, he did not. Many Emperor Realm experts began to bid because such items were hard to come by. Ultimately, the auction concluded successfully, including the previously auctioned spiritual herbs and refining materials. Qin Tian obtained a total of 6 sets of Emperor-grade refining materials and 9,000-year-old spiritual herbs. After collecting his items, Qin Tian headed towards the Yijing Huajai, but he was stopped by a first-level Emperor Realm expert not far along the way. "Kid, hand over the materials and herbs you bought, and I'll spare your life." Qin Tian glanced around and sensed that several other Emperor Realm experts were watching him. The person before him was just a bird sticking its head out. "If you have the ability, come and take it," Qin Tian said lightly. The Emperor Realm expert hesitated. His previous words were just a test, and he was secretly prepared to escape. He sensed that Qin Tian was extraordinary because he couldn't probe Qin Tian's strength. However, with his financial power and his fearless demeanor, he was certainly not an ordinary person. Seeing that he did not dare to act, Qin Tian continued walking. The Emperor Realm expert's expression began to struggle, but ultimately he held back. However, an undercover, second-level demonic cultivator could not hold back, as he was confident. Since no one dared to probe, he could only act himself. Without wasting words, the demonic cultivator swung his knife at Qin Tian. Qin Tian sensed it, drawing his blade to block. Swish! The demonic cultivator retreated a few steps, while Qin Tian slid back several dozen meters. He had withstood the blow solely with his physical body. The demonic cultivator caught up and struck again. Swish! Zhong Wu appeared to intercept this blow. "Why are you helping him? Do you want a piece of the pie too?" The demonic cultivator said coldly. He recognized Zhong Wu as the one who oversaw the auction earlier. "He is my young master, so why wouldn't I help him?" Zhong Wu said fiercely. "Young master?" The demonic cultivator looked at Qin Tian in surprise and then laughed. "I was reckless. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you." After saying that, the demonic cultivator prepared to leave, realizing that he wouldn't gain any advantage with Zhong Wu present. Zhong Wu looked to Qin Tian for advice. Qin Tian, with an indifferent expression, said, "Since you've made a move, you must pay the price. Kill him." At that moment, Zhong Wu no longer hesitated. He wanted to test his newly learned sword technique. He rushed forward like a shadow towards the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator's expression darkened upon seeing this. Illusion Demon Palm. A huge black hand shot towards Zhong Wu. Zhong Wu paused briefly and then slashed with his knife, causing the black hand to dissipate into black mist in the air. Seeing his ultimate move easily resolved, the demonic cultivator began to feel afraid. Heavenly Demon Clone. With a shout, the demonic cultivator transformed into 6 shadows, fleeing in different directions. Still on a run? Zhong Wu snorted coldly. Unleashing his ultimate move, the 8 directions slash of the breaking heaven blade. Instantly, a powerful energy centered around Zhong Wu split into 8 streams, shooting out in all directions. When the energy touched the clones, they disintegrated, leaving only the main body knocked to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhong Wu rushed over and executed the second move, the infinite slash. A dazzling wave of blade energy surged forward. The demonic cultivator, panicking, raised his weapon to defend, but it was futile. His weapon was cleaved in 2, and he himself was cut in half. The nearby onlookers were astonished. This combat power was likely on par with a 3rd-level Emperor Realm expert. Those 1st-level Emperor Realm experts who had not acted before were secretly relieved, thankful they hadn't intervened, or they would have faced a similar fate. Zhong Wu then picked up the demonic cultivator storage ring and returned to Yijing Huajai with Qin Tian. Now, Qin Tian possessed a total of 20 low-grade Emperor-level spiritual herbs and 3 sets of refining materials. These resources were sufficient for him to refine for a long time. However, he still needed the Lin family to collect some auxiliary herbs before he could start alchemy. With more resources in hand, it was also time to call Guanya and others over. He gave Zhong Wu 2 letters to deliver, one to Guanya and the 4 saints, and another to Mo Wentian, inviting any young disciples from their sect willing to come to Zhongzhou for his cultivation. After Zhong Wu left, Qin Tian went to find Miaoling. She had been consolidating her understanding of the sword domain since then. It should be about time now. Nightfall. Qin Tian arrived at Miaoling's door and was about to push it open when he noticed a formation at the entrance. Could it be? A vivid scene appeared in Qin Tian's mind. He cautiously searched for a flaw in the formation and broke through one side. Then he crouched by the window to look inside. In the candlelight, he saw a graceful figure beginning to undress. 1, 2. Miaoling usually wore 3 layers. She was still missing 1. Thinking of this, his breathing became rapid, as he had never seen her completely undressed. Just as he was about to see her true form, a voice full of embarrassment and anger came from inside. If you keep looking, I'll fight you. He was careless. Qin Tian realized that he had been too excited earlier, causing his breath to become chaotic and alerting her. Since he had been discovered, Qin Tian simply pushed the door open and walked in. You? And Miaoling shyly hid behind the bathtub. What are you hiding for? I know you're still wearing 1 more layer. Chapter 59. The Demon Emperor attacks the city, and Miaoling was somewhat speechless. Her master was getting thicker skin by the day and even acting so confidently. You go out. There are boundaries that cannot be crossed between master and disciple. And Miaoling said shyly. Qin Tian ignored her, striding forward to look at Miaoling behind the bathing tub. It seems like you've lost a bit of weight. Tomorrow I'll make you some papaya dragon hoof soup. And Miaoling instinctively glanced down, her face turning even redder. After hesitating, she straightened her chest and glared at Qin Tian. After all, being seen like this was not the first time. She couldn't lose in terms of momentum. After all, she was also an empress. Hurry up and get out. I want to take a bath. And Miaoling pointed to the door. Seeing Miaoling standing tall and proud, Qin Tian felt a rush of heat in his nose, suspecting he had misjudged her earlier. So big. Then Qin Tian looked into the wooden tub and said, you should add some roses or something. That way, you'll smell nice after your bath. I got it. You can go out now. Qin Tian remained unmoved, and in the end, Miaoling could only forcibly push Qin Tian out. After that, Miaoling rearranged the formation and observed for a while before starting her bath. In the morning, Zhong Wu brought Shangwanya, the 4 saints, and Yen Qingxi to see Qin Tian. Among the 4 saints, only Shangwanya had broken through to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. The others remained unchanged. Qin Tian directly arranged for them to stay in the outer courtyard, where there were enough houses for them. After settling in, Yen Qingxi found Qin Tian. Ancestor, my master said he will come in the future too. Ancestor? Qin Tian was somewhat puzzled. My master and Ancestor Shuming have announced you as the ancestor of the sect. I see. Even so, You can still call me Little Master Uncle from now on. Calling me Ancestor makes me feel old. Yin Qingxi smiled sweetly. I think so too. Next, the supplementary herbs arrived one after another, and Qin Tian began to refine pills. Zhong Yin also brought people to observe again. This time, Qin Tian spent 3 months intermittently refining 18 batches of pills, resulting in a total of 54 lower-grade imperial pills. With the pills in hand, Qin Tian began to distribute them, 5 to Bai Xiaoru and her sisters, and 3 to Miaoling. They hadn't finished digesting the pills they had previously consumed, so these would be enough for a long time. Zhong Wu and his son, as well as the 4 saints, each received 2 pills. The 4 saints were extremely excited. With these pills, they could quickly break through to the imperial realm. If they could then acquire imperial weapons, they would reach the pinnacle of their lives. Seeing the foolish expressions of these 4, Qin Tian could only sigh inwardly at their naivety. Finally, he also gave 1 pill each to Yin Qingxi, Xianlei, and Mu Qingqing. As for the remaining pills, he decided to keep them for now, waiting for the others to finish digesting before distributing more. After receiving the pills, everyone entered seclusion to cultivate. Qin Tian also took a pill to cultivate, wanting to enter the imperial realm as soon as possible. His strength would surge once he reached that stage. As the year drew nearer, the movements around Qingyuan Mountain grew larger. It was said that the demonic aura was rising to the sky, and no cultivators dared to enter the mountain anymore. Basically, anyone who went in would die. Qin Tian's leisurely days did not last long, as the city lord came knocking. With a mournful face, he said, "The demon emperor from Qingyuan Mountain is preparing to attack our Qingyuan city." Qin Tian frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" The city lord nodded. "I once took in a demon, and he secretly told me that they will launch an attack tonight. Go inform the other forces. I will intervene when the time comes." Hearing this, the city lord was overjoyed. "Everyone in the city will thank young Master Qin for your righteousness." In fact, he had already thought it through. If Qin Tian didn't help, he would have to abandon the place and flee, as the demon emperor was beyond his capacity to resist. Not long after, Lin Zhou brought powerful allies to find Qin Tian. He had gathered some understanding of Qin Tian's backing through the auction. As long as Qin Tian was present, the Lin family had nothing to fear. That night, a tremendous demonic aura descended upon Qingyuan City as countless demons emerged from the mountain, creating a spectacular scene. Qin Tian also led his subordinates to the front. This battle would serve as a trial for them. At the city gate, Qin Tian looked at the horde of demons approaching from a distance, feeling quite shocked. It was his first time seeing so many demons. On the ground, there were Xuanwu, python demons, tiger demons, and more. In the sky, there were killer bees, colorful poison butterflies, wind birds, and divine fire crows, among others. Besides that, there was a terrifying aura in the clouds above. Seeing this scene, many people in Qingyuan City felt their legs go weak with fear. Qin Tian looked at his side, where there were only a little over 1,000 people. Too few. The city lord ran over and said, "Some forces have sneaked away, including the Qingmu Trading Company." Qin Tian's expression turned cold. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He looked at his subordinates and in Miaoling and said, "Today is a trial for you. Kill to your heart's content." Hearing Qin Tian's words, they felt a surge of excitement. As the countless demons charged forward, they were less than 3 kilometers away from Qingyuan City. With a single command from Qin Tian, "Kill," already eager to fight, and Miaoling and the others lined up and charged forward. Even Bai Xiaoru and her sisters, along with Long Yi and Long Air, did not hesitate to rush in. Some cultivators from Qingyuan City gritted their teeth and followed suit. It had come to this point. It was either you die or I die. Once in Miaoling and the others entered the battlefield, they began to reap kills like a meat grinder. Demons fell one after another, unable to stop their advance. Other strong cultivators, seeing the demons being slaughtered with no ability to fight back, gained confidence and became braver. However, when they came into contact with the demons, they suffered heavy casualties as they lacked the combat power of Miaoling and the others. But they were smart, gradually moving closer to Miaoling and her group, knowing that this way, the demons would have their reservations. After an hour of battle, only about 1,000 demons remained. On the side of Qingyuan City, however, fewer than 300 people were left. This battle was brutal, and Qin Tian found himself at a loss in such a situation. The existence in the clouds finally could not hold back anymore. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Then, a five-clawed golden dragon of the second level of the Imperial Realm broke through the clouds. A bunch of trash. Do you still need this emperor to take action personally? Zhong Wu, who had been waiting for a long time, flew out to confront the five-clawed golden dragon. This was also a tough battle for him, as the dragon race was inherently much stronger than other demon races of the same rank. Moreover, the five-clawed golden dragon's physical strength had likely reached that of a semi-imperial weapon. At this moment, many people and demons focused their attention on the sky, as this battle would be crucial. Zhong Wu, wielding an imperial weapon, faced the massive five-clawed golden dragon without fear. The aura within him erupted, countering the dragon's might. If it were before, he might not have had the courage to fight against a dragon of the same rank. However, now he had an imperial weapon and top-tier imperial knife techniques, so he believed himself to be invincible among the same rank. The five-clawed golden dragon took the initiative to attack, its head lunging toward Zhong Wu, attempting to swallow him whole. Zhong Wu jumped to evade, then suddenly dropped down, swinging his knife at the golden dragon. Chapter 60. Killing the five-clawed golden dragon raised its head and let out a long howl, its sharp claws sweeping towards Zhong Wu. Boom! Both were sent staggering back. Neither of them gained any advantage from this tentative attack. After stabilizing his stance, Zhong Wu charged forward again, this time unleashing his ultimate move, the unending slash. Swish! The golden dragon's claw was slashed open, and drops of dragon blood the size of eggs fell to the ground. Qin Tian felt a pang of heartache. This was a valuable creature. After being injured, the golden dragon began to show some caution. However, due to the pride of the dragon race, it refused to admit defeat. How could I possibly lose to a human of the same rank? Then it began to tumble in the air, a ferocious expression on its face. It activated the only drop of reverse dragon blood it had cultivated over 1,000 years. Suddenly, its dragon might surged, and under the pressure of this might, those below could no longer fight. Many cultivators and demon clans were forced to bend down. Roar! The five-clawed golden dragon charged fiercely towards Zhong Wu. At this moment, Zhong Wu's expression was grave, and his aura fluctuated continuously, sometimes profound, sometimes filled with immense anger. He was about to use the third style of the Breaking Heaven Blade, the Reincarnation Slash. A powerful force of reincarnation crashed towards the golden dragon. Boom! Both Zhong Wu and the five-clawed golden dragon spat out blood simultaneously. The two continued to exchange blows fiercely, and soon both were covered in wounds. However, a human's physical body could never compare to that of a dragon, so Zhong Wu was at a disadvantage. Qin Tian decided to help. He activated the eternal body to its strongest state and then threw a kitchen knife fiercely towards the five-clawed golden dragon. The golden dragon sensed it, disdainfully glanced at Qin Tian and the flying kitchen knife, then swatted at it with its claw. Qin Tian was betting on its disdain and underestimation. But when the golden dragon sensed something was off with the kitchen knife, it was already too late. Swish! The kitchen knife plunged directly into the dragon's claw, and blood spurted out wildly. Roar! The golden dragon let out a painful howl. This shocked Lin Zhou and the city lord, as Qin Tian had easily severely injured the five-clawed golden dragon from afar. The surviving cultivators finally realized who was the most powerful person in Qinyan City. This included Niu Shan, the first person Qin Tian met upon arriving in Zhongzhou. Had he known that the person who saved him was so formidable, he would have visited often to befriend him. After taking this hit, the five-clawed golden dragon was met with Zhong Wu's reincarnation slash. It was evident that Zhong Wu was prepared. The golden dragon's first reaction was to defend with its claws, but its claws had already been incapacitated by Qin Tian. In that moment of hesitation, it took the slash head-on. Then the entire dragon body crashed to the ground, its eyes flickering a few times before closing in unwillingness. The surviving demon saints, seeing the situation was dire, hurriedly scattered to escape, but some were still left behind. Qinyan City had won. Zhong Wu retrieved the kitchen knife and collected the five-clawed golden dragon's corpse, placing it into a blank storage ring, which he handed over to Qin Tian. As for the remaining demon kings, demon emperors, and demon saints, their corpses were collected by Lin Zhou and the city lord. Qin Tian directly took 70%, instructing Lin Zhou to develop the merchant association with it. The remainder would be distributed among the participating members. This was a tremendous fortune. At night, Qing Hongming of the Qingmu Merchant Association rushed back to Qinyan City after receiving news. After all, his family's business was here, and he couldn't give up. Upon returning to the Merchant Association, he heard that the city was distributing spoils of war. Everyone would get a share. These were all the corpses of demon kings and above, which excited him. So he instructed his subordinates to go collect their share. Soon, the people from the Qingmu Merchant Association joined the queue. When it was the turn of one of their managers, he was immediately recognized by the crowd. Instantly, the crowd erupted in fury. What the hell? This is someone from the Qingmu Merchant Association. How dare you come to collect spoils? Yeah, where's your face? Where were you when we were fighting for our lives against the demon race? Because of this battle, my father and brother both died. And you come to reap the benefits? The manager of the Qingmu Merchant Association was drenched in cold sweat as he said, "Our boss said that everyone gets a share, which is why we came." This statement incited another wave of condemnation. You made a lot of money from us when you were profiting, but when something happens, you run away. We don't need a merchant association like this in Qinyan City. Soon, some people spontaneously surrounded the Qingmu Merchant Association. Get out of Qinyan City. Get out of Qinyan City. On the other side, the city lord and the Lin Family Merchant Association received this news and hurried to report it to Qin Tian. Upon hearing of the Qingmu's actions, Qin Tian felt disgusted. He then instructed, "Go find Zhong Wu and have him come with you." There is no longer a need for the Qingmu Merchant Association to exist. "Yes, I will take care of it right away," Lin Zhou said with joy, quickly going to invite Zhong Wu. The Qingmu Merchant Association had existed for thousands of years and surely had many hidden treasures. Not long after, Lin Zhou and Zhong Wu arrived at the Qingmu Merchant Association with a large group of people. Qing Hongming also directly called out the strong members of the Qingmu Merchant Association. In terms of numbers, Qing Hongming had many more people than the Lin Family Merchant Association, as many from the Lin family had died in the previous battle. "Are you all here to attack my Qingmu Merchant Association? Have you lost your minds?" Qing Hongming mocked. At this moment, he also harbored intentions of annexing the Lin family. "Since you all came to deliver your deaths, I won't hold back. I'll take good care of your daughter." After saying this, Qing Hongming led a group of people to attack. Zhong Wu stepped forward, looking disdainfully at the ragtag group in front of him. 8 directions slash. The blade fell to the ground, and countless blade auras scattered forward like cannonballs. A chorus of screams erupted as corpses littered the ground. The strong members of the Qingmu Merchant Association were left with only Qing Hongming trembling in fear, as Zhong Wu had intentionally spared him. "Next, it's up to you to handle this," Zhong Wu said before leaving. The next day, Lin Zhou, full of joy, came to Qin Tian to report that he had fully taken over the Qingmu Merchant Association. He also presented Qin Tian with a millennium-old spiritual herb and a set of low-grade imperial-level refining materials found in the Qingmu Merchant Association's treasury. After accepting them, Qin Tian gave him several imperial-level pills. With the previous gains, it was enough for him to expand the Merchant Association throughout the entire Haotian Empire. Qinyan City had settled down. Qin Tian awaited the appearance of the Qinglong vein. At that time, it would not only unlock spiritual power, but should also yield rich rewards. As time passed, the spiritual energy of Qingyun Mountain became denser, and everyone believed that treasures were about to emerge. Therefore, many people went to the Qingyun mountain range to seek treasures. Seeing that the time was right, Qin Tian took in Miaoling and Zhong Wu into the mountains. As for Bai Xiaoru, she decided not to go, as there were too many people, which could easily expose her identity. She didn't want to cause trouble for Qin Tian. Once they entered the mountain range, Qin Tian began to search for the areas with the densest spiritual energy. Such places were most likely where the dragon vein would appear. After searching, they found a valley deep within the Qingyun mountain range. This valley seemed like a paradise, with clear mountains and beautiful waters. Chapter 61. And Miao Ling's enemy at this moment, there were already some people in the valley. Qin Tian didn't pay them any mind and found a secluded patch of grass, then set up a formation around him. Zhongwu also sensibly went to scout the situation from a distance. It was currently afternoon, and the sun was shining brightly. Qin Tian lay down on the grass, propping up his legs and basking in the sunlight. And Miao Ling sat quietly beside him. Unknowingly, Qin Tian looked at Miao Ling, who was illuminated by the sun, making her appear radiant and refreshingly beautiful. Her alluring face, delicate nose, snow-white skin, and those captivating eyes were striking, and Miao Ling felt a bit shy under his gaze, her cheeks slightly reddening. Qin Tian patted the ground beside him and said, "Come lie down with me for a while." After thinking for a moment, Miao Ling lay down but kept a little distance from Qin Tian. Seeing this, Qin Tian moved closer, intoxicated by the scent of the girl. "Once we obtain the dragon vein, we will first go into seclusion for a while, and then we'll help you take revenge." Revenge? These two words immediately captured her attention, as it was something she had been keeping in mind for a long time. "Let's first gather some information before we act," and Miao Ling replied. Her enemies were all well-known threefold emperors. Just as Qin Tian was about to say something else, the surroundings became noisy. Zhongwu ran back and said, "Strong practitioners from the Kunlun Yuan Empire have arrived." Qin Tian was a bit confused, as he wasn't familiar with the forces in the central continent. However, he noticed that Miao Ling's expression had turned cold. Could it be that the Kunlun Yuan Empire was her enemy? Unexpectedly, they hadn't gone looking for each other, yet the other side had come knocking. Perhaps this was the causal effect triggered after the blood moon. Qin Tian patted Miao Ling's shoulder and said, "This time, they will come and go without return." And Miao Ling looked at Qin Tian and asked, "Isn't it written all over your face?" And Miao Ling nodded and said, "Among those who attacked me back then was the Kunlun Yuan Emperor." Zhongwu, who was beside them, looked confused, unable to understand why the Kunlun Yuan Emperor would target a half-saint. Qin Tian confirmed that this information was enough. He had initially planned to lay low before helping Miao Ling take revenge, but unexpectedly, the other side came looking for them directly. He then instructed Zhongwu to continue gathering information to see how strong the opponent was. He wasn't in a rush to act because he hadn't unsealed his own strength yet, and if the other party was a threefold emperor, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. After a while, Zhongwu returned, saying that it wasn't the Kunlun Yuan Emperor who had come, but rather his brother, Kunlun Yuan Xian. However, he was also a threefold emperor. "Well, let's just observe for now. Once the dragon vein appears, we'll act," Qin Tian replied. As time passed, the valley began to tremble. "The treasure is about to appear," someone shouted not far away. Gradually, the tremors grew stronger, and everyone's spirits were on high alert. Roar! A phantom of a green dragon suddenly surged out from the ground. "This is the dragon vein?" someone exclaimed. "This dragon vein belongs to my Qin sect. Whoever dares to compete with us will die." An elder from a second fold of the emperor realm flew into the air, his eyes blood red as he shouted, "What does your Qin sect compare to us? This dragon vein is ours from the Xinbing sect." The entire valley became lively as the arriving forces turned red-eyed. Once they obtained the dragon vein, their sects could prosper for at least 1,000 years. Zhongwu was also somewhat tempted. If he could cultivate on top of the green dragon vein, his cultivation speed would significantly increase. "Young master, when shall we act?" "No rush, there's so many people. Let's sit back and watch the fight," Qin Tian said, retreating a bit within Miao Ling and Zhongwu. Immediately, a chaotic battle broke out in the valley, with countless powerful martial techniques and skills erupting within. From a distance, it looked like fireworks, colorful and dazzling. At the same time, angry and unwilling voices echoed in the valley. People began to die. Zhongwu watched, feeling a wave of fear, and then said to Qin Tian, "Fortunately, young master is wise." Gradually, the sounds of fighting began to calm down, and a conversation emerged. "Kunlun Yuan Xian, how dare you from the Kunlun Yuan Empire run amok in our Hao Tian Empire? So what if I'm here? Do you think you can compete with me?" Qin Tian led the way and looked over, only to find it was Xiao Zhan. At this moment, he had been injured by a middle-aged man in a blue robe, who was none other than Kunlun Yuan Xian. Besides Xiao Zhan, there were also many corpses and injured people nearby. "Should we go up?" Zhongwu asked. Qin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait a bit longer." Kunlun saw no one was coming forward and revealed a smug smile. Then he slammed his hands down onto the ground. Another dragon roar resounded. A blue dragon spirit surged out from the ground. This is the true body of the dragon vein. Upon seeing the dragon vein emerge, Kunlun quickly pounced on it, clapping his hands together. Two massive hands formed from spiritual energy clamped down on the dragon vein spirit. The dragon vein began to struggle wildly. Qin Tian exchanged glances with Zhong Wu, preparing to move. The dragon vein struggles grew increasingly fierce, but couldn't break free. Kunlun's smile widened, filled with excitement. If he could take this dragon vein back to his royal palace, how could his lineage not prosper? Seeing that it couldn't break free, the dragon vein prepared to unleash a spiritual explosion, igniting part of its spiritual energy to explode. As the dragon vein's spirit began to swell, Kunlun's smile abruptly stopped. He knew the dragon vein's intention, but he could only endure it. If he let go, the dragon vein would escape. "Go!" Qin Tian issued the command. At that moment, the dragon vein exploded, injuring Kunlun. Before he could catch his breath, he felt someone attack from behind. Turning to look, it was Zhong Wu. Reincarnation / Zhong Wu unleashed his strongest move. Feeling the power of this strike, Kunlun decisively abandoned the spiritual vein. Turning to block Zhong Wu's / If he didn't block it, he would be injured. The opponent would continue to attack, and he couldn't endure it indefinitely. Just as Zhong Wu released his grip, Qin Tian quickly embraced the dragon vein and began to seal it. Kunlun was forced to retreat repeatedly from Zhong Wu's / Then a glint of gold flashed in his eyes. Imperial weapon? He pulled out his own imperial weapon, the Yuan long spear. Seeing that Kunlun had also drawn his imperial weapon, Zhong Wu felt a bit of retreating desire, but he knew he couldn't back down. Because Qin Tian was sealing the dragon vein, he needed to buy him time. With this in mind, Zhong Wu decided to fight to the death. Kunlun also saw through Zhong Wu's intentions, but didn't care. Someone was helping him capture the dragon vein. He would just let him take it for now and reclaim it later. Kunlun charged toward Zhong Wu, dragging his long spear with an imposing stride. He was determined to seize the imperial weapon in Zhong Wu's hands. The long spear drew a half-moon arc from behind, smashing toward Zhong Wu. Zhong Wu met it head-on with his knife. Boom! The long spear was deflected, but Zhong Wu was shaken back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kunlun stabilized himself and swept horizontally. Zhong Wu blocked with his knife, but was pushed back several steps. He was completely being overpowered. Seeing this, Xiaozhan also joined the fight to team up with Zhong Wu. Chapter 62. Capturing the dragon vein. Let this be a favor to Qin Tian. After all, he wouldn't be able to obtain the dragon vein anyway. Xiaozhan's involvement temporarily alleviated the predicament of Zhong Wu. However, this was merely temporary, as both of them were injured and would undoubtedly lose over time. On the other side, Qin Tian's sealing was nearing completion. Collect. The dragon vein was instantly absorbed into his body. Ding! Congratulations on completing the transformation task. Reward: Emperor Grade Supreme Item, 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire Furnace. Reward: Emperor Grade Supreme Item, Heavenly God Hammer. Reward: Supreme Secret Technique, Demon Sound Control Corpse Technique. Sign-in reward increased by 30%. Finally, the task was completed, and the rewards were exceptionally generous. The 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire Furnace and Heavenly God Hammer were both used for alchemy and forging. At the level of Emperor Grade Upper and Supreme Quality, without a good alchemy furnace and forging hammer, one could not produce superior items. This meant that currently, the alchemists and forgers in Zhongzhou could only produce middle-grade items. Lastly, he looked at the Demon Sound Control Corpse Technique, which was a supreme-level secret technique. Demon Sound Control Corpse Technique. Control corpses through demonic sound, with the corpse level being supreme and below. For each level increased, one can control an additional corpse. This secret method was extraordinary. In other words, if there was a supreme-level corpse, one could have a supreme-level subordinate. However, at this stage, the Kunlun Immortal in front of him could be controlled for now. Currently, the Kunlun Immortal had completely suppressed Zhong Wu and Xiaozhan. Qin Tian took out the life and death sword, slightly bent his legs, and leaped forward. Shattered stars. With the sword tip pointing down, he thrusted down fiercely. The overwhelming killing intent sent chills down the Qin Yuan immortal's spine. He realized he had greatly underestimated this young man before him. At this moment, he could only raise his spear to block the attack. Boom! The strange power of shattered stars directly exploded through the spear and onto his body. At that moment, he was filled with dread. If it weren't for his high realm, he would have been obliterated by that strike. Zhong Wu and Xiao Zhan finally recognized Qin Tian's strength. A single attack injured a third-level emperor. Terrifying indeed. Following this, Qin Tian did not hold back on martial ethics. With the three of them teaming up, Qin Tian took the lead. They battered the Qin Yuan immortal, inflicting one injury after another, and there was no chance for him to escape. Surrounded by the three, the Qin Yuan immortal's face twisted in rage. He glared at Qin Tian and said, "Since you won't leave me a way out, then let's die together." After saying that, the Qin Yuan immortal took out a talisman. A flash of electric light coursed through the talisman, containing terrifying energy. Feeling this energy, Qin Tian felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. "Young Master Qin, be careful. This is the ancestral Nine-Nether Divine Thunder Talisman of the Qin Yuan Empire. Its power is comparable to a half-step Supreme Strike." Qin Tian was shocked upon hearing this, but he had no way out. "Charge, Yin and Yang!" Qin Tian roared, and the life and death sword, infused with Yin and Yang energy, shot forth. At the moment the talisman was activated, the life and death sword pierced into the Qin Yuan immortal's heart. Boom! A bolt of thunder flashed across the sky. Dark clouds gathered, as if brewing even more powerful thunder. At this moment, Qin Tian retracted the life and death sword, but he could feel himself being locked onto. The others also sensed this terrifying power, their faces filled with worry. Especially in Miaoling, who tightly gripped the ice-glass sword, feeling an urge to rush forward. Boom! A thunderbolt, as thick as a barrel, suddenly struck down. Shattered stars. Qin Tian shouted angrily, wielding the life and death sword to meet it. Rumble! The ground was directly split into a massive pit. Countless dust clouds rose, blocking the view, and Qin Tian's fate was uncertain. "Master!" And Miaoling shouted anxiously and rushed into the giant pit. As the sky gradually cleared up, in the pit, and Miaoling tightly embraced Qin Tian, whose mouth was bleeding. She then began to stuff pills into Qin Tian's mouth. Zhong Wu and Xiao Zhan observed from above the pit, not disturbing the master and disciple. After stuffing 5 or 6 pills, Qin Tian still hadn't awakened, and Miaoling grew anxious. The previous attack, even in her peak state in her past life, she wouldn't have been able to withstand. So she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander, tears streaming down her face. In a daze, Qin Tian felt something wet on his face and lips, instinctively licking it. "So salty," Qin Tian murmured. Hearing these 3 words, and Miaoling snapped back to reality. She then saw Qin Tian slowly opening his eyes. After waking up, Qin Tian saw and Miaoling with tears in her eyes and understood why it was so salty. He raised his hand to wipe her tears and said, "Master is fine." And Miaoling nodded slightly, her face turning shy, as she also noticed Qin Tian's lips were wet. Qin Tian was now mostly fine. His powerful physique, combined with the supreme weapon, the life and death sword, helped him withstand most of the damage. He slowly got up and stored the Qin Yuan immortal's body back into his ring. Then he glanced around, and those who hadn't left were directly frightened away by his gaze. Then he switched to the realm of life, and with a fierce sword wave, he slashed towards Zhong Wu and Xiao Zhan. This sudden change scared both of them, making them forget to resist. When they came back to their senses, they found their injuries recovering at an incredibly fast rate. They were both utterly astonished by this miraculous method, and Miaoling covered her mouth and chuckled. She knew her master was doing it on purpose. Seeing a Miaoling smile, Qin Tian said, "This time counts as interest. It won't be long before I take you to the Qin Yuan Empire for a visit." And Miaoling replied, understanding everything without needing words. Afterward, Qin Tian pretended to be weak and, with Miaoling's support, returned to the illusory realm studio. Zhong Wu and Xiao Zhan stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. So many had died, and there were plenty of spoils. Upon returning to the illusory realm studio, Qin Tian made a medicinal pool with the essence blood of the five-clawed golden dragon he had previously slain. He then pulled a Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru to soak in a medicinal bath with him. Initially, the two women refused, but Qin Tian pretended to be pitiful, claiming that he wasn't fully healed and it would be dangerous to soak alone. Eventually, the two women agreed, standing left and right in the bathing area, wearing the undergarments he had bought. This scene was indescribable, as the medicinal power of the pool and the blood of the five-clawed golden dragon took effect, and Miaoling began to breathe softly, her face flushed. Soon, the two moved closer together, and before long, their warm bodies embraced each other. Bai Xiaoru blushed and peeked at them from the side. Qin Tian sighed. She's taking advantage of her master again. Then you can push her away, Bai Xiaoru said. Qin Tian didn't respond but said, "We're just enhancing our feelings, helping each other. Did you not see that Miaoling's physique is continually strengthening? If you have that need as well, the master will help you too." Oomph. Bai Xiaoru quickly distanced herself from Qin Tian, saying, "You wish." After the medicinal bath was complete, Miaoling immediately distanced herself from Qin Tian, her face red as she said softly, "Master, I won't soak in a medicinal bath with you again." Qin Tian chuckled. Who knows what the future holds? Afterward, Qin Tian placed the Azure Dragon Vein in the inner courtyard and began studying the Demon Sound Control Corpse technique. He studied for over 3 months and finally mastered the first level, allowing him to control one corpse. So he took out the Kunlun Yuan Immortal's body and began to use the Demon Sound Control Corpse technique. Soon, he felt an inexplicable connection with the Kunlun Yuan Immortal. He could issue commands to him using the demonic sound. Subsequently, Qin Tian prepared a black robe for him, and his weapon remained his own Emperor-grade long spear. Now he finally had the combat power of a third-level Emperor. Then he went to find Bai Xiaoru, feeling that it had been a long time since they had a heart-to-heart talk, and he missed her a bit. Just as he reached the door, he heard Bai Xiaoxiao say, "Isn't brother-in-law in love with you anymore? It's been so long since he came to see you." Qin Tian pushed the door open and entered, saying, "Aren't I here to see you?" Bai Xiaoxiao felt a bit awkward, not expecting him to arrive just after she finished speaking. "Brother-in-law, I'm going out to play. You all enjoy yourselves." After saying that, she ran away. At that moment, Bai Xiaoru was quietly sitting on the chair, still as beautiful as ever. Qin Tian walked over and suddenly picked Bai Xiaoru up, heading toward the bed. What are you doing?" She was startled by Qin Tian's actions. "He can't be trying to do that to me." Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoru's face turned red. "No, I must refuse him. I will never give in." Just as Bai Xiaoru was lost in thought, Qin Tian tossed her onto the bed and sat down beside her. "It's more spacious here. Is that it?" Bai Xiaoru initially thought Qin Tian was going to do something to her. "Are you missing me?" Qin Tian asked. "No," Bai Xiaoru denied it. "Let me lie down on your tail." Bai Xiaoru pouted, looking a bit unhappy as Qin Tian began to fixate on her tail. "I refuse. I am a master. You cannot refuse." "I will refuse," Bai Xiaoru said sweetly. Qin Tian thought Bai Xiaoru looked quite cute with her little pout. Since Bai Xiaoru wouldn't let him use her tail as a pillow, he moved his head to her thigh. Bai Xiaoru's face instantly turned red. "Get up." She tried to lift Qin Tian's head, but it seemed like his head was glued to her thigh, not moving at all. After trying for a while, she gave up. "Why did you come to find me today?" Bai Xiaoru asked. "Didn't I say I missed you?" "I think you just want my tail," Bai Xiaoru replied ungraciously. "Isn't that the same? The tail is attached to you, right?" Knowing she couldn't win the argument with Qin Tian, she stopped talking. The two fell into silence. Qin Tian lay on her legs, soft and fragrant, feeling very comfortable. He thought he could lie there for 3 days and 3 nights. After a while, Qin Tian asked, "Do you hate your parents?" After a moment of silence, Bai Xiaoru replied, "I don't hate them. They had no choice. Besides, in the end, it was my father who secretly let me go. Do you want to go home?" Qin Tian continued to ask. Hearing home, a glimmer of expectation flashed in Bai Xiaoru's eyes, but it was fleeting, and she did not answer Qin Tian's question. "When you want to go back, tell me. I will take you back." After saying that, Qin Tian closed his eyes and began to doze off. It seemed that Qin Tian was really tired, or perhaps he was just very comfortable as he fell into a deep sleep. During this time, Bai Xiaoxiao peeked in twice, but Qin Tian didn't wake up. Seeing her brother-in-law being intimate with Qin Tian made her feel shy. As the sky gradually darkened and Qin Tian had been sleeping for half a day, Bai Xiaoru decided to wake him up. Looking at Qin Tian's handsome face, she couldn't help but pinch it a couple of times. Then, mischievously, she leaned down and blew on Qin Tian's eyelashes. Qin Tian instinctively pushed with his hand, as if he had touched something soft. So he pushed again, feeling quite comfortable. He sensed a faint fragrance, and when he opened his eyes, Bai Xiaoru was shyly pulling away from him. Her arms were covering her front, and the luxurious star and moon glass dress outlined her curvy figure, though at that moment there were some small wrinkles and disarray in her raised chest. With long hair cascading down her shoulders, her cheeks were rosy, and Bai Xiaoru, who was blushing with shyness, looked at Qin Tian with a hint of reproach and complaint, accompanied by a very soft hum. Then Bai Xiaoru quickly shrank back, causing Qin Tian's head to fall off her lap. Chapter 63. Mu Qingqing's invitation. The two continued to gaze at each other, both feeling shy and awkward. In the end, under Qin Tian's thick-skinned demeanor, Bai Xiaoru succumbed. However, at this moment, their relationship seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. During these years, everyone had been cultivating with low-grade imperial pills, leading to improvements in their realms. Of course, this was also thanks to the tenfold spiritual power boost from the Qinglong vein. First was Bai Xiaoru, who had restored her cultivation to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, just one step away from regaining the Imperial Realm. Then, there was a Miaoling, who successfully broke through to the Holy Realm. After reaching the Imperial Realm, her combat power skyrocketed, coupled with her top-grade Imperial weapon, the Ice Crystal Sword, and the Destruction Sword technique. Her fighting ability was fully capable of battling against a 1st-level Imperial Realm powerhouse. Later, Qin Tian gifted her a Spirit-Gathering Pearl, giving her a strong spiritual power sustain. Qin Tian initially thought that a Miaoling's breakthrough wouldn't come with a reward for enhancing her aptitude, but to his surprise, it did. His aptitude was raised to the supreme 1st grade, in addition to a 20% signing reward. Meanwhile, Zhong Wu, after years of hard work and the help of pills, finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Imperial Realm, remaining one of the top combatants on Qin Tian's side. Next was the weapon refiner by Li Su, who also broke through to the 2nd level of the Imperial Realm under the nourishment of the pills, and his refining skills had greatly improved. He could now refine low-grade Imperial weapons, though the failure rate was relatively high. In addition, there was another Imperial combatant, Shangguanya, who broke through to the 1st level of the Imperial Realm. Qin Tian also rewarded her with a low-grade Imperial weapon as per their agreement. Upon receiving the Imperial weapon, she was as happy as a child, which made Long Air, and the Sacred Spirit Tree extremely jealous. The 3 of them were all at the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, just one step away from the Imperial Realm. Mu Qingqing stayed for a while before returning, as she was a royal princess. However, she came back every year to stay for a while, giving Qin Tian shoulder massages. So he had a good impression of this girl. Qian Shui and Zhong Yin were both at the 1st level of the Holy Realm. But Zhong Yin could already refine low-grade Imperial pills. His ability to do so was mainly because Qin Tian had given him a low-grade Imperial alchemy furnace, increasing his success rate. In addition to these people, he hadn't forgotten about the Eastern continent, sending some pills over there. Some were for Ming Yilian, as he had other plans for her. Qin Tian could provide pills for so many people because his Lin family business had thrived. Thanks to Qin Tian's support, the Lin family business had become the top merchant in the Haotian Empire. Moreover, other nearby forces had opened branches, expanding beyond the borders, with a promising future. As for himself, he had spent years comprehending and had raised his transforming into freedom technique to the 14th level. This had just compensated for the mismatch between his technique realm and cultivation realm. He had previously broken through to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, relying on pills, without breaking through his technique. This was his first time breaking through based on his own understanding. He was able to accomplish this because his cultivation aptitude had been raised to the supreme 1st grade. Next, he began preparing to break through to the Imperial Realm. In the Haotian Empire, Mu Qingqing was writing a letter to Qin Tian. With the aid of pills, she had successfully broken through to the 1st level of the Imperial Realm. Therefore, The ice crystal Empress was preparing to abdicate and pass the throne to her. The enthronement ceremony would start in 3 days, and she wanted to invite Qin Tian to attend. After sending the letter, she felt a bit anxious, unsure if Qin Tian would come. Over the years, she had regarded Qin Tian as her master or elder, so she sincerely hoped he would attend. The next day, after Qin Tian had just absorbed the effects of a low-grade imperial pill, Qin Shui approached him. Princess Mu Qingqing sent a letter. After saying that, she took out a letter and handed it to Qin Tian. Qin Tian opened the envelope, and a faint fragrance wafted out. Dear Uncle Qin, the enthronement ceremony is in 3 days, so I sincerely request you to attend. The rest included specific details about the time and some casual greetings. Additionally, there was a token that allowed unrestricted access to the imperial palace. Qin Tian smiled slightly, not expecting that the little girl from before would soon become a regional sovereign. In the end, he decided to go. After all, it was still on Mu Qingqing's territory, and he had a good impression of her. Qin Tian went to find him yowling to go with him, but unexpectedly, she was in seclusion. Bai Xiaoru was not keen on going out, so he had no choice but to set off alone. Qin Tian calculated the time and leisurely made his way there. When he arrived at the capital's main gate, he was just about to step in when a group of guards blocked him, saying, "This is a forbidden area of the capital, no unauthorized entry." Qin Tian was slightly taken aback, recalled something, and then took out the token from his storage ring. Upon seeing the token, the guards immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "We greet you, my lord. Please enter." Holding the token, he made his way smoothly to the entrance of the imperial palace hall. Since it was not yet time for entry, everyone was waiting outside the palace. Upon arrival, he encountered a familiar face, Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng's face lit up with joy upon seeing Qin Tian, as she hadn't seen him in a long time. "Young Master Qin, you're here to attend Princess Mu's enthronement ceremony, right?" "Yes." She then tried to strike up a conversation with Qin Tian, but he only responded with 1 or 2 words. Seeing this, she had to hold back, fearing to annoy Qin Tian. After all, with his status, their general's mansion was not someone to provoke. Not far away, a young man looked at Xiaomeng and Qin Tian with jealousy. He was Gong Yusu from the Gong Yu family, one of the 4 major families of the Haotian Empire. For these years, he had been pursuing Xiaomeng, but he had never seen her so happily conversing with anyone like this before. Thinking of this, his expression turned sinister, but he didn't dare to act in such a setting. After a while, it was time to enter. Xiaomeng said goodbye to Qin Tian and went in with her father. Others also entered in an orderly fashion, with each person presenting a congratulatory gift to the new emperor. When it was Qin Tian's turn, he realized this was a custom. As he pondered what to give, Gong Yusu approached and mocked. "You didn't bring a congratulatory gift, did you?" Qin Tian took out a piece of paper and a pen, writing a few words, "Exclusive refining session." Gong Yusu glanced at the words on the paper and said, "You are a master refiner of the heavenly grade?" Qin Tian shook his head. Gong Yusu observed Qin Tian closely and noticed he was only in the spirit movement stage. He recognized many of the famous young masters of the Haotian Empire, so he felt no qualms. For the new emperor's enthronement, you just sent a piece of paper? An exclusive refining session. You're not even a master refiner of the heavenly grade. Are you embarrassed? I see you're just here to mooch off food and drink. As he said this, he deliberately raised his voice, and many people heard him, looking down on Qin Tian. Seeing the disdainful looks from the crowd, Gong Yusu felt a sense of pride, his previous gloom dissipating. Xiaomeng, who had just entered, also noticed this scene and looked at Gong Yusu with disdain. She disliked this person. It was one thing to cause scandals outside, but now he was pursuing her. Qin Tian felt a bit angry, but he decided to endure it for the time being. After all, this was Mu Qingqing's enthronement ceremony. He didn't want to disrupt the event. After putting down the note, Qin Tian walked inside, with Gong Yusu closely following. Inside, there were already many seats. After the ceremony, there would certainly be a feast to celebrate. The seating appeared to be organized by rank, with more esteemed individuals seated closer to the front. The innermost steps are divided into 3 tiers. The top tier has 3 dragon thrones, one for the Aishian Empress and one for Mu Qingqing. The middle tier is where the 4 great families and some princes sit. Below that are the seats for the ministers. Chapter 64. Mu Qingqing ascends the throne just as Qin Tian was contemplating where to sit. Gong Yu's mocked. You're not planning to sit at the entrance, are you? Huh. With a smirk, Gong Yu's walked further inside. At this moment, someone beside Qin Tian kindly said, How did you offend Gong Yu's? He is notoriously known as a playboy. If you really crossed him, you should apologize. Qin Tian was also baffled and then asked, Is one of the top 3 seats reserved for me? It's reserved for Master Qin, came the reply. Qin Tian nodded and walked forward. As he passed by Gong Yu's on the second step, Gong Yu's was momentarily stunned. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Qin Tian sat down on one of the dragon chairs at the very top. Gong Yu's face changed constantly with anger, and finally, he shouted, How dare you, a trash of the spirit movement realm, dare to sit on the dragon chair? This is the seat of Empress Bingxian, the new Emperor Mu Qingqing and Master Qin, a master of imperial-grade crafting. Your actions are blaspheming imperial authority. As soon as Gong Yu's finished speaking, many people began to discuss amongst themselves. He really is from the spirit movement realm. Could he be that family's foolish son? This will ruin their family. Yeah. Do you know what he brought as a gift earlier? It was a note that said, one exclusive crafting session. It made me laugh to death. Just as the Imperial Guards were about to move forward to apprehend Qin Tian, Xiao Zhan quickly gestured for them to back off. Before he could speak, Gong Yu's father, stood up and said, You ignorant child, how dare you sit in this position? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Just moments ago, his son had told him that this was an opportunity to perform in front of the new emperor, so he took on the matter, preparing to take credit later. Xiao Zhan was amused to see the Gong family suffer, so he held back what he wanted to say. Hearing this, Qin Tian disdainfully replied, Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that? The hall erupted in an uproar. Almost everyone was stunned by Qin Tian's words. It should be noted that Gong Yu was the head of the Gong family, one of the 4 great families of the Haotian Empire. A powerful figure at the second level of the emperor realm, only slightly inferior to the royal family. Now, he was being rebuked in front of the nation's top dignitaries. This made Gong Yu furious, looking for death. With an angry shout, Gong Yu jumped towards Qin Tian. Before he could get close, Xiao Zhan stepped forward to block him. Why are you helping him? Who is he? Gong Yu asked in surprise. Then he thought, could it be that Qin Tian has some special identity? Gong Yu whispered to Gong Yu, his daughter is close to this person. He probably wants to protect him. After hearing this, Gong Yu nodded, feeling he had overthought. Qin Tian was young and only at the spirit movement realm, so it was impossible for him to be a major figure. As for the possibility of Qin Tian being a master of imperial-grade crafting, he never considered it. In his mind, such a person would either be an old man or at least a middle-aged man. At this moment, he devised a plan. This was an opportunity to suppress the Xiao family. Since you, Xiao family, want to protect this person, don't blame me for being rude. After finishing his thought, Gong Yu charged toward Xiao Zhan, simultaneously sending a message to Gong Yu's. Father will hold Xiao Zhan back. You go capture that person. Father, please don't worry. Following that, Gong Yu and Xiao Zhan began to fight, while Gong Yu rushed towards Qin Tian. The ministers were also bewildered, unable to understand why General Xiao was defending this person. As Gong Yu got closer to Qin Tian, everyone thought the matter was about to come to an end. Gong Yu was at the second level of the Holy Realm. Capturing a spirit movement realm person was a sure thing. However, Xiao Zhan felt disdain in his eyes. Gong Yu was simply seeking death. Xiao Meng had already begun to mourn for Gong Yu. Qin Tian remained unmoved as Gong Yu rushed towards him, showing no intention of making a move, because Mu Qingqing had already arrived. Whoosh! A wave of energy swept towards Gong Yu's legs. At a distance of 2 meters from Qin Tian, Gong Yu suddenly knelt down. He was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, knowing his legs were ruined. The bones and tissues inside had been shattered into pulp. Struggling, he lifted his head to look at Mu Qingqing, who was wearing a dragon robe in front of Qin Tian. Why? Why did you attack my uncle Qin? Mu Qingqing said coldly. She had originally thought that someone like Qin Tian would attend such an occasion. But unexpectedly, he showed up, and now this scene unfolded. She was truly afraid that Qin Tian would be angry with her. Hearing this, Gong Yu fainted directly. Gong Yu looked dejected, glancing helplessly at Gong Yu. feeling that he had been let down by his son. If it weren't for his son's instigation, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. At this moment, everyone also learned of Qin Tian's identity, and those who had mocked him earlier broke into a cold sweat, quickly lowering their heads, fearing that Qin Tian would notice them. Mu Qingqing then looked at Gong Yume, saying, "Since you have offended my uncle Qin, don't blame me for being rude." She stepped forward and declared, "From today onwards, the Gong family is disqualified from the Haotian Empire, and all assets are to be confiscated." At this moment, everyone realized the weight Qin Tian held in Princess Mu's eyes. Because of a small conflict, one of the four great families of the empire, the Gong family, was to be ruined. Gong Yume panicked and said, "No, you don't have the authority to disqualify my Gong family. Empress Bingxian won't agree." As soon as he finished speaking, Empress Bingxuan's voice came, "I agree. Offending Master Qin in my Haotian Empire is equivalent to offending me." Upon hearing this, Gong Yume turned ashen. Following that, Empress Bingxian made a move and directly sealed Gong Yume, while a group of guards took the Gong family members away. Then, Empress Bingxian said to Qin Tian, "I'm sorry for letting you see this. It's fine." Qin Tian was quite satisfied with how they handled it. Mu Qingqing also smiled apologetically at Qin Tian. Afterwards, everyone below knelt and shouted in unison, "We greet the Empress. We greet Master Qin. We greet Princess Mu." After the greetings, the auspicious time had arrived. The enthronement ceremony proceeded step by step in an orderly manner. Once the ceremony was completed, all the ministers knelt in unison, greeting the Empress Mu Tian. This was the imperial title chosen by Mu Qingqing for herself. After the ceremony, the banquet began. The first item was to showcase some gifts from the ministers. Naturally, when others gave heavy gifts, it was only right to give them a chance to display them. Most gifts were spirit pills, medicinal materials, and some precious secret treasures. Among them, the most valuable were thousand-year spirit herbs and imperial-grade crafting materials. However, when the officiant announced Qin Tian's gift, everyone knew what that meant. It meant that Empress Mu Tian was about to possess her own imperial weapon. Those who had previously mocked Qin Tian felt as if they had been slapped in the face. The clown turned out to be myself. Mu Qingqing directly stood up and bowed to Qin Tian beside her, smiling, "Thank you, Uncle Qin, for the gift." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Prepare the blueprints and materials for the weapon you like. I will help you craft it once the banquet is over." Chapter 65. And Miao Ling seeks out this sentence made the crowd below feel a wave of envy. Who wouldn't want an imperial weapon? The banquet lasted for 3 days. And after eating a little, Qin Tian got up to leave. Mu Qingqing and the Ice Xianyuan Empress also hurried after him, wanting to have a conversation with Qin Tian. Speaking of which, it was also the first time the Ice Xianyuan Empress had met Qin Tian. The impression Qin Tian left on her was that he was unfathomable. Even after using the royal secret methods, she still couldn't ascertain Qin Tian's cultivation level, which was at the spirit movement stage. After exiting the palace, Qin Tian said, "If the blueprints and materials are ready, I can help you refine them now." Mu Qingqing was delighted to hear this and quickly replied, "They're ready." She took out the blueprints and materials from her ring and tentatively asked, "Uncle Qin, can you refine a mid-grade imperial weapon?" Qin Tian fell into silence because refining a mid-grade imperial weapon required over 10 days, which was a long time. Seeing Qin Tian's silence, Mu Qingqing thought he couldn't refine it, so she hurriedly said, "If it's not possible, then forget it. I was just casually mentioning it." Qin Tian pondered. "It's not that I can't, but it will take a considerable amount of time." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing and her mother were both shocked. They never expected Qin Tian could indeed refine a mid-grade imperial weapon. Qin Tian's image rose even higher in their minds. However, they also understood from his words that it was just a matter of time. If that were the case, they could simply offer him a satisfactory reward. After discussing it, Mu Qingqing said, "If possible, I still hope Uncle Qin can help me refine a mid-grade imperial weapon. I will provide you with 2 sets of mid-grade imperial weapon refining materials, in addition to a mid-grade imperial spirit herb and 2 low-grade imperial spirit herbs as a reward." Qin Tian was somewhat surprised to hear there was a mid-grade imperial spirit herb. "All right, I'll help you refine it." When Mu Qingqing heard Qin Tian agree, she was overjoyed and handed over the materials and spirit herbs to him. The mid-grade imperial spirit herb was a 15,000 year old snow ginseng, radiating powerful spiritual energy, much better than the spirit herbs obtained a few days prior. After putting the items away, Qin Tian went to the refining room in the palace to prepare for closed-door refining. Since there were 2 sets of materials, he planned to directly refine 2 imperial weapons and also finish refining the mid-grade imperial elixirs. After placing the materials on the table, Qin Tian took out the god hammer to begin the refinement process. With the god hammer, the first step was much easier and the speed could be improved as well. At the intent painting studio, and Miao Ling finished her retreat and saw her master's message, saying he had gone to attend Mu Qingqing's enthronement banquet. Mu Qingqing had also sent her an invitation. Looking at the time, it was already the 2nd day of the banquet. So, she decided to go take a look, considering a way to unwind. Of course, it might also be because she was a bit worried about her somewhat awkward master. This time, and Miao Ling brought along a person in a black robe, arranged by Qin Tian to protect her. The 2 quickly made their way from Qingyun City to Haoyan City. Just before arriving at Haoyan City, and Miao Ling put on a veil to conceal her stunning beauty. After that, she walked towards the imperial palace with a person in the black robe. Although Miao Ling was wearing a veil, she still attracted the attention of many male cultivators, as there were not many women with her level of elegance, even in Haoyan City. As they walked, someone approached to strike up a conversation. "Miss, you must be from out of town. I'm the captain of the Haokai Guard, quite familiar with Haoyan City. I could be your tour guide." "No need," Miao Ling replied coldly. Seeing that the person wanted to say something else, and Miao Ling directly released a sword intent filled with killing intent, scaring the man into retreating repeatedly. Soon, she arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace. There were guards at the entrance, so she couldn't just barge in. Therefore, she sent a voice transmission to Qin Tian, but he did not respond. In the end, she could only send a message to Mu Qingqing. Just as her transmission was complete, 2 men arrived, one of whom was the earlier man who had tried to chat her up. "Big brother, isn't this beauty quite something?" The man in white, referred to as Big Brother, nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, a rare gem. She shouldn't be inferior to Xiao Meng from the Xiao family." The man in white approached with a smile and said, "Miss, you want to witness the new emperor's grandeur, right? If you need, I can take you inside." And Miao Ling glanced at him and said, "No need. Someone is coming to pick me up soon." "Oh, could it be that you're the daughter of a noble family in this city?" The man in white asked. "No, if your family's official position isn't high. It's quite difficult to meet the new emperor. I'm a captain of the Haokai Guard. If you follow me, you can go through the imperial palace without any obstacles." The man in white said, feeling a bit smug, and Miao Ling ignored him. The man in white frowned, thinking he would figure out the girl's identity before making any calculations. Not long after, Mu Qingqing, wearing a dragon robe, gracefully arrived. The men quickly knelt down. Seeing that Miao Ling remained still, the man in white quickly said, "The Empress is here. Why aren't you kneeling?" Instead of kneeling, Miao Ling stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, I just finished my retreat." Mu Qingqing replied with a smile, "It's great that you could come." And Mei, and Miao Ling, not one for pleasantries, directly asked, "Where's my master?" I sent him a voice transmission, but got no response. "Uncle Qin is in closed-door refining. He might not have seen it," Mu Qingqing replied. The man in white, kneeling aside, was already sweating profusely upon hearing the conversation between the 2 women. He never expected Miao Ling to be the disciple of Master Qin, an imperial-grade refiner. The Pallisu family had previously been removed from the 4 great families of the imperial capital for offending Master Qin, not to mention his position as a captain. He then began to recall every word he had said earlier, wondering if he had offended Miao Ling in any way. After chatting for a while, the 2 women walked deeper into the imperial palace, with the person in the black robe following behind. Just when a man in white thought he had escaped a calamity, he heard Miao Ling say something. That person just said he could move freely in the imperial palace. The man in white's heart jolted, and he slapped himself hard, thinking, "I won't act pretentious anymore." And Miao Ling followed Mu Qingqing and had a small drink before asking her to arrange a room for her to rest. She preferred peace and quiet. She waited for half a month, yet Qin Tian still had not emerged from his retreat. Since Mu Qingqing had just ascended the throne, she was busy with matters and rarely came to find Miao Ling. So, and Miao Ling planned to go out for a walk and see if there were any nice clothes in the capital. After all, she had been wearing the same few pieces, and her master might get tired of seeing them. She took the person in the black robe, Kunlun Sword, to the largest royal trading house in Qin City. Kunlun Sword waited downstairs while she went upstairs to select her items. They had top-quality, heavenly-grade clothes here, far better than what she had seen in Chongming country. So, and Miao Ling was carefully selecting. Without Qin Tian beside her, she wasn't shy, especially when buying intimate wear. In total, she selected 3 pieces, but when she got to the last one, her face turned a bit red because the material was quite thin. While buying it, she thought, I'm just collecting them. I won't wear them. Unless, I'll think about it after I take my revenge. Later, she also picked a heavenly grade, exquisite dress with colorful sleeves and pleats. After finishing her selections, she went to look at men's clothing to prepare a gift for Qin Tian. Over the years, it seemed like her master had always given her things, and she had never bought anything for him. After a long selection, she finally chose a lightweight cloud pattern shirt, thinking it would suit Qin Tian very well. After buying the clothes, she walked towards the store entrance, but after taking a few steps, she spotted someone. Her expression immediately turned cold, revealing a chilling, killing intent. Because this person was Xue Qingquang, the son of her enemy, the ancestor of the blood domain. She watched as Xue Qingquang walked out of the city, and she hurriedly followed him. She didn't want to act in the city either. Chapter 66. The first encounter with the ancestor of blood domain. After leaving Haoyan City for a while, Xue Qingquang stopped. He had already sensed that someone was following him. Who is it? And Miao Ling stepped out and said coldly, someone who wants your life. Xue Qingquang's pupils contracted as he looked at Miao Ling. Who are you? Someone here to kill you. Today, taking your life will be considered collecting some interest. After speaking, and Miao Ling drew her ice glass sword. Seeing this, Xue Qingquang showed no fear, even revealing a lewd expression. This was because Miao Ling was at the first level of the Saint Realm, while he was at the 3rd level. The vast difference in realm made him dismissive of her. Xue Qingquang took out his long knife and charged at Miao Ling, saying, I'll interrogate you properly once I capture you. And Miao Ling remained expressionless as she watched Xue Qingquang rush towards her. Swish! She unleashed her sword domain and then lifted her sword to thrust upwards. PSH. After the clash of knife and sword, Xue Qingquang, who was 2 realms high, was actually knocked back. Is this the sword domain? Xue Qingquang was shocked. His strength had been greatly suppressed at this moment. To defeat Miao Ling, who possessed the sword domain, was basically impossible. If he continued to drag this out, he would definitely be the one at a disadvantage. Realizing this, he turned and fled. And Miao Ling was already prepared. She manipulated the ice glass sword to fly and slash at him. Feeling the powerful energy fluctuations behind him, Xue Qingquang could only turn around to defend. Just like that, he became entangled. Star-shattering hammer, and Miao Ling directly used her killing move, charging forward with the momentum of breaking stars. Xue Qingquang's expression shifted from fear to ferocity. Just as Miao Ling's sword was about to touch, a jade talisman on his neck shattered. Then, a golden light suddenly appeared, and a spirit entity gradually enlarged. And Miao Ling's sword pierced directly into the spirit. The spirit trembled slightly, but suffered no damage. Then it struck out with a palm. And Miao Ling blocked with her sword, only to be sent flying back. The spirit roared at Miao Ling. Who are you to dare kill my son? The spirit was the ancestor of blood domain, and he found the girl before him somewhat familiar. However, because Miao Ling was wearing a veil and was using sword techniques, he did not recognize her immediately. At this moment, Miao Ling felt a surge of excitement, her hand gripping the sword, slightly trembling. Finally, she saw her enemy again. Although it was just a spirit, she could still recognize him by his outline and aura. Although the ancestor of blood domain did not recognize Miao Ling, he sensed her killing intent. Father, capture her. I want to play with her later, Xue Qingquang said with red eyes. The ancestor of blood domain nodded and looked at Miao Ling, commenting, not bad. A beautiful girl. Upon hearing their conversation, Miao Ling was infuriated. Star-shattering, she slashed again with her sword. The ancestor of blood domain raised his arm, using 2 fingers to push forward slightly, catching Miao Ling's sword. Then, with a shake of his arm, the power increased again, sending in Miao Ling flying back. After stabilizing herself, and Miao Ling shouted towards the back, "Hold him back for me." The ancestor of blood, Domain, frowned as he looked at the black-robed figure with a spear flying towards him. Unconsciously, his expression became more serious. Qin Tian rushed over and directly charged at the spirit of the ancestor of blood domain. Following that, he launched a series of fierce attacks. The ancestor of blood domain was merely a spirit, and since they were at a distance, he could only barely hold his ground against Qin Tian. Seeing that the ancestor of blood domain was entangled, and Miao Ling charged towards Qin again. The ancestor of blood domain wanted to help, but was knocked back by Qin Tian's sweeping strike, and he could only shout Quang run. Qin realized the situation and began to flee. But Miao Ling would not let him go easily. She first controlled her flying sword to entangle Qin. Once the distance was sufficient, she launched another star-shattering move. PSH. After this strike, Qin's knife was broken into 2 pieces, and he himself was injured and bleeding from multiple places. The ancestor of blood domain was anxious, but he had no way to help. Qin Tian held an imperial weapon, so he kept being pushed back. If it were his true body holding an imperial weapon, he could have resolved Qin Tian in a short time. But now he was left helpless, injured and panicked. Qin had no intention of fighting back. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he directly knelt on the ground, panicking, "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me." Seeing her son kneeling and begging for mercy, the ancestor of blood domain was furious but still held a glimmer of hope. He hoped that Miao Ling would spare his son. However, Miao Ling did not hesitate and severed Qin's head with a single sword strike. After that, she quietly watched the battle between the ancestor of blood domain and Qin Tian. As the ancestor's spirit was about to dissipate, and Miao Ling coldly said, "This is just the beginning. I will send you to accompany your son sooner or later." Arrogant, the ancestor of blood domain roared, dissipating into the air with endless rage. Qin Tian quietly stood behind Miao Ling once more. Blood Domain Mountain, a large crimson mountain. At this moment, inside a palace at the mountain's peak, a red-robed old man suddenly stood up and shouted, "Son, I will surely avenge you." Then he began to analyze who was that woman. In the Qin Empire, the only powerful woman was from the imperial family. Thinking of this, he shouted, "Gather all disciples and return to the mountain to await orders." After speaking, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly flew towards the Qin Empire. Demon Abyss. The demon lord slowly rose after receiving the summons from the ancestor of blood domain. Using resources he had cultivated for thousands of years, he barely restored his strength to the 2nd level of the imperial realm. However, the newly cultivated life, Gu, was relatively weak. Then he found Luo Ho, who had successfully taken over a body, although his cultivation was still only at the 1st level of the imperial realm. This time the ancestor summoned me to attack the Qin Empire. You will go with me. Perhaps we can ask the ancestor for revenge. Luo Ho did not hesitate. I will go with you. Then the two headed towards Blood Domain Mountain. After the ancestor of Blood Domain arrived at Qin Emperor's palace, he directly went to find Qin Emperor. The two were considered old acquaintances, having jointly deceived many people. Aren't you always at war with the Qin Empire? This time, Blood Domain Mountain will help you. Hearing the ancestor of Blood Domain's words, Qin Emperor was somewhat surprised. Previously, when he asked for help, you were unwilling. Why suddenly want to strike at the Qin Empire now? The ancestor of Blood Domain suppressed his emotions and said, My son died outside Qin City. The woman who attacked him should be from the Qin Empire. Qin Emperor was shocked upon hearing this. The cultivation method of the ancestor of Blood Domain made it very difficult to bear offspring. He had lived for nearly 10,000 years and had only given birth to this one son. Now that he was suddenly dead, his rage was understandable. So whether or not it was the Qin Empire's doing, he needed to kill first and ask questions later. Then the two began to discuss the distribution of interests and the deployment of the attack. Chapter 67. The Outbreak of War After Returning to the Imperial Palace. And Miaoling did not go out again, waiting for Qin Tian to emerge from his seclusion. Half a month passed, and Qin Tian finally came out. Master, Uncle Qin. As soon as he stepped out, Qin Tian heard the calls from the two girls. He took out a mid-grade imperial sword and handed it to Mu Qingqing, asking, "Do you like it?" Mu Qingqing accepted the sword, examined it, and joyfully said, "I like it. Thank you, Uncle Qin." She then immediately began to recognize the sword as her own, causing a phenomenon in the sky above the imperial capital. In the depths of the imperial palace, the Ice Empress also revealed a smile. After recognizing the sword, Mu Qingqing politely bid farewell to Qin Tian and hurried away. At this moment, Qin Tian was in a good mood because he had also refined 3 mid-grade imperial pills this time. Mid-grade pills are far superior to lower-grade ones. Once he absorbs one of the pills and accumulates some early-stage power, he should be able to directly break through to the imperial realm when he goes to sign in. After spending some time with a Miaoling, Qin Tian handed her a mid-grade imperial pill. "This is a mid-grade imperial pill?" And Miaoling's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She had absorbed one before and knew the preciousness of such pills, which are worth as much as imperial weapons. "Master is amazing." Qin Tian nodded proudly and said, "Thank you, Master." And Miaoling rarely expressed her gratitude gently. She then took out a light silk cloud-patterned shirt she had bought and handed it to Qin Tian, saying, "I also have a gift for you, Master." Qin Tian was surprised to receive the shirt. It was the first gift he had ever received. He immediately changed into it. After putting on a light silk shirt, he exuded an ethereal aura. "Does it look good?" Qin Tian asked. "It looks good. Did you buy one for yourself? Hurry up and wear it for Master to see," and Miaoling replied. Upon hearing this, she suddenly remembered the ultra-thin underwear she had bought. Her face turning red as she said no. Seeing Miaoling's expression, Qin Tian felt a sense of surprise. He secretly decided to visit in Miaoling's boudoir more often. He would eventually see what he wanted to see. The two then took their pills and went into seclusion. 10 days later, and Miaoling emerged. With the powerful medicinal effects of the mid-grade imperial pill, she broke through to the second level of the Holy Realm. In addition, there was still a lot of residual medicinal power in her body that would take some time to digest. After emerging, Miaoling first went to see Qin Tian, but he was still in seclusion. From the aura, she could feel that Qin Tian had grown stronger. Seeing this, she did not disturb him. She then learned that the Kunlun Yuan Empire and the Blood Domain Ancestor had joined forces to attack the Haotian Empire. In just over 10 days, the Haotian Empire had already fallen to 9 cities. Now, the entire Haotian Empire was in panic. At this rate, the Haotian Empire will be destroyed in 2 or 3 months. After hearing this news, and Miaoling felt troubled. Her enemies had actually united. The Blood Domain Ancestor's attack was likely due to her having killed his son previously. In the end, she decided to join forces with the Kunlun Yuan Empire to resist the Blood Domain Ancestor. She left a message for her master and then went to find Mu Qingqing. But at that moment, Mu Qingqing had already gone to the front lines. After finding out the location, and Miaoling took Kunlun Yuan Xian and headed there. To speed up their progress, the Kunlun Yuan Empire and the Blood Domain Ancestor divided their forces to attack the Haotian Empire. At Chuyuan City, Mu Qingqing was fighting against the subordinates of the Blood Domain Ancestor alongside her Aunt Mu Yun and an old woman. Among them were the Demon Lord and Luo Ho. Mu Qingqing was facing the Demon Lord. Although Mu Qingqing was only at the first level of the Imperial Realm, she held an Imperial weapon and was actually gaining the upper hand. After several exchanges, the Demon Lord's weapon was completely damaged. Thus, he dared not summon his newly cultivated life goo, as it was too fragile. At this moment, he reminisced about his previous life goo, and the thought made him hate Qin Tian even more. The more Mu Qingqing fought, the braver she became, and her royal swordsmanship was continuously unleashed. Mid-grade Imperial technique, Howren Sword Chi. With a delicate shout from Mu Qingqing, a massive sword chi suddenly struck down. The Demon Lord's expression changed drastically because Mu Qingqing's move was exactly effective against their demon cultivators. There was no time to escape now. He could only brace himself against the attack. He transformed into a mass of black gas and charged forward. The collision between the black gas and the sword chi resulted in a brief stalemate, with a tremendous energy wave radiating outward. All strong warriors below the Imperial realm within a kilometer were directly knocked over by this shockwave. Mu Qingqing continued to channel her sword chi. The Demon Lord, trapped in the black gas, began to struggle to hold on, shouting, "Help me!" A second-level Imperial Realm warrior, who was in the midst of slaughtering, rushed over to assist. He condensed a massive black palm in the void and slammed it down towards Mu Qingqing. Feeling the powerful attack approaching, Mu Qingqing needed to defend, but she was somewhat unwilling. If given 3 more seconds, she could kill the Demon Lord. Now, giving up would only result in her getting hurt. Just as she was about to give up and defend against the black palm, a silver light shot in and struck the black palm. Boom! The massive palm was shattered by the silver light, dissipating into black gas in the air. When the silver light came to a halt, everyone realized it was a sword-wielding girl. The girl was stunningly beautiful, but had a rather cold expression. After the crisis was averted, Mu Qingqing erupted with renewed strength. Pressing down hard. Boom! The black gas formed by the Demon Lord was directly shaken apart. He then reverted to his original form and fell to the ground. Mu Qingqing turned around and gratefully said, "Thank you, and sister." And Miaoling nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "The blood domain ancestor is also my enemy. We help each other." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing's lips immediately curled into a beautiful smile, because with Miaoling joining, Qin Tian would likely join as well. This would perfectly compensate for their lack of top-tier combat power. At this moment, the heavily injured Demon Lord trembled as he stood up, preparing to flee. But as soon as he took a step, he was struck down by Miaoling's sword from afar. One second-level Imperial Realm combatant was dead, and the situation began to reverse. Just then, a third-level Imperial Realm powerhouse appeared on the battlefield. Mu Qingqing instantly showed a wary expression. This was the Grand Elder of the Blood Domain Mountain, the strongest under the Blood Domain ancestor. And Miaoling had also heard of this person, but she had only known him to be a second-level Imperial Realm warrior before. She did not expect him to have broken through now. Although she could not defeat a third-level Imperial warrior, she felt no fear as Kunlun Sword was present. Mu Qingqing decisively shouted, "Retreat, we should retreat first." But after running a few steps, she noticed Miaoling had not moved. She could only stop and shout, "And sister, we should retreat. We can't contend with a third-level Imperial warrior." And Miaoling turned back and said calmly, "It's fine." Then she saw a figure in black robes charging toward the Grand Elder of Blood Domain Mountain with a long spear. After exchanging a few moves, the Grand Elder was astonished to discover that his opponent was someone he recognized. "You are Kunlun Sword?" The Grand Elder exclaimed in surprise. This shout stunned everyone. They had all heard of Kunlun Sword's name. After all, he was the war god of the Kunlun Empire. But why would he turn against them? All of this, the Kunlun Sword who had been transformed into a magic corpse would not answer. All he did was charge again and again. In the end, the Grand Elder was injured and could only lead his people to flee and seek reinforcements. After the battle ended, Mu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. She then pointed at Kunlun Sword and asked, "What is going on?" She had previously noticed in Miaoling always being followed by a figure in black robes. However, she did not pay attention, thinking it was just a guard or protector. She never expected it to be the war god of a rival nation, Kunlun Sword. And Miaoling shook her head and said, "I'm not very clear about the specifics either. It was my master who arranged for my protection, so they should be under my master's control." Under control? Mu Qingqing was somewhat taken aback. Even a person at the third level of the Emperor realm can be controlled. Just thinking about such a terrifying method is frightening. Chapter 68. Qin Tian's tribulation. Just as Mu Qingqing and the others were cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Tian finally began his sign-in. "Ding! You have accumulated 5 years of sign-in points. Do you want to receive your rewards?" "Receive." "Ding! Sign-in reward. Supreme Secret Technique. 1 layer of the sound of the Tao. Emitting the sound of the Tao can lead to enlightenment. Only effective for the first time for each person. Side effect: weakness for 3 days. Ding! Sign-in reward. Transformation into Freedom Technique upgraded to the 15th layer. Ding! Sign-in reward. Demon Sound Control Corpse Technique upgraded to the 2nd layer. In the instant he received the rewards, a vast amount of insights into the transformation into Freedom Technique flooded into his mind. At the same time, Qin Tian felt a pure surge of spiritual power spreading within his body. His realm finally ascended to the Emperor level. Domains appeared around him, and he discovered he could control the gravity in the nearby area and seal spiritual power. Unfortunately, the eternal indestructible body did not upgrade this time, Otherwise, it would have been impressive. He thought it was probably because his accumulated sign-in points were not enough, which is why the eternal indestructible body did not improve. However, the upgrade of the Demon Sound Control Corpse technique to the second layer was still quite good. He planned to find an opportunity to capture a strong cultivator at the third layer of the Emperor level, to equip by Xiaoru with a guard. Finally, he began to review the supreme secret technique, the Sound of the Tao, which was also very powerful. It could lead to enlightenment once, but only the first time was effective for each person. Yet, this was still quite remarkable, as enlightenment is something that can be encountered but not sought. However, this technique consumed a lot of energy, and using it would leave him weak for 3 days, so he wouldn't use it lightly. After finishing the technique, he checked the communication stone. From Miaoling's message, he learned that she had gone to help the Haoyan Empire fight against enemies who were her 2 sworn foes, Emperor Qin Yuan and the Blood Domain Ancestor. Thinking of these two, Qin Tian was filled with killing intent. However, he could not go now, as he needed to undergo his tribulation first. Only after that could he truly be considered at the Emperor level. He sent a message to Zhong Wu, Shang Wanya, and others in Qinyan City, asking them to go help first. Meanwhile, he hurriedly ran outside the city. If he underwent his tribulation inside the city, the entire Haoyan city would likely turn to ruins. He could feel that his thunder tribulation was extraordinary. It seemed that because of his cultivation level, both the lightning tribulation and the physical body tribulation came at the same time. His physical body had long reached the Emperor level, but he had not provoked the lightning tribulation before. This time, with both types of tribulations coming together, it would undoubtedly be terrifying. The moment Qin Tian stepped out of the city gate, the sky above the city was filled with dark clouds, and thunder roared. It felt as if the apocalypse was coming. Some older men with broader knowledge trembled and said, "This is the lightning tribulation. It is so terrifying, it's unheard of." Seeing this terrifying sight in the sky, Qin Tian couldn't help but click his tongue. He tried to distance himself from the city. He didn't want to harm innocent people. Boom! The first lightning tribulation struck down. Qin Tian directly used his 3-layer eternal indestructible body to withstand it. Then came the second and third strikes. Although these lightning tribulations were strong, they were still manageable for his 3-layer eternal indestructible body, and they even had the effect of tempering his physical body. However, by the time the 7th lightning tribulation came, his physical body began to struggle, and some minor wounds appeared. He was injured, and the 8th strike soon followed. Boom! Qin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs began to bend. The blood was due to being struck, but the bending of his legs was caused by the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Qin Tian gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. He abruptly lifted his head to look at the sky, and the sword of life and death appeared in his hand. A powerful battle intent radiated from him, and his legs gradually straightened. The last lightning tribulation, which was also the most powerful one, began to brew in the sky. The lightning tribulation had condensed to a thickness of 3 meters, dark purple in color. Seeing such a thick lightning tribulation left Qin Tian somewhat dumbfounded. He had seen records about lightning tribulations before. According to the records, the lightning tribulations of the Emperor level had never exceeded 1 meter in thickness. He felt as though the heavenly Tao was targeting him. Before Qin Tian could think much longer, the 9th lightning tribulation, carrying a terrifying pressure, struck down. Boom! Qin Tian gritted his teeth and unleashed the sword move he had just comprehended. The 4th form of the silent sword technique, devour the sun and moon. He intended to devour this lightning tribulation. Rumbling. After the lightning tribulation collided with Qin Tian's sword technique, it was as terrifying as a nuclear explosion. The surrounding 3 miles instantly became a giant pit, raising countless clouds of dust. Qin Tian passed through the lightning tribulation at the cost of severe injuries. Just when he thought it was over, a heart demon invaded his mind, and he began to face the heart demon tribulation. If this had been the past, when he wanted to be a laid-back youth, perhaps the heart demon tribulation wouldn't have been anything. But now, with a Miaoling by Xiaoru, and others weighing on his mind, the heart demon tribulation quickly found his weaknesses. At this moment, he was almost completely engulfed, as he had experienced little and had a short cultivation time. Therefore, his Dao heart was not that firm. In the illusion, he saw Miaoling being captured by the blood domain ancestor to threaten him. Meanwhile, Emperor Qin Yuan attacked him, but he dared not fight back, leading to increasingly severe injuries. His breathing gradually weakened, just as he was about to close his eyes. A small figure in his storage ring emitted red light. The red light suddenly awakened Qin Tian, and he finally realized he was undergoing tribulation. Then he swung the sword of life and death with all his might, causing all illusions to dissipate, and thus he passed through the heart demon tribulation. After overcoming the tribulation, he felt some lingering fear, having been so close to death for the first time. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the small figure from his storage ring. This small figure was what he had found in his father's study long ago. Could it be that my father was an unparalleled master? Qin Tian began to speculate. He had always felt that his parents were quite mysterious. Just as he was pondering, the small figure shattered and disappeared. Was it a one-time use? Qin Tian felt somewhat frustrated. Unable to make sense of it, he didn't dwell on it further. He took out several healing pills and swallowed them to begin recovering. He still needed to rush to the battlefield to support in Miaoling and the others. On the other side, the Blood Domain Mountain's Grand Elder and others went to explain the situation to the Blood Domain Ancestor and seek support. Upon hearing that the visitors were a young girl and a black-robed man, the Blood Domain Ancestor's eyes turned red. After asking a few questions, he confirmed that this girl was the one who had killed his son in front of him. He stood up angrily and said, "It is this person who killed my son. Quickly take me to find them." Yes. Then the group hurried back to Chuyuan City. In Chuyuan City, and Miaoling was somewhat worried, as the Blood Domain Ancestor had already received the news. At this moment, he was likely approaching quickly. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a large group of powerful enemies charged over. The number of enemies this time was far greater than the previous wave. On the city wall, and Miaoling and Mu Qingqing stood with their swords, quietly watching the approaching enemies outside the city. "If we can't hold out, you retreat first. Remember to have Uncle Qin avenge me," Mu Qingqing said in a deep voice, her tone carrying a sense of indifference to death. And Miaoling did not reply. She only hoped her master could arrive soon. The Blood Domain Ancestor flew above the city and said to Miaoling, "In the end, I found you. Do you regret it?" "No regret." And Miaoling replied calmly with 2 words. Looking at the veiled and Miaoling, upon hearing those words, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. However, he had not yet thought of the possibility of rebirth, as he did not believe in such legends. At this moment, the Blood Domain Ancestor's expression was cold. His eyes filled with fury. Finally, he said chillingly, "I will not let you die easily. I will torture you well. And then everyone under my Blood Domain Mountain can play with you." Ha ha ha! At this point, the Blood Domain Ancestor laughed maniacally. Upon hearing this exchange, Mu Qingqing realized that Miaoling had a grudge against the other party, and it was quite significant. She had some speculations in her heart, but she did not voice them. At this moment, saying anything else was meaningless. The Blood Domain Ancestor drew out his imperial weapon and commanded, "Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Kill, kill." A group of strong warriors charged forward. The strong warriors on Miaoling's side also rushed into the fray. The Blood Domain Ancestor locked onto Miaoling and charged straight at her. Before he could get close, Qin Yuan blocked his path. "You again?" The Blood Domain Ancestor was somewhat annoyed, but he paid it little mind. Blood Domain Slashing Blade. The Blood Domain Ancestor unleashed a powerful slash infused with overwhelming blood energy. Qin Yuan, wielding a long spear, charged forward to meet it. Boom! Qin Yuan was sent flying backward from the impact. Seeing the scene, and Miaoling's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The Blood Domain Ancestor was much stronger than Qin Yuan. Could it be that he had reached the Half-Step Supreme Realm? Above the Imperial Realm are the Half-Step Supreme and Supreme Realms. In her previous life, she had seen a Half-Step Supreme powerhouse, but she had never encountered a Supreme, only heard of it as a legend. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder began his slaughter again. Mu Qingqing was pushed back after just a couple of exchanges. Chapter 69. Battle against the Blood Domain Ancestor, just as the situation was on the verge of collapse, by Xiaoru, wearing a veil, arrived with Zhong Wu and others. "I hope we're not too late," Bai Xiaoru said with a smile, and Miaoling shook her head and continued to fight. Among the newcomers, by Xiaoru, Zhongwu, by Li Su, and Shang Wanyu were all at the emperor level. They wielded emperor weapons, which made their combat power very strong. Zhongwu directly confronted the Grand Elder and quickly suppressed him, but killing him would still require some effort. Despite the support from Zhongwu and others, the crisis had not yet been resolved, because the blood domain ancestor was too powerful to handle. Qin Tian was continuously on the defensive, but fortunately, he was the demon corpse of Qin Tian and felt no pain. If he were human, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. However, Qin Tian's physical body had already begun to crack, and it was clear he couldn't last much longer. Swish! The blood domain ancestor unleashed another blood domain frenzy. One of Qin Tian's arms was severed, but his arm did not bleed, nor did he make any sound. This scene made the blood domain ancestor feel it was very strange. It also reminded him of the legendary corpse refining clan. After losing an arm, Qin Tian's combat power dropped significantly, and he was no longer a match for the blood domain ancestor. In no time, he was cut into several pieces, completely rendered useless. At this moment, the blood domain ancestor looked at Miaoling and asked, "Are you in despair?" After Miaoling killed a saint-level expert with a single sword strike, she turned to the blood domain ancestor. The enemy was right in front of her, and she wanted revenge, but she knew she couldn't win. Just as Miaoling fell silent, the blood domain ancestor struck with a palm. Crush the stars. And Miaoling immediately used her strongest move to counter it. However, it was all in vain, as the gap in their realms was too great to bridge. This move severely injured Miaoling. Watching the blood domain ancestor approach step by step, and Miaoling decisively used the time-space token, she thought to herself, "I hope Master has emerged from seclusion, where you will never see your disciple again." Qin Tian did not disappoint her. A golden spirit body emerged from the time-space token. Seeing the suddenly appearing spirit body, the blood domain ancestor stopped and asked, "Who are you?" Qin Tian did not reply, but looked at Miaoling and asked, "Is he your enemy?" And Miaoling nodded. After receiving confirmation, Qin Tian said, "Master will help you take revenge." With that, he charged forward. Transforming Dragon. Ancestral Dragon Claw. Seeing Qin Tian's move, the blood domain ancestor felt some apprehension. A dragon clan? However, he was wary of the dragon clan, not Qin Tian as a spirit body. Watching the giant claw coming down, the blood domain ancestor remained unperturbed, raising his emperor weapon long knife and swinging it forcefully. The giant claw vanished into thin air. At this point, Qin Tian also realized that his opponent was not simple. He was much stronger than the average emperor-level expert, and he also had an emperor weapon. Fighting like this put him at a disadvantage as a spirit body. However, he had to buy time until his main body arrived. And Miaoling sensed the danger and threw the ice glass sword over, shouting, "Master, catch the sword." After receiving the ice glass sword, Qin Tian charged forward again. Crush the stars. The blood domain ancestor did not back down, using the blood domain frenzy blade. In this exchange, Qin Tian was at a disadvantage, and his spirit body dimmed slightly. He realized he couldn't continue to clash head-on like this. Otherwise, his spirit body wouldn't last until his main body arrived. After a few exchanges, the blood domain ancestor noticed Qin Tian's intentions and intensified his attacks. Qin Tian's spirit body grew dimmer. Meanwhile, on Mu Qingqing's side, although they held a significant advantage in battle, they were still worried. If the blood domain ancestor freed himself, none of them would be a match for him. Now, they could only pray for Qin Tian to arrive quickly. Swish! The spirit body was once again forced back, becoming somewhat transparent, with little spirit power left. Qin Tian used the remaining spirit power to unleash a move called Devour the Sun and Moon. Boom! The blood domain ancestor was pushed back several hundred meters. But Qin Tian's spirit body dissipated. The ice glass sword returned to Miaoling's hand. She began to look around, hoping to see the source of the voice. And the others were searching as well, including the blood domain ancestor. When the blood domain ancestor saw that no one was around, he quickly charged toward Miaoling. After their previous encounter, he felt that Qin Tian was extraordinary. It was best to settle things before his main body arrived. He now only wanted to kill Miaoling. The blood domain ancestor slashed down with his knife. Just as Miaoling was about to raise her sword to block, a familiar figure wrapped around her waist and swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the strike. "Wow, brother-in-law is so handsome," Bai Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Mu Qingqing looked on with envy, thinking how nice it would be if she were the one being held. Zhong Wu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Tian didn't come, they would just be waiting for death. Qin Tian saw Kunlun Yuanxian's shattered corpse and felt a bit regretful. So, he turned his gaze toward the blood domain ancestor, wanting to refine him into a demon corpse, but he felt it was somewhat inappropriate. After all, the blood domain ancestor was Miaoling's enemy, and having to see him every day would be quite bothersome. Just as Qin Tian was contemplating this, and Miaoling in his arms squirmed a bit. Feeling embarrassed under so many gazes, she blushed. Qin Tian knew it wasn't the time for intimacy, so he let go of Miaoling. Then, he waved the life sword, and a surge of life energy flowed into Miaoling's body. And Miaoling's injuries rapidly healed. Seeing Qin Tian's method, the blood domain ancestor felt some apprehension. Then, Qin Tian switched to the realm of death and activated the eternal body, instantly increasing his aura. The blood domain ancestor struck with a blood domain frenzy blade, wanting to test Qin Tian's depth. Qin Tian thrust forcefully, crushed the stars. Boom! The power of Qin Tian's sword technique directly penetrated the blood domain ancestor's blade, inflicting direct damage on his body. Bang! 2 wounds appeared on the blood domain ancestor's body. After being injured, the blood domain ancestor retreated explosively. From this test, he realized that Qin Tian had become much stronger than before. Qin Tian did not give him a chance to catch his breath and attacked again, engaging in close combat. But after a few exchanges, the blood domain ancestor noticed that his emperor weapon had been chipped. "Is this an emperor-grade superior weapon?" the blood domain ancestor exclaimed in shock. Qin Tian shook his head and continued to attack. Clang! The blood domain ancestor's emperor weapon finally shattered. Hearing this sound, everyone present was extremely shocked. They actually managed to break an emperor weapon? After the emperor weapon shattered, the blood domain ancestor lost all fighting spirit. He no longer thought about revenge. "Blood shield!" The blood domain ancestor shouted, transforming into a mass of blood energy and fleeing rapidly. Qin Tian quickly flew up and slashed with his sword. The speed was even faster than the blood domain ancestor's blood shield. As the flying sword slashed toward him, the blood domain ancestor decisively abandoned his physical body and let his emperor's soul float away. At this point, it was too late for Qin Tian to pursue. The emperor's soul, empowered by the blood shield, moved too quickly. Qin Tian looked apologetically at Miaoling and said, "I was careless and let his emperor's soul escape." And Miaoling shook her head, saying, "With his physical body gone, the emperor's soul will be easy to deal with. We will find him sooner or later." Qin Tian nodded. On the other side, the Grand Elder, seeing the outcome of the blood domain ancestor, was somewhat dazed, having been pierced through the heart by Zhong Wu's eternal life knife. The remaining strongmen of Blood Domain Mountain were also nearly all killed due to the arrival of Bai Xiaoru and others. Chapter 70. Ming Ilian becomes Emperor of Zhongzhou after the battle ended. Qin Tian collected the corpse of the Grand Elder. Mu Qingqing walked over and sweetly called out, "Uncle Qin." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Wearing this dragon robe suits you quite well." Mu Qingqing shyly smiled in response. The expression on Mu Qingqing's face stunned the powerful figures of the Haotian Empire. Just moments ago, she was a decisive empress, and now she had transformed into a shy young girl. "Let's go and attack the Kunlun Yuan Empire," Qin Tian said. Hearing that Qin Tian was going to attack the Kunlun Yuan Empire made her very happy. Soon after, Mu Qingqing led a group of people towards Inyu City, where her mother had fought against the Kunlun Yuan Emperor. When they arrived, the Kunlun Yuan Emperor and the Ice Xian Empress were fiercely battling in the sky. Below, the Haotian Empire was at a slight disadvantage, but as Mu Qingqing and the others joined in, the situation changed instantly. Seeing Qin Tian and Mu Qingqing appear together, the Ice Xian Empress knew that the battle on their side had been won. However, the Kunlun Yuan Emperor's expression turned ugly. Qin Tian did not engage directly. Instead, He quietly began to set up formations to prevent a repeat of previous events. He did not want the Qin Yuan Emperor to escape again. After making some preparations, Qin Tian charged at the Qin Yuan Emperor with his sword. He unleashed his ultimate move, swallowing the sun and moon with one strike. The Qin Yuan Emperor was sent flying like a cannonball, and the imperial weapon in his hand was damaged. Qin Tian followed closely and unleashed a second sword strike, causing the Qin Yuan Emperor's imperial weapon to shatter. The third strike followed, and seeing there was no way to dodge, the Qin Yuan Emperor chose to abandon his physical form and escape. However, he barely got far before crashing into a golden giant net in the air. Capture! Qin Tian quickly made hand seals and shouted the word capture. The golden giant net trapped the Qin Yuan Emperor's imperial soul. Those who had previously witnessed Qin Tian fight against the blood domain ancestor were not too surprised by this scene. But the people on the Ice Xian Empress's side were utterly astonished. This was the strongest figure of the Qin Yuan Empire, who had fought against the Hao-Ian Empire for thousands of years. To see such a powerful being dealt with by Qin Tian in 3 sword strikes was a shocking contrast, almost like a dream. In the past, the Ice Xian Empress had some pride when facing Qin Tian. Now, she felt a bit hesitant to address him as an equal. The giant net in the sky gradually shrank, completely sealing the Qin Yuan Emperor's imperial soul before flying to Miaoling's side. "It's up to you," Qin Tian said to Miaoling. The trapped Qin Yuan Emperor stared intently at Miaoling, feeling a sense of familiarity. And Miaoling removed her veil and said, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? You aren't dead?" The Qin Yuan Emperor's eyes widened in shock. They had seen Miaoling being refined before, and Miaoling coldly snorted. "The heavenly path has a cycle. This is karmic retribution." After saying that, she thrust her sword forward. The sealed Qin Yuan Emperor vanished into thin air, and Miaoling finally killed her first enemy. Initially, she thought she would have to wait thousands of years for revenge, but it came much quicker than expected. After resolving the Qin Yuan Emperor, Qin Tian and the others pushed through to the Qin Yuan Imperial Palace, encountering almost no resistance, as the city lords did not dare to obstruct them. After a thorough search of the Qin Yuan Imperial Palace, Qin Tian obtained 13 low-grade imperial herbs and 2 mid-grade imperial herbs. Additionally, there were some refining materials, among which were 8 portions of low-grade imperial refining materials, 3 portions of mid-grade, and 1 portion of high-grade. Qin Tian took the mid-grade and high-grade materials and handed the rest to Bailey, Su, and Zhongyan. As for the treasures from the blood domain ancestor, Qin Tian left those for the Hao-Ian Empire. Although Mu Qingqing initially did not intend to take them, Qin Tian still gave them to her. As for the territory of the Qin Yuan Empire, Qin Tian did not hand it over to Mu Qingqing. He only returned the territory they had previously lost to them. He intended to assign the governance of this country to his named disciple, Ming Ilian. Mu Qingqing and the others naturally did not dare to voice any objections. Qin Tian's current plan was to take some time to avenge in Miaoling and Baishiru, and then cultivate a group of powerful subordinates to help him gather cultivation resources, allowing him to continue cultivating alongside in Miaoling and Baishiru in peace. On one hand, Qin Tian sent someone to invite Ming Ilian over and also deliver a message to Mo Wintian to see if they would be willing to come. On the other hand, he found a large residence in Qin Yuan City to settle down. 2 days later, Ming Ilian and Mo Wintian arrived. Ming Ilian respectfully called out, "Master." Qin Tian had been thinking about her and had sent her elixirs before, for which she was very grateful. Mo Wintian, upon seeing Qin Tian, felt somewhat awkward, unsure of how to address him. Calling him ancestor felt too strange, while addressing him as Qin Tian made him nervous because he had often scolded him in the past, fearing that Qin Tian might take the opportunity to settle scores. And Miaoling found Mo Wintian's dilemma quite amusing, recalling how he had once reprimanded her master. Qin Tian noticed Mo Wintian's concerns, but did not put him in a difficult position. He knew that Mo Wintian was a decent person and a responsible sect leader. So, he directly asked Mo Wintian to find a nearby mountain to settle down and introduce them to the Lin Family Merchant Association for support. After Mo Wintian and his group left, Qin Tian discussed with Ming Ilian the matter of her becoming emperor. although she had some suspicions. She was still shocked to hear it. Master, I am only at the first level of the Holy Realm. Isn't it inappropriate for me to become emperor? Ming Ilian hesitated. I am not choosing you to become emperor based on your strength, but on your ability to govern, Qin Tian replied. In the future, the Kunlun Empire will be renamed the Chongming Empire, and Kunlun City will be renamed Chongming City. I will reside in the Qin residence. If there are any issues, just come and find me. Shangguanya and the others will also go to the Imperial Palace to assist you. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Ming Ilian no longer hesitated. I will govern the Chongming Empire well and not disappoint my master. After saying that, she felt a bit excited. Becoming emperor in Zhongzhou had been her goal, as well as the goal since the founding of the Chongming Kingdom. She never expected to achieve it so easily. The current Chongming Empire was still quite prosperous. Although many powerful figures had died in the previous battle, most of the city lords were still alive. So the country would not descend into chaos for the time being. In the early stages, Qin Tian asked Zhong Wu to assist Ming Ilian in subduing the city lords in various cities and building her own prestige. All rebels and those related to the Kunlun imperial family were to be executed. With the addition of the Lin Family Merchant Association and cooperation with the imperial family, the entire country began to develop positively. The Chongming Empire and the Haoyan Empire became allied nations, and the two empresses became good friends. Qin Tian also instructed both nations to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of the Blood Domain ancestors' imperial soul, directly offering a reward for an imperial weapon. As for Miaoling's last enemy, the ancestor Wu Su, they also needed to find out where he was. And Miaoling did not even know which faction he belonged to. Once everything was arranged and on track, Qin Tian turned the Grand Elder's corpse into a demonic corpse, naming it MOE, and provided it with a mid-grade imperial weapon. Chapter 71, The Sound of the Tao. Everyone levels up. Qin Tian mysteriously gathered all his subordinates and disciples together, preparing to use the sound of the Tao. This included Mu Qingqing, Yin Qingxi, Mo Wentian, and Su Ming, among others. After everyone gathered in the inner courtyard of the Qin residence, powerful formations were activated throughout the Qin residence. This was because he would be weakened for 3 days after using the sound of the Tao. Seeing this, everyone began to look forward to what would happen next, including Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru, who had no idea what Qin Tian was planning. Qin Tian walked in front of everyone and said mysteriously, "Today, I will give you a great opportunity. However, this opportunity will cause me significant harm, and I will be weak for a period of time, which is why I've been so mysterious." Upon hearing that the harm was substantial, most people showed expressions of concern, and Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru stepped forward to ask, "What do you mean by substantial harm? Why not just forget it?" After the two women spoke, Ming Ilian, Mu Qingqing, and others echoed their concerns. Seeing their concern for him, Qin Tian felt warmth in his heart. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It's just a few days of weakness." He then looked at Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru and said, "You can step back now. I'm about to begin." The two women nodded slightly and retreated to sit cross-legged in the back. "I have a secret technique that can allow you to enter a moment of enlightenment, but it will only be effective for each person the first time, so I hope you can cherish it." Entering a moment of enlightenment? Everyone was shocked. This was a great opportunity. Many people had cultivated for thousands of years without entering a moment of enlightenment. After a brief uproar, everyone quieted down. Qin Tian began to emit the sound of the Tao. As the golden words flowed from Qin Tian's mouth, everyone slowly closed their eyes and entered a moment of enlightenment. Meanwhile, Qin Tian began to weaken gradually, feeling as if his body was being emptied. Looking at everyone entering the state of enlightenment, he felt very envious. But why was it ineffective for him? 2 days later, Zhongyan by Li Su, Shangguanya, Qin Shui, and some members of the Kunlun Sword Sect gradually awakened. Looking at those still in the state of enlightenment, they were very envious. But there was nothing they could do. After all, their cultivation talent was inferior to others. On the 3rd day, Ming Ilian, Mu Qingqing, Ai Sunth, Zhongyan, Zhong Wu, and Bai Xiaoxiao woke up. Only Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru remained at the scene, as the two women had the highest talent and were still in the state of enlightenment. By the 3rd day, Qin Tian's weakened state finally ended. He controlled the formation to isolate in Miaoling and by Xiaoru to prevent disturbances, as many people were about to break through. Those who hadn't broken through had already gained enough understanding of the Tao. Next, they could break through using cultivation resources. In addition to their understanding of the techniques and the Tao, they also gained insights into martial skills. This could be considered a comprehensive improvement. Zhongwu and Aisunf, both at the third level of the Emperor realm, were also trying to advance to half-step supreme. The two women remained in enlightenment until the 7th day before simultaneously awakening. Their realms had also directly broken through, and Miaoling reached the third level of the Saint realm, with the next goal of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Bai Xiaoru, on the other hand, returned to the first level of the Emperor realm. Additionally, her understanding of the second level of the Emperor realm was quite profound, and she needed a little time to settle before breaking through. Just as Bai Xiaoru returned to the Emperor realm, Qin Tian received a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Bai Xiaoru's realm has broken through to the first level of the Emperor realm. Reward. Host cultivation talent has been upgraded to Supreme 2nd grade. Reward. Sign-in rewards increased by 20%. After receiving this reward, Qin Tian felt that his use of the sound of the Tao had finally brought some returns. Following that, others also gradually broke through. Among them, Long Yi, Long Air, and the Sacred Spirit Tree broke through to the Emperor realm. Qin Tian gave each of them an Emperor-level weapon to help them pass their tribulations. Upon receiving the Emperor weapons, the three demons were extremely grateful. They all felt fortunate to have followed Qin Tian back then. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know when they would break through to the Emperor realm, let alone obtain Emperor weapons. Once everyone completed their breakthroughs, they each went their separate ways. Shangguanya, Long Yi, and others continued to assist Ming Ilian. The daily lives of Qin Tian and the others temporarily returned to calm. That evening, Qin Tian prepared a feast to celebrate everyone's breakthroughs. Qin Tian and the three women enjoyed Emperor-level Dragon Emperor dishes and drank spiritual wine under the moonlight, feeling very content. Before long, they became slightly tipsy, and the faces of the three women flushed with a charming red, looking exceptionally beautiful. Noticing Qin Tian's lewd gaze, and Miaoling, who was shy, directly ran away. Bai Xiaoxiao cheerfully said, "Brother-in-law, my sister is yours tonight. I won't disturb you." After saying that, she ran off, leaving behind a shy Bai Xiaoru. Now, Bai Xiaoru felt that Qin Tian looked like a big gray wolf. "Come on, I'll take you back to your room. I happen to have something good for you," Qin Tian said. He planned to give Bai Xiaoru one of the extra Emperor-level medium-grade pills. This would help Bai Xiaoru break through to the second level of the Emperor realm more quickly. Bai Xiaoru felt a bit shy. "Do you want me to carry you back to your room?" Qin Tian laughed. Bai Xiaoru pouted and stood up, heading toward her room. Seeing her playful demeanor, Qin Tian found it quite cute. Arriving at Bai Xiaoru's room, Qin Tian closed the door behind him. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Bai Xiaoru felt a bit nervous, her mind racing with wild thoughts. She thought it was normal for a man to act impulsively in front of such a stunning beauty. "Sit on the bed. There's more space," Qin Tian said. Bai Xiaoru quickly shook her head, looking warily at Qin Tian, making her intentions clear. No way would she let him take advantage of her. Seeing Bai Xiaoru's shy demeanor, Qin Tian lost patience and directly walked up to her, giving her a princess carry. Bai Xiaoru's face turned red as she began to struggle, trying to break free from Qin Tian's embrace. However, Qin Tian held her tightly, and she couldn't escape. Qin Tian glanced at Bai Xiaoru in his arms and said, "Don't move around. Wasn't I also holding you every day when you were in your fox form?" After saying that, Qin Tian placed Bai Xiaoru on the bed and sat down beside her. Bai Xiaoru tightly grasped the corner of the blanket, thinking that Qin Tian might do something. But instead, Qin Tian took out a pill and said, "This is an Emperor-level medium-grade pill. It should help you break through to the second level of the Emperor realm in a short time." Seeing this, Bai Xiaoru felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She thought of those strong individuals who had fought fiercely for her, and she couldn't help but admire Qin Tian for being able to remain calm in front of such a beauty. Bai Xiaoru reached out her delicate hand to take the pill, but Qin Tian dodged it. "If you want the pill, there's an old rule," Qin Tian said with a smile. "Old rule?" Bai Xiaoru remembered something, realizing he was still fixated on her tail. She then revealed her tale, as it wasn't her first time. After receiving the pill, she looked at Qin Tian, not planning to absorb it immediately, as an emperor-level medium-grade pill couldn't be digested in a short time. Therefore, she planned to wait until Qin Tian left before safely absorbing it. Later, Bai Xiaoru saw Qin Tian lying on her tail, reading a novel. Is it because I'm not good-looking? Thinking of this, she took out a mirror to check, and seeing her stunning beauty, she felt she was still perfect. Now that her strength had returned to the Emperor realm, her aura was even more outstanding than before. While she was looking in the mirror, she noticed a warm hand moving back and forth on her back. Is this starting already? She shyly looked at Qin Tian, who was reading with one hand and touching her back with the other, just like when she lay in his arms in her fox form while he read. Chapter 72. Heading to Qingqiu after a while, Bai Xiaoru finally couldn't take it anymore. She blushed and said softly, "That's enough, get up already." Qin Tian stopped his caressing hand, turned over, and said no. Soon after, Qin Tian gradually fell asleep. Bai Xiaoru looked at Qin Tian and, upon closer inspection, noticed a hint of fatigue on his face. It seemed that the after-effects of the Dao sound hadn't completely faded, so she felt a bit reluctant to wake him up. Given Qin Tian's current state, it seemed he could sleep for at least half a day. So she found a comfortable position and lay down as well. At the door, Bai Xiaoxiao sneaked over and, through the window and candlelight, saw two figures lying in bed. This brother-in-law was a solid fact. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoxiao felt inexplicably happy. With such a powerful person protecting her sister, perhaps she wouldn't have to fear that bad guy Tian anymore. In the early morning, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the room. Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes and found his face pressed against Bai Xiaoru's abdomen. One of her legs was resting on his stomach. This scene was hard to resist. Qin Tian reached out a hand to place it on Bai Xiaoru's jade-like leg, trying to move it away. However, the sensation under his hand made him a little reluctant to let go. At that moment, Bai Xiaoru also slowly opened her eyes. She was surprised to find that her legs seemed to be on Qin Tian, and the two of them were almost pressed together. Instantly, her face turned bright red, feeling a bit regretful about falling asleep. It was one thing to fall asleep, but she had even snuggled up to him. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. She tried to move her leg down, but there was a large hand pressing down on it. So she secretly looked at Qin Tian and found that he was actually looking at her as well. Bai Xiaoru exclaimed and quickly sat up. "Why you? When did you wake up?" "Earlier than you," Qin Tian replied. "Then why didn't you wake me? Are you intentionally taking advantage of me?" Bai Xiaoru said shyly. Qin Tian patted Bai Xiaoru's jade-like leg and said, "If anyone is taking advantage, it's you taking advantage of me." Bai Xiaoru was at a loss for words and fell silent. Qin Tian slowly sat up, gently stroking Bai Xiaoru's head to change the topic. "How about I accompany you back to Qingqiu to visit your family in 3 days?" Bai Xiaoru, who was just about to shake off Qin Tian's hand, suddenly froze. Back to Qingqiu? Bai Xiaoru's body trembled slightly, and her delicate face revealed a hint of excitement. Yes, prepare for the next 3 days, and also absorb the medicinal power of the pills. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Bai Xiaoru still felt a bit worried. Qin Tian patted her back to comfort her. "I'm just taking you home to visit, not to fight Tian and the others." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoru breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days later, Bai Xiaoru finally absorbed all the medicinal power of the pills. At this point, she could directly break through to the second level of the Emperor realm. However, she did not break through. Instead, she forcibly suppressed it. She wanted to stabilize a bit before breaking through. After stepping out of the room, she saw Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoxiao waiting outside. Zhongwu and Mo were also standing nearby. As for the others, they weren't brought along. Qingqiu was located in a large mountain in the center of Zhongzhou, and the mountain was named Qingqiu. On the way, Bai Xiaoru began to introduce Qingqiu. Qingqiu was a gathering place for the Fox clan, which included 7 major races, such as the Green Fox, Red Fox, and Silver Fox. The most powerful were the Nine-tailed Fox clan of her Bai family. The Nine-tailed Fox clan was also the ruler of Qingqiu. The strongest in their clan was her grandfather, Bai Wudi, who reportedly reached half-step sovereign 1,000 years ago. When it came to her grandfather, both Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiao looked at him with admiration. Qin Tian was also quite shocked. Half-step sovereign 1,000 years ago. What level must he be at now? He realized he had underestimated the major powers of Zhongzhou. Since your grandfather is so powerful, why were you forced to leave home? Qin Tian asked. Is Di Tian stronger than your grandfather? Bai Xiaoru shook her head. He is far behind my grandfather, but perhaps there are people behind Di Tian from the imperial clan who can compete with my grandfather. The reason I left was that my grandfather has been in seclusion for thousands of years. Previously, he would only communicate through sound transmission or spiritual appearances. And in the last 1,000 years, there's been no news at all. It was precisely because my grandfather has been silent for thousands of years that they dared to force our Fox clan like this. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian roughly understood the situation. Bai Xiaoru continued explaining about Qingqiu. Below my grandfather are the 5 emperors of Qingqiu, each of whom is at least at the 3rd level of the emperor realm. My father is the leader of the 5 emperors, by Jiangyu. Qin Tian nodded. Although he was somewhat surprised to hear this news, he didn't regard a 3rd-level emperor realm expert as a threat. The only ones he needed to be wary of were those at half-step sovereign and sovereign levels. As they rushed toward Qingqiu, Qin Tian learned that it took them 7 days to reach Qingqiu Mountain, even with their strength at the emperor realm, crossing countless large and small powers along the way. He initially wanted to gather information about Jiang Qingxue and her parents, but it seemed this task would be a bit challenging. Once they entered the territory of Qingqiu, Qin Tian noticed that the spiritual energy in Qingqiu was much denser than that in the Qin residence, which possessed the Azure Dragon Vein. This was enough to show how rich the foundation of a major clan was. Qin Tian asked Mo, Yi, and Zhongwu to wait outside while he followed Bai Xiaoru deeper into Qingqiu. Along the way, Qin Tian saw many Fox clan members, all transformed into handsome men and beautiful women. Of course, they still paled in comparison to himself and Bai Xiaoru. The news of Bai Xiaoru's return spread quickly, and the entire Qingqiu became lively. Many Fox clan girls looked at Qin Tian like infatuated fans, while also speculating about his identity. Some Fox clan members were worried that Bai Xiaoru's return would bring disaster to Qingqiu, especially since the blood moon had recently appeared. Before long, a middle-aged man in gray robes appeared before them. What are you back for? The middle-aged man in gray looked somewhat displeased. He was Bai Hao, the second of the 5 emperors of the Bai family and one of the power holders of the Fox clan. Bai Xiaoru bit her lip and said, I came back to see my parents. Yes. Second uncle, my sister just came back to take a look. Bai Xiao chimed in. Bai Hao glared at Bai Xiao and said irritably, how can you still have the face to say that? Running away from the mountain without permission. Let's see how I punish you. Neither you nor your sister is easy to manage. He looked quite helpless at this point. Then he turned to Qin Tian. Who are you? What are you doing in Qingqiu? This is my brother-in-law. Bai Xiao blurted out without a care. Before Bai Xiaoru could explain, Bai Hao released a powerful pressure directed at Qin Tian. Qin Tian met Bai Hao's gaze without flinching. If it weren't for Bai Xiaoru's face, he would have already made a move. Although you're only at the spirit movement realm, your physical body is quite strong. Are you a body cultivator? Bai Hao asked. Sort of, Qin Tian replied. Sort of? Bai Hao said unhappily. Let me be straightforward. You are not worthy of being my Qingqiu's son-in-law. We do not welcome you in Qingqiu. You should leave. Chapter 73. Chief Bai Jiangyu of the Qingqiu clan Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and calmly said, Are you in charge of Qingqiu? I'm here to accompany Bai Xiaoru to see your father. If you have nothing to do, just step aside. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Bai Hao's face turned pale with anger. He had been in Qingqiu for thousands of years and had never been confronted by a junior like this. Now, a young man actually dared to speak to him in such a tone. Bai Hao took a step forward, ready to act. The two women's expressions changed, and they hurriedly stood in front of Qin Tian. Bai Hao was taken aback and then shouted angrily, Are you trying to rebel? Step aside. Bai Xiaoru remained unmoved. She wasn't worried about Qin Tian being at a disadvantage. She was worried that Qin Tian might hurt her second uncle, and she wouldn't be able to explain it to her father. Bai Xiao was a bit scared, as she had often been disciplined by Bai Hao in the past. But she did not leave for her brother-in-law's sake. Bai Hao found himself in a difficult position, his expression constantly changing. At this moment, many Fox clan members also appeared. Who is this handsome guy? The princess and the little princess are protecting him like this. Yeah, this is Bai Hao, the Fox Emperor. This won't end well. Some began to notify other high-ranking members of the Fox clan. I'll say it again, step aside. Bai Hao's expression turned cold. Bai Xiaoru was also unyielding. This is the person I brought. I will explain anything to my father myself. Yes, my sister is right. Bai Xiao puffed out her chest, and it was harder to be tough in front of Bai Hao once, and she felt a little proud. Anyway, with Qin Tian backing her up, she had seen how powerful he was. Previously, the two powerful beings, Kunlun Emperor and Blood Domain Ancestor, were easily defeated by Qin Tian. Bai Hao was infuriated to the extreme. If you refuse to listen to advice, then, as your elder, I have no choice but to discipline you. After saying this, he raised his hand and made a gathering motion in the air, then pushed forward. A powerful palm force surged towards Bai Xiaoru and her sister. Bai Xiao quickly hid behind Qin Tian, pulling his sleeve, indicating for him to fight Bai Hao. However, Qin Tian did not move. Bai Xiaoru used the Heavenly Demon Pearl to enhance her power and struck with a Heavenly Demon Claw. Boom! The Heavenly Demon Claw collided with Bai Hao's palm force, and both dissipated. This scene shocked the onlookers nearby. They had no doubt that Bai Hao had held back, as many were knocked back by the aftermath of the collision. Wasn't it said that after the princess sacrificed her tail, her strength had dropped below half-saint level? Yeah, I heard that too, and I was really worried. The fact that the princess could spar with Bai Hao, the Fox Emperor, at such a young age was terrifyingly gifted. I hope she can withstand the Imperial Alliance. If she can hold on, she will be our pillar in the Fox clan. If not, everything is in vain. The most shocked was Bai Hao himself, who had not used all his strength in that last move. But he could tell that Bai Xiaoru had also not used her full strength because she was handling it quite easily. To defeat her, he would have to use an Imperial weapon. But as an elder, he couldn't bring himself to use an Imperial weapon against her. Just as Bai Hao was struggling with how to handle the situation, a middle-aged man flew over. He was dressed in a white robe, with handsome sword-like brows hiding sharp black eyes, and his tall figure exuded a cold and proud aura, standing independently with a commanding presence. This was clearly an emperor. At this moment, all the onlookers shouted, "Welcome, Chief!" Bai Hao also called out, "Big brother!" Bai Xiao flew into the arms of the middle-aged man, while Bai Xiaoru called out with a complex expression, "Father." He was Bai Jiangyu, the chief of the Qingqiu clan. Qin Tian also knew Bai Jiangyu's identity, but for a moment he didn't know what to call him. In the end, he addressed him as uncle as a sign of respect. Bai Jiangyu glanced at Qin Tian without saying a word, then turned to Bai Xiaoru. He had just witnessed the moment Bai Xiaoru clashed with his brother Bai Hao, which surprised him. After letting Bai Xiaoru go, he had secretly followed her. As a father, he couldn't completely stand by. He had endured watching his daughter sacrifice numerous times because he knew there was someone not weaker than himself watching over her. If he acted, that person would also act, leading to an extremely dangerous situation for the entire Fox clan. During the incident at the Two Realms Mountain, he had seen his daughter in a desperate situation and had originally planned to intervene. Fortunately, Qin Tian had stepped in and rescued Bai Xiaoru. After seeing her saved, he had only then felt at ease to return. At that time, he had personally seen his daughter reduced to just a tail. How many years had passed since then? Not only had she recovered her strength, but she had also improved further. Could it be due to the Tianhu bloodline? Bai Jiangyu couldn't help but think. Finally, he sighed and said, "Heaven envies the talented. This is all a calamity. You're doing well outside. Why have you come back?" Bai Jiangyu said sternly, "You should continue to hide your tracks and cultivate outside. Coming back now is not good for either Qingqiu or yourself. Now that such a big commotion has been made, the Imperial Alliance must have received news and may be on their way." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoru's expression turned ugly. She was a smart person, and her father was right. It was indeed not the right time to return, at least not so openly. Seeing Bai Xiaoru in difficulty, Qin Tian spoke up. "I brought her back to see, and I will protect her." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Qin Tian. Some were confused, wondering where he got his confidence from. Just a moment ago, he had been hiding behind a woman when facing Bai Hao, and now he was speaking so boldly. Bai Jiangyu also began to seriously assess Qin Tian. The first time at the Two Realms Mountain, he had not seen through Qin Tian's strength. At that time, he had seen him as a spirit movement realm, but he had managed to kill a saint realm. However, based on the situation of his battle with the saint realm, then he could determine that his strength was at most equivalent to the third level of the saint realm. Now, it seemed he still only had the spirit movement realm, but in such a short period, his strength was at most at the first level of the imperial realm, which was quite remarkable among the younger generation. However, compared to their generation of strong figures, it was still not enough. Thinking of this, he spoke, "First of all, I thank you for saving my daughter, but do you know how powerful the Imperial Alliance is? Youth can be reckless, but you must not be arrogant. Your actions endanger not only yourselves, but also Qingxiu." Having said this, Bai Jiangyu sighed and continued, "While they have not arrived yet, you should leave first. I will escort you." Bai Shiru looked at Qin Tian for his opinion. Qin Tian thought for a moment and said, "No problem." Upon hearing this, Bai Hao roared, "You arrogant brat." The more he looked at Qin Tian, the more displeased he became. Bai Jiangyu also frowned, feeling somewhat unhappy. He looked at Bai Shiru, hoping she would heed his advice. Seeing Qin Tian's confident expression, Bai Shiru said, "I believe him. I also believe that my brother-in-law is very powerful." "Brother-in-law?" Bai Jiangyu's gaze sharpened. "What is your relationship?" Bai Shiru's face turned red as she said to Bai Xiao, "You little girl, don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense. I saw it. You two were sleeping together." Bai Xiao's words were shocking. "What? Our Qingxiu Empress has been slept with?" A group of onlooking Fox clan experts were shocked. Some were furious, especially the young male foxes. Each of them had harbored fantasies about Bai Shiru. Bai Jiangyu even drew his top-grade imperial weapon, the Heavenly Demon Sword, and glared angrily at Qin Tian. How could someone from his own family be taken advantage of? Seeing the situation, Bai Xiao knew she was in trouble and silently lowered her head. "We didn't have that kind of relationship," Bai Xiaoru explained with a red face. "What exactly happened?" Bai Jiangyu shouted. "We were just chatting and then accidentally fell asleep," Bai Xiaoru said, her voice getting smaller towards the end. Bai Jiangyu's expression improved a little. At that moment, Bai Xiao spoke up again. "Actually, having Qin Tian as a brother-in-law is pretty good. He can refine imperial weapons and imperial pills, and his strength is very strong." "Well, anyway, Uncle Bai probably can't beat him. As for Dad, I don't know." "Huh, Bai Hao mocked, so young. Yet an imperial alchemist and imperial craftsman, and his strength is stronger than mine. Even if you're making things up, you could at least make it believable. After going out, you learn nothing else, but you sure learned how to lie." Chapter 74. Celestial Fox Bloodline by Xiao pouted and said, "I'm telling the truth. I didn't lie. If you don't believe me, you can ask my sister." Instantly, everyone looked at Bai Xiaoru, who at least had no history of lying. Bai Xiaoru nodded. "My sister is right. He is an Emperor-grade artifact master and an Emperor-grade alchemist, and his strength is also very impressive." "Oomph." Bai Hao snorted coldly, still not believing it, and felt that Bai Xiaoru had been led astray. The others also didn't believe it, as they thought deep down it was impossible. Seeing the skeptical looks from everyone, Qin Tian said to Bai Xiao, "You still don't have a suitable weapon, right?" Bai Xiao understood Qin Tian's meaning and quickly nodded. "You prepare a blueprint of a weapon you like, and I'll forge it for you. I just happen to have some forging materials." "Yay! Thank you, brother-in-law," Bai Xiao said happily. Bai Hao spoke up. "This is good too. We will know the truth soon enough, and it's time for them to see your true self." Bai Jiangyu, however, remained silent. Looking at his two daughters' determined expressions, he believed them emotionally, but did not rationally. Setting aside whether he was a master or not, could a young man be both an Emperor-grade artifact master and an Emperor-grade alchemist? No one would believe it. If it were just about being an Emperor-grade artifact master, there might be a slight possibility. However, this was not the time to think about such things. He needed to consider how to deal with the upcoming tribulations. With this in mind, Bai Jiangyu said to Bai Xiaoru, "You go see your mother first. She has been missing you very much. The rest of you come with me to the Celestial Fox Palace for a meeting." Then, Qin Tian followed Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiao to the Celestial Fox Imperial Palace to see her mother. Upon arriving at the Celestial Fox Palace, he was stunned by the beautiful scenery before him. The Celestial Fox Imperial Palace was on a floating island, surrounded by the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. With abundant spiritual energy, the entire palace was filled with celestial aura, shrouded in clouds and mist, and every building inside was very magnificent, resembling a fairy palace. Surprisingly, the path to the Celestial Fox Imperial Palace was a rainbow bridge. Bai Xiaoxiao proudly said, "Our Imperial Palace is beautiful, right? It's much prettier than the palaces of Sister Mu and Sister Ming." Qin Tian nodded seriously in agreement. Then, as Qin Tian stepped onto the rainbow bridge, each step created ripples, making it look stunning. Bai Xiaoxiao bounced ahead, clearly enjoying herself. Crossing the rainbow bridge led them to the palace's main gate. A group of Sacred Realm guards stood there, with the leader being at the first level of the Emperor Realm. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiaoxiao, the guard were somewhat taken aback, not expecting the Imperial Princess to return to the clan. After a brief moment of astonishment, the captain knelt halfway and respectfully said, "Welcome back, Imperial Princess and Little Princess." Bai Xiaoru calmly raised her hand and walked inside. Along the way, many Fox clan experts saluted, and Bai Xiaoru responded gracefully and elegantly. Qin Tian walked beside Bai Xiaoru and smiled. "You have quite the Empress demeanor." Bai Xiaoxiao chimed in. "Of course, my sister is very proud. You're the only one who can handle her." Bai Xiaoru shot a glare at Bai Xiaoxiao and continued on. Eventually, the three of them arrived at a picturesque courtyard where they saw a beautiful woman. The woman wore a plain white dress, looking somewhat like Bai Xiaoru, and was also very beautiful and graceful. "Mother," Bai Xiaoru called out as she hurried over. Bai Xiaoxiao introduced, "This is my mother, Qinglan." After saying that, she ran over as well. The mother and daughters embraced, expressing their longing for each other. Before long, Qinglan noticed Qin Tian beside them and asked, "Who is this?" Bai Xiaoxiao quickly leaned in a whisper in Qinglan's ear. Qinglan's expression turned to shock, and then she looked at Bai Xiaoru. Bai Xiaoru shyly said, "Mother, don't listen to my sister's nonsense. We are not that kind of relationship. My daughter is even shy now?" Qinglan teased. "I'm not," Bai Xiaoru said, lowering her head and falling silent. Qinglan smiled and then politely addressed Qin Tian. "Welcome to Qingqiu as a guest, and thank you for saving my daughter." "You're too polite, Aunt," Qin Tian replied. "What do you think of my daughter?" Qinglan asked. "Pretty good. She is beautiful and well-behaved." "Well-behaved?" Qinglan was somewhat surprised, as Bai Xiaoru had never been associated with being well-behaved before. If her daughter had changed for him, it indicated she had feelings for him. Subsequently, she began chatting with Qin Tian like a mother-in-law would with her son-in-law. "Where are your parents from? What realm are you at now?" On the other side, many powerful beings gathered in the Celestial Fox Palace. All 7 clans of Qingqiu had arrived, with each clan having an Emperor Realm expert stationed. Bai Jiangyu said, "My third brother and sister are out training. I've notified them, but they may not arrive in time. This time, my daughter returning has caused trouble for everyone." After finishing, Bai Jiangyu bowed to express his apologies. "I know many of you have grievances about my daughter's return, but there is nothing we can do. She has already come back. So I hope we can protect her together moving forward. This is also for the good of our Fox clan." Upon hearing this, many powerful beings frowned, some expressing dissatisfaction. Bai Jiangyu continued, "What you may not know is that my daughter has awakened the Celestial Fox bloodline. Although she is currently only at the first level of the Emperor Realm, she was able to fight to a standstill with my second brother. This matter can be verified by my second brother. Aside from him, many others witnessed it as well." Beside him, Bai Hao nodded and said, "The Imperial Princess's strength is indeed not much weaker than mine." A wave of surprise spread below, and they began to inquire further through sound transmission. Ultimately, they confirmed that this news was true. Seeing the change in attitude among the powerful beings below, Bai Jiangyu continued, "With my daughter's talent, she will certainly become the pillar of our Fox clan in the future. It is even possible for her to break through to the Celestial Fox realm." Upon hearing Celestial Fox, all the powerful beings perked up. If a Celestial Fox emerged from their Fox clan, they could dominate Zhongzhou. With this thought, someone shouted, "Protect the Imperial Princess, and let's fight them." "Yes, our Fox clan is not to be trifled with." Bai Jiangyu bowed again and said, "Thank you, everyone. Since the decision is made, let us prepare for battle." "Yes," the powerful beings replied in unison before departing. Watching everyone leave with a shared resolve, Bai Jiangyu still felt worried. He then went to the entrance of the Celestial Fox secret realm, trying to summon his father, Bai Wudi. If Bai Wudi emerged, all crises could be resolved. The last time Emperor Tian came with many experts to demand someone, he had come here for help. However, Bai Wuti did not appear, but instead gave an instruction. He told Bai Xiaoru to leave Qingqiu. This crisis was both her tribulation and her opportunity. It was precisely because of this instruction that Bai Jiangyu allowed Bai Xiaoru to go out. He called out a few more times, but still received no response. And in the end, he could only leave helplessly. Chapter 75. Confronting the Empire Alliance after returning to the Celestial Fox Palace, Bai Jiangyu wore a worried expression. But he could only fight. He believed that if it truly came to a point where they were unbeatable, Bai Wuti would definitely step. Bai Hao walked into the palace and said in a deep voice, "There should be quite a few people coming this time." Bai Jiangyu nodded. "Our Fox clan is likely to suffer significant losses this time. It's worth it for the Celestial Fox bloodline." Bai Hao replied. Although he had a bad temper and was quite rigid, his loyalty to the Fox clan was unquestionable. Soon after, Bai Jiangyu and a group of powerful figures from the Emperor realm flew out towards Qingqiu, preparing to intercept the Empire Alliance. They could not allow the battlefield to be within their clan. Otherwise, the ecology and spiritual veins of all of Qingqiu would suffer heavy damage. On the other side, Qin Tian sensed the movements of the Qingqiu experts and said, "I'll go help. You all stay here." After saying that, he flew towards the outskirts of Qingqiu Mountain. "Wait for me, I want to go too." Bai Shiru quickly followed. Bai Xiaoxiao and Qing Lan also closely follow behind. Outside Qingqiu Mountain, nearly 70 experts from the Emperor realm were in a standoff, with a battle on the verge of breaking out. On the Qingqiu side, there were more than 30 Emperor realm experts, among which there were 9 at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, while the rest were at the 1st and 2nd levels. On the opposite side, there were as many as 15 experts at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, with more than 20 at the 1st and 2nd levels. Overall, Qingqiu's 3rd level experts were significantly outnumbered. How could they fight like this? The experts from Qingqiu couldn't help but frown. Bai Jiangyu drew the heavenly demon sword and said, "You Empire Alliance really think highly of us, Qingqiu." The Empire Alliance is a coalition organized by Emperor Tian, consisting of 10 major powers. Where's Emperor Tian? Why hasn't he come? An elderly man in a green robe stepped forward and said, "The leader of the Empire Alliance, Emperor Tian, is currently in closed-door cultivation to break through. We have heard that your daughter has returned. Quickly hand over that troublemaking demon girl." "What if I refuse?" Bai Jiangyu said sternly. "Refuse? Then we'll just take her." The expression of the elderly man in green turned cold. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a dragon's roar echoed through the scene. A middle-aged man in a dragon robe appeared in the arena. The elderly man in green and the others showed expressions of apprehension because the person before them was Long Outyin, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. "Everyone, let's discuss matters properly. There's no need for violence." The elderly man in green stepped forward. "Last time we let it go for the sake of the Dragon Clan's patriarch. But this time the person is in Qingqiu, and we will not back down." Long Outyin did not respond to the elderly man in green, but turned to Bai Jiangyu. "My son has fallen in love with the imperial princess at first sight. If she marries into the Dragon Clan, my Dragon Clan will join you, Qingqiu, in annihilating the Empire Alliance." Hearing Long Outyin's words, the elderly man in green was shocked. The Dragon Clan, as the #1 clan among the demon races, had a strong foundation. If they teamed up with the Fox clan, the Empire Alliance would indeed be no match. Bai Jiangyu shook his head and said, "I will not interfere with my daughter's marriage." He indirectly rejected the proposal. The Celestial Fox bloodline could never be allowed to marry into the Dragon Clan. Long Outyin's face darkened upon hearing this. "In that case, I have no reason to meddle. I've advised you as much as I could. Take care." After saying that, Long Outyin retreated a few kilometers back to watch the show. Seeing that the two sides had reached an impasse, the elderly man in green finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll give you another chance. We have 15 at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, and you only have 9. Are you sure you want to fight?" Upon hearing the elderly man's words, the fighting spirit of the Qingqiu side weakened again. Bai Jiangyu did not want him to say more and affect Qingqiu's morale, so he charged forward directly. His speed was like that of light. A streak of white light flashed, and he instantly arrived in front of an elderly man in black. The elderly man in black's expression changed drastically as he prepared to escape Bai Jiangyu's attack range. But it was too late. Bai Jiangyu wielded his sword and forcefully thrust upward, causing the black-clad elder's arm to fly off. Just as he was about to pursue the victory, the elderly man in green blocked Bai Jiangyu's path. Shoo! After the two clashed, they both stepped back 2 paces. "You are also at the half-step supreme level," Bai Jiangyu said in surprise. He originally thought that since Emperor Tian hadn't come, the opponent wouldn't have any half-step supreme combat power. This would give him a chance to turn the tide by himself. But he didn't expect that this elderly man in green was a half-step supreme expert. Seeing the two engage in battle, the experts on the side of the elderly man in green surged forward and began to fight with the Qingqiu experts. Not long after the contact, the patriarch of the Red Fox clan was struck by a combined attack and lost an arm, putting them in a critical situation. The patriarch of the Red Fox clan revealed all his trump cards, desperately resisting the two's attacks, but Bai Jiangyu knew he couldn't hold on much longer. He wanted to go and assist, but the elderly man in green held him back tightly. On the other side, Bai Hao, who enjoyed better treatment as one of the 5 emperors of Qingqiu, was surrounded and attacked by 3 experts at the 3rd level of the emperor realm. After just a few exchanges, wounds appeared on his body. The 3 took turns attacking him. Although he possessed a mid-grade emperor weapon, the Xuanhu sword, he was still somewhat overwhelmed. Swish, swish, swish. 1-2. In no time, Bai Hao had already sustained 7 injuries. He relied on his powerful physique and cultivation to hold on. Seeing this, Bai Jiangyu felt anxious. He thought to himself, "Father, if you don't make a move soon, my second brother will die." Swish. At this critical moment, a flying sword rushed in and directly forced back the 3 experts attacking Bai Hao. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Bai Wudi had made a move? Bai Hao looked gratefully in the direction from which the flying sword came. At that moment, Qin Tian stepped through the air, and the life and death sword returned to his hand. Bai Hao was momentarily stunned, not expecting that the person who saved him was someone he had previously looked down upon. Not far away, Bai Jiangyu, who was fighting the elderly man in green, was also quite surprised. He had not anticipated that Qin Tian would be so powerful. He had underestimated him. "Come out," Qin Tian said calmly. After that, 2 figures appeared from a distance. They were Zhongwu and Moe. "Young master," Zhongwu respectfully called out. Qin Tian nodded and pointed towards the elderly man in green and the others, saying, "Kill," with the addition of 3 third-level Emperor Realm fighters. The pressure on the Qingqiu side was greatly reduced. After Qin Tian and the others joined the battle, Bai Xiaoru also arrived. She saved the near-death patriarch of the Red Fox clan and then engaged in a fierce struggle with one of the 3rd-level Emperor Realm experts. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoru's strength, the experts of Qingqiu felt that it was worth it. As long as she continued to grow, the Fox clan would surely produce another Bai Wudi in the future. Qin Tian glanced at Bai Hao, who looked quite miserable, as if he had been subjected to slow slicing. His wounds were still bleeding. Considering that he had suffered this misfortune because of Bai Xiaoru, Qin Tian decided to forgive Bai Hao for his previous arrogance towards him. After discussing among themselves, the 3 experts surrounding Bai Hao moved. One charged towards Qin Tian, attempting to hold him back, while the other 2 prepared to kill Bai Hao. The moment they made their move, Qin Tian saw through their intentions, so he charged forward directly. Shattered stars. Qin Tian rushed in using this sword technique, not to kill, but to clear a path. Swish. Qin Tian dashed forward like a shadow. The approaching expert felt the power of this sword and decisively chose to evade. After avoiding it, Qin Tian's sword directly targeted the 2 attacking Bai Hao. The 2 did not expect Qin Tian to come through so easily. In a moment of panic, they decided to work together to block this attack. Shoo! The 2 were directly knocked back. Chapter 76. Defeating the Empire Alliance. After this encounter, both parties recognized Qin Tian's strength. Seeing that Qin Tian was not a member of the Fox clan, they advised him, "This is a matter between our Empire Alliance and Qingqiu. You are not from Qingqiu, so we hope you won't interfere. Otherwise, the Empire Alliance is not to be trifled with. Even if you don't think of yourself, you should consider your family." Threatening me? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Tian's mouth. "I just think it's unnecessary for you to oppose the Empire Alliance for Qingqiu," said one of the Empire Alliance's experts. "Since Bai Xiaoru is my person, do you think it's unnecessary?" Qin Tian's voice was loud enough for many to hear, including Long Out Yen, who looked at Qin Tian with a hostile expression from a distance. Qin Tian raised a life and death sword, preparing to unleash a killing move. Swallow the sun and moon. Qin Tian thrust forward with his sword, the light dazzling and the wind howling. The combination of the supreme sword technique and the supreme grade life and death sword was incredibly terrifying. Faced with this strike, the two Empire Alliance experts felt their hair stand on end, sensing the threat of death. Boom! Although the two of them tried their best to resist, they were still heavily injured by this strike, their weapons breaking in their hands. At this moment, they had lost all combat power and began to struggle in desperation. By Jiangyu, the old man in the green robe, and Long Outyin were also shocked by this sword. Even they could not easily withstand such a strike. Qin Tian ignored the two dying weaklings and instead charged towards the person who had previously obstructed him. That person had just witnessed the miserable state of his two companions. Now, seeing this peerless killer rushing towards him, he immediately lost his courage and fled without hesitation. Although Qin Tian's attack power was monstrous, he was only at the first level of the Emperor realm. Thus, it would take some time to catch up with the fleeing third-level Emperor realm expert. Seeing the man run far away, Qin Tian sought out other Empire Alliance experts. However, nearly everyone chose to flee upon seeing him, unwilling to engage in battle. Nevertheless, with Qin Tian's several assists, the pressure on the Qingqiu side was greatly reduced. The two who had been heavily injured by Qin Tian were also killed by Bai Hao. After chasing for a while, Qin Tian felt it was meaningless and charged towards the old man in the green robe. Seeing Qin Tian's sword strike coming, the old man in the green robe felt a headache coming on. Gradually, he began to fall into a disadvantage while facing two opponents. From a distance, Long Outyin saw this and decided to leave. The final outcome was certain to be the Empire Alliance retreating. The Qingqiu side grew stronger with each battle, while the Empire Alliance experts fell one after another. Eventually, the old man in the green robe had no choice but to issue a retreat order. Bai Jiangyu, relying on his high cultivation, continued to pursue and killed two more third-level Emperor Realm experts. In the end, the Qingqiu side lost one third-level Emperor Realm expert, while the Empire Alliance lost 6. The losses were indeed heavy. After the battle ended, everyone returned to the Tianhu Hall. Zhongwu and Mo stood quietly behind Qin Tian. The experts of Qingqiu began to speculate about Qin Tian's identity, wondering who he was to have two third-level Emperor Realm experts as subordinates. It should be known that even among their Fox clan, the third-level Emperor Realm experts were the most elite existences, each one incredibly noble. Moreover, they had previously heard Qin Tian say that Bai Xiaoru was his person. At this moment, some people began to consider that if this person truly became the son-in-law of Qingqiu, it might not be unacceptable. Bai Jiangyu coughed twice to signal for silence, then said to Qin Tian, "Thank you for your assistance this time." Other experts also expressed their gratitude. Without Qin Tian, many of them might have perished in battle. Bai Hao stepped forward and said, "I was wrong before. I misjudged the situation. I apologize." Qin Tian nodded slightly, not holding a grudge. At this moment, Bai Xiao ran over and said, "Brother-in-law, it's all good now. Can you forge a sword for me?" Saying this, she took out a blueprint and handed it to Qin Tian. Bai Xiao's words left many people present in shock. Soon, those who knew the backstory began to communicate telepathically to explain. After learning the details, no one believed it, thinking Qin Tian was just boasting. A young man with such strong power was already astonishing enough, yet he claimed to be an emperor-grade blacksmith and alchemist. That was just too much bragging. Then someone quietly commented, "I'm starting to oppose this marriage. Boasting isn't a good character trait. Yes, people who lie are likely to be scumbags." While Qin Tian was looking at the blueprint, he also heard the discussions around him. He felt wronged, wondering how he had become a scumbag. At this time, Bai Hao stepped forward and said, "The previous matters were just jokes. Everyone, don't take them seriously." Since the situation arose because of him, he decided to help Qin Tian out, giving him a way to back down, as a way of repaying his kindness. "No need, I keep my word," Qin Tian said. "I only have mid-grade materials here, so I will forge you a mid-grade Emperor sword." Bai Xiao nodded repeatedly, excited at the thought of having an Emperor weapon as a little Saint Realm cultivator. Bai Hao was a bit speechless. thinking he was giving him an opportunity to back down, yet he wouldn't take it. At this moment, the leader of the Qinghu clan couldn't help but say, "From what you're saying, if there are high-grade materials, you can forge high-grade emperor weapons. Why not?" Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. The Qinghu clan leader raised an eyebrow. "Do you know that no one in Zhongzhou has been able to forge a high-grade emperor weapon for tens of thousands of years?" "I don't know." "Then how can you say you can forge a high-grade emperor weapon?" The Qinghu clan leader was quite straightforward, directly confronting Qin Tian. In addition, he had a small ulterior motive, his son liked by Xiaoru. Suppressing Qin Tian might give his son a chance. Bai Jianyu's expression turned ugly. He transmitted to Bai Xiaoru, advising her to talk him out of it, telling him not to boast any further. Originally, he had a good impression of Qin Tian due to previous events, but now he felt a bit disgusted. Before Bai Xiaoru could speak, Qin Tian directly said, "Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't." "Then show me," the Qinghu clan leader challenged. "I can forge it, but I don't have high-grade materials. If you provide me with the materials?" Hearing that Qin Tian had given him a way to back down, Bai Xiaoru followed up, "If you don't have the materials, then let us leave it for later." She knew Qin Tian could forge mid-grade emperor weapons, but she wasn't sure about high-grade ones since no one in Zhongzhou had forged a high-grade emperor weapon for tens of thousands of years. "Our Qinghu clan does have high-grade emperor weapon materials, but I'm worried that if I give them to you, you might ruin them." At this, Zhongwu said, "If you ruin them, I'll compensate you with my mid-grade emperor weapon." Seizing the opportunity to show off, he was confident that Qin Tian would not treat him unfairly. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected that even Qin Tian's subordinates had mid-grade emperor weapons. "Let me see," the Qinghu clan leader said. Zhongwu immediately handed it over. Upon seeing it, the Qinghu clan leader was astonished. It was indeed a mid-grade emperor weapon. He himself only used a low-grade emperor weapon. "All right, I bet with you," said the Qinghu clan leader, taking out the Qinghu clan's cherished Qingjin Liuli mine. Qin Tian took the Qingjin Liuli mine and said, "If I forge a high-grade emperor weapon, this mine belongs to me?" "Yes," the Qinghu clan leader agreed directly. Then it's settled. Hearing Qin Tian's words, the Qinghu clan leader felt a bit pleased, as if the mid-grade emperor weapon was already in his hands. Watching the two gamble, many people regretted not speaking up first. No one in Zhongzhou had forged a high-grade emperor weapon for tens of thousands of years, yet a young man in his 30s claimed he could do it. Naturally, no one believed him. If Qin Tian were an old monster thousands or tens of thousands of years old, there might be a bit of credibility. Bai Jianyu shook his head, feeling increasingly disappointed in Qin Tian. He was already thinking about how to keep his daughter away from him. Qinglan also frowned. It seems that only Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiao have a shred of trust in Qin Tian at the scene. Chapter 77, Shock. Crafting a high-quality emperor weapon after obtaining the materials, Qin Tian followed Bai Xiaoru to the refining room. At the door, Bai Xiaoru tugged at Qin Tian's sleeve. Looking a bit worried, Qin Tian turned his head and said, "Trust me." Then, Qin Tian walked into the refining room and began the crafting process, while others watched at the door. Qin Tian placed the Qingjin Liuli ore on the golden anvil and then took out the divine hammer to start forging. With each strike, the expressions of the onlookers changed because they realized that Qin Tian's hammer was extraordinary. "Is this a high-quality emperor-grade hammer?" Bai Hao exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. "Exactly," Bai Jiangyu replied solemnly. Since he possessed a high-quality emperor weapon, he could tell that this hammer was a notch above his own sword. Upon confirmation, everyone was astonished, especially the leader of the Qinghu clan. What on earth is a high-quality emperor-grade forging hammer? He was no longer as confident as before. Bai Jianyu asked Bai Xiaoru, what exactly is his background? With a high-quality emperor weapon, he must at least come from an ancient force of our level. Moreover, high-quality emperor weapons have been passed down since the mythical era over 100,000 years ago. After the mythical era ended, various Dao lineages in the 9 provinces disappeared, severely impacting the fields of weapon forging and alchemy. Although there are preserved high-quality emperor weapons, he had never heard of one being a hammer. Bai Xiaoru thought for a moment and replied, "All I know is that he was a junior uncle from the Dongzhou Kunlun Sword Sect. The strongest person in that sect is only at the first level of the Saint Realm." Bai Jiangyu nodded, no longer harboring his previous disdain. Days later, Qin Tian finally finished refining several types of forging materials. Besides the Qingxin Liuli ore, he also refined several types of mid-quality emperor-grade materials. The second step began with fusion, which took Qin Tian a week. Then came the third step, engraving the formation, which was the most critical part. Bai Jiangyu and the others had learned some formations. At first, they could understand a bit, but as it progressed, they couldn't comprehend it at all. However, since the formation did not collapse, it indicated that the engraving was still proceeding normally. At this point, the heart of the Qinghu clan leader was in his throat. If Qin Tian succeeded, not only would he lose the mid-quality emperor weapon, but he would also lose his ancestral ore. This was undoubtedly a gamble for him. Those who had previously complained about not announcing the bet first began to feel relieved. After a while, Qin Tian finally completed the forging under the tense gazes of the crowd. Suddenly, a phenomenon appeared in the sky above Qingxiu. Qin Tian picked up the sword, looked at it, and said, "Not bad." Then he smiled at the Qinghu elder. "Thank you for your materials." The Qinghu elder replied with a bitter face. "Master is too polite." The onlookers were also stunned. They had witnessed the birth of a high-quality emperor weapon, something that would probably be hard to believe if told. This person was a natural talent. He was undoubtedly the best forging master in the 9 provinces. "I think he would make a great son-in-law for our Qingxiu." "Yes, I think he and the princess are quite a match." "Weren't you against this marriage before? Isn't that a misjudgment?" The strong figures from various clans discussed animatedly, looking at Qin Tian as if he were glowing. If they could keep Qin Tian, they would all have a chance to possess high-quality emperor weapons. It should be noted that previously, the Fox clan only had one high-quality emperor weapon in Bai Jiangyu's possession. If they were all equipped with high-quality emperor weapons, Qingxiu's strength would skyrocket. Bai Jiangyu, who had previously been displeased with Qin Tian, now cheerfully praised, "Nephew is indeed a natural talent." Qin Tian smiled and handed the emperor weapon to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao, excited, took the emperor weapon and hugged Qin Tian, saying, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Bai Xiaoru glanced at Qin Tian and muttered, "He's showing off again." Then Qin Tian spoke, "The bet for forging has been completed, and now I will refine pills. Still high-quality emperor grade. Is anyone willing to bet with me?" The discussions abruptly ceased, and many people were left speechless. "Is this for real? Zihua clan leader, weren't you regretting it before? The opportunity has come. Forget it, I'm poor and can't afford a bet. You go ahead." Qin Tian's gaze swept across the crowd. The Qinghu clan leader didn't even dare to meet Qin Tian's eyes and hurriedly lowered his head. Bai Hao instinctively took 2 steps back. Clearly, he was intimidated by Qin Tian's earlier performance. The strong figures present did not believe that Qin Tian could refine high-quality emperor-grade pills, as there had been no record in their Fox clan of anyone being both an emperor-grade forging master and an emperor-grade alchemist. After all, one's energy was limited, and they still had to cultivate. However, even with this line of thinking, no one dared to bet because Qin Tian had already broken a previously deemed impossible concept. Qin Tian sighed, originally hoping to take advantage of the situation, but now everyone was being timid. Just as Qin Tian was about to take out his only high-quality emperor-grade spiritual herb, Bai Jiangyu approached and said, "Nephew, I have a high-quality emperor-grade spiritual herb for you." Saying this, Bai Jiangyu took out a 9-leaf spirit grass, which was the main herb for the high-quality 9-spirit pill. "Thank you, uncle." Qin Tian accepted the 9-leaf spirit grass without hesitation. Seeing Bai Jiangyu's action, the purple fox elder slapped his forehead in regret. "I want to bet, but I can give it away. This is a great opportunity for friendship." Several clan leaders nearby noticed the purple fox elder's actions and reacted as well. Just as Qin Tian was searching for auxiliary herbs in his ring, 2 clan leaders suddenly rushed over. "I have a 15,000-year-old earth milk that is perfect to refine with a 9-leaf spirit grass. I also have a 10,000-year-old 100-spirit ghost herb that is just right." Qin Tian accepted everything and said, "I have a disciple who can also refine emperor weapons. He is at the Lin's Commerce in the Chongming Empire. If you need, you can find him. If it's a high-quality emperor weapon, you can make an appointment with me. If the reward is suitable, I can help you refine it." All right. The 2 clan leaders were all smiles, while also surprised that Qin Tian's disciple was already an emperor-grade forging master. This was indeed a super big shot. Qin Tian took out the 9 Heavens mysterious fire furnace. Boom! The furnace crashed heavily onto the ground. Qin Tian slightly urged it, and a flame appeared inside. "Is this the nine heavens' mysterious fire?" Bai Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Not just him, but the other strong figures were also dumbfounded. This fire was terrifying. Even they at the third level of the Emperor realm could not withstand it and could only evade. To bear the nine heavens' mysterious fire, the furnace must be at least a high-quality Emperor weapon. Another high-quality Emperor-grade item? At this moment, they truly had their eyes opened, having seen two high-quality Emperor items in one go. Bai Jiangyu stepped forward and said, "I hope everyone keeps the matter of the high-quality Emperor weapons confidential. It must not be leaked." As the leader of Qingxiu, his first concern was the impact this would have. If the news got out, then Qin Tian and even the entire Qingxiu would become the target of everyone's envy. No major force would not covet such a figure in high-quality Emperor weapons. After Bai Jiangyu's statement, the expressions of the clan leaders became serious, and they began to make oaths. Qin Tian felt a bit of trepidation. He had indeed gotten a bit carried away and hadn't considered this point. After this battle with the Emperor Alliance, he felt that the waters of Zhongzhou were very deep, and he hadn't yet grasped the bottom. For example, Bai Wudi of Qingxiu was an unmatched powerhouse 1,000 years ago. What realm must he be at now? After tidying his emotions, Qin Tian began to refine pills. He still took it step by step, as refining high-quality Emperor-grade pills was far more difficult than mid-quality ones. Plus, since it was his first time refining, the progress was slow. The first step alone took 7 days. The second and third steps also took 7 days each, making a total of 21 days before the elixir was finally completed. At this moment, Qin Tian was sweating profusely from the long period of fire control, and Bai Xiaoru kindly helped him wipe his forehead. Bai Jiangyu, seeing his daughter's actions, nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that his daughter truly understood things well. What a perfect match of talent and beauty. Qinglan was also increasingly pleased with the scene. The moment the furnace lid was opened, the entire hall was filled with a rich fragrance of medicine that was intoxicating. Soon after, 3 green, vibrant elixirs filled with spiritual power flew out. Qin Tian was prepared and used magic to intercept them, then collected the elixirs in his hands. The strong cultivators present drooled at the sight of the elixirs in Qin Tian's hands. Having lived for thousands of years, they had never consumed elixirs of such a level. Qin Tian took out one and handed it to Bai Xiaoru, saying, "This is for you." Bai Xiaoru accepted it without any surprise, as she knew Qin Tian would give it to her. The others could only envy her. Seeing the interaction between Qin Tian and his daughter, Qinglan felt that they had mutual interest in each other. So she decided to stoke the fire a bit more, saying, "I heard from Xiao that you both slept together. Why don't you find a time to hold the partner ceremony?" "Yes." Bai Jiangyu also chimed in. "A man must take responsibility. If you're looking to take advantage, our Qingxiu won't agree." Qin Tian felt a wave of embarrassment, not knowing how to respond, as the situation had come too suddenly. He hadn't considered this issue before. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Bai Xiaoru blushed and pulled Qin Tian away. Chapter 78. Preparing to leave after running for a while, Bai Xiaoru released Qin Tian's hand. "If I hadn't pulled you away, how would you have answered?" Bai Xiaoru asked, her delicate face flushing like a flower, her enchanting starry eyes blinking nervously, a little scared as well. "What do you want me to say?" Qin Tian tossed the question back to her. "I asked you first." Bai Xiaoru pouted. "Are you trying to marry me?" At night, guided by Bai Xiao, Qin Tian arrived at Bai Xiaoru's boudoir. It was quite different from what he had imagined, simple and unadorned, without much decoration. Her bed was pink, and when Qin Tian lay down, it was soft and comfortable. Perhaps due to the continuous refining of tools and pills, he fell asleep not long after. After Bai Xiaoru finished her bath and returned to her room, she was startled to find someone lying on her bed. But when she saw it was Qin Tian, she relaxed. She walked over and noticed that Qin Tian was already asleep, feeling somewhat displeased because her space was occupied. However, thinking about how hard Qin Tian had been working for so many days, she decided not to disturb him. She gently sat on the edge of the bed, quietly watching Qin Tian, becoming somewhat entranced. In the past, she had always been carefree and never thought she would develop feelings. But now, she had to admit that she had feelings for the man before her. A stunning beauty that drove countless emperors mad had found someone to whom her heart belonged. Looking at Qin Tian's fair face, she couldn't help but gently pinch it. Just then, Qin Tian opened his eyes. "How dare you offend your master?" As he spoke, his hand had unknowingly found its way to Bai Xiaoru's slim waist. Just as Bai Xiaoru was about to resist, Qin Tian exerted strength, pulling her into his embrace. Her body stiffened, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. In his arms was a fragrant, delicate figure, and the alluring curves made Qin Tian somewhat stirred. Unable to resist, he leaned towards Bai Xiaoru's face. She wanted to dodge, but thinking of all that Qin Tian had done for her, she hesitated. Qin Tian was not the kind of person to miss an opportunity. As Bai Xiaoru hesitated, he directly kissed her. Bai Xiaoru's eyes widened in surprise. And while she was still stunned, Qin Tian took a deep breath, so fragrant. Bai Xiaoru's breathing became rapid, her exhalations like orchids, and at that moment, Qin Tian felt as if he had reached a new height. Although they had embraced before and had some contact, this was the first time they had kissed. Bai Xiaoru's heart raced, and her innate shyness made her feel a bit lost. Seeing that Bai Xiaoru did not resist, Qin Tian's confidence grew. Bai Xiaoru felt Qin Tian's boldness, screamed, and slapped his hand away. Then she quickly sat up, looking at Qin Tian with a face full of shame and anger. The atmosphere became awkward, and Qin Tian closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. Previously, when he had taken advantage of him yowling, she had secretly enjoyed it. But now was her turn. Truly, what goes around comes around. "You get up. This is my room," Bai Xiaoru shook Qin Tian, saying. Qin Tian opened his eyes. "I won't get up. Your father sent Xiao Xiao to bring me here to sleep." On a mountain outside, Bai Jiangyu, who was eavesdropping, felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting to be sold out so quickly. He turned to leave, leaving Bai Xiao Xiao mumbling, "Go for it, brother-in-law." Bai Xiaoru had no way to deal with Qin Tian's shamelessness, so she could only pout. "If you take advantage of me again today, I'll fight you." Qin Tian nodded, then moved further into the bed, leaving half the space for Bai Xiaoru. Bai Xiaoru placed a blanket in the middle, creating a line to separate them, then lay down. Qin Tian turned on his side, eagerly staring at Bai Xiaoru's graceful curves. It was truly a pity that such a beautiful enchantress could only be looked at and not touched. The next morning, Qin Tian found that his wish had come true. He had inadvertently touched her. Because Bai Xiaoru liked to move in her sleep, she unknowingly ended up on top of Qin Tian. He took a deep breath, so fragrant. This time, he didn't move around, just wrapped one arm around her and waited for Bai Xiaoru to wake up. The sun in Qingqiu was warm, and sunlight streamed through the window. Bai Xiaoru's face was directly facing the window, so it was a bit glaring. When she opened her eyes, she discovered this ambiguous scene. Qin Tian was looking at her, and before Bai Xiaoru could say anything, Qin Tian spoke first. "I didn't cross the line. You came over on your own." Bai Xiaoru inhaled sharply. "So your hand is also something I placed there?" Qin Tian subconsciously nodded. Bai Xiaoru sat up abruptly and kicked at him. Qin Tian knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't fight back. His physical body was like an imperial weapon, and Bai Xiaoru's ordinary punches and kicks were nothing to him. After getting up, Qin Tian went for a walk by a nearby creek. He happened to run into Bai Jiangyu. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Not bad. Men marry and women marry off. My daughter is so beautiful. If you don't hurry, she'll be taken away." "Uncle, don't worry. With me here, she won't be taken away." Qin Tian laughed. Bai Jiangyu nodded and then said, "I want to talk to you about Di Tian." Di Tian is the leader of the Di Alliance, which consists of 10 forces. Only a portion has come so far. As far as I know, Di Tian is currently in closed-door cultivation, and once he comes out, his strength will be nearly supreme. "So, my daughter's crisis is not yet resolved." Qin Tian nodded, then said, "I heard there's a senior in Qingqiu named Bai Wudi. Can't he act?" "It's very difficult to get my father to act, because I can't contact him now. Even if I could, he wouldn't act lightly." Di Tian has the backing of the imperial family, an extremely powerful ancient family. The imperial family was a dominant force during the mythological era. Although they are not as strong as before, they are still formidable. Once my father acts, they will also send out equally powerful figures. Qin Tian nodded slightly. "In that case, I'll take Bai Xiaoru away in the next few days. My place is on the outskirts of Zhongzhou. It's not easy for Di Tian to find us." I will find a way to deal with the alliance. Bai Jiangyu nodded. If this had been said in the past, he wouldn't have believed it. But Qin Tian was a miracle in himself, so anything was possible. Not to mention, with his status as a top-tier imperial-level weapon refiner and alchemist, it would be easy for him to find a group of strong subordinates. After chatting for a while, Qin Tian returned to Bai Xiaoru's boudoir. At this moment, Bai Xiaoru was indeed in the middle of her breathing exercises. She stopped when she saw Qin Tian return. Where did you go? I just went out for a walk and chatted with your father for a bit. Oh, what did you talk about? Your father said he wants to marry you off to me. You're going to break through in the next few days, right? After you break through, we can return to the Qin residence. Qin Tian said. Bai Xiaoru nodded. Although it was very comfortable at home, if she stayed there, the D-Alliance's people could come back at any time. When they returned, they would definitely come prepared. Chapter 79. The Wolf God Empire Night falls again. Qin Tian lay down early, waiting for Bai Xiaoru. Bai Xiaoru did not get into bed, but instead moved a lounge chair over to lie down on it, preparing to sleep there. Qin Tian stood up and walked towards Bai Xiaoru. Bai Xiaoru suddenly became nervous. What do you want to do? I've given you the bed. Qin Tian smiled and said, how can I let a woman sleep on a lounge chair? You go to sleep in the bed, I'll sleep on the lounge chair. Bai Xiaoru hesitated. Maybe not. Do you want me to hold you? Bai Xiaoru immediately stood up and ran to the bed. Qin Tian suddenly sat down on the lounge chair. Crack! The leg of the lounge chair broke instantly. Qin Tian stood up and touched his head. This chair is of poor quality. After saying that, he walked towards the bed. Did you do that on purpose? Bai Xiaoru said angrily. Qin Tian sat down on the edge of the bed. It's not the first time sleeping. Why be shy? After saying that, he lay down directly. Bai Xiaoru instinctively moved inward to make space for Qin Tian. With no other choice, Bai Xiaoru could only wrap herself in the quilt and wait until Qin Tian fell asleep before she could sleep. At night, Qin Tian dreamed of eating steam buns. The next day, Qin Tian woke up to a scream. After that, Bai Xiaoru practiced even more diligently. She wanted to leave Qingqiu as soon as possible. Back at the Qin residence, at least she would have her own separate room, but here her father deliberately arranged for them to live together. By the third day, Bai Xiaoru finally broke through to the second level of the Emperor realm. In terms of combat power, aside from her father, no one could match her. At noon, Qin Tian prepared a large feast and invited Bai Xiaoru's family to dinner. Wow, I can finally eat my brother-in-law's cooking again, Bai Xiaoxiao exclaimed as soon as she arrived. Seeing their daughter's expression, Bai Jiangyu and Qin Lan also looked forward to it. The two had already begun to regard Qin Tian as their son-in-law. Bai Xiaoru served her parents a bowl of dragon hoof soup. After drinking it, Qin Lan and Bai Jiangyu praised, the taste is indeed excellent. After living for so many years, they had never had such delicious soup. The meat was from a 5-clawed golden dragon, something they had never eaten either. In central Zhongzhou, the dragon clan's influence was very powerful. Eating dragon meat was an insult to the dragon clan, so basically no one dared to eat it. After they had eaten enough, Qin Lan and Bai Jiangyu began to advise Bai Xiaoru, knowing that their daughter was about to leave. At the same time, they felt some guilt, blaming themselves for not being able to protect their daughter well. Bai Xiaoxiao also picked up on their intention to leave and insisted on going with them. Initially, her parents refused. They wanted their daughter to stay with them. However, they couldn't withstand Bai Xiaoxiao's insistence. Moreover, ever since Bai Xiaoxiao had followed Qin Feng, her cultivation had indeed improved rapidly. In the end, they had no choice but to compromise. After all, following an upper-grade alchemist of the Emperor level, how could her cultivation not improve quickly? Thus, the three set off together towards the Qin residence in the Chongming Empire. To shake off the surveillance, they took a detour, leaving the Imperial Alliance unable to track their whereabouts. 5 days later, the three had left the central region of Zhongzhou and arrived at the capital of the Wolf God Empire, Wolf God City. The Wolf God Empire was an empire ruled by the Wolf clan. Within the empire, humans coexisted with wolves. However, since the Wolf clan was the ruling class, their status was relatively higher. The three had originally planned to leave directly, but they heard that there would be an auction here the next day. So they decided to stay for a while because they had learned that a 20,000-year-old spiritual herb, an upper-grade emperor-level herb, would be auctioned. Qin Tian planned to acquire this herb. The higher his cultivation, the faster he could improve by consuming higher-grade pills. Qin Tian found a human-owned inn to stay in. He didn't wander around much because he often saw humans being bullied on the streets. So Qin Tian chose to ignore it. At night, Bai Xiaoru insisted on sleeping with Bai Xiao, so Qin Tian could only sleep alone. Sleeping alone was too boring, so he began to comprehend his transformation into freedom technique. After all, he had the cultivation talent of the second rank of the supreme level. He couldn't waste it. After a night of cultivation, the effect was evident. He began to think of ways to enhance the bloodlines of Miaoling and Bai Xiaoru. His first thought was to use pills. So he started checking the pill recipes he had. However, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find any recipes that could enhance the Emperor-level cultivation talent. In the end, he concluded that he would need Supreme-level pills to enhance Emperor-level cultivation talent, but he didn't have any Supreme-level recipes. After thinking for a while, he began to try communicating with the sign-in system. Can you provide a pill recipe? Ding. Task triggered. Obtain Supreme-level spiritual herbs, Sky Supplement Root, Phoenix, Zhu Fruit, Dao Supreme Fruit, Sky Supplement Root, Phoenix, Zhu Fruit Acquisition Location, Demon God Island, Dao Supreme Fruit Acquisition Location, Dao Supreme Tower, Completion Reward. Hearing this series of notifications, Qin Tian felt delighted. He didn't expect the system to really respond, although it only provided information about these 3 spiritual herbs. Collecting them would definitely yield a pill recipe as a reward. Otherwise, the system wouldn't issue this task. He loved doing tasks, and apart from the pill recipe reward, there should also be a sign-in value bonus. With the sign-in value bonus, he could elevate his realm faster. However, he didn't know where these places were, so he could only wait to ask in Miaoling and the Ice Phoenix Empress when he returned to see if they knew. When the auction time was approaching, Qin Tian set off with the Bai sisters. Upon arriving at the auction entrance, Qin Tian displayed a low-grade Emperor-level pill and was allowed inside. Once inside, the 3 found a place to sit. In the venue, there were both humans and demon beasts. The auctioneer was a beautiful wolf girl, half human and half demon, with a tail at the back. Seeing the tail reminded him of Bai Xiaoru's tail. None of the items auctioned before caught Qin Tian's interest, and he waited until the last item, the Nirvana fruit, was finally up for auction. This fruit could barely compare to mid-grade Emperor-level pills, even without refining. Its effect was to enhance talent and improve cultivation, especially effective for those with Phoenix bloodlines. Once the Nirvana fruit was up for auction, many powerful individuals began to bid. Qin Tian was determined to win it, intending to take it back as a gift for Miaoling. As the auction progressed, the price increases slowed down, and only 2 bidders remained. An old man at the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm and a young Wolf Clan prince at the 1st level of the Emperor Realm. The young man was very arrogant. From the crowd's discussions, it was revealed that he was the prince of the Wolf God Empire. Therefore, he showed no fear of the 3rd level Emperor Old Man. When the Wolf Prince offered 2 low-grade Emperor-level pills, the old man gave up. At this moment, Qin Tian directly said, 1 mid-grade Emperor-level pill. At this bid, everyone was taken aback, because taking a mid-grade Emperor-level pill was better than the Nirvana fruit, unless one had a Phoenix bloodline. The Wolf Prince looked at Qin Tian with a puzzled expression. Just as he was about to secure the Nirvana fruit, unexpectedly, a challenger appeared. The opponent bid a mid-grade Emperor-level pill, and if he raised the price again, he would incur a loss, so he had to give up. After the auction ended, Qin Tian successfully obtained the Nirvana fruit. Subsequently, he prepared to leave the city with the 2 girls and return to the Chongming Empire. However, just as they reached the city gate, they were stopped by the guards. Someone reported that you are spies from an enemy nation. Now come with me. Qin Tian sneered, recalling the Wolf Prince's unfriendly gaze earlier. Chapter 80. The Sea of Heaven and the Island of Demon Gods give you a chance to live. Get out of my way. Or die. As he spoke, a powerful pressure emanated from Qin Tian. Feeling the pressure, the group of guards began to hesitate. However, recalling the prince's orders, they could only brace themselves in advance. Given the prince's character, if they let them go, their fate would likely be worse than death. Leave these people to me, Bai Xiao said as she stepped forward. She hadn't used the imperial weapon since obtaining it. After speaking, she summoned the phantom of the 9-tailed fox and fiercely slashed forward with the imperial weapon. Instantly, a number of guards were knocked down, severely injured, and sprawled on the ground. Bai Xiao sheathed her sword, very satisfied with her move. "Let us go, brother-in-law," she said sweetly. Just as they were about to leave, a voice came from behind. "The guards attacking our wolf, god, empire want to leave? You really don't take us seriously." Qin Tian turned around to see the wolf prince approaching with two second-level Imperial Realm experts. Upon seeing the two women, a strong possessiveness flashed in his eyes. Having heard that the women of the Nine-Tailed clan are rare beauties, and that the Qingqiu Emperor's daughter had once destroyed two powerful empires with her beauty, he thought to himself that this was a chance not to be missed. "How about coming with me to the Wolf God Palace? I will definitely treat you well." "Huh, you toe trying to eat swan meat," Bai Xiao couldn't help but retort. Seeing the prince's expression, she knew what he was thinking. The prince's face darkened upon hearing Bai Xiao's words. He couldn't believe someone had compared him to a toad. "This is my wolf god empire. You're courting once I capture you. Just wait and see how I'll teach you a lesson." Qin Tian shot him a cold glance and was about to act when Bai Xiao had already charged in. One of the second-level Imperial Realm experts beside the prince stepped forward. "Heavenly Demon Claw." Bai Xiao raised her delicate hand and struck out with a claw from a distance. Swish! The second-level Imperial Realm expert was sent flying, bloodied wounds appearing on his body. When he landed, he was already on the brink of death. This frightened the prince so much that his legs trembled. An elder beside him quickly supported the prince and flew away. However, Bai Xiao had no intention of letting them go and struck out again with another claw. The two fell to the ground. Qin Tian smiled. Increasingly pleased with Bai Xiao's demeanor, "I like it." Bai Xiao avoided Qin Tian's teasing gaze and flew toward the Chongming Empire. Qin Tian followed closely behind. 1 minute later, the wolf god emperor arrived beside his son's corpse. Seeing his son's condition and the claw marks on his body, he was filled with rage. "Find out who it was. I want to see which powerful Fox clan expert did this. My wolf clan will not let this go." The wolf clan in central Zhongzhou is also a powerful clan, and the wolf god empire is part of it. Qin Tian and the others had inadvertently formed a large cause and effect, dictated by fate. After returning to the Qin residence, Qin Tian went to find Miaoling. It had been a long time since they last met, and he missed her a bit. At this moment, Miaoling was wearing a thin black training outfit and practicing her swordplay, the outfit perfectly outlining her alluring curves. With her hair tied in a ponytail and her stunning beauty, she appeared extremely pure and charming. This made Qin Tian reminisce about the steamed buns he had dreamt of eating before. Feeling Qin Tian's unusual gaze, Miaoling became slightly uncomfortable and stopped. However, when she saw Qin Tian being attracted by her charm, she felt a hint of secret delight. Seeing Miaoling stop, Qin Tian could no longer hold back and walked up to hug her. At the same time, his hands wandered behind her. "Master, I've missed you." Due to Miaoling's thin clothing, the sensation was quite comfortable, and Miaoling suddenly pushed Qin Tian away. "Do you believe I won't chop off your hands?" Seeing Miaoling angry, Qin Tian took out the Nirvana fruit. "This is a gift for you. I was just too eager to see you." Upon seeing Qin Tian take out the Nirvana fruit to appease her, she gradually calmed down. The two then sat down together and began to chat about matters regarding the Fox clan. Finally, Qin Tian asked Miaoling if she knew where the Island of Demon Gods and the Supreme Tower of the Great Path were located. As a reincarnation of the Empress, Miaoling indeed knew. The Island of Demon Gods is located on the Sea of Heaven in Zhongzhou. It is said to have existed since the mythical era 100,000 years ago and has seen the emergence of demon gods. Currently, there are also some powerful forces stationed there, but I'm not too clear on the specifics. As for the Supreme Tower of the Great Path, it appears once every 1,000 years on Supreme Mountain. It is said to be at least a supreme treasure, but no one has been able to control it. Entering the tower can yield rewards. I once entered and obtained a mid-grade Imperial Realm spiritual herb. Qin Tian nodded and asked, "When will the Supreme Tower of the Great Path open next?" "I need to obtain the passage reward of the Supreme Path fruit." And Miaoling frowned and calculated for a moment before saying, "It should be in about 5 years." Seeing in Miaoling's expression, Qin Tian knew she was also looking forward to the tower's appearance. "Okay, I will prepare to visit the Island of Demon Gods in a few days to find medicinal materials. After obtaining the Supreme Path fruit, I can refine supreme grade pills, which will also help enhance your cultivation aptitude. Supreme grade pills? And Miaoling was somewhat shocked. Since the end of the mythical era, 100,000 years ago, not to mention supreme grade pills, even top grade Imperial Realm pills had not appeared. This was because spiritual herbs were extremely rare over the past tens of thousands of years, and the level of alchemists was also insufficient. Are you sure you can refine supreme grade pills? And Miaoling asked. I'll give it a try. I haven't practiced yet. If I refine it, is there any reward? Reward? To be honest, she didn't quite believe Qin Tian could refine supreme grade pills. If it were top grade Imperial Realm pills, she might believe it a little. Supreme grade pills were too ethereal. Even during the mythical era, 100,000 years ago, those who could refine supreme grade pills were probably as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. And Miaoling thought for a moment and said, if you succeed, I will agree to one of your conditions. Qin Tian's eyes lit up, and his motivation to refine pills increased. Are you sure? Sure. Although she saw through Qin Tian's ulterior motives, she still agreed. She didn't believe he could really refine it. If he did, what was wrong with taking advantage of her a little? After all, he was her own master, not an outsider. Qin Tian was so happy that he wanted to hug her again, but in Miaoling cleverly avoided him. She smiled lightly, as if to say, you won't get an advantage over me. Afterward, Qin Tian went to find Bai Xiaoruo, wanting to make a bet with her as well. Bai Xiaoruo was also very surprised to hear that Qin Tian wanted to refine supreme grade pills. Rationally, she didn't believe it, but she had a vague feeling that Qin Tian might really be able to refine them. In the end, to avoid Qin Tian continuing to take advantage of her, she agreed. A few days later, Qin Tian set off on a beautiful journey to the Island of Demon Gods. The Island of Demon Gods was quite far from the Chongming Empire, and it took Qin Tian 5 days to reach the Sea of Heaven. The depths of the Sea of Heaven are a life-restricted zone in the 9 provinces. Even if you're a strong Imperial Realm expert, most of the time, you won't return if you enter deep. Historical records show that many half-step supreme experts from the 9 provinces have perished in the depths of the Sea of Heaven. Not only do sea tribes inhabit it, but there are also many other races. In short, there are many rumors about the Sea of Heaven. There are also many islands on the outskirts of the Sea of Heaven, where many hidden forces reside. The Island of Demon Gods, which Qin Tian intends to visit, is located on the edge of the depths of the Sea of Heaven. Looking at the boundless ocean, Qin Tian did not choose to fly directly over. He didn't know how long it would take to fly there. Chapter 81. Landing on Demon God Island, Qin Tian found a city called Icy City along the coast. Icy City is one of the larger cities nearby, with several fleets that specialize in traveling to some islands in the Tongtian Sea. Of course, they generally do not venture into the depths of the Tongtian Sea. After arriving at the fleet, Qin Tian found the steward. The steward checked and found that Qin Tian was only at the spirit movement stage, which made him want to drive him away, as he did not believe someone at the spirit movement stage could afford the ticket. Seeing the steward's intentions, Qin Tian directly released his Emperor Realm aura, instantly intimidating the steward. The steward immediately became respectful, realizing he was in the presence of a senior, and apologized for his rudeness. May I ask where you're going? Demon God Island. Upon hearing this, the steward frowned. Demon God Island falls within the forbidden area. We do not go there. Can't you make an exception? Qin Tian inquired. Seeing the steward hesitating, Qin Tian understood. If I offer a low-grade Emperor-level pill as payment, would you take me? A low-grade Emperor-level pill. Are you sure? The steward asked in surprise. Absolutely. Then please wait a moment. I will ask the captain. Qin Tian nodded, and the steward left. Before long, a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and dressed in white hurried over. Are you the one offering a low-grade Emperor-level pill to go to Demon God Island? Yes. Can I ask for a healing pill? My daughter needs it. Sure. Qin Tian directly took out a 6-turn water source pill and handed it to the middle-aged man. As this pill is quite good for healing. The middle-aged man looked excited and said, Thank you. My name is Yifeng. Please follow me. Yifeng then led Qin Tian to his ship. The ship was neither large nor small, wrapped in a layer of secret silver iron, providing decent defense. It could withstand attacks from Holy Realm experts for a short time. As soon as they boarded the ship, a cute little girl ran over. Daddy. The little girl was very adorable, with twin ponytails and wearing a pink dress, though her complexion was somewhat pale. Yi Feng patted the little girl's head and said, "This is my daughter, Yin. Our fleet accidentally entered a poisonous mist area earlier, which caused an to be poisoned. Although the poison was cured upon our return, it left behind a lingering illness. With this pill from you, an should be able to recover." Upon hearing her father's words, Yi Yin's eyes lit up, and she said to Qin Tian, "Thank you, uncle." Qin Tian smiled gently and then asked Yi Feng, "When do we set sail?" "Please wait half an hour. You can rest in the cabin first while I give my daughter the pill." After Qin Tian nodded, he found a cabin to settle in. The cabin was equipped with a table, chairs, and a bed, and Qin Tian collapsed onto the bed, finally able to rest after so many days of travel. After a while, a horn sounded from outside. Then Qin Tian felt the ship move, and once the speed stabilized, it felt quite fast. Knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded, followed by a voice at the door. "Young master, this journey will take about 5 days. Please rest well." After speaking, the person left. Upon hearing it would take so long, Qin Tian felt that choosing to travel by ship was a wise decision. Flying for 5 days would be exhausting. At night, Qin Tian lay alone in bed and began to regret not bringing Bai Xiaoru or Miaoling along, especially Bai Xiaoru. After so many days of solitude, he might have had a chance to eat buns again, but regretting it now was useless. Days passed, and sometimes they encountered bad weather, causing the ship to sway a bit. Occasionally, they also encountered sea beasts, but those sea beasts were not very strong. Lin Feng was a master at the Emperor realm first level and could handle them. However, as the ship ventured deeper, Qin Tian felt the attacking sea beasts growing stronger. On the last day, Yi Feng came and knocked on the door. When Qin Tian opened the door, he saw Yi Feng looking troubled. "What's wrong?" "I've detected a 2-level Emperor realm sea beast ahead. I cannot handle such a beast, so I want to turn back." Qin Tian's expression changed upon hearing this. Yi Feng quickly added, "I will find a way to compensate you for your pill." Qin Tian calmly replied, "Since we are almost there, let's continue forward. If a powerful sea beast attacks, I will handle it." "You can handle it? But that's a 2-level Emperor realm sea beast." "Sea beasts are much stronger than human experts of the same level in the water," Yi Feng said. "A mere 2-level Emperor realm sea beast is nothing. I will take care of it," Qin Tian replied disdainfully. Yi Feng hesitated, as this concerned his life, especially since he had his daughter with him. Seeing Yi Feng in a dilemma, Qin Tian continued, "How about this? You can give me your full strength attack. If I move, we will turn back. If I don't move, we will continue. But I am at the Emperor realm first level." "Are you sure?" Yi Feng asked. "Come on," Qin Tian said, not wasting words. "Then I will really attack? Go ahead. If you can force me back half a step, I will give you 3 more low-grade Emperor level pills." Yi Feng was surprised by Qin Tian's confidence. Perhaps he was indeed not simple, as he had heard from the steward that Qin Tian had Emperor realm strength. Strong or not, he doubted Qin Tian could remain unmoved against his full strength attack. That was something even most 3-level Emperor realm experts could not achieve. So, he saw a great chance to obtain Qin Tian's 3 pills and decided not to hold back. "Then I will begin." After saying this, Yi Feng started to gather his strength. See split fist. Once charged, Yi Feng threw a powerful punch. Bang! With this punch, he felt as if he had struck a wall made of imperial artifacts. Qin Tian remained completely still, while he himself was forced back several steps, his entire fist reddening. Yi Feng was somewhat shocked. This defensive power was astonishing, comparable to imperial artifacts. Only the Dragon Clan or the royal families of the Sea Clan might possess such a monstrous physique. Amid his surprise, he felt regret, as he had lost the chance for 3 low-grade Emperor-level pills. After the ship sailed for a while longer, Qin Tian sensed a powerful aura and went to the deck. At this moment, not far ahead, a whirlpool appeared, and a gigantic sea beast gradually surfaced. The sea beast had 3 heads and looked extremely ugly, each head screeching and making piercing sounds. A hint of disgust flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. With a thought, the life and death sword flew out and slashed at one of the sea beast's heads. Shoo! A white light flashed, and one of the sea beast's heads fell directly into the sea. The sea beast screamed in pain, and then Qin Tian controlled the life and death sword to continue the attack. In just a few moves, the sea beast could no longer make a sound, and its entire body sank. Yifeng nearby was dumbfounded. A two-level Emperor Realm sea beast was like paper in front of Qin Tian. At this moment, his respect for Qin Tian increased even more. Next, the ship smoothly entered the depths of the Tongtian Sea. Upon reaching this area, they were very close to Demon God Island. Sure enough, it only took an hour to arrive. Passing through the mist, Qin Tian saw a massive island, vast and boundless, at least the size of an empire in the central continent. Yifeng was also visiting for the first time, so he curiously looked around. Once on the island, Qin Tian said, "I need to find something now. Will you return first, or wait for me?" "I will wait for you," Yifeng quickly replied. After all, this was already on the outskirts of the forbidden area. If he returned alone and encountered a powerful sea beast, it could be life-threatening. Then find a place to hide. "I will come find you after I finish my business." After saying this, Qin Tian left. Chapter 82. The Auspicious Beast Qilin after arriving on the island. Qin Tian sensed many auras of the Emperor Realm. He chose not to disturb them and instead began to search for spiritual herbs. Since this task had appeared, the items must exist. After searching around and finding nothing, Qin Tian discovered a strange little beast at the first level of the Emperor Realm. Its body was golden, and it had a single horn on its head, looking very cute. The little beast's aura was somewhat peculiar, giving off an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Drawn to it, Qin Tian approached. Upon seeing someone coming, the little beast immediately became alert. "Who are you?" A small girl's voice came out. "Oh, it's actually a female." Qin Tian thought about adopting it. Such a cute little beast would be great for guarding his home. Noticing Qin Tian's unkind expression, the little beast quickly took a few steps back and shouted, "Don't come closer. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Come here. Brother will give you something good to eat." After saying this, Qin Tian took out a low-grade Emperor-level pill. He was always generous to his own kind. Seeing the pill in Qin Tian's hand, the little beast instinctively swallowed. However, it still didn't approach, as it was very clever and feared that Qin Tian might be setting a trap. "You throw it over," the little beast said. Without hesitation, Qin Tian threw it over. The little beast caught it with its mouth and swallowed it. After a moment, it seemed satisfied and stretched its body. Qin Tian then took out an Emperor-grade pill. "Do you want this one too?" The little beast nodded and then walked towards Qin Tian step by step. As she got closer, she noticed that Qin Tian was still motionless, which gave her more courage. At this moment, she instinctively sensed that Qin Tian had no intention of harming her. "Thank you," the little beast said after accepting the pill. "Brother, will you take me off this island? If you follow me, there will be plenty of food." Qin Tian started to tempt her. The little beast was torn, and after a while, she said gloomily, "They won't let me leave here." From the little beast's tone, Qin Tian understood that she wanted to leave. So he said, "As long as you are willing to follow me, no one can stop you." After thinking for a while, the little beast nodded. She also longed for the outside world, so she followed Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian didn't notice that in the distance, a pair of eyes was watching them leave. The owner of those eyes was a 3-level Saint Realm demon serpent. It quietly left, thinking to itself, "I must hurry back to tell the demon emperor that the Qilin auspicious beast has been abducted." On the other side, during his conversation with the little beast, Qin Tian learned about her identity. She turned out to be the legendary auspicious beast Qilin. It was said that staying with the auspicious beast for a long time would bring good fortune. Moreover, an adult Qilin strength was incredibly terrifying, rivaling even the strongest 9-clawed golden dragon of the dragon race. Just thinking about having an adult Qilin to guard his home was delightful. As they got to know each other better, Qin Tian asked the Qilin about the Butian Jin and the Phoenix Zhugua. The Qilin pondered and said, "I know the Butian Jin is in the territory of the demon emperor, but I don't know about the Phoenix Zhugua. Then take me to find the Butian Jin first." The Qilin nodded and led Qin Tian in that direction. In fact, she also hated some of the demon emperors on Demon God Island because they restricted her freedom and constantly sent demons to monitor her. At the territory of the demon emperor, the serpent demon arrived at the entrance of the demon emperor's cave and shouted, "Great king, something bad has happened. Our auspicious beast has been abducted." "Abducted? Which sect is so bold? I'm going to destroy them." A rough voice responded. The serpent demon quickly replied, I haven't seen that person before. He seems to be an outsider. An outsider? Let's go. Take me to find him. After saying this, the demon ape, demon emperor, and the serpent demon walked outside. However, they soon encountered Qin Tian and the little beast who were on their way. Great king, it's him. The serpent demon pointed at Qin Tian. Upon seeing the demon ape, demon emperor, the Qilin became a bit scared and hid behind Qin Tian. Qin Tian looked at the demon ape, demon emperor, who was at the third level of the emperor realm, but his physical body was exceptionally strong. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, quietly mumbling, perfect for refining into a demon corpse. Hearing Qin Tian's words, the demon ape, demon emperor's face twitched. He was originally 2 meters tall, but began to rapidly grow, reaching 10 meters in height, with explosive muscles all over. Wow, he can even transform, Qin Tian exclaimed, now even more interested in the giant ape's body. The Qilin stepped aside, distancing herself from Qin Tian, fearing that if he were defeated, she too would be implicated. At this moment, a giant club appeared in the hands of the demon ape, demon emperor. With a roar, he swung the club down violently. Instantly, a fierce wind blew, causing Qin Tian's clothes to flutter. Facing the giant club, which was thicker than his own body, Qin Tian showed no fear. He had no intention of dodging, and instead raised the sword of life and death to block. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded around Qin Tian, but he remained unscathed. The demon ape, demon emperor was stunned. He had used at least 90% of his strength in this attack, with power rivaling that of a half-step supreme. To have it easily blocked like this? He was somewhat incredulous. So he raised the giant club again and began to smash down again. Bang! 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 The demon ape, demon emperor struck 5 or 6 times in a row, causing the ground to sink a bit. But Qin Tian remained completely unmoved. Instead, he looked at him with a mocking expression. At this moment, the demon ape, demon emperor inexplicably felt a bit scared. Qin Tian smiled and said, tired from hitting? Let me have a turn. I'll only use one sword. Hearing this, the demon ape, demon emperor's pupils shrank, raising the giant club horizontally with a wary expression. Qin Tian floated up and said in a deep voice, I have one sword, devouring the sun and moon. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted. Swish! Qin Tian's sword pierced through the chest of the demon ape, demon emperor at incredible speed. The demon ape, demon emperor's body stiffened, taking 2 steps back before crashing to the ground, his size reverting back to around 2 meters. The Qilin beside them was dumbfounded. In her eyes, the great demon king was thus easily defeated, and then she looked at Qin Tian with a bit of fear. Qin Tian walked over and began to perform the demon sound control corpse technique. The subordinates of the demon ape, demon emperor were shocked to see their leader fall and quickly scattered in all directions. After a while, the demon ape, demon emperor suddenly stood up. Startled, the little Qilin quickly jumped away. Don't be afraid. He has already become my demon corpse, under my control, Qin Tian said to the Qilin. After that, he took out a black robe from his spatial ring for the demon ape to wear, naming him Demon 2. The giant club in his hand was also an emperor weapon, so Qin Tian didn't need to prepare an emperor weapon for him. Qin Tian followed the Qilin to the residence of the demon ape, demon emperor. The demon ape's residence was inside a cave, which had its own unique environment. As soon as he entered, he caught a very strong scent of medicinal herbs. After searching for a while, he found the herb garden. Upon entering the herb garden, he quickly noticed the Butian Jin in the center. This Butian Jin was at least 30,000 years old and was currently absorbing the medicinal power of other spiritual herbs in the garden. Qin Tian noticed that the other spiritual herbs were arranged in a formation, all supplying spiritual energy and medicinal power to the Butian general. Perhaps because of this, the Butian Jin had reached an age of 30,000 years. This spiritual herb was likely cultivated by the demon ape, demon emperor for breaking through to the supreme realm. Unexpectedly, it had now come in handy for him. Qin Tian sealed the Butian Jin and stored it in his storage ring. In addition, he also collected some other 10,000-year spiritual herbs before leaving with the Qilin. Do you have a name? Qin Tian asked. The Qilin shook her head. What about your parents? The Qilin shook its head again. Qin Tian felt a bit sorry for it, so he said, then from now on, you can take my surname and be called Qinanin. The Qilin thought for a moment and replied, "Okay, brother, then I will be called Qin from now on." Chapter 83. Obtaining the root of heaven. Repair. Qin's talent is still quite terrifying. After all, she is currently only in her childhood phase. Reaching the imperial realm at such a young age means she will at least become a supreme being when she matures. "Can you transform into human form?" Qin Tian asked. Qin nodded. "I have a method to transform into human form in my inherited memories." "Then transform into human form," Qin Tian said. "Okay." After Qin responded, her whole body emitted golden light and slowly changed into a human form. She appeared to be about 10 years old, just beginning to develop with a golden ponytail, and her appearance was extremely delicate and cute. Qin Tian took out a set of women's clothing from his ring and handed it to Qin, saying, "Put on the clothes. Humans need to wear clothes." "Oh." Qin accepted the clothes. Qin Tian turned his back. Not long after, he heard a soft voice say, "I'm dressed, brother." Qin Tian turned around and saw that she looked quite adorable. At least he had never seen such a delicate little girl before. The clothes were originally prepared for by Xiaoru, and this kind of magical clothing could adjust its size by itself, so the fit was perfect for Qin. Qin Tian couldn't help but pat Qin's little head and said, "Let's go. We need to find the Phoenix Zhu fruit." "Okay." Qin Tian led deeper into the Monster God Island. Meanwhile, a snake demon arrived at the entrance of the ghost-faced demon emperor's cave. The ghost-faced demon emperor's true form was a ghost-faced centipede. Before entering the cave, he used his tongue to cut himself and rushed in, shouting, "Ghost-faced demon emperor, something bad has happened. The auspicious beast has been kidnapped, and the demon ape emperor has also been killed. I risked my life to come here to report." The ghost-faced demon emperor stood up and looked at the bleeding snake demon, asking, "Kidnapped? Do you know which sect did it?" "I haven't seen that person," the snake demon replied. After thinking for a moment, the ghost-faced demon emperor threw a spiritual herb to the snake demon, saying, "You should heal your wounds first. Later, you take the demons to search, and I will notify the other demon emperors." "Thank you for your reward, demon emperor. I will do my utmost," said the snake demon, taking the spiritual herb and exiting the cave. Once outside, the snake demon suddenly became energetic, secretly thinking, "Fortunately, I'm clever. If I had gone to report without a scratch, I wouldn't even have received a spiritual herb. Given the ghost-faced demon emperor's temperament, it would have been lucky to just get beaten." Subsequently, the ghost-faced demon emperor notified the other 8 demon emperors of Monster God Island. Upon receiving the news, the demon emperors were furious. The auspicious beast could bring fortune to their demon race on Monster God Island, so they could not allow it to be kidnapped. The 9 demon emperors jointly issued a hunting order. They also launched attacks on the human sects on Monster God Island. The human cultivators, who were already struggling to survive, suddenly found themselves in dire straits. Some sects declared immediate dissolution and scattered to hide. Qin Tian continued forward with Qin and soon encountered a group of disheveled women. The leader was a very pure and beautiful woman in purple. She was Xiao, the senior sister of the Ziyuan sect. A group of demon races suddenly attacked their mountain gate today. Their sect leader was at sea and had not returned, so their sect suffered heavy casualties. She had risked her life to bring some disciples to escape. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Xiao was momentarily stunned, not expecting to encounter a human. But this human seemed too weak, only at the spirit movement realm. There was also a young girl of about 10 years old beside him, but she didn't examine closely due to her own precarious situation. However, considering they were both humans, she still reminded him, right now, the entire Monster God Island is hunting humans. I advise you to quickly find a place to hide. After saying this, Xiao hurriedly left with her people. Not far away, someone said, "Sister, there's no need to waste words with them. A spirit movement realm cultivator cannot survive in this situation. Yeah, it's just a pity for that little girl. She's so young. We just need to take care of ourselves. Why worry about their lives?" Hearing the discussions of her disciples, Xiao sighed in helplessness. She actually wanted to save them, but she was powerless. She really didn't understand what was wrong with these demon races. Qin heard the distant discussion and said unhappily, "With their level of power, they actually look down on me and my brother." Qin Tian patted her head and said, "Humans are very complicated. Don't pay attention to them. Qin nodded, somewhat understanding. On the other side, at the Qin residence, Bai Xiaoru and her sister were chatting. Seeing her sister looking gloomy, Bai Xiaoxiao asked, "Are you missing brother-in-law?" Bai Xiaoru's face turned slightly red. Since they had crossed some boundaries, she realized her feelings for Qin Tian had changed. For example, now, after Qin Tian had been gone for so many days, she found herself missing him. She even dreamed about him at night. Their fox race is not easily moved, but once they do, they only recognize one for a lifetime. Seeing Bai Xiaoru's expression, Bai Xiaoxiao knew she had guessed correctly. How about we go out for a stroll and buy some new clothes to cheer up? After thinking, Bai Xiaoru agreed, saying it was indeed time to buy some clothes, especially since Miaoling had already bought new ones. So, the sisters donned veils and went out. Although both women wore veils, their figures and postures attracted countless male cultivators' attention, who turned to look back frequently. Some even approached to flirt, but they were all met with cold glares from Bai Xiaoru. The largest trading company in the Chongming Empire is the Lin family business. They went to the main store and encountered Lin Wan. Upon seeing the Bai sisters, Lin Wan was very enthusiastic. After a long selection, each of them picked out a few sets of clothes. Lin Wan did not charge them, since it was her own family. After they finished selecting, Lin Wan escorted the two out of the business. At that moment, Bai Xiaoru noticed several powerful auras sweeping across the sky. Lin Wan beside her said, "They should be forces looking for trouble nearby." This has happened several times already, mainly because the Ming Emperor's realm is too low, making him a target. Some forces believe the Chongming Empire is easy to bully, so they want to control the Chongming royal family to seize the empire. However, the previous attempts were thwarted by Senior Zone Wu, so this time it should be fine too. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoru understood the situation. It was likely that those who previously coveted the Chongming Empire's emperor had returned with help since they had been repelled before. After all, a new imperial family is much easier to deal with than those with long-standing heritage and deep foundations. After thinking for a moment, she hurried toward the imperial palace. Sensing that among the few people flying by, two were powerful beings at the third level of the imperial realm. Although the imperial palace had Zhong Wu and Shang Wanya among others, they only had one person with third-level imperial combat power. As soon as she arrived at the gate of the imperial palace, she received a distress signal from Ming Ilian. By the time she rushed over, Zhong Wu was engaged in battle with a third-level imperial realm expert, while Shang Wanya and others were besieging another third-level imperial realm expert. However, this expert also possessed an imperial weapon, making them no match, and they had all suffered injuries. Nearby, there were also some corpses of imperial palace guards. Ming Ilian was surprised to see Bai Xiaoru arrive so quickly. But that was good. If she had arrived any later, someone among Shang Wanya and the others would have died. Chapter 84. Spiritual Spring by Xiaoru and her sister immediately joined the battle. With a swift claw strike, the powerful figure in the imperial realm, who was fighting against Shang Wanya and others, felt Bai Xiaoru's attack and was instantly terrified, his hair standing on end. Realizing he had no time to dodge, he could only brace himself to take the hit. However, this claw strike from Bai Xiaoru was enhanced by the celestial demon pearl, and thus, the threefold imperial realm expert couldn't withstand it at all. With a whoosh, he was knocked back, 3 deep wounds appearing on his body. Once he stabilized himself, he asked in shock, "Are you a member of the Fox clan?" He then glared at his friend who was fighting alongside Zhong Wu, angrily demanding, "Did you not say there was only one threefold imperial realm expert among them? Where did this Fox clan expert come from?" He was extremely furious, feeling deceived. When he saw his friend remain silent, he turned to flee, but how could Bai Xiaoru allow that? She struck again with another claw. Feeling the attack coming, he was filled with endless regret, cursing himself for being foolish enough to listen to his friend's words. What was supposed to be a mission to retrieve the imperial weapon and beauty had now turned into a death sentence. He was struck and spat out blood, flying away. At this moment, he was severely injured, using all his strength and spiritual energy to stand up and flee into the distance. However, he hadn't gone far when he was pierced through the heart by a sword. The assailant was a Miaoling, who had rushed over with Mo.E. after receiving a distress call from Ming Ilian. Seeing her friend dead, the remaining Imperial Realm expert looked ashen. Mo.E. joined the battle, teaming up with Zhong Wu, and within moments, they had slain the newcomer. Thus, a crisis was averted. They obtained 2 low-grade imperial weapons and some materials and spiritual herbs from the battle. Neither of the 2 women wanted them, leaving them for Ming Ilian. Naturally, Ming Ilian was overjoyed. Who would complain about having too many imperial weapons? These could serve as a foundation for inheritance. Then Miaoling glanced at Bai Xiaoru and said, "Your strength has increased quite rapidly. You're not slow yourself," Bai Xiaoru replied with a smile. Ming Ilian, standing nearby, could only feel envious, even having the impulse to abandon her imperial status and follow Qin Tian. This battle quickly spread throughout Chongming City. Ming Ilian hung the bodies of the 2 threefold imperial realm experts at the city gate to display them, giving a warning to those lurking in Chongming City with ulterior motives. The ability to swiftly slay 2 threefold imperial realm experts wielding imperial weapons in such a short time was enough to demonstrate the powerful strength of the Chongming Empire. At the very least, nearby forces would no longer dare to harbor any intentions against the Chongming Empire. On Demon God Island, Qin Tian ventured deeper, finding a valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he sensed a thick aura of spiritual energy. He followed the source and discovered a natural spiritual spring beneath a cliff. It appeared to be at least 10,000 years old, filled with emerald green spiritual water. It was said that no matter how severe the injury, soaking the spring could heal it. Moreover, the spiritual water could refine one's essence and marrow, allowing for rapid cultivation, akin to an infinite supply of medicinal pills. After stripping down to just his shorts, Qin Tian jumped in. Qin, seeing Qin Tian undressing, also prepared to do the same. However, Qin Tian stopped her, patiently explaining, "Girls shouldn't undress casually, especially with males around." "Why?" Qin asked, puzzled. Qin Tian felt a headache coming on and ultimately had to provide a basic education to Qin. Once she understood, her face turned slightly red. Subsequently, Qin played in the spiritual spring while fully clothed. Qin Tian found a comfortable position in the shallow water at the edge and lay down. Unconsciously, he fell asleep, and Qin also dozed off on the other side. After an unknown amount of time, while Qin Tian was sound asleep, he sensed something was about to attack him. He abruptly opened his eyes and saw a figure falling from above, an unfamiliar woman. Instinctively, Qin Tian reached out to catch her, and she landed softly in his arms. The woman was Xiao, whom Qin Tian had seen before. She had led her disciples to escape, but was found by a snake demon and chased relentlessly. Only she had managed to survive. When she reached the cliff, she found no way out, but the snake demon had brought a group of monsters after her, forcing her to jump off the cliff. She never expected that her jump would land her in a man's embrace. When she recognized Qin Tian, her face flushed red due to the embarrassment of the situation, especially since he was only wearing shorts. Having never encountered a man before, how could she not feel shy? Instinctively, she slapped him. Qin Tian dodged, causing her to tumble into the spiritual spring. On the cliff, the snake demon, who was about to pursue, was startled and shivered upon seeing Qin Tian. "Go!" The snake demon shouted, and the nearby several demon saints jumped down, but he turned and fled. Just as Qin Tian tossed Xiao into the water, he sensed murderous intent from above. He punched upwards. The ancestor dragon ascends to heaven. The few demon saints who had just jumped down were sent back to the cliff, spitting out blood and no longer moving. The snake demon, witnessing the tragic fate of the demon saints from a distance, felt a wave of fear and promptly inflicted a wound on himself with his tongue as a form of self-defense before rushing to inform the ghost-faced demon emperor. After Xiao emerged from the water, she looked up. While she was submerged, she seemed to sense fluctuations in spiritual energy. However, she found nothing and saw that the pursuing demon clan had not followed. She then turned to Qin Tian and asked, "What just happened?" Qin Tian shook his head. Xiao glanced upwards again, confirming there were no demon clan members in pursuit, and sighed in relief. Her attention soon shifted back to Qin Tian, who was wearing only shorts, and her face turned red again. You lecher. How am I a lecher? I'm here peacefully soaking in the hot spring." "It was you who jumped into my arms," Qin Tian reminded her. Xiao thought for a moment and realized it was indeed the case. Qin Tian had a favorable impression of her. After all, she had paused to remind him to be careful during her escape, showing she was at least a good person. You should enjoy this spiritual spring. It will be beneficial for your injuries. Xiao instinctively agreed, but then realized, is this a spiritual spring? Her expression grew excited, but soon calmed down. She was still in danger and had to quickly heal her injuries and escape. Not long after, Xiao's injuries were fully healed, and her complexion improved. Once her wounds were healed, she looked at Qin Tian and said, let's find a place to hide together. We can look out for one another. No, I still want to rest a bit longer. Hearing Qin Tian's response, Xiao felt helpless, but knew she couldn't forcibly take him away. After thinking for a moment, she took out a low-grade Imperial Realm cultivation technique and a heaven-grade spiritual pill, handing them to Qin Tian. I see your realm is quite low. You must want to cultivate here, so take this cultivation technique and pill. Qin Tian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected someone to be so kind. He accepted the cultivation technique and replied, you can keep the pill. Since you're giving me the cultivation technique, I'll give you something in return. Qin Tian took out a kitchen knife and handed it to Xiao. This is for your self-defense. Xiao felt awkward upon seeing the kitchen knife, but she couldn't refuse Qin Tian's kindness, so she casually accepted it. Then I'm leaving? Qin Tian nodded. Xiao then left. Chapter 85. The 9 Emperors attack. After Xiao left, Qin Tian swam over and said, such a good knife, why not give it to me? Xiao couldn't discern the quality of the knife, but she could sense it. She was inherently sensitive to treasures, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she had a talent for treasure hunting. It was she who pointed out the direction to the spirit spring. Qin Tian ruffled Qin Tian's hair and said, she's a good person. Let's just make a good connection. If you want a weapon, I'll forge one for you when I have the time. I'm also planning to forge a better kitchen knife. Thank you, brother. After a while, Qin Tian took out a blank storage ring to collect some spirit spring water, planning to take it back to soak within Miaoling and by Xiaoru. At night, after the ghost-faced demon emperor received news from the snake demon, he immediately contacted the other 8 demon emperors to head to the place mentioned by the snake demon. The demon emperors arrived near the spirit spring and soon found Qin Tian and Qin Tian. Qin Tian sent someone following them, but ignored it, continuing to hold Qin Tian's hand and walk forward. Not far away, the snake demon pointed at Qin Tian and said, Demon Emperor, that's the one who killed the demon ape emperor. The ghost-faced demon emperor nodded and was about to take action when the wild bull demon emperor pointed at Qin Tian and said, that one is our auspicious omen. How dare he abduct our auspicious omen? This is unforgivable. After saying that, he led the charge forward. Sensing the killing intent behind him, Qin Tian turned around. When he saw the wild bull demon emperor, his eyes lit up, and he said to Qin Tian, this ingredient looks good. Tomorrow I'll make you some bull hoof soup. Qin Tian instinctively nodded. The wild bull demon emperor was furious, thinking, how dare you treat me as an ingredient? You won't be able to die easily today. Saying that, he transformed into his true form and charged at Qin Tian with his bull horns. Qin Tian leaped into the air to dodge the charge. He then swung the sword of life and death at the wild bull demon emperor's horns. Moo! The wild bull demon emperor cried out in pain. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Tian leaped onto his back and placed the sword blade under his neck. Suddenly, the wild bull demon emperor's body stiffened because he knew that if Qin Tian applied force, he would die. At this moment, he didn't even dare to swallow, only looking at the other demon emperors with a pleading gaze. The other 8 demon emperors surrounded Qin Tian. Although you're strong, you are outnumbered. Release my bull brother, and I will spare your life, said the Earth Splitter demon emperor. Qin Tian teased, I'll give you a chance to save your bull brother. As long as you slap yourself 3 times, I'll let him go. I give you. The Earth Splitter demon emperor was so angry, he started cursing. When Qin Tian applied pressure with the sword of life and death, blood began to splatter from the wild bull demon emperor's neck. He struggled wildly, but Qin Tian stabbed down once more, and the wild bull demon emperor collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. A demon emperor of the same rank had died so easily in front of them, which filled the other demon emperors with fear. Although they had a chance to overwhelm him with numbers, the first to attack faced a life-threatening risk. After dealing with the wild bull demon emperor, Qin Tian walked toward the Earth Splitter demon emperor, who instinctively took 2 steps back. Just as he was retreating, Qin Tian charged forward. As the sword of life and death drew closer, the Earth Splitter Demon Emperor felt locked on. With no way to evade, he could only choose to confront. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Tian's sword light flickered continuously, and blood flowers splattered from the Earth Splitter Demon Emperor's body. Ultimately, he fell to the ground unwillingly dead. Qin Tian then raised his head. All the demon clans retreated in fear. Qin Tian began searching for his next target. Finally, he set his sights on the Thunder Falcon Demon Emperor in the air. In a flash, Qin Tian soared upward, charging toward the Thunder Falcon Demon Emperor. The Thunder Falcon Demon Emperor turned and fled, and the other demons seized the opportunity to scatter and escape. The Thunder Falcon was extremely fast, like lightning, and Qin Tian couldn't catch up with his speed, so he could only control the sword of life and death to pursue. Feeling the flying sword approaching, the Thunder Falcon turned to defend. Once entangled by the flying sword, Qin Tian quickly caught up and mounted the Thunder Falcon. The Thunder Falcon struggled desperately, but ultimately fell under Qin Tian's sword. When Qin Tian dragged the Thunder Falcon's corpse back to Qin'an side, all the other demon clans had already fled. At this moment, Qin'an looked at Qin Tian with a different expression, filled with admiration. "Brother is so powerful," Qin'an exclaimed happily. "You should practice hard. One day you'll be just as powerful as your brother." I will definitely work hard. Now that we have the ingredients, brother will make you something delicious." Qin'an looked expectantly. Qin Tian cut some meat from the Wild Bull Demon Emperor's thigh and the wings of the Thunder Falcon. He planned to make bull hoof soup and braised Thunder Falcon wings. After a while of busy work, the dishes were finally ready, and the aroma wafted through the air. Qin Tian took out tables, chairs, and bowls, then served Qin in a bowl of bull hoof soup. It was just right for a child to replenish their strength. He also drank a bowl himself. After all, he was only at the 1st level of the Emperor Realm, and this meat soup from the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm would greatly enhance his strength. After finishing the soup, Qin'an's aura began to surge, showing signs of a breakthrough to the 2nd level of the Emperor Realm. This surprised Qin Tian greatly. After all, she was just a child. He thought to himself that he needed to hurry up and cultivate, or he would be surpassed by this little girl in front of him. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, an old man and an old woman flew over, drawn by the aroma.